At their first encounter, the enchanting gaze of Yue Jitong ensnared Mo Xilou, leaving him utterly spellbound, willingly reducing himself to a mere pawn beneath her skirts. At the age of 20, Yue Jitong fell victim to a nefarious scheme and was drugged, with Mo Xilou serving as her antidote. Yet, she resented him for robbing her of her innocence, for shattering all her dreams. By 22, Mo Xilou resorted to unscrupulous means to finally marry the woman he adored. Yet Yue Jitong's heart remained untouched by his affections. At 32, after a decade of entangled torment and mutual suffering, Mo Xilou chose to let go, bringing an end to their tumultuous marriage. At 33, with explosives strapped to her, Yue Jitong faced death. Yet Mo Xilou boldly stepped forward, choosing to accompany her into the abyss. Mo Xilou relinquished his life to fulfill his obsession with Yue Jitong, thus cementing the sorrow of an unattainable love. In resolute finality, he declared, "Yue Jitong, let us not meet again in our next life." In the last moment, Yue Jitong realized that her love for Mo Xilou had seeped into her very bones. Yet it was far too late. Heaven showed mercy, and Yue Jitong awoke, finding herself transported back to the day she had been drugged. To her astonishment, Mo Xilou now treated her with indifference, observing her coldly from afar. In his rebirth, Mo Xilou bore an expression of stark detachment. Bridges were to remain unburned, paths unentwined, without entanglements or encounters. Yet, under Yue Jitong's sweet and persistent advances, he lamented, "Goodness, in 2 lifetimes I have fallen prey to this woman." Eventually, he could not resist her soft waist, yearning for more, as they came to possess their cherished treasure, fulfilling the aspirations of 2 lifetimes. Chapter 1. Yue Jitong. In this lifetime, I shall let you go. I feel so unwell. Yue Jitong opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with astonishment. Had she not perished in an explosion? A wave of heat surged within her, igniting her cheeks with a rosy hue, compelling her to emit a soft whimper. Why was her body so ablaze? Yue Jitong bit her hand fiercely, striving to regain her fading consciousness, surveying her surroundings that a brown leather sofa, a floor-to-ceiling window, a crystal coffee table, and curling white smoke wafting from an incense burner. Memories converged. This was the night she had been drugged with traditional medicine. Had she returned to the very day she had been poisoned in her previous life? It was inconceivable. If she had returned, what of Mo Xilou? The final scene before her demise replayed vividly. In the last seconds before the explosion, everyone had forsaken her, save for Mo Xilou, who had recklessly dashed to her side. He had held her trembling form tightly, whispering, "Yue Jitong, do not fear. I shall accompany you on the road to the underworld. If we cannot live together, then let us die together." "Mo Xilou, are you mad? Get away from me." Tears streamed down Yue Jitong's face, as this man she had loathed for half a lifetime had loved her for just as long, even willing to die by her side. Clearly, between them, there had long ceased to be any connection in that moment. Yue Jitong found release. All her hatred and resentment dissolved completely, and the love she had deliberately ignored and suppressed began to flourish like budding branches in early spring within her heart. It turned out, she was not devoid of love. Her affection for Mo Xilou had long since infiltrated her very marrow, yet she had been too afraid to confront or acknowledge it. She struggled to push him away. "Mo Xilou, you must leave. We have been divorced. Why sacrifice yourself for someone who is no longer relevant?" Mo Xilou did not relinquish his hold. He tightened his embrace, as if trying to meld her into his very being. He buried his head in the crook of her shoulder, tears falling like droplets on her neck, cooling against her skin, his voice frigid with profound sorrow as he uttered slowly, "Yue Jitong, in our next life, let's not meet again." Bang. Smoke enveloped them, a deafening roar. When the haze dissipated, that pair of infatuated souls vanished, along with their entangled emotions, lost to the wind. Mo Xilou chose to sacrifice his life to fulfill the regret of an unattainable love, thus liberating himself from the obsession that had tormented him for half a lifetime. In the final moment of existence, Yue Jitong's hatred for him evaporated, and Mo Xilou's love for her found peace. "Yue Jitong, in our next life, let's not meet again." Yue Jitong returned to reality, the fragrant smoke rising from the incense in front of her, echoing in her ears Mo Xilou's last words he had said, "In our next life, let us not meet again." Mo Xilou. Yue Jitong could not help but weep, tears cascading through her fingers. She recalled the icy tears that had fallen on her neck from him. How much disappointment must one endure to utter such a farewell, to declare not to meet again in the next life? A surge of heat coursed through her body, her vision blurring. Yue Jitong wiped her tears and forced herself to move toward the sofa. In her previous life, it was in this very room that she and Mo Xilou had shared intimacy, only to be interrupted by Yulan Xin and her entourage. All the guests attending the banquet had gathered to gawk, and from that moment, she had lost all dignity, branded as a wanton in high society, subject to scorn from all. She could never forget that day, never forget the humiliation of being exposed while entwined with him. Nor could she forget the disdain in everyone's eyes, especially the look of disappointment from him. It was clear that she had been so close to marrying, so close to attaining the happiness she desired. Yet, that happiness, so within reach, had been ruthlessly destroyed by him. She had believed Mo Xilou had plotted against her, forcefully claiming her, shattering her life. She had regarded him as a rapist, harboring hatred for half a lifetime. Resentful for taking her innocence, for stripping her of her dignity before everyone, for rendering her unable to face those who had grown up alongside her, for ruining her happiness, and most of all, for ruthlessly marrying her and trapping her. Their 10-year marriage had been a cycle of torment, dampened by sorrow. She had often wished to return to that pivotal moment, to fantasize about how life might have unfolded differently had that day never occurred. Now, she had truly returned. Yet, she found no joy in this revelation, for she understood the truth and the extent of her errors. Only before her death had Yue Jitong revealed to her that this scheme had nothing to do with Mo Xilou. The drug had been administered by Yue Jitong herself. The person originally intended for her was not Mo Xilou. Yue Jitong bit her lip firmly, awaiting. According to the trajectory of her previous life, Mo Xilou would undoubtedly appear. Time ticked by, each second a test of her resolve as she gritted her teeth, striving not to make a sound. Then the door creaked open. "Is it you?" Yue Jitong pinched herself sharply. "Hey, little beauty, I have arrived." A rotund figure approached her, voice dripping with lewdness. Yue Jitong's heart sank. It was not Mo Xilou. Was this the person Yue Jitong had originally arranged for her? At this time in her previous life, she was already in a haze, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around her, only aware that in the end, she found herself entangled with Mo Xilou. "I never anticipated that I, Wang Shun, would stumble upon such fortune." Experiencing the taste of a wealthy young lady, the lecherous man inched closer, murmuring to himself. Suppressing her revulsion, Yue Jitong groped for something on the coffee table and hurled it at the man with all her might. "Get away from me." Wang Shun deftly dodged the projectile and had already reached the edge of the sofa, rubbing his hands together with greedy malice glinting in his eyes. TSK, why not just surrender to me? No one will come to your rescue." His corpulent hand reached out towards her chest, but Yue Jitong seized the last teacup on the table and smashed it against his hand. The teacup shattered upon hitting the ground. Wang Shun chuckled malevolently, clearly pleased with himself. Well, it seemed to have nothing left to throw now. A sense of despair washed over Yue Jitong. Could it be that today, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, a powerful kick sent Wang Shun sprawling to the floor. Mo Xilou, clad in a black trench coat, exuded an aura of cold intensity, his eyes swirling with stormy fury. He delivered a swift kick to Wang Shun's side. Wang Shun howled in agony, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. I haven't done anything. I swear, I didn't lay a finger on her. I was merely following orders." Mo Xilou had no interest in his excuses. He placed a foot on Wang Shun's hand, applying pressure until the sound of cracking bones echoed. Wang Shun screamed in torment. His hand was undoubtedly ruined. Mo Xilou's eyes brimmed with icy disdain, as frigid as ancient glaciers. Wang Shun lamented his fate, having never touched her at all. Had he known, he would never have taken on such a task, losing a hand and perhaps fracturing several ribs in the process. Upon seeing Mo Xilou, Yue Jitong lost all consciousness, her body aflame with unbearable heat, desperately tearing at her clothes. "Handle this," Mo Xilou instructed, gesturing for someone to drag Wang Shun away. In a society governed by law, he would naturally be delivered to the police station. He removed his coat, wrapping it around Yue Jitong, lifting her effortlessly before striding out. His expression remained grim, eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He never anticipated being granted a second chance. Perhaps fate sought to allow him to rectify his past mistakes. In his previous life, it was within these very walls that he saved Yue Jitong, succumbing to desire and yielding to her. Afterward, Mo Xilou was consumed with guilt and regret, berating himself for his lack of restraint, feeling like a beast. Reflecting now, he suspected the spices in the room were to blame. He too had been muddled in his senses back then. Cradling Yue Jitong in his arms as he entered the car, he instructed, "Old Lin, take us to the nearest hotel." He restrained the girl's flailing hands, holding her securely against him. Yue Jitong's face flushed crimson, her alluring eyes now hazy and beguiling, causing Mo Xilou to break into a sweat. He dared not gaze further, averting his eyes as he loosened his tie, inhaling deeply to suppress the desires stirring within. A flicker of pain crossed his gaze. "Yue Jitong, in this lifetime, I have spared you. All errors originating henceforth shall begin to be rectified from this moment." At the luxurious suite of the Huadao Hotel, Mo Xilou opened the door, tossing the woman onto the bed before dialing for assistance. "Send a doctor over. It's so hot." Yue Jitong clawed at her clothing, revealing a patch of porcelain skin. She felt as though she might be roasted alive. Mo Xilou, Mo Xilou. She called his name with fervor. Mo Xilou halted, taken aback. Was she calling for him? Had he misheard? How could she possibly utter his name? His previously harsh features softened slightly as he stepped to the bedside, leaning down to listen closely. Chapter 2. Yue Jitong. I shall no longer entangle myself with you. Yue Jitong felt as though she were aflame. Her mind was clouded, her body scorching, as if she had soaked in the molten lava of a fiery mountain. The searing heat seeped through her pores, permeating every inch of her skin, rendering her entirely crimson. Her limbs languid and weak. She frantically clawed at her surroundings, yearning for the cooling touch of the air to alleviate her feverish discomfort. Suddenly, her burning hand encountered something icy, the cool sensation offering a fleeting solace amidst the inferno. She grasped this singular source of relief with feeble hands. Yet the ice seemed intent on fleeing. In a panic, she clung to it, her entire being enveloping it. Do not escape. Her hand was so hot, her lips too. Mo Xilou observed the serpentine figure that had entwined itself around him, lowering his gaze to conceal the tumult of emotions swirling within. Without hesitation, his expression remained impassive as he pried her away, tossing her back onto the bed. She resembled a silken white silkworm, writhing to break free from her cocoon. The stifling steam flushed the silkworm's form, rendering her alabaster skin tinged with a delicate pink. It's so hot, please help me. A delicate voice echoed through the room. In a previous life, upon witnessing such a scene, compounded with the enchanting fragrance, he could hardly restrain himself. Succumbing to the urge to draw her into his embrace, to kiss the lips he had yearned for endlessly, to explore every inch of her. Now, however, Mo Xilou averted his gaze, stepping back 2 paces, his face a mask of indifference. Recalling her previous life's resolute cruelty, he felt a heavy weight pressing against his chest, akin to a block of iron, constricting his breath. Do not concern yourself with her. She harbors nothing but hatred for you, unrelenting hatred. Yue Jitong, in this life, we share no bond and shall never again. No entanglements, no meetings in the future. Though such thoughts raced through his mind, his gaze betrayed him, lingering momentarily on her autumnal eyes. Yue Jitong's eyes were both passionate and devoid of emotion. At that moment, her lids were half closed, physiological tears glistening at the corners, her eyes rimmed in red. A small mole nestled in the left center of her lower eyelid. Her gaze suffused with the flames of desire, enchantingly captivating. In a previous life, it was these very eyes that ensnared his soul at first glance, leading him to an obsession that consumed his every thought, day and night, rendering him unable to love another. Mo Xilou, oh Mo Xilou, in this life, do not let yourself be bewitched by those eyes, lest you lose your senses, your soul, your heart. He silently admonished himself, recalling her frigid gaze that had remained unchanged for a decade, serving as a constant reminder to remain vigilant. Ding dong. The sudden ring of the doorbell jolted him from his reverie. Mo Xilou collected himself, covering the girl with the blanket, smoothing out the creases she had created in her clothing. When he opened the door, his expression had reverted to its customary aloofness. Young Master Mo, the waiter entered, accompanied by a female doctor bearing a medical kit. Come in quickly and attend to her. Mo Xilou's hands were thrust into his pockets, his voice cold and sharp, as he stepped back to allow them entry. All done, young Master Mo. The female doctor, a dedicated practitioner for the Mo family and a PhD from Qingdao Medical School, swiftly resolved Yue Jitong's predicament. Go to Shaozhong to collect your fee. As the door closed, silence enveloped the room once more, devoid of Yue Jitong's delicate voice. She had finally calmed, lying obediently on the bed with her eyes shut. The flush on her face receded, revealing porcelain skin, her raven-like lashes fluttering gently, appearing both demure and lively. It seemed that when her eyes were closed, she possessed an alluring charm. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, his dark eyes swirling with unnameable emotions, his tall frame leaning against the wall, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he settled onto the edge of the sofa. He remained there for quite some time. She slept for an extended period. As dawn broke, Her fan-like lashes fluttered twice, and Yue Jitong opened her eyes. Confusion mixed with astonishment flickered across her face as she jolted upright in bed. Memories flooded back. She had returned, returning to that fateful night when she was 20. The night of the traditional medicine. A sharp pain throbbed in her head as she cradled it, her body weak and soft against the backrest. She glanced down at her attire, still in the same slightly disheveled outfit, but she could ascertain that nothing had transpired. There were no signs on her body, nor any unusual sensations. In her previous life, upon awakening, she had felt an excruciating soreness, particularly in certain areas, as if torn apart. Her body marked by Mo Xilou's imprints. Her tears had flowed like a raging river. Is this a hotel? She distinctly remembered that the last person she saw before losing consciousness was Mo Xilou. Why did it seem so different from her previous life? What had gone awry? Awake? A low, cold voice cut through the silence. Yue Jitong jumped, instinctively pulling the blanket closer, her eyes brimming with wariness. Mo Xilou's expression remained impassive. Yet upon witnessing her guarded gaze, a small thorn pricked at his heart, a sharp, intermittent ache that he slowly learned to numb. He should have been accustomed to this by now. Seeing him, Yue Jitong's taut body relaxed. Though confusion still lingered in her expression, she seemed at a loss. Her delicate fingers extending. Nothing happened between us. Why is this different from before? Mo Xilou's countenance, once cold and detached, now bore an unfamiliarity that unsettled her. Had she entered a parallel world? Yue Jitong's thoughts spiraled as Mo Xilou regarded her with a detached gaze. His eyes tinged with the remnants of a sleepless night. He spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Do not worry. I did not harm you. I called a doctor yesterday. Yue Jitong froze, unable to comprehend. She gazed upon his youthful visage, now shadowed by a maturity that belied his years, and something flickered in her mind. Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, sensing an oddity in her demeanor. Yue Jitong's calmness was unsettling. Apart from a moment of panic upon first seeing him, she had remained unervingly composed. In their previous life, when they had been caught in that room, Yue Jitong had panicked and crumbled, her tears cascading like a dam breaking. She wept silently, despairingly, her gaze locked onto him with a newfound intensity, yet her eyes betrayed a harrowing hatred, chilling him to the bone. Though nothing had transpired in this life, her overly tranquil demeanor was disconcerting, her expression laden with complexity. Regardless, he resolved never to entangle himself with her again. Spending one night with her had been more than sufficient. From this moment forth, he would sever all ties. Mo Xilou regarded her, his eyes deep and dark, where all affection, loathing, and regret intertwined, swirling before settling into an eerie calm. Suppressing the bitterness within, he spoke coldly. Yue Jitong, I shall no longer entangle myself with you. We will not meet again. No entanglements, no encounters. Yue Jitong, in our next life, let us not meet again. In an electrifying moment, the echoes of Mo Xilou's last words reverberated in her ears, a possibility dawning in her mind. A glimmer of surprise mingled with profound anguish flickered in her eyes. Yue Jitong flung back the covers and stumbled out of bed, grasping his arm as he turned to leave. Mo Xilou paused, glancing back at her, confusion evident in his gaze. Mo Xilou, you have returned too, haven't you? Chapter 3. Yue Jitong, it hurts so much. Please let me go. Mo Xilou's ebony pupils widened in realization of her meaning. Yue Jitong leapt into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, silent tears soaking his shirt as she murmured, "Fool, what a fool, to accompany her to death." Yet, she had misunderstood him for so many years. Yue Jitong embraced him, her heart aching profoundly, guilt enveloping her. She owed him a debt of affection. Fortunately, they had both returned. The heavens had shown them mercy, granting them a chance to start anew. This time, she would cherish him properly. Whatever he desired, she would give wholeheartedly. Mo Xilou gazed down at the person in his arms, his dark brows furrowed. Tranquility shattered in his eyes, his emotions exceedingly complex. He had thought he was the only one who had returned, yet they both had. In their past life, Yue Jitong had harbored hatred towards him. He had resorted to every means to marry her, and she remained silent, neither arguing nor speaking. She treated him as though he were invisible, unwilling to utter a word or even look at him. 10 years of marriage, 10 years of disregard, 10 years of emotional abuse. Reflecting on it now, the pain still lingered. That anguish of being ignored felt like being submerged in icy depths, suffocating. He had blamed her at times, yet he could not bear to let go. Everything was his own doing. Who could he blame for being so relentless in his pursuit of her? The person he chose, the marriage he opted for, he had to endure, no matter the pain. But this time, they clearly possessed the right to choose anew. Such a relationship had been unbearably painful. He yearned not to experience it again. Mo Xilou gently closed his eyes, then quickly opened them, determination shining within. He pushed the person in his arms away, his voice trembling with suppressed weariness, dejectedly stating, "Yue Jitong, in this life, I will let you go." After a pause, a flicker of pain crossed his gaze, each word earnest, "Please, let me go as well. Go love whom you wish, live the life you desire. Everything between us ends here." Yue Jitong froze, her fingers stiffening. Lifting her gaze to him, her affectionate eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she shook her head, grasping his hand, her voice laced with sorrow, "Don't say that. Let us be together properly. Don't abandon me." Mo Xilou lowered his eyelids, concealing the desolation within, his gaze resting on their entwined hands. Slowly withdrawing his own from her grasp, his expression grave, "Yue Jitong, do you know how painful it is to love you?" An endless sorrow welled up in his heart, so profound that he could neither harbor hope nor believe her when she claimed she would love him, nor could he trust that they would find happiness together. Yue Jitong gazed helplessly at her empty palm, her voice tinged with unmasked sadness and regret. "Can you give me another chance? Do you no longer love me?" Her complexion paled, her body swaying as tears glistened with remorse, her eyes pleading. Yet, Mo Xilou shook his head. The scars on his heart ran too deep. Like an old wound that throbbed with the onset of rain, it would never heal. He resolutely declared, "I no longer love you. It is too painful. Please let me go." With that, he turned away, refusing to meet her sorrowful, pleading gaze, and departed without a backward glance. Yue Jitong collapsed to the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees, curling up, silently weeping. What did she do? The man who had loved her for over a decade truly no longer loved her or wanted her. Her heart felt as though it had been viciously torn open, then doused with acid, eroding away piece by piece, leaving her numb with pain. Everyone had forsaken her. From this moment onward, she was left with only herself. Mo Xilou exited the hotel, returning home alone, opening the liquor cabinet, drinking to oblivion. The decision to cease loving her felt akin to severing half of his heart. A single tear slipped down, merging with the wine in his glass, which was subsequently knocked over, the unfinished red wine spilling across the floor. The pristine cashmere blanket was stained crimson. Exhausted from her tears, Yue Jitong fell asleep, her dreams filled with Mo Xilou, the Mo Xilou who had always circled around her, who had tried every possible way to attract her attention, ultimately freezing on his desolate face. Upon waking, she found herself in the empty hotel, her heart feeling hollow as if a piece had been excavated. Gradually detaching from her sorrowful emotions, she began to think rationally. The misunderstanding between her and Mo Xilou had begun with that scheme, and the instigator had been her stepsister, Yue Lanxin. Yue Jitong concealed her emotions. She needed to return home, for she had a score to settle with Yue Lanxin. In the city center at Shui Garden, in a standalone villa, Yue Jitong knocked on the door with a composed expression. In the living room, Yue Lanxin and her fraternal twin brother, Yue Fengxuan, were engrossed in a video game, their laughter resonating through the air. Their 18-year-old exuberance was palpable. Her stepbrother, Yue Shutian, was preoccupied with his phone, occasionally chatting with them, creating a warm atmosphere. Their mother, Bai Yu, was in the kitchen, preparing a meal alongside the housekeeper. "Wang Ma, a Feng is coming back today. Let us make white jade tofu soup, and also prepare crab-stuffed oranges. Xin loves those. Let us also simmer some ginseng chicken soup for Fengxuan and Shutian to nourish them." As Yue Jitong changed in his slippers at the entrance, she listened quietly, feeling the familiar pang of discomfort. She had long been accustomed to her mother's neglect. It still stung. She remembered the dishes her husband loved, the ones her stepson enjoyed, as well as those favored by her young daughter and son. Yet, she could not recall what she herself cherished. Huh! A cold laugh echoed in her heart, her expression betraying no emotion. Baiyu continued, by the way. Shuqin and Chunyan are coming over later, so let us prepare a few more signature dishes to entertain our guests. Upon hearing Chunyan's name, Yue Jitong paused. He was the one who had accompanied her throughout her teenage years, the person she had shied away from for many years. In her past life, Chunyan had witnessed the moment when she and Mo Xilou were caught together. The disappointment and sorrow in his eyes had pierced her heart deeply. Originally, the Chu family had intended to form an alliance with the Yue family, with Chunyan's mother, Zhou Shuqin, favoring Yue Jitong rather than Yulanqin. However, following the upheaval in her life, not only had Chunyan seen her disheveled state, but Aunt Zhou had also witnessed her disgraceful demeanor. The disdain in Aunt Zhou's eyes had been unmasked, and she had never again mentioned Yue Jitong's potential match with Chunyan, discreetly replacing her with Yulanqin. Eventually, Chunyan married Yulanqin, showering her with care and affection, and together they welcomed a lovely daughter named Chu Muxin. Each year during the holidays, when she and Mo Xilou returned to the Yue residence, they would invariably encounter the Chu couple. Each time she witnessed their sweet, oblivious interactions, her envy multiplied tenfold. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, she forced herself not to dwell on her past life, her expression returning to calm as she stepped inside. The moment she appeared in the living room, it was as if no one noticed her presence. In the past, she would have rushed to the kitchen to help, attempting to win her mother's favor through hard work. Back then, she and T understood that for someone born unloved, no amount of effort would suffice. This time, she ignored the people in the living room and directly ascended the stairs, slamming the door behind her. A pack of heartless wolves, she would no longer seek their approval. Let them continue as they were. After some contemplation, Yue Jitong called her teacher, intending to transfer her household registration to the school, wishing to sever all ties with this family. At mealtime, Yue Jitong descended the stairs. Baiyu was cheerfully chatting with Zhou Shuqin. Yulanqin was doting on Chunyan, calling him brother repeatedly. Yu Fengshuan was engrossed in his phone, while Yu Shutian and Yu Feng engaged in conversation. Upon her entrance, the atmosphere froze. As if someone had pressed the pause button, Baiyu was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident in her eyes, before forcing a somewhat tepid smile and asking, "What did you come back, Tong Tong? Your mother didn't even notice. You were probably in the kitchen cooking just now," Yue Jitong replied, her expression indifferent, refraining from approaching to serve them. In this lifetime, that incident never transpired, yet Zhou Shuqin remained warm-hearted, considering her as a potential daughter-in-law. "Tong Tong is home. Come sit down and have a meal," she said. "You're in your second year of university, but why do you look even thinner?" Observing Zhou Shuqin's cheerful demeanor, Yue Jitong's mind wandered back to the previous life, recalling the disdainful glances she had received. After all, she too was a victim. While Zhou Shuqin's intentions were not misguided, she struggled to maintain a heart free of prejudice. Exchanging polite but distant greetings, Jitong chose a seat somewhat removed from the others, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Eating in silence, refraining from speaking or making an effort to integrate into this family. Her stepfather, Yu Feng, did engage her briefly, suggesting, "Jitong, do eat more vegetables." "All right, Uncle Yu, I will make sure to eat plenty," she replied. Zhou Shuqin jested. "Why are you sitting so far away? After such a long time apart from Chuxian, you have nothing to say? Have you grown distant?" Yue Jitong slightly raised her eyes, her clear gaze meeting Chuxian's for a fleeting moment. His lips curled into a gentle smile. Chuxian was like a refreshing breeze, polite, tactful, understanding, and meticulous in his actions, never overstepping boundaries. Anyone in his company would feel at ease. Yulanqin felt a twinge of annoyance. She despised how Chuxian directed his attention towards Yue Jitong. Seeing Jitong unscathed sparked a flicker of doubt within her. Last night, they had clearly arranged for something to happen. How could it have gone awry? Last night, who had Yue Jitong spend time with? Yulanqin, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "Sister, you didn't come home last night. What were you up to?" Baiyu frowned, looking at Yue Jitong. "You didn't come home last night?" Yue Jitong silently scoffed, well aware that Yulanxin was the one who understood the reason behind her absence best. As for their mother, she seemed oblivious, even to her own daughter's absence. Upon hearing Yulanxin, Zhou Shuqin's brows furrowed slightly as she turned her gaze towards Yue Jitong, awaiting her response. The Chu family placed great importance on the character of their daughters-in-law and would never allow someone with a chaotic personal life to enter their household. Zhou Shuqin valued Yue Jitong not only for her high academic standing at a prestigious university, but also for her obedient and honest nature. Yue Jitong keenly observed the reactions of each person, maintaining a calm facade while fabricating a lie. I left the banquet halfway through and went out for a small gathering with an old classmate. It got late, so I stayed over at my classmate's house. Yulanxin appeared skeptical. She knew Yue Jitong well and understood that she had no close friends here. Sister, was that friend male or female? Yulanxin pressed further. Female, Jitong replied. Who is she? Do I know her? You wouldn't know her, Yue Jitong dismissed, lacking any desire to continue the conversation. She certainly would not disclose the incident involving Yulanxin drugging her, for even if they learned of it, they would not believe it. Even if they did, they would not genuinely blame Yulanxin, but would instead seek to absolve her. Yu Fengxian, Yulanxin's twin brother, sneered. Are we unaware of whether you have any female friends? I suspect you were out gallivanting with some guy, hence your late return. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze. She had always silently endured Yu Fengxian's mockery without retort. Today, however, she set down her chopsticks, looked directly at him, and said, I'm 20 years old. Must I report my friendships to the family? Yet here you are, so young, going to hotels with girls. What right do you have to judge me? Chapter 4. Yue Jitong no longer cared. She desired nothing at all. Yu Fengxian was taken aback. He had never seen Yue Jitong stand up to him before. Have you lost your mind? When have I gone to a hotel with a girl? Would you like me to show you the photos? Yu Fengxian's expression shifted uncomfortably. Even if that were the case, did going to a hotel necessarily imply something untoward? Your own twisted perception is the problem, he retorted. Yue Jitong remained silent. Was a visit to a hotel merely for academic discussions? Recalling the events of her past life instigated by Yu Fengxian, she added, and what about you taking a married woman to a hotel? All eyes turned to Yu Fengxian, whose complexion paled, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Don't listen to her nonsense. What married woman? She is the one who lacks decorum and tries to seduce others, slandering me without hesitation. Lacking decorum and seducing others? Yue Jitong chuckled, finding it ironic how easily he cast aspersions. The expressions around the table varied, but it was evident that they inclined to believe Yu Fengxian. Yue Jitong, unwilling to endure any further disrespect from a brother who afforded her no regard, stood up abruptly, grasped a glass of water from the table, and splashed it at Yu Fengxian. The yellow-orange juice splattered across his face, dampening his freshly styled hair, leaving it limp against his scalp. Yue Jitong, are you insane? Yu Fengxian also stood, kicking his chair away, fury igniting in his eyes. If your mouth is filthy, you ought to wash it, even if I'm reckless. It pales in comparison to your disgraceful actions of seducing married women. Does that give you a sense of accomplishment? You're talking nonsense. When have I ever? Yu Fengxian gritted his teeth, refusing to admit anything. He dared not confess, lest he face his father's wrath. Yue Jitong silently scoffed. In her previous life, husbands had knocked on their door, berating Yu Fengxian as a kept boy. Tong Tong, do you have any evidence for your claims against Fengxian? Yu Shooting, wiping his hands leisurely, fixed his amber gaze upon her, a hint of displeasure evident. Fengxian is your brother. You cannot slander him lightly. So, just because he says so, I'm supposed to believe it? What gives him the right to say whatever he pleases? Yu Shooting was momentarily at a loss for words. She had always been docile. So when did she become so sharp-tongued? Believe it or not, Yue Jitong replied, placing her chopsticks down, disregarding the astonished and inquisitive glances of those present, and headed directly to her room. Sooner or later, their husbands would come looking for them. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhou Shuqin's expression darkening, while Chuxian frowned, his eyes reflecting disbelief, for they had never witnessed her erupt in such a manner. Chuxian's astonishment was palpable, but it mattered little to her. She cared for nothing anymore, for she no longer desired these family ties. She wanted none of it. Their opinions were irrelevant. Yu Fengxuan continued shouting downstairs, accusing Yue Jitong of slandering him, hurling various vile insults her way. Yue Jitong lay on her bed, eyes closed, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the scenes before her demise. Yu Lanxin had staged a kidnapping, spending money to hire 2 kidnappers to prove to her that everyone loved her more. Between Yu Lanxin and herself, only one could survive. Ultimately, everyone chose to keep Yu Lanxin alive, leaving her utterly abandoned. Yu Lanxin reveled in her triumph, yet she had not anticipated that the kidnappers' remote control would malfunction. The explosives would become uncontrollable, and a real explosion would ensue. None present would escape unscathed. In her final moments, all Yue Jitong felt was the crushing despair of being forsaken by everyone. With her eyes shut, she touched her chest, where her heart still beat vigorously. She was alive, and that was a blessing. The world is filled with obsessions. In her past life, Mo Xilou's obsession was her, while her own fixation had been on familial bonds. This was a blended family. Yu Shooting was the son of Yu Feng and his deceased wife. Yu Lanxin and Yu Fengxuan were the children born after Bai Yu married Yu Feng. As for Yue Jitong, she was merely the mistake born of Bai Yu's youthful impulsiveness. Having grown up in an orphanage, Yue Jitong always believed she had no mother or father. Countless nights, she had cried, fantasizing and praying for a family. If only she had parents. Until the age of 11, when a glamorous woman arrived at the orphanage, gazing tenderly at her with tears glistening in her eyes, claiming to be her mother. Bai Yu, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her and proclaimed that after many years, she had finally found her daughter. On the day of her departure from the orphanage, Yue Jitong was filled with joy, her innocent face radiating admiration for Bai Yu. She bid farewell to the caregiver who had looked after her for so long and happily returned home with her mother. How wonderful it was! She finally had a mother. She was indeed a child with a mother. Approaching the Yu family with hopeful anticipation, she discovered that her father was not her biological father, nor was her brother her true brother. Yet Yue Jitong felt no disappointment. Having a mother was enough. The caregiver at the orphanage had named her Tong Tong, but later, her stepfather, Yu Feng, officially registered her as Yue Jitong. How delightful it was to finally have a name. Yue Jitong, what a beautiful name. To her surprise, this family encompassed 2 more children, both born of her mother. She now had a biological younger brother and sister. How splendid! However, her sister was not at home. She lay pale in a hospital bed, her head shaved. Subsequently, Bai Yu, with red-rimmed eyes, pleaded with her to save her sister, Yu Lanxin. It turned out her sister had leukemia and needed her bone marrow to survive. In that moment, gazing into her mother's reddened eyes and fragile demeanor, 11-year-old Yue Jitong seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She fell silent, then feigned ignorance, raising a smile to comfort Bai Yu, saying, "Mother, do not weep. I will save my sister. She will recover." She merely yearned for the warmth of that long-sought embrace. The day her sister's health was restored, Bai Yu smiled radiantly, truly happy, even more so than on the day she found her. The entire family was filled with joy, and so was she. How wonderful it was, as long as everyone was happy. Unfortunately, the sister she saved did not express gratitude. Instead, she harbored jealousy and animosity, resenting her for diverting attention away from her. Yue Jitong felt a pang of sorrow and wished to convey to Yu Lanxin that she desired little. Just a modicum of love would suffice. She would not vie for their father, mother, or the affection of her brother and younger sibling. Yet Yu Lanxin remained unconvinced. With a bitter smile, Yue Jitong reflected on the tragic familial bonds that ensnared her for a lifetime. One is ultimately shackled by the unattainable desires of youth. Now, Yue Jitong longed to accomplish one thing. She awaited the opportune moment. "Shooting, your aunt and father are going on a trip. Take care of your siblings," she was told. Yes, no worries. Yue Shooting, at 24, had recently graduated and was engrossed in managing the affairs of the company. With Yu Feng and Bai Yu away, and Yue Shooting occupied with work, Yu Feng was nowhere to be found, and the nanny had taken a few days off. Only Yue Jitong and Yu Lanxin remained in the house. The moment she had been waiting for had arrived. Yu Lanxin lay comfortably on a soft blanket, watching a variety show, her feet swinging and humming a tune in bliss. Yue Jitong neatly packed her belongings into a travel backpack, which sufficed for her few items. She found a household registration book in Yu's room and extracted her page. Having prepared everything, she entered Yu Lanxin's room. "What do you want?" "No one is here," Yu Lanxin said, too lazy to feign sisterly affection, not even addressing her as sister, her tone laced with impatience. Observing her spoiled and disrespectful sister, Yue Jitong recalled the injustices of her past life, and an ember of anger began to ignite within her. "You were the one who drugged me, weren't you?" "What drug?" Yu Lanxin hesitated, pretending not to understand as she casually glanced at her phone. "You know exactly what drug." Yue Jitong lunged forward, snatching the phone from her hands and hurling it to the ground, pinning her down on the bed. Yu Lanxin, slender and barely reaching 5 feet, had always been frail. And now, under Yue Jitong's grip, she was powerless to resist. "Yue Jitong, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" "Yu Lanxin, what have I done to deserve this? Why do you wish to harm me? I am your biological sister. I saved your life when you were 9. Why treat me like this?" Yue Jitong's eyes brimmed with tears, unleashing all the grievances and fury accumulated over 2 lifetimes. Old vendettas and new grievances would be settled today. "Yue Jitong, let go of me." Yu Lanxin, seeing the deranged figure before her, felt a surge of panic, unsure of what had triggered Yue Jitong's outburst. "So that night, who were you with? You weren't truly with that mysterious man, were you? Is that why you're so distraught?" Slap. Yue Jitong struck her fiercely. "Yue Jitong, you've lost your mind." Yu Lanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Heartless and venomous, she deserved this. She was devoid of conscience. Yue Jitong wept as she delivered several more slaps. In her past life, if not for Yu Lanxin, she would not have misjudged Mo Xilou for so long, and they would not have met their demise. "Stop, Yue Jitong, you are insane. If you dare hit me, our parents and brother will not let you off." Yu Lanxin, stunned by the blows, felt tears prick her eyes. She had always been the cherished one in the family. Even her younger brother had acceded to her. She had never been struck like this before. "That wretched Yue Jitong, when brother returns, I will make him punish you." Yue Jitong's eyes reddened further as she fought back her tears, summoning all her strength to strike Yu Lanxin. "Ha! What will they do if they don't let me off?" "Yu Lanxin, aren't you just afraid I will take your father, your mother, your brother, and your younger sibling?" Yue Jitong cried as she slapped her, her voice cracking. "It's all yours. Everything is yours." "Fine, I don't want it anymore. I don't want anything from this family." "You're insane, truly insane," Yu Lanxin yelled back. Yue Jitong had always valued familial bonds, dreaming of receiving her family's approval, especially her mother's. How could she possibly not care? Yu Lanxin felt her face burning. Unable to endure any longer, she fainted. After an unknown number of slaps, Yue Jitong's hand grew numb, and she finally released Yu Lanxin, wiping her tears as she shouldered her bag and left the house. Yue Jitong glanced back one last time, silently bidding farewell. Farewell to this home that never truly belonged to her. From that moment on, she would never return. Starting today, she would once again become a child without a home. How wonderful! Such was her fate. She took a taxi to the airport and boarded the pre-booked flight. She was returning to school. Perhaps one should not demand those things that fate has not bestowed upon them. Chapter 5. Returning to University. Recollecting the old days with Mo Xilou. The plane landed in Xia City. Last year, Yue Jitong had been accepted into the top university in Xia City, and this year she was to enter her sophomore year. As summer vacation drew to a close, many students gradually returned to campus. Standing at the familiar gate of the campus, Yue Jitong was overwhelmed with emotions. For her, a decade had passed since the exuberance of her youth-filled university days. Fortunately, she had been reborn back to her university years, rather than her high school days. Otherwise, it would have been truly devastating. Much knowledge had faded from her memory, and facing it again, she could not guarantee her admission to this prestigious institution once more. This enchanting locale harmoniously melds diverse topography such as mountains, lakes, and seas. Within its tranquil waters, swans glide gracefully, while the soothing whispers of the ocean waves serenade the night, earning it the playful moniker of the most romantic university. Upon entering the campus, one is greeted by a distinctive architectural ensemble that seamlessly blends Eastern and Western styles, The lower sections exhibit Western design elements, while the upper portions boast traditional Chinese arched roofs reminiscent of a conical hat. Nestled in the southern region, the campus remains eternally verdant, suffused with the fragrance of blooming flowers throughout the seasons. As one strolls along the tree-lined pathways, a vast expanse of fiery orange blossoms unfolds before the eyes. Yue Jitong stands still as faded memories, tinged with nostalgia, are suddenly stirred by the wand of time. In a certain year and month, a grand confession took place here. The sky was filled with pink balloons, vibrant fireworks illuminated the night, and the jubilant cheers of passers-by echoed, culminating in a heart-wrenching failure. Mo Xilou spent 2 years in his 3rd year of high school. During his first college entrance examination, Yue Jitong was in her 2nd year. Mo Xilou performed admirably, gaining admission to a prestigious 211 university in Beijing. To everyone's surprise, he opted not to attend and chose to repeat the year. The following year, he and Yue Jitong became classmates. They both sat for the college entrance examination that year and were accepted into X university. He pursued economics, while she delved into computer science. He was the illustrious campus heartthrob, and she was the enigmatic beauty of the computer science department. A match made in heaven. They drew envious glances from all around. Yet, she rejected him. She evaded him, and he pursued her relentlessly. His affections were ostentatious, loudly proclaimed for all to hear. Memories of Mo Xilou surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming her. Yet, he vowed never to entangle himself with her again, professing that he no longer loved her. She lost the one who had always followed her. Yue Jitong kicked a small stone beneath her feet, brushing away a tear that lingered at the corner of her eye, suppressing the tiny pang of sadness within her. She retrieved her phone, scrolling through her group chats and contacts, many of which felt unfamiliar. There were numerous group chats, class groups, dormitory groups, takeaway groups, delivery groups, club groups, and a hodgepodge of others. For her, these were relics from a decade ago, with many details now fuzzy, yet with careful recollection, she could gradually revive some memories. She located the dormitory group titled 4 Gorgeous Beauties and sent a message. "Tom, I'm almost at school. Is anyone in our dorm?" In an instant, a reply appeared. "Man, I'm here. It's so boring alone. Hurry up." "Tom, okay, I'm on my way." "Yin, why are you guys here so early? Isn't there still a few days until classes start?" "Man, my brother's school starts early, and my mom asked me to come with him to avoid 2 trips." "Yin, then I'll go tomorrow. There's a comic exhibition in Xiaxu the day after." "Man, come on. Let's go out and have some fun before school starts." As Yue Jitong scrolled through her phone, relying on her memory, she eventually found her dormitory building, Fuhua 2. However, a rather pressing issue arose. She had forgotten the exact floor and room number of her dorm. "Tom, man, can you come down to meet me?" "Man, no problem. Give me 3 minutes." Xueman assumed she had packed too much and might struggle to carry it all upstairs, so without a second thought, she donned her pajamas and slippers and headed downstairs. Yue Jitong waited below, and within 3 minutes she spotted a girl emerging, clad in SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and sporting a light yellow headband. The dormant memories surged back to life in an instant, and she could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. After years apart, she had not expected to see Xueman again. "Tong Tong." Xueman scampered over, her slippers slapping against the ground. Yue Jitong embraced her, discreetly wiping her tears, whispering "Man." Xueman's body radiated warmth, still vibrant and tender, just as she remembered. "Tong Tong, what's wrong? Are you that excited to see me?" Xueman asked, slightly taken aback. Yue Jitong was typically a reserved individual, the most emotionally stable among their dorm, rarely revealing her joys or sorrows. Xueman, being perceptive, could sense the tremor in Yue Jitong's body at that moment. Yue Jitong released her, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I've severed ties with my family. From today onward, I have no home." Xueman was momentarily stunned, having shared a year as roommates. She rarely heard Yue Jitong speak of her family, and this was the first time she had brought up herself, uncertain of the circumstances and how to comfort her. Xueman empathized, imagining the profound sadness of being abandoned by one's family. She wrapped her arms around Yue Jitong, reassuring her, "It's all right. You still have us." 506 is your home. Yue Jitong felt a flicker of warmth. Though her sorrow was not solely due to that, her heart was still touched. Shui Man took Yue Jitong's hand, guiding her up the stairs, panting a bit as they reached the 5th floor, softly complaining about the lack of elevators. I'm exhausted. Yue Jitong chuckled, leading her into the dormitory. The dormitory housed 4 beds, featuring the standard upper-lower bunk design, equipped with air conditioning and an independent bathroom, along with a small balcony. Upon opening the balcony door, they found a drying rack, currently adorned with a few of Shui Man's garments. Colorful clothes hung from the balconies on either side. Their dorm's balcony faced the mountains, surrounded by lush greenery. The scenery was delightful, yet during the summer, mosquitoes thrived, making it unwise to open the door. Regular deep cleans were necessary to clear out the corners of the dormitory, often resulting in battles against termites. Each resident was equipped with a fortified mosquito net, and electric mosquito repellent was in constant use, with insecticide stocked year-round. The beds were numbered. Yue Jitong occupied bed number 3, situated by the door, while Shui Man was in bed 4, positioned right beside her. The remaining 2 beds were on the left side. After a long holiday, dust had settled on the desks and chairs. Yue Jitong wiped them down twice before beginning to organize her belongings. Her wardrobe was modest, as she owned few clothes, and while others lamented about the lack of space, her clothes occupied only half of the available area. The wardrobe was slightly damp. Before the break, she had hung 3 dehumidifying bags inside, which had filled with moisture. She took them down and discarded them in the trash, rummaging beneath the wardrobe to retrieve new dehumidifying bags to hang up. Although their efficacy seemed limited, it provided her with a modicum of psychological comfort. Man, do you want a dehumidifying bag? I stocked up a lot during last year's Double 11. I can't even use them all. I bought a dehumidifier. I feel it's a bit more effective than the bags. Shui Man, engrossed in her show, pointed to a small round bucket under her wardrobe. I even placed a few in the corners of the dorm. It's too humid. There's no helping it. We are on the shady side, adding humidity upon humidity. After Yue Jitong finished tidying up, she took a seat. The school provided wooden stools, which she found uncomfortable. So she ordered a leather chair with a backrest and wheels online, which was quite comfortable. The other 3 girls envied her and discarded their small wooden stools for larger leather chairs. Leaning against the chair's back, Yue Jitong stared blankly at the desktop. Zoning out as the sounds of Shui Man's show filled the air. The male character in the drama, with a hint of mockery, a touch of indifference, and a dash of anger, exclaimed, "How dare you even compare yourself to her? Do you think you're worthy?" Shui Man's eyes sparkled, so manly. Yue Jitong. She suspected that Shui Man's fascination with such dramas was warping her perception. Chapter 6. Yue Jitong must quit. Watch fewer idol dramas. They're too unrealistic. Yue Jitong, reflecting on certain matters, could not resist offering her advice. Shui Man smiled gently, her eyes shimmering. Even if it's fake, he's still incredibly handsome. Especially the way the male lead protects the female lead. It's absolutely stunning. Shui Man epitomized the typical Pisces. Empathetic, sensitive, romantic, and often lost in impractical fantasies. If you were a supporting character in the drama, would you still find him handsome? Shui Man paused, running her fingers through her hair. She often immersed herself in the roles of the protagonists, never truly considering the fate of the supporting characters. Yue Jitong's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a barrage of furious questions and insults erupted from the other end. Yue Jitong, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike your sister, leaving her in such a state? Where are you? Hurry back and kneel before launching to apologize. Holding the phone at arm's length, she recognized the voice of her mother. Ms. Baiyu. Yue Jitong remained silent and ended the call. She was well aware that these people would not relent, which is why she had long since blocked every number associated with the Yue family. The phone was not on speaker, yet Baiyu's voice was so loud that Shui Man could overhear. She paused her tablet and gazed intently at Yue Jitong. Another unfamiliar call came through, and Yue Jitong answered, again holding the phone away from her ear. This time, it was Yu Fengxuan, his tone brash and furious, laced with expletives, characteristic of his usual demeanor. You shameless wench, how dare you hit my sister? Just wait till I find you. I'll peel your skin off, you filthy creature. This time, Yue Jitong did not remain silent. Once he had finished his tirade, she brought the phone to her mouth and replied succinctly, "Mistress." The other party paused, taken aback, and she hung up, blocking him as well. She could vividly imagine Yu Fengxian's enraged expression directed at his phone. Xueman blinked in surprise. Just as she ended that call, another one came through. Yue Jitong seemed to anticipate who it would be. With a stoic expression, she answered. This time it was Yu shooting, his tone less agitated, yet his voice carried an undertone of anger. "Tong Tong, you have gone too far this time. Regardless of the circumstances, Lanxin is your sister. How could you strike her so violently? Hurry back and apologize to her. Seek her forgiveness." Yue Jitong's eyes remained devoid of emotion as she coldly replied, "Why don't you ask me why I hit her?" After speaking, she felt a pang of regret. She should have known the answer. Regardless, it mattered little. They cared only for Yu Lanxin's plight. "Please inform Ms. Bai Yu that from this day forward, I sever all ties with her and the Yu family. I owe you nothing. I desire nothing from you, and I implore you to cease your intrusions. Do you understand?" The Yu family had provided her with years of sustenance and educational resources, yet she had also donated bone marrow to save Yu Lanxin's life. She owed the Yu family nothing. The once coveted things had become superfluous to her. After a few seconds of silence, Yu Shooting replied, "Tong Tong, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry back and apologize to everyone." Having said all that needed to be said, Yue Jitong was disinclined to engage further. She abruptly ended the call, powered down her phone, removed the SIM card, and discarded it into the trash. The tiny card sailed through the air, and Xueman watched it arc like a projectile. She was left speechless. Was this truly Yue Jitong's family? It sounded more akin to adversaries. Suddenly, she comprehended Yue Jitong's desire to sever ties with them. Tong Tong, she wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words. Xueman still struggled to understand how such relatives could exist in this world. Yue Jitong explained using the tropes from the idol dramas Xueman often watched. "In the Yu family, my sister is the lead. Everything she does is justified. And there is always someone to defend her, mindlessly. Meanwhile, I am the cannon fodder, relegated to forever groveling at her feet, seeking their favor." Xueman fell silent, seemingly grasping a fragment of understanding. "I don't wish to discuss those people any further. Man, could you accompany me to get a new SIM card?" "Of course," Xueman replied, shutting off the drama to change her clothes. Yue Jitong acquired a new card and relinked her various applications to her new number. She deleted all the contacts from the Yu family, wishing to sever all connections henceforth. In Jing City, at the Mo residence, Mo Xilou had heard of Yue Jitong's estrangement from the Yu family and declared that he would no longer return there. With Yue Jitong unreachable due to her new SIM card, the Yu family reached out to Mo Xilou. Many were aware that Mo Xilou was in pursuit of Yue Jitong. When Yue Shooting inquired if he knew Yue Jitong's whereabouts, Mo Xilou denied it. After hanging up, he hesitated for a moment before dialing his roommate Gu Yunqi. Aside from returning to school, Yue Jitong likely had nowhere else to go. Gu Yunqi, a native of Xiashi, answered lazily, his voice hoarse, indicative of someone just awakening. "Why is old Mo calling me?" "Old Gu, I need a favor." Mo Xilou got straight to the point. "What is it?" "Could you check if Yue Jitong has returned to school?" Gu Yunqi, while dressing and taming his disheveled hair, replied, "Did you have a falling out with Yue Jitong?" Gu Yunqi found it hard to believe they would argue, as Mo Xilou had always been the one pursuing her, while Yue Jitong had consistently ignored him. "It's complicated. I just need to confirm her safety." "All right, I'll go check." After hanging up, Gu Yunqi rubbed his messy hair, yawned, and finally got out of bed. Having driven to the school entrance, Gu Yunqi smacked his forehead in realization. He could have simply asked Yue Jitong's roommate instead of coming in person. He picked up his phone and messaged Su Qinghe, quickly receiving a reply, a screenshot of their dormitory group chat. Gu Yunqi forwarded the image to Mo Xilou. "Old Mo. She is already back at school." Mo Xilou replied, "Got it. Thank you. I appreciate your help." After shutting off his phone, Mo Xilou pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, recalling the harsh words he had uttered, his expression turned uneasy. Even if he needed to cut ties, it would require time. In this lifetime, he vowed to rid himself of Yue Jitong. Otherwise, he would be nothing but a dog. In the dormitory group chat, Su Qinghe messaged Tong. Jitong, Mo Xilou is looking for you everywhere. Yue Jitong and Shui Man were dining at Haidaleo when she received the message, momentarily taken aback. I know. After a lengthy search, she finally located her conversation with Mo Xilou. The last message had been sent before the holiday, where Mo Xilou had asked her to wait for him to return to Jing City together. She had not replied, nor had she waited for him, returning to Jing City ahead of him. Yue Jitong reflected quietly, experiencing a sudden weight of silence. How had she been so indifferent that he had persisted in pursuing her for so many years? Did he feel sorrow? Her fingers lingered over the screen, the pot before her bubbling with hot steam, obscuring her vision and evoking a bittersweet sensation within her heart. Some matters, once deemed trivial, could evoke profound sadness when viewed from a decade later. Yue Jitong felt regret. It seemed she had missed a boy whose heart was entirely devoted to her. Was Mo Xilou worried about her? Did he still harbor feelings for her? For the first time, Yue Jitong took the initiative to message him in their chat. I've arrived at school. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you. Her message fell into an abyss of silence. Mo Xilou saw it, but chose to feign ignorance, unwilling to respond. Chapter 7. Never mention the name Yue Jitong again at X University. On the basketball court, Gu Yunqi collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. His jersey was drenched, and he wiped the sweat from his brow, suggesting, shall we call it a day? He was perplexed by Mo Xilou's inexplicable frenzy, mercilessly dominating them for nearly an hour. They simply could not compete. All right. Mo Xilou collected the ball and sat on a bench beside the hoop, his head bowed, fixated on his shoelaces, appearing rather dejected. Gu Yunqi struggled to his feet and joined him on the bench, nudging him with his elbow. Hey, old Mo, what is wrong? Nothing. Nothing? Then why are you mercilessly thrashing us? Gu Yunqi was skeptical. He had long sensed something amiss and probed. Could it be because of Yue Jitong? Has she rejected you once more? Mo Xilou glanced at him, his eyes frosty and his tone icily resolute. Do not ever mention that person in my presence again. What? Gu Yunqi was perplexed. It seemed that Yue Jitong had undoubtedly done something to offend Mo. I no longer harbor any fondness for Yue Jitong. Do not mention her again. Mo Xilou reiterated coldly. Gu Yunqi was taken aback. Beside them, another roommate, Fang Mingjie, wore an expression of disbelief. He had attended the same high school as Mo Xilou, where Mo's pursuit of Yue Jitong had stirred the entire school, and tales of him still circulated among the students. Fang Mingjie snatched the ball from Mo Xilou, spinning it with his finger, a grin playing on his lips. Come on, old Mo, now claiming to dislike her? I wager that after a good night's sleep, you'll be head over heels for her once more. Mo Xilou shot him a sharp glare, his expression dark enough to draw water, his voice colder than ice. I speak the truth. If anyone mentions her again, we shall no longer be brothers. With that, he rose and strode out. Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingjie exchanged glances. Old Fang, it seems that old Mo is genuinely angry, Gu Yunqi remarked. Fang Mingjie replied, what on earth is happening? Could he be serious? Gu Yunqi pondered. Perhaps something has transpired that we are unaware of. Since old Mo wishes to avoid speaking of her, let us refrain from doing so. All right, but I still find it hard to believe. How about we place a bet? Fang Mingjie suggested. On what? Gu Yunqi inquired. On how many days old Mo can last without seeking out Yue Jitong? Gu Yunqi scoffed. You must be bored. I wager 7 days. Fang Mingjie chuckled. I'll take 3 days. Gu Yunqi added. The loser must clean the dormitory for a month. Deal. Fang Mingjie affirmed, certain he would not lose. Mo Xilou brushed off his bothersome roommates. His head bowed as he made his way to the playground entrance. The summer evening was sweltering, yet a cool breeze wafted through. The sticky air began to disperse, carrying with it a hint of seawater, a touch salty, slightly fishy. At the entrance of the playground, Mo Xilou was halted by a familiar and melodious voice that called out to him. This voice was etched into his memory, one he could never forget. Almost instinctively, he stopped and turned to face her. The starlight danced upon her exquisite features, while the moonlight outlined her form. Her eyes were still as affectionate as ever, and she remained breathtakingly ethereal, akin to a sprite. Mo Xilou averted his gaze, his voice low. Is there something you need? Yue Jitong lowered her head slightly. In truth, she had no pressing matter. She had merely come to the basketball court in hopes of a chance encounter with him. To her surprise, she had indeed found him. It was a fortuitous coincidence. Had she arrived a second sooner or later, they would have missed each other entirely. Not speaking? Leaving? As she remained silent, Mo Xilou frowned and prepared to walk away. "Wait," Yue Jitong called out in a fluster, reaching out to grasp his arm. The solid muscle beneath her fingers provided an unfamiliar sensation. Mo Xilou observed her hand on his arm, and then met her gaze, his voice devoid of emotion. "We must maintain our distance." Yue Jitong's face flushed, and she hastily released him, feeling embarrassed. "Please, if you have something to say, do so quickly. I need to return to sleep." Mo Xilou took a step back, deliberately increasing the distance between them. Yue Jitong's slender brows furrowed slightly, her expression tinged with distress. She was a person plagued by social anxiety, not adept at communication. With much deliberation, she finally whispered, "Mo Xilou, I wish to pursue you." The darkness concealed Mo Xilou's expression, and under the dim yellow streetlight, Yue Jitong could not discern his emotions. Just then, Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingjie, who had been lagging behind, fortuitously overheard her words. The two stared in shock, their mouths agape, as if they had just witnessed a miraculous event. Did Yue Jitong truly declare her intent to pursue old Mo? Goodness, what a turn of events! The crucial matter was that Mo Xilou remained silent for 2 seconds. Lowering his eyelids, his tone devoid of emotion, "I cannot accept." With that, he strode away, leaving a bewildered Yue Jitong and 2 astounded roommates in his wake. Old Mo actually rejected her. He turned her down. Disappointment flashed in Yue Jitong's eyes as she too turned to leave. Gu Yunqi rubbed his eyes, then pinched Fang Mingjie. "Old Fang, did I just imagine that? Was that girl really Yue Jitong?" Fang Mingjie, still in shock, was oblivious to the pinch, his expression mirroring that of a bewildered elder on the subway, staring at his phone. He could not fathom how, after just 1 summer, everything had flipped so dramatically. Now he was intensely curious about what had transpired. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yue Jitong found her roommates already assembled. She maintained her usual impassive demeanor. Her roommates were accustomed to this and did not think much of it. Yue Jitong typically held a stoic expression, rarely displaying significant emotions. Hence, she had earned the moniker of the Ice Queen of the computer science department, and some even jokingly refer to her as the emotionally stunted beauty. Yue Jitong settled into a leather chair, leaning against the backrest as she let out a soft sigh. Shui Man was the first to notice something was amiss. "What is wrong, Tong Tong? You seem rather downcast." Yue Jitong hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper, "I wish to pursue someone." She yearned to win back Mo Xilou, but was uncertain how to do so. Su Qinghe, with a facial mask on and tending to her hands, turned her gaze toward them upon hearing their conversation. Zhang Yinyan, playing a game, paused to look over the curtain, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Even Shui Man appeared incredulous. The 3 of them simultaneously expressed their eagerness. Who is it? They were eager to know who could prompt the usually reticent Yue Jitong to take the initiative. 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes fixed upon her, and Yue Jitong felt a wave of embarrassment. It's someone you all know, Mo Xilou." "Ugh." The 3 of them simultaneously retracted their curious gazes, thinking to themselves, "Is that all? We thought it was someone extraordinary." Su Qinghe resumed, applying her facial mask. Her tone dismissive, "Mo Xilou, is he someone you need to chase? Isn't it just a matter of beckoning him with a finger?" Zhang Yinyan, retreating behind her curtain to continue gaming, called out, "Tong, that S rather lackluster. Are you just toying with us? Who doesn't he know that Mo Xilou is madly in love with you?" Shui Man, too, shot her a quizzical glance. Yue Jitong's cheeks flushed, at a loss for words. "I did something that upset Mo Xilou. He no longer wishes to speak with me. But I regret it and want to win him back." Yue Jitong spoke earnestly. Su Qinghe paused her actions, and Zhang Yinyan pulled back the curtain once more. The 3 of them focused their attention on her again. "Don't just stare at me. Offer some suggestions." Su Qinghe remarked, "I'm curious about what you did to make Mo Xilou not want to deal with you anymore." Zhang Yinyan and Shui Man nodded in agreement. They too were eager to understand. Yue Jitong hesitated. "I wronged him. The specifics were too convoluted to explain. The entanglements of their past lives were known only to them, incomprehensible to anyone else. Seeing her indecisiveness, Su Qinghe refrained from pressing her further. The group began brainstorming ideas for her. Xuanman suggested, "Why not apologize sincerely? Perhaps your genuine remorse will move him." Zheng Yinyan chimed in, "Think about what he likes. Maybe a thoughtful gift of apology would do the trick. Then, sprinkle in some charm to win his forgiveness. No matter how resilient a man may be, he cannot resist the charms of a woman's playful affection." Su Qinghe observed, "You might as well plant a kiss on him. He would likely forgive you anything." Zheng Yinyan chuckled, I doubt Tong Tong could ever bring herself to do such a thing." Su Qinghe retorted, "What is so funny? Do you not believe that my approach is the simplest and most effective?" Zheng Yinyan replied, "Then why not ask Tong Tong if she could manage it? I reckon her version of playful affection would be her utmost limit." Zheng Yinyan was particularly curious about how Yue Jitong would express her playful charms, as none of them had witnessed it before. Casting a glance at Yue Jitong, she thought, "In my next life, I hope to possess such beauty. With his face to charm, I doubt any man could resist." Yue Jitong sensed that their ideas lacked credibility and irritably ruffled her hair. Chapter 8. Mo Xilou regarded her as if she were inconsequential. On a cloudy Friday afternoon, Yue Jitong purchased 4 cans of chilled cola and carried them in a paper bag to the basketball court. If her memory served her correctly, Mo Xilou had no classes every Friday afternoon and would be playing basketball here. The only reason she recalled this was that in her past life, Mo Xilou would frequently message her, inviting her to watch him play whenever she had the time. Despite her infrequent replies, he persisted in updating her about his daily activities. In her previous existence, she and Mo Xilou had already become intimately involved. Her heart harbored nothing but resentment towards him, while he was likely consumed by guilt. He showered her with kindness, attempting to win her favor, yet her heart was filled with disdain and irritation. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, hanging low and heavy, with a dampness in the air hinting at an impending storm. Surrounding the basketball court were numerous girls. 80% of them were utterly oblivious to the game of basketball, their focus never resting on the sport itself. Their interest lay elsewhere. Today, Yue Jitong donned a light purple long dress that reached her calves, a design unremarkable and modest. With her hair tied back in a simple ponytail, she was not one for elaborate adornments, opting for the simplest of clothing, her hair hastily gathered with a hair tie, and she wore no makeup. Yet, even in her simplicity, she drew the gaze of others. Life was fair. She had been gifted with a naturally exquisite visage. But beyond that, there was little else. The basketball court was delineated into several sections, with 3 groups engaged in games. Without needing to guess, Yue Jitong knew that the group attracting the most girls undoubtedly included Mo Xilou. Arriving later than others, she stood at the back, not pushing into the crowd, but quietly observing. She listened calmly to the intermittent eruptions of excitement from the girls in front of her, their cheers ringing out for Mo Xilou. Such behavior was foreign to her. No matter how much she admired someone, she would never shout or cheer. Most of the time, her emotions remained tranquil, at least on the surface. Few could penetrate the depths of her inner world, perhaps not even she herself. Most who were drawn to her were enamored by her exterior, with scarcely anyone truly interested in her inner self, which was cold and mundane. It was easy to fall for someone's appearance, yet delving deeper into their essence often proved challenging. Gazing down at her toes, Yue Jitong pondered why the Mo Xilou of her past had been so infatuated with her. Perhaps love, by its very nature, is devoid of reason. Had she not entered his world, he might have found a woman who adored him and enjoyed a blissful marriage. This thought allowed Yue Jitong to grasp why this lifetime, as Mo Xilou, was so resolutely intent on severing ties with her. Had she been in his shoes, enduring years of cold treatment, she would have likely succumbed to despair long ago. She lifted her gaze, surveying the array of girls surrounding her, each with their unique style, innocent and carefree, fiery and passionate, brimming with youthful exuberance. Many were undoubtedly drawn to Mo Xilou. An inexplicable sense of helplessness and panic welled up within her. If Mo Xilou's fondness for her were to vanish, Would there still be a possibility for them to be together in this lifetime? In a matter of moments, dark clouds rolled in, the wind rustling the leaves, which began to flutter down. Yue Jitong brushed away a leaf that had settled on her shoulder. With autumn approaching, a chill permeated the air, and she rubbed her arms, regretting her light attire and wishing she had brought a jacket. The gentle patter of raindrops fell upon her face, a delicate caress, almost ticklish. Some girls could no longer endure the weight and scampered away, not out of fear of the rain, but rather to avoid revealing their unadorned faces to their idol. Though he might not spare them a glance, the thought of a what-if lingered. As the rain intensified, nearly half of the girls had departed. Yue Jitong, however, was untroubled by such concerns. Her face bore no makeup, and she feared not the rain. A resolute individual, once she made a choice, she would pursue it unwaveringly. She would not easily relinquish Mo Xilou. She sought not the outcome, but merely wished to follow her heart, which now pointed firmly towards Mo Xilou. The rain fell heavily, prompting an early conclusion to the matches on the basketball court. The boys clad in jerseys began to retreat. Mo Xilou and a few of his roommates walked together, preparing to leave the court. The remaining girls parted to create a path for them, some bold enough to approach their favored boys with offerings of drinks, hoping to exchange contact information. After waiting in the rain for so long, this moment was precisely what they had anticipated. Conversely, timid girls remained in the crowd, silently watching, lacking the courage to step forward, merely wishing that their idol would one day notice them. Mo Xilou continued to be a popular figure, with two girls already stepping forward to offer him drinks, though he declined both. Clutching the basketball, he wore a deep blue jersey emblazoned with a large white number 17 on the back. The first time Mo Xilou laid eyes on Yue Jitong, he was just 17. That year, the campus was awash in the golden hues of osmanthus, the air rich with its fragrance, and she happened to be standing beneath an osmanthus tree. Her slender figure illuminated as petals danced down from above, as if a rain of blossoms had fallen in his heart. That rain persisted for many years. As the fine droplets pelted his face, his bangs became damp, and he wiped them away with his left hand, brushing off the beads of rain. His eyes were striking, yet carried an air of aloofness. In the past, he had not possessed such coldness. His gaze had once been warm and joyful, full of life, laughter, and mischief. Oh, Yue Jitong had forgotten that the memory she held was of him in his teens and early 20s. Now he was, at his core, already in his 30s. What had Mo Xilou begun to change? When had he shed his youthful innocence, transforming into a stoic adult who concealed his emotions? Yue Jitong did not approach. She remained steadfast in her position, quietly observing him. There existed an unspoken understanding between her and Mo Xilou. Surrounded by girls on either side, Mo Xilou seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze toward a certain direction. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he averted his eyes, his expression tranquil and unperturbed, as if she were merely an inconsequential figure, unworthy of his attention. They brushed past each other, or rejecting the items offered by the girls. Mo Xilou conversed with his three roommates as they made their way out, not casting another glance in her direction. Yue Jitong lowered her head, silently trailing behind. She was not one to take initiative, her disposition exceedingly passive. The thought of pursuing a boy was as daunting to her as facing death itself. She was the type to prefer missing out than to take the lead. Yet in this lifetime, she yearned to muster the courage to be brave for Mo Xilou. The intricacies of fate between individuals are indeed peculiar. Often, those who love each other remain apart, while those who are together typically have one party who loves deeply and another who does not love enough. Sometimes, both parties may lack affection altogether, which seems fair in its own right. The oddities of love manifest in such laws. When I love you, you do not love me. When I do not love you, you love me. In moments of ignorance regarding love, you adore me. Yet when I finally understand, you are weary. The most lamentable aspect is that the affections of both parties appear to follow divergent paths, each loving in isolation, unable to converge. If the moment you love me most coincided with the moment I loved you most, the probability of such an occurrence is a mere 0.0000049. Statistics reveal that a person encounters over 20,000 individuals in a lifetime, yet the likelihood of two people truly loving each other stands at only 0.000049. Yue Jitong forced a self-deprecating smile. The cans of beverages in her tote clinked together, creating a melodic sound. Summoning her courage, she contemplated stepping forward to offer them to him. However, Mo Xilou cast a fleeting glance her way, his eyes inscrutable, ultimately extending his hand to accept an offering from another. He already had what she wished to give. Her gesture was rendered unnecessary. Yue Jitong tightened her grip on the bag, watching him depart, ultimately refraining from making her offering. She walked back to the dormitory, the chatter of several girls ahead of her buzzing with excitement. Their conversation was replete with mentions of Mo Xilou. A. Mo Xilou accepted Rue's drink today. B. Do you think Mo Xilou likes our Rue? A. Who knows? Look, he refused everyone else's drinks, but chose Rue's. Sure, Rue, overhearing this, felt a slight blush creeping to her cheeks, her heart racing. She thought to herself, don't say such things. She never anticipated that her idol would accept her drink. In that moment, her heart nearly leapt from her chest. She was also a freshman in the economics department and had harbored a crush on Mo Xilou since their first encounter at the beginning of the semester. She made it a point to attend every basketball game he played, yet he never seemed to notice her, despite being in the same department. Opportunities to approach Mo Xilou were scarce. I heard before that Mo Xilou likes someone from the computer science department. It seems rumors aren't always true. Sure, Rue's expression darkened. As someone who had closely followed Mo Xilou, she was well aware that he had someone he liked, who lived just next door to their dorm. However, they had not yet established a relationship. Men are fickle. I heard Mo Xilou no longer likes that person. He said so himself. Is that true? Rue, you should seize the opportunity. Let's take advantage of this. Sure, Rue's eyes sparkled with hope. It's reliable. It came from a guy in our class who often plays basketball with Mo Xilou. It's definitely insider information. Seems legit. Rue, go for it. Sure, Rue suppressed her inner excitement, her face betraying her turmoil. But with so many girls vying for his affection, could she really stand a chance? Why not? You're the belle of the economics department. If you can't do it, who can? And besides, Mo Xilou accepted your drink today. Perhaps he already has some interest in you. Sure, Rue's heart soared, her pulse quickening with exhilaration. Yue Jitong remained silent, trailing behind them, quietly absorbing their gossip. Her rivals truly were numerous, which intensified her melancholy. Ultimately, the 4 cans of chilled cola were returned to the dormitory, consumed by Su Qinghe, Zheng Yinyan, Xueman, and Yue Jitong. Su Qinghe, upon hearing Shure recount her basketball court experiences, opened a can of cola while mercilessly mocking her. Look at you, failing to even offer a drink. What a shame for our dorm. Zheng Yinyan drew back the curtain of her bed, took a sip of soda, and exhaled contentedly. Mo Xilou doesn't want her, so it's a win for us. Xueman opened her can of cola, pouring it into a glass and sipping through a straw. Comforting Yue Jitong, it's all right, Jitong. We will always support you. Su Qinghe, feeling frustrated, retorted, support doesn't amount to much. What good does it do? Zheng Yinyan belched after finishing her drink. Well, what else can we do? We can only support Jitong in spirit. Su Qinghe slammed her can down on the table, asserting, I say, just shove the drink in his arms and don't worry about whether he wants it or not. What is there to hesitate about? Zheng Yinyan shook her head disapprovingly. Jitong simply can't bring herself to do that. Otherwise, she wouldn't hesitate. You know her character. Xueman, sipping her drink, suddenly reminisced, I still remember the first day of school, the first time I met you all in the dorm. The first person I saw was Yin Yan, and I thought she had a wonderful personality. I figured the others must be nice too. The second person I encountered was Sister Qinghe, who had a commanding presence that intimidated me into silence. Zheng Yinyan laughed in agreement, gesturing dramatically. Exactly. When Sister Qinghe entered the dorm, she slammed her suitcase down on the table, immediately starting to nitpick everything. It left the two of us too scared to speak. Su Qinghe blinked. Did I really? She had long forgotten the incident. Xueman continued. The last to arrive in the dorm was Jitong. My first impression was that she was aloof, and the second impression was that she was extremely aloof. She entered without uttering a word, busying herself with her belongings, her expression frosty. I thought to myself, great. With 4 of us in the dorm, 2 seem unapproachable. The next 4 years are going to be tough. Anya nodded vigorously. Exactly. That was my feeling too. Those 2 look like trouble. Suqingha chuckled awkwardly. Yue Jitong defended herself. I was just a bit nervous. Living with so many strangers made me tense. And it showed on my face. She was simply socially anxious. Xue Man smiled. We later discovered that while Sister Qinghe has a fiery temper, she is quite straightforward. Jitong may seem aloof on the surface, but she is actually quite shy. Zheng Yin leaped from her bed, suddenly realizing, unknowingly, we have been living together for a year. Let us toast to that, with cola in place of wine, to celebrate our first year together. Absolutely. The 4 of them raised their colas in a toast, honoring the memories of their freshman year, while anticipating the joys of their sophomore year. With a pop, Yue Jitong opened her can of cola and took a deep swig, feeling the bubbles cascade down her throat, refreshing her spirit. The tinge of melancholy in her heart began to dissipate. Chapter 9. What exactly has Yue Jitong done to you? Yue Jitong posed a question beneath numerous posts. How can one successfully pursue a boy? After perusing the highly upvoted responses, the core message was clear. As long as one possesses a decent appearance and a thick skin, there is no man who cannot be won over. Yue Jitong touched her face, thinking that she should be considered quite attractive. However, she lacked the audacity, a trait cultivated over more than 20 years. And thus it was challenging to alter her nature in a fleeting moment. She opened her reading app once more, searching for literature on how to thicken her skin. After an entire evening of reading, her mind remained a blank slate, unsure of how to proceed. She closed her eyes and sighed. Ultimately, she pondered, perhaps she should heed Su Qing's advice. Regardless of his opinions, she would act decisively. With so many girls eyeing him, Su Qinghe was correct. Her hesitance might indeed preclude any possibility between them. The sky was clear, unmarred by clouds. At the basketball court, Yue Jitong returned to her usual spot, clutching a newly purchased beverage in a green can, Sprite this time. She couldn't help but think. What if she ended up not giving it away and had to carry it back to her dorm? Last time, they had enjoyed cola together, so she opted for a different flavor to avoid monotony. Yet, if she had to take it back again, Su Qinghe would likely scold her for her lack of initiative. The news of Mo Xilou playing basketball at this hour was originally relayed to her by Gu Yunqi, who had learned it from Su Qinghe. The crowd gathered around the court was sparse, likely due to the heat or perhaps because many girls were unaware. Yue Jitong scanned her surroundings and noticed a girl, whom she recognized as Rue, the one Mo Xilou had assisted with her water last time. Yue Jitong discreetly observed her. She didn't know this girl, but sure Rue was aware of her presence. Sure Rue was also quietly assessing her, biting her lip, feeling somewhat displeased. Hadn't it been said that Mo Xilou no longer harbored feelings for her? Why was she here? Yue Jitong had no desire to engage in conversation. She found a long bench and sat quietly, her expression devoid of emotion, resembling a beautifully crafted sculpture. Sure Rue withdrew her gaze, mentally weighing her chances against Yue Jitong. Dressed in a loose, lavender floral t-shirt and light denim jeans, Yue Jitong stood at 165 centimeters and weighed 99 jin, reaching 168 centimeters in her shoes. Her figure was well-proportioned, with a generous bust, a slim waist, and long legs. However, her attire was too ordinary, overshadowing her advantages, leaving her beauty reliant solely on her face. Without it, she would blend into the crowd, indistinguishable from any passerby. Rue thought it's not much. She is merely a bit more attractive. Standing at 160 centimeters, Rue excelled in fashion. She donned a fitted, deep purple crop top paired with a white pleated skirt, and with height-enhancing insoles. Her legs appeared elongated, creating an optical illusion that made her seem nearly as tall as Yue Jitong. This comparison reignited Rue's confidence. As long as Mo Xilou granted her a fair opportunity for competition, she refused to believe she could be outdone by someone whose expression remained so stoic. Mo Xilou had spontaneously decided to play basketball, driven by a restless irritability that compelled him to vent his frustrations through sport. For reasons unknown, every time he closed his eyes these past few days, he envisioned that rain-soaked face, with her clear disappointment visible through the fine curtain of rain. "Look over there. It seems that someone has come to see you again," Gu Yunqi exclaimed, rushing to his side. They had all grown cautious about mentioning Yue Jitong in Mo Xilou's presence. Any inadvertent mention would darken his expression like a storm cloud. Mo Xilou hesitated, but couldn't suppress the urge to glance over. Seizing the moment, Gu Yunqi snatched the ball from his hands and dumped it, laughing, "Old Mo, you fell for it." Several girls lingered by the court, but Gu Yunqi was unsure if Yue Jitong was among them, deliberately teasing him. Mo Xilou's expression darkened, a mix of annoyance brewing within him. Whether at Gu Yunqi's trickery or his own lingering interest in Yue Jitong, he could not tell. He charged at Gu Yunqi, overpowering him with ease. "Old Mo, you're too ruthless." Gu Yunqi pleaded, "I'm sorry, let me go." Mo Xilou ignored him. Fang Mingzhi helped Gu Yunqi up, mocking him, "With your skills, why provoke old Mo? Why is your mouth always so reckless?" Gu Yunqi, panting, lamented, "I can't take it anymore. I need a break. I'm parched. Does anyone have water?" Fang Mingzhi shot him an exasperated glance. "We came out together. You should know whether we brought any water." They were only carrying a single basketball. Gu Yunqi waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, there are plenty of girls over there. We'll go over, and surely someone will offer us water." Fang Mingzhi retorted, "Even if someone does offer, it won't be for you. What has given to old Mo is for us too." Gu Yunqi clung to Mo Xilou like an octopus. "Old Mo, if you don't drink, be sure to pass it to me. I'm dying of thirst." He felt like a fish out of water, his throat parched. "Get off me." Mo Xilou pushed him away, exasperated. "Old Mo, after a whole holiday, how had you become so cold-hearted?" Gu Yunqi couldn't hold back his curiosity. "What did Yue Jitong do to you? You two seem like entirely different people now." Suddenly, Gu Yunqi's eyes widened as he proposed a wild theory. "Wait, you two didn't swap souls, did you?" He quickly released Mo Xilou, staring at him incredulously. Mo Xilou shot him a dark look and kicked him, gritting his teeth. "If your brain is broken, go get it fixed. The movies you like are all in XXX format." Hey, all right, enough." Gu Yunqi hastily intervened. Now he believed that Mo Xilou had indeed changed. Fang Mingzhi pulled him away. "Just be quiet for a moment. Do you think we're in a drama? Soul swapping? Have you watched too many melodramas? Yue Jitong is really coming." Gu Yunqi whispered to Fang Mingzhi, sneaking a glance at Mo Xilou ahead. It was all quite peculiar. When Yue Jitong spotted them approaching, she quickly stood up, but someone was faster than her. "Would you like some water?" Sure, Rue interjected, eagerly handing a bottle to Mo Xilou, her eyes shyly meeting his, her cheeks flushed. Having received water from him yesterday, she expected he would accept it again today. Her gaze brimmed with expectation and affection. Mo Xilou frowned, feeling uncomfortable under her overly affectionate gaze, which was more off-putting than the sweat from his exertion. He remained silent, and sure Rue's arm, extended in offering, began to stiffen. Her smile faltered. Mo Xilou's eyes fixated on the ground. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of the hesitant Yue Jitong, completely ignoring the girl before him. Yue Jitong stepped forward, albeit a moment too late. But Mo Xilou had yet to accept water from anyone else. "Mo Xilou, this is for you and your dorm mates." Her fingers were slender and fair, clutching the handle of the bag as she presented it to him. Mo Xilou glanced at her with a cold expression, still refusing to take it. Sure Rue shot a glare at Yue Jitong. Gu Yunqi observed this tense standoff, feeling overwhelmed. He poked Mo Xilou from behind. "Come on, say something. If you aren't tea drinking, at least pass it to me. I'm about to die of thirst." He felt as though he was drowning in water while suffering from a drought. Mo Xilou finally extended his hand, and both Sure Rue and Yue Jitong turned to him. Hopeful. Chapter 10. I don't like running, but I do like you. He extended his hand towards Yue Jitong, his gaze softly alighting upon her face. Shiru felt a surge of anxiety, while Yue Jitong maintained an air of tranquility. Then, Mo Xilou's hand veered away, his eyes skimming past Yue Jitong as he accepted the water that Shiru offered. Shiru's eyes sparkled with delight, while Yue Jitong's dimmed slightly. Xilou was elated, convinced that Mo Xilou indeed held no affection for that woman. A hint of pride crept in her glance towards Yue Jitong. With her eyes lowered, Yue Jitong's subtly upturned gaze fell, tinged with a hint of defeat, a slight ache stirring within her, just as she contemplated reclaiming her belongings. Suqing's words echoed in her mind. With resolve, she stepped forward, directly placing the items into Mo Xilou's embrace, uttering not a word before turning to leave. Mo Xilou paused momentarily, the chilled kin of drink pressing against his arm, as he watched Yue Jitong's retreating figure until she vanished at the edge of the playground. He then handed the bottle to Gu Yunqi. "Here, you seemed thirsty." Gu Yunqi accepted it without hesitation, downing its contents in one go. Shira bit her lip, watching Gu Yunqi drink, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Thank you for the water, classmate," Gu Yunqi said, crushing the bottle and tossing it into the trash. "You look quite familiar." Having just consumed her water, Gu Yunqi sought to make small talk. To his surprise, Shira readily engaged. She quickly introduced herself. "We are from the same department. I am Shira, a sophomore majoring in accounting." Though she appeared to be responding to Gu Yunqi's question, her eyes remained fixated on Mo Xilou. Gu Yunqi, discerning the situation, understood that this was yet another of Mo's romantic entanglements. He glanced at Mo, puzzled by his stoic demeanor. "Mo, are you going to drink that beverage? Share one with me." There were 4 cans in total, and Mo passed one to him, another to Fong Mingjie, and opened one for himself, gulping it down. Observing this, Shira felt a pang in her heart, vaguely grasping the underlying sentiment. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yue Jitong felt a hint of discontent, though she masked it with her usual impassivity. "Tao, you're back," Zheng Yinyan greeted her, surprised to see her seated on a chair. Usually, she preferred lounging on her bed rather than lingering on the floor. Yue Jitong replied with indifference. "Let's attend the elective class together tonight." Zheng Yinyan invited her while applying makeup. "All right," Yue Jitong responded, checking her schedule on her phone. To her surprise, there was a big data technology class scheduled for the evening. She tidied her desk, preparing the materials she needed to take. After attending the class, which concluded at 9 in the evening, Yue Jitong returned to her dormitory and began her assignments, realizing there was still much to prepare for the next day's lessons. Zheng Yinyan, occupying the bed opposite hers, sat back to back with her, both engrossed in their work. Xuan Man, wearing headphones, watched a drama, careful not to disturb them, while Su Qinghe had yet to return from wherever she had gone. The dormitory was enveloped in silence. At 11 o'clock, Yue Jitong finally finished organizing her materials for the following day. She stretched, hurried to wash up, and climbed into bed. Zheng Yinyan, feeling fatigued, set her pen down, yawning repeatedly, hoping that the teacher wouldn't call on her in class the next day. "Please don't call on me, I beg you." Who said that university life is devoid of assignments? As both girls settled into their beds, Shui Man removed her headphones and initiated a conversation, enlivening the atmosphere in the dormitory. Where did Sister He go? Zheng Yinyan wondered aloud as she lay in bed, opening her favorite game. The absence of one person made the room feel significantly quieter. "I don't know. Sister He's been missing since this afternoon," Shui Man replied while tidying up. "Oh, at this hour, she likely won't return," Zheng Yinyan noted, glancing at the clock, which read 11:30. Their university had no curfew, nor did anyone check the dorms. However, it was uncommon for Su Qinghe to return so late. "She might have gone home," Shui Man casually suggested. As a local with her own vehicle, it was quite convenient for her to return home. "Why is Tao so quiet?" Shui Man remarked, sensing that Yue Jitong was particularly withdrawn today. While she often maintained a quiet demeanor, today she seemed especially so. Yue Jitong sighed, realizing that when left with her thoughts, she tended to dwell on matters of the heart. Regrettably, Sister He was absent. Otherwise, she could have sought her counsel. "What's troubling you, Tao? Share your worries. We are your loyal confidants," Zheng Yinyan encouraged, multitasking between her game and their conversation. "Yinyan, won't you lose if you're distracted like that?" Shui Man inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "Not at all. It's a piece of cake. I could manage 3 tasks at once," Zheng Yinyan declared with confidence. There was no game she couldn't handle. Yue Jitong confided her troubles to them. Zhang Yinyan belonged to the category of individuals who preferred to abandon problems rather than confront them. Tao, if it's too much, just let it go. Or why not join me for a game? After all, what's more delightful than a game compared to a man? Xue Man, listening patiently, offered a pragmatic suggestion. Why not consider approaching it from another angle? Mo Xilou seems to be the head of the sports department and has joined the long-distance running club. Perhaps you could explore those avenues? Yue Jitong paused, taken aback by this information, which she had been unaware of, as she seldom paid attention to Mo Xilou. How do you know so much? Zhang Yinyan inquired, her fingers deftly navigating the screen. I share a major with Mo Xilou. During class, I often hear girls discussing him. She replied, not deliberately seeking out this information, but rather being involuntarily exposed to it. Zhang Yinyan smacked her forehead. I almost forgot. You're not in the same major as us. Xue Man shot her a bemused glance. Their dormitory was a mixed one. Yue Jitong and Zhang Yinyan belonged to the computer science department, while Xue Man and Su Qinghe were from the economics department, albeit with differing specializations. Yue Jitong located the contact information for the president of the long-distance running club in the campus group and clicked to add them, receiving instant approval. She inquired about the club's activities, which were scheduled for Sunday afternoons at the pavilion in the northwest corner of the school, as relayed by the club president. Dressed in comfortable, lightweight athletic shoes, with the weather slightly cool, she wore light gray sports trousers and a casual purple autumn sweatshirt. Upon arriving at the pavilion, she noted 5 or 6 individuals present. Surveying the area, she did not see Mo Xilou. A boy in a white sweatshirt with a buzz cut approached her. Are you the new member? Yue Jitong nodded slightly, her expression cool. Yes. Hello, I'm the president, Tianhu, he introduced. Yue Jitong, she replied. The other club members regarded the newcomer with curiosity, their eyes sparkling with admiration, yet hesitant to approach, sensing her aloof demeanor. Yue Jitong was disinclined to engage in conversation, especially with unfamiliar faces. She settled into a corner, waiting to see if Mo Xilou would arrive. Gradually, more individuals trickled in, predominantly males from the running club. Tianhu asked, is everyone here? A boy replied. Mo Xilou mentioned in the group that he would arrive shortly. Yue Jitong glanced at her phone. Tianhu had just added her to the club group, informing her, we will notify you of our activity timings in the group. Our club does not have a fixed meeting place. It varies each time. Understood. Yue Jitong nodded slightly, uttering not a word more. She was typically sparing with her words around those she did not know well. What a cool and distant young lady, was the impression everyone formed of her. Nevertheless, a curious young man approached her, inquiring, Miss, what prompted you to suddenly join our long-distance running club? These individuals were all freshmen who had enrolled in their first year, and the new students had just begun their military training. Thus, the club was currently comprised of veterans. Yue Jitong gazed into the distance, observing the figure becoming increasingly distinct, and replied coolly to pursue someone. The young man before her felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed the lady had her sights set on someone else. His budding hopes were abruptly extinguished. May I ask who it is? Who has captured the heart of this fair lady? Yue Jitong pointed ahead. There he comes. The young man's expression dimmed completely. Oh well, it's Mo Xilou. The lady has set her sights too high. He is unworthy. With a sense of self-awareness, he took a step back. Upon noticing Yue Jitong's presence, Mo Xilou was momentarily astonished. What's she doing here? All right, everyone is here. Let us set off. The starting point is also the finish line, and we have a time limit of 1 hour, Tianhu announced before setting off at a brisk pace. The others followed at their own leisurely pace, running according to their individual speeds. Mo Xilou, though surprised internally, maintained a cold demeanor, revealing no emotion. He did not engage her in conversation, instead trailing at the back. Yue Jitong quickly stood up to keep pace, closely following Mo Xilou. He slowed his speed slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her. After running for a while, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, why do you keep following me? Yue Jitong blinked. Gasping for breath, I'm running, of course. I have joined the long-distance running club. Given her typically low level of physical activity, even this short stint left her panting heavily. Didn't you used to despise running? Mo Xilou remarked, unconsciously slowing his pace further. He recalled her aversion to sports during their university days, particularly her disdain for the 800-meter physical fitness test. Each time, she would be out of breath, tears in her eyes, collapsing to the ground afterward. Yue Jitong, too, reminisced about those days of running the 800 meters. It had always been her greatest source of dread during the annual fitness tests. Back then, while she ran on the track, Mo Xilou would always accompany her on the outer lane, cheering her on, though she had never paid it much mind. Her calves were beginning to ache, and as she gasped for air, she whispered to Mo Xilou, "I don't like running, but I do like you." And Mo Xilou froze, his heart racing uncontrollably. Suppressing the complex emotions swirling within him, he chose to ignore her previous statement. "I'm so tired." Yue Jitong struggled to keep up behind him, but her stamina was waning. While her body ran ahead, her spirit lagged behind. She felt dizzy, nearly losing sight of the ground beneath her. Mo Xilou could hear her increasingly labored breaths behind him. Just as Yue Jitong felt she could no longer persevere, a light rain began to fall from the heavens. After the onset of autumn, the rain had become abundant. Mo Xilou finally halted, spotting a pavilion ahead. "Let's take shelter there," he suggested. "Okay," Yue Jitong replied, abruptly stopping. Her legs weakened, and she knelt down. She did not wish for this to happen, but her legs were too weak. Ever since donating bone marrow to Yue Lanqi in her childhood, it seemed she had developed a lingering ailment that prevented her from engaging in strenuous exercise. Otherwise, she would feel dizzy and disoriented. Consequently, over the years, she had grown disinclined towards physical activity. Her physical constitution was mediocre, and she caught colds easily during the winter. Mo Xilou noticed the commotion behind him, hesitating for a moment before continuing forward, resolutely choosing not to look back. After gasping for a considerable time, Yue Jitong finally managed to rise and hurried toward the pavilion before the rain intensified. She plopped down onto a bench, leaning against a pillar, her eyes closed as she sought to recover. The rain pattered down, splattering against the ground. The pavilion contained only the two of them. Mo Xilou leaned against the opposite pillar, hands in pockets, flicking droplets of water from his hair and glancing at her. Her eyes, which had been closed, were now slightly flushed, likely from the exertion of running. It was probable that she had not run such a distance in quite some time. Mo Xilou unabashedly studied her face, memories of both joy and pain flooding his mind uncontrollably. Her curled eyelashes quivered slightly, prompting him to avert his gaze immediately. Yue Jitong opened her eyes, finally feeling as though she had returned to life. Chapter 11. If you like me, then give me a kiss. Yue Jitong straightened her back, stepping away from the pillar to look at the man standing diagonally opposite her. Mo Xilou did not meet her gaze. His eyes fixed on the curtain of rain beside him. He stood at a distance. Was he intentionally creating space? Yue Jitong pondered. If he wouldn't approach her, then she would go to him. Thus, she rose, and despite her thighs still aching, she slowly walked to Mo Xilou's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him to admire the rain. Neither spoke, and a profound silence ensued. Having known each other for so many years, there had always been a rift of resentment between them. It felt as though they had never stood together in such a calm manner, simply taking in the rain scene. The mountains, grass, trees, and flowers washed by the rain exuded a refreshing yet slightly melancholic beauty. After a long while, the rain began to lighten. Mo Xilou finally broke the silence, turning to her with a low, somewhat impatient voice. "Yue Jitong, why do you keep lingering around me?" Yue Jitong looked up, meeting his slightly displeased gaze. Feeling a bit bashful, she murmured, "I already told you, I want to pursue you." He scrutinized her slightly flushed face, suddenly letting out a laugh. "Why are you pursuing me?" "Because I like you," she stated, inhaling deeply, not daring to meet his eyes, slowly affirming, "Yes, I like you." His expression shifted, and without warning, he grasped her face, lifting it to force her to meet his gaze. Yue Jitong was compelled to look up into his profound eyes, her eyelashes fluttering involuntarily. Mo Xilou leaned in closer, pinching her face as he pushed her against the pillar. She felt her back collide sharply with the post, causing her body to tremble, tears welling in her eyes. The glimmer of moisture in her gaze struck Mo Xilou, evoking a sense of pity. He leaned down, locking his gaze onto hers, his face close enough that his breath brushed against her, his voice a tad husky, yet laced with a teasing tone. You like me, huh? Then give me a kiss. Yue Jitong, leaning against the pillar, tilted her head back, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, feeling somewhat shy. His face was so close that if she leaned in just a bit, she could kiss him. Yet, she had never kissed anyone before, and the thought made her feel a sense of embarrassment. Her hands nervously clutched at the hem of her shirt. After a prolonged moment of stillness, Mo Xilou scoffed, his eyes now tinged with disdain as he released his grip on her chin. Is this what you call liking me? You want to even kiss me? Just as he was about to step back, a gentle kiss unexpectedly landed on the corner of his lips. Soft and tender, it sent a jolt through his heart. Yue Jitong's heart raced, her face burning. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, she had taken the initiative to kiss a boy. Although she had been married to Mo Xilou for over 10 years in her past life, there had been no intimate contact between them, save for that one drunken incident, as he had never wished to force her. Yue Jitong, what I meant was not just a kiss on the corner of the lips. That doesn't count. Mo Xilou suppressed the tumult of emotions in his eyes, leaning closer to her again, raising an eyebrow with a teasing tone, pointing to his lips. You need a kiss here for it to count. He gazed at her quietly, as if a dark vortex in his eyes could draw one in. Yue Jitong closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, her curled lashes trembling as she drew nearer. In the stillness of the space, apart from the sound of rain, she could hear the drumming of her own heartbeat. Her palms were clammy with anxiety. As she beheld the increasingly close, delicate petals of his lips, Mo Xilou's expression was inscrutable, his gaze cast downwards, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within. The atmosphere thickened, becoming laden with a sweet ambiguity. Just as she was about to kiss him, he suddenly extended a finger, pressing it against her lips, interrupting the intoxicating moment. Yue Jitong opened her eyes, a hint of confusion evident. Mo Xilou, still with his eyes lowered, gently brushed her lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile as he took a step back, his words laced with cold indifference. Yue Jitong, just because you say you like me, does that mean I must accept it? Were you all this time? He leaned closer, his voice cool and detached. Do you not realize that belated affection is worth less than weeds? The rain ceased. The sun, previously hidden by dark clouds, re-emerged. Mo Xilou turned away, his demeanor frosty. I will not be with you. Do not cling to me any longer. His figure vanished into the sunlight. Yue Jitong stood there, dazed, lifting her gaze and blinking, desperately suppressing the tears that threatened to fall. To claim she was unhurt would be a falsehood. Her heart felt as though it were being sliced, a dull ache residing within. There was shame, guilt, bitterness, and confusion, all of it self-inflicted. For many days, Yue Jitong wandered in a daze. Like a marionette, she mechanically reached for a cup of water, just as she was about to lift it to her lips. Su Qinghe snatched the cup from her hand and slammed it onto the table. The loud sound jolted her back to reality. Yue Jitong's unfocused gaze sharpened, and she looked at her with a hint of confusion, her voice hoarse. What's wrong? Why won't you let me drink? Su Qinghe looked at her with an odd expression. Sister, this is boiling water, 100 degrees. Are you trying to scald yourself? Oh. Yue Jitong finally comprehended, her face flushing with embarrassment. Thank you. Su Qinghe rolled her eyes in exasperation. It's just a rejection from a man. Is it really worth losing your mind over? Like a soul adrift, Shui Man subtly poked Su Qinghe, shaking her head, signaling her to refrain from mentioning that sore topic. Zheng, Yin peeked out from behind the curtain, chiming in, what sister he said is right. It's just a man after all. It's not worth it. Why not join me for a game? You'll realize that games are far more enjoyable than men. Shui Man also sat beside her, soothingly whispering, it's all right, Tong Tong. You're so beautiful. Many people like you. There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. Receiving the concern of her roommates, Yue Jitong felt her spirits lift somewhat. Yet her greatest flaw was her stubbornness, her rigid mindset. Otherwise, in her past life, she would not have been perpetually trapped in the unreciprocated affection of familial bonds, ultimately being exploited. She simply could not persuade herself to fully abandon Mo Xilou. It was beyond her capacity. She wished to cling to that one tree. When one is ensnared by obsession, Even if 1,000 acres of forest lay ahead, their eyes are only on that singular tree. It was as if she were cursed, bewitched, unable to absorb anything, to see anything else. She could only persist in what she believed, pursuing her stubborn desires. Those who were outside the situation remain clear-headed, while those entangled in emotions are foolish. Su Qinghe peeled a glistening grape, tossing one in her mouth, casually remarking, "This Sunday, our outreach department is having a team-building event. Would you like to join us?" After a pause, she added, "Now that recruitment is over, we have a lot of handsome freshmen in our department." Su Qinghe was the head of the outreach department. The outreach department primarily organizes exchange activities with other universities and enterprises, promoting collaboration and resource sharing. They establish relationships with the media, responsible for event publicity and reporting, and gather funds through various channels to support departmental activities and projects. It requires exceptional communication skills, organizational ability, and public relations acumen. Of course, the most crucial factor that enabled Su Qinghe to ascend to her position was her extensive network. Having begun managing her family's business at 18, the industry leaders she knew were beyond what her peers could imagine. As a minister, she wielded genuine power, capable of attracting investments. Xuanman quickly expressed her interest. "I want to go." Then she turned to Yue Jitong. "Tong, join me." Yue Jitong realized that Xuanman was deliberately suggesting this to help her divert her mind. Gratefully accepting her kindness, she replied, "Then I'll go too." Freshmen can't compare to games. Zhang Yinyan, her eyes glued to the screen, then shifted her tone. "But since you are both going, I might as well join the fun." Xuanman smiled. "Great. Our dorm will be perfectly united." The team-building event was set at a scenic canyon, featuring activities like hiking, rafting, and barbecue, with an evening party in a villa area. Chapter 12, Team Building. Mo Xilou is also there, enthusiastic juniors. Including Yue Jitong and her group, there were about 20 people attending the team-building event. They booked a van. Upon reaching the destination, another vehicle with 4 rings parked nearby. 3 boys alighted from a car. Yue Jitong didn't expect to encounter Mo Xilou here. They hadn't seen each other since he had rejected her. In such a vast campus, unless by design, it was rare to cross paths. Yue Jitong felt mocked and rejected, her heart a mix of shame and discomfort. And to avoid awkwardness, she had refrained from appearing before him again. Mo Xilou seemed to cast a glance in her direction, but Yue Jitong lowered her head and remained silent. Xuanman stood beside her, whispering to Su Qinghe, "Why are they here?" Su Qinghe frowned, stepping up to Gu Yunqi and asking, "Hey, didn't you say you and T come?" Gu Yunqi leaned casually against the car, smiling nonchalantly. "How could I miss our first team-building event with the newcomers? I'm the vice minister, after all." Gu Yunqi was Su Qinghe's subordinate, serving as the vice minister of the outreach department. "Oh, by the way, I brought my 2 roommates along. You want to mine, will you?" Su Qinghe shot him a glance, then looked at Mo Xilou, her expression inscrutable, before turning to leave. "Do as you like." She returned to Yue Jitong, murmuring, "I didn't know Gu Yunqi would bring Mo Xilou along." "It's fine." Yue Jitong shook her head. "Let it be. Just enjoy yourselves." Among a group of youths around 20, the atmosphere quickly warmed up. About 10 were freshmen who had just joined the outreach department this year. The department had a relatively high threshold. Not just anyone could join. They primarily selected individuals with lively, talkative, and extroverted personalities to engage in external investment and collaboration. Communication was essential. Being overly introverted would certainly not suffice. This group came together, creating a lively scene. The chatter and laughter filled the air, brimming with joy. Yue Jitong walked alongside Xuanman and Zhang Yinyan. Su Qinghe, as the minister, needed to attend to the new freshman. Gu Yunqi remained close by her side, exchanging banter. Mo Xilou walked on the other side of the group, alongside his roommate, Fang Mingzhi. He kept his head down, silently trudging along. He himself could not fathom why he had chosen to participate in such a mundane event. He had heard Gu Yunqi mention this gathering, noting that Su Qinghe would be bringing her roommates. In a moment of impulsive fervor, he urged Gu Yun to rise. Yet upon seeing her, his heated thoughts abruptly cooled, and he began to regret his impulsive nerves. Given Yue Jitong's character, her willingness to approach him must have taken immense courage. After such a severe rejection, a woman of her pride would surely refrain from drawing near him again, right? Lao Mo, Fong Mingzhi draped his arm over his shoulder and leaning closer, whispering, I say, what prompted you to attend such an event? Is it for Yue Jitong? Don't be absurd. It's not for her, Mo Xilou retorted coldly, his expression steely as he denied the insinuation. He would never admit it, not even under duress. After all, he had just made a bold declaration in the dormitory, claiming he would be a dog if he still harbored feelings for Yue Jitong. Fong Mingzhi scoffed, keep pretending all you want, just wait and see. Among all these young freshmen, someone will undoubtedly vie for her attention. Regardless of Yue Jitong's disposition, her striking beauty made her the most remarkable among them. With his gaze downcast and a frigid demeanor, Mo Xilou replied, why should I care who pursues her? She has nothing to do with me. Fine, fine, keep your pride. Fong Mingzhi released him, weary of further debate. After all, it wouldn't be him who would be anxious later. After 2 hours of intermittent walking, they finally arrived at a flat clearing, where Suqing has signaled for everyone to stop and prepare for a picnic. Yue Jitong found herself flanked by Zhang Yinyan on her left and Shui Man on her right, both supporting her as they settled on the grass. She panted, wiping the sweat from her brow, utterly exhausted. By the time they reached the back, her steps had grown unsteady, nearly requiring Zhang Yinyan and Shui Man to assist her. Jitong, your stamina is abysmal. How can you be worse than me, a total homebody? Zhang Yinyan remarked, sitting beside her, unfazed and breathless. She considered herself sufficiently reclusive, preferring to lounge rather than engage in physical activity. Yet she didn't find herself as fatigued as Yue Jitong appeared. Shui Man offered a bottle of water to Yue Jitong, gently patting her back to help her catch her breath. Drink some water and take it slow. Thank you. As the heat on Yue Jitong's face dissipated, after 5 minutes of rest, she finally regained her composure and began to respond to Zhang Yinyan's inquiries. I underwent surgery when I was young, which left me with poorer physical stamina than most. Coupled with my general aversion to exercise, my lung capacity is limited. Prolonged activity leaves me feeling drained. Ah, I see. Jitong, you really must improve your fitness. Moderate exercise can significantly bolster your health, Zhang Yinyan advised, wiping her own sweat and opening a bottle of water. I understand. I will set aside half an hour daily for exercise from now on. Yue Jitong realized that her current state was unsustainable. She felt fragile, gasping for air at the slightest exertion. 2 boys approached and sat down beside Shui Man and the others, their features youthful and distinctly that of freshmen. Hello, senior sisters. Shui Man nodded, responding warmly, hello there. The boys introduced themselves. I'm from the computer science department. My name is Yang Zhou. The boy named Yang Zhou had a slightly darker complexion, with prominent brows and bright eyes, his smile radiating warmth. He appeared to stand over 6 feet tall, exuding the essence of a cheerful, sunny young man. Oh, so you're our direct junior. Zhang Yinyan beamed with a friendly smile. Yang Zhou's eyes lit up. What a coincidence to meet a senior from the computer science department. This is also a senior from the computer science department. Zhang Yinyan introduced Yue Jitong. Yang Zhou turned to Yue Jitong, his gaze filled with admiration. But she merely nodded in acknowledgement, her expression indifferent. Before long, Yang Zhou and Zhang Yinyan were engrossed in conversation, discussing games, majors, and courses. As their dialogue unfolded, they discovered they hailed from the same hometown and even attended the same high school. Fellow townsfolk, they exclaimed, their camaraderie blossoming instantly. The conversation flowed effortlessly, especially as Yang Zhou was well-versed in the games Zhang Yinyan enjoyed, and he played them exceptionally well. Noticing the difficulty of conversing amidst the group, Zhang Yinyan decided to step aside with Yang Zhou for a more private chat, even pulling out her phone to play games together. Shui Man and Yue Jitong watched in astonishment, utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Prior to today, Zhang Yinyan would never have anticipated finding a long-term gaming partner at this gathering. Meanwhile, another boy, witnessing Yang Zhou swiftly whisk away his senior, felt a pang of frustration. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he introduced himself. I'm from the chemical engineering department. My name is Li Qian. Shui Man smiled and greeted him warmly. Hello. While Yang Zhou spoke, Li Qian had discreetly assessed the three girls, mentally categorizing them. The girl in the middle appeared aloof, possibly unapproachable. The one on the left seemed lively, but did not pique his interest, showing more enthusiasm towards Yang Zhou. The girl on the right, however, exuded gentleness, with a fair complexion and a soft-spoken demeanor, aligning closely with most of his preferences. The only missing detail was her family's background. If it were commendable, he might consider pursuing her. Prior to approaching, he had already gathered intel in the crowd, learning that the three senior sisters were all roommates of a department head and notably single. Thus, they had seized the opportunity to make their introductions before anyone else could. Upon hearing Li Qian's name, Yue Jitong's previously placid expression underwent a subtle transformation, a flicker of surprise and suppressed anger flashing in her eyes. She lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the junior named Li Qian, growing increasingly convinced of his familiarity. Could it be? Chapter 13. Steering clear of scoundrels and protecting roommates. Mo Xilou's imagination runs wild. While Yue Jitong regarded Li Qian, Mo Xilou observed her intently. Seeing her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the junior, an inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. "Huh, Yue Jitong, is this what you call affection for me? Have you given up so quickly? Have you already taken an interest in someone else?" Unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, Mo Xilou's imagination was spiraling. Her focus remained on Xue Man and Li Qian, who appeared to be fixated on Xue Man, wearing a gentle smile. Their conversation soft and measured. In no time, Li Qian's address for Xue Man seamlessly transitioned from senior to man, a shift so natural that it felt entirely comfortable. Yue Jitong, listening intently, clenched her fingers, her knuckles turning white, her gaze momentarily flickering. Was it destined that those meant to meet would inevitably cross paths? Regardless of the circumstances, she regarded the polished Li Qian, her eyes briefly clouded with coldness. Who would have guessed that this seemingly refined gentleman, impeccably dressed, concealed the heart of a scoundrel? A scheming, opportunistic man, a master manipulator by nature. In her past life, Xue Man suffered grievously at the hands of this wretch, ultimately losing her life over it. A tragic tale of one life taken and another marred, forever shamed, reduced to a mere anecdote after death. In her previous existence, her bond with her roommates had not been particularly strong, and she seldom inquired into their private matters. Regarding the matter of Xue Man and Li Qian, Yue Jitong was only aware of the general outline and not the specific details. She was also oblivious to when their romance had commenced. However, she was certain that in their previous lives, their encounter had occurred much later than it would now. Little did she expect that her rebirth would cause them to meet earlier. This time, she resolutely vowed not to allow this scoundrel to harm Xue Man. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her fingers cracked audibly as she clenched her joints, and her complexion grew increasingly pale. Li Qian took out his phone, intending to add Xue Man on WeChat, and Xue Man, smiling faintly, was about to acquiesce. Suddenly, with a flash of insight, Yue Jitong leaned against Xue Man's shoulder, her voice feeble, brows furrowed, as she placed a hand over her stomach. Man, I feel quite unwell. Could you accompany me to the restroom?" Xue Man, having not yet extended her phone, withdrew it and tucked it into her pocket, concern etching her features as she gazed at Yue Jitong. Tong, what is the matter? It's just my stomach. I can't walk alone right now. Man, could you help me to the restroom?" Xue Man immediately discarded the thought of adding WeChat and promptly assisted Yue Jitong to her feet. The restroom was not far, and she let Yue Jitong lean on her shoulder as they made their way forward. Once the two girls had distanced themselves, Li Qian traced the edge of his phone with his fingers, squeezing the case tightly, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had been so close to securing Xue Man's contact information. Xue Man, this girl, was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Innocent and charming, oblivious to the harsh realities of the world, inexperienced in love, yet brimming with romantic fantasies. From a well-off family, she barely met his standards for a girlfriend. No matter, there would be many opportunities ahead, and she would ultimately fall into his grasp. Clenching his fist, he turned his gaze towards another pavilion where Yang Zhou was engrossed in a game, pushing up his glasses, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Unexpectedly, The bumbling Yang Zhou seemed to have a fair share of romantic prospects, quite appealing to the girls. In the restroom, Shui Man looked worriedly at Yue Jitong, whose complexion was ashen. Tong Tong, if you're not feeling well, should we head back? Yue Jitong remained silent, her body trembling slightly. Tong Tong, why is your face so pale? What exactly is wrong? Seeing her quietness, Shui Man grew anxious, fearing that she was in severe discomfort. Yue Jitong furrowed her brows, unsure of how to articulate her explanation. In truth, her body was not unwell. Her pallor was solely a manifestation of the harrowing memories of Shui Man's tragic demise in her past life. That day, she had leaped from the rooftop, crimson blood pooling on the ground like a river that would never run dry. The sounds of screams, alarms, and ambulances filled the air. Chaos, terror, and cacophony. A young and vibrant flower had been so easily severed, wilting and merging with the earth, ground to dust. Tong Tong, your hand is so cold, Shui Man remarked, taking her hand, her gentle tone rousing Yue Jitong from a reverie. Yue Jitong looked up at her, her gaze complex, after a long moment of silence. She said nothing, merely gripping Shui Man's hand tightly. Those experiences were hers alone. For Shui Man, that suffering had yet to unfold. All the tragedies had yet to commence. Yue Jitong resolved that this time, she would stifle any budding misfortunes in their infancy. She could not guarantee that Shui Man would live a life of happiness and joy in this world, but at the very least, she would ensure that she lived in this world, safely, cleanly, and with integrity. Man, I suddenly feel a bit tired and don't wish to play anymore. Shall we head back? Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, her spirits dim. All right, I'll let Qinghe and Yin know, Shui Man replied, encouraging Yue Jitong to sit while she took care of the matter. Zheng Yin and Yang Zhou were deeply engrossed in their game, expressing their desire to stay a while longer, while Su Qinghe, being the president, could not leave early. Shui Man understood this, but merely wished to inform them. As Yue Jitong sat there, she raised her head, quietly observing the joyful and exuberant college students around her. Her gaze was tranquil, lost in thought. She scanned the room, glancing at Yang Zhou and Zheng Yin playing games, at Li Qian animatedly conversing with other girls, and at the younger students surrounding Su Qinghe, as well as the smugly smiling Gu Yunqi. Is this youth? Perhaps it is intertwined with calculations of interests, yet also embodies the pure, passionate essence of youth. At last, her eyes met a profound and inquisitive gaze. Across the throng of people, her gaze intersected with Mo Xilou's. In the bustling crowd, he, like her, remained silent, for they were the only two souls who did not belong here. In the next moment, Mo Xilou averted his gaze, focusing instead on the distant mountains concealed in the mist, his expression indifferent. Yue Jitong pressed her lips together, withdrawing her gaze. At that moment, Shui Man returned, saying, "Let us go, Tong Tong. Let them play. I'll accompany you back. Qinghe sent a junior to drive us." "All right, let us depart," Yue Jitong replied, taking Shui Man's hand as they exited. Her objective had been achieved. She would first take Shui Man away, severing her contact with Li Qian, and then devise a plan. As they approached the parking lot, a familiar car with 4 rings pulled up before them. The window rolled down, revealing a cold yet familiar face inside. Yue Jitong was momentarily taken aback. How had this person, who had just been over there, appeared here? Mo Xilou spoke with a hint of impatience. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car. I'll take you back." Shui Man snapped back to reality, urging Yue Jitong to join her in the back seat. Mo Xilou remained silent, his demeanor frosty, while Yue Jitong also refrained from speaking, staring blankly at the seat back. Shui Man felt somewhat awkward, unsure of what to say, and opted for silence as well. In her heart, Shui Man thought, wasn't it agreed that a junior would drive us? Why did Mo Xilou end up coming instead? The atmosphere inside the car grew oppressively silent, the only sounds being the tires against the pavement and the wind howling outside. Finally, they arrived at the dormitory building, and Shui Man exhaled, every moment having felt like an eternity. She glanced at Mo Xilou, who was driving, then at Yue Jitong beside her, noticing that her complexion had improved significantly, no longer so pale. Thus, Shui Man tactfully decided to exit first. "Tong Tong, I'm going to the supermarket to buy something. Let us meet back at the dorm." "All right." Once Shui Man left, Only Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou remained in the car, the atmosphere even more silent. She sat in the back seat, positioned diagonally across from him. Neither of them uttered a word. Since being rejected last time, Yue Jitong found herself at a loss for words upon seeing Mo Xilou again. There was awkwardness and uncertainty. Mo Xilou glanced at her through the rearview mirror, noting that her complexion had brightened considerably, which eased his own anxiety. Observing her silent demeanor, he furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a surge of irritation. Why did she have so much to say to others, but none for him? Why did she always maintain this calm, unruffled facade around him, as if he were invisible? He longed to provoke her. He would rather see her angry, embarrassed, or upset than to witness her treating him like air. Yue Jitong swore she truly had no idea how deeply Mo Xilou was overthinking things. If she could hear his thoughts, she would certainly defend herself. She was merely socially anxious and not particularly articulate. She certainly did not regard him as invisible. "Come sit here." A soft voice suddenly shattered the silence. Yue Jitong lifted her head, momentarily taken aback, before realizing he meant for her to take the passenger seat. Nodding obediently, she exited the vehicle, opened the door, and settled into her seat. Chapter 14. To kiss or not to kiss? What a madness. Once comfortably seated in the passenger seat, Yue Jitong lowered her head slightly, her gaze fixed on her knees. Strands of hair fell delicately against her face, and her half-closed eyelids obscured her glassy eyes, presenting an aura of tranquility. Mo Xilou rested one hand on the steering wheel, leaning back against the seat with an indifferent expression, occasionally glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Yue Jitong, in turn, discreetly observed him, her slender fingers tightly intertwined, her lips gently biting, her heart in turmoil. She longed to utter something, yet the words remained lodged in her throat. It appeared she was still not courageous enough. Unlike others who could shrug off a single rejection, she faltered, too timid to proceed after just one dismissal. Yet, she had previously turned him down countless times. Mo Xilou, however, persistently pursued her, demonstrating that the act of wooing someone is far from straightforward. A pang of annoyance coursed through Yue Jitong, her brows slightly furrowed. She lamented her own cowardice, regretting her past indiscretions that had caused him pain. Was this the cycle of cause and effect? The conflicted expression on her face was interpreted by Mo Xilou as a desire to avoid being in close proximity to him. Being with him brought her discomfort. Yet she claimed to have feelings for him. What a deceit. They were two individuals, one lacking eloquence and the other prone to overthinking. The more silent she was, the more his thoughts spiraled. With a frosty demeanor, Mo Xilou's face bore an icy pallor, his eyes fixed on the steering wheel as he unexpectedly commanded, "Kiss me." "What?" Yue Jitong's eyes widened slightly, doubting her hearing. She hadn't anticipated such a swift shift in the atmosphere. She genuinely believed she must have misheard and sought clarification. Yet, Mo Xilou interpreted her hesitation as feigned ignorance or reluctance. Suddenly, he leaned in, stopping a mere 5 centimeters from her face, locking eyes with her glistening gaze. With a finger, he tilted her delicate chin, narrowing his eyes as he reiterated, his tone brooking no dissent, "I said kiss me." His masculine breath brushed against her cheek, sending a ticklish sensation to her ears. Yue Jitong swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the seat cushion. It was all so sudden, she was unprepared. The last time she had kissed him had taken every ounce of her courage. Now, her heart trembled, beating rapidly, her eyes flashing with conflict. They remained in a stalemate for 2 seconds. Disappointment flickered in Mo Xilou's eyes. Didn't she claim to like him? Why was she afraid to kiss him? Recalling their previous encounter, her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "But you said you wouldn't be with me and not to entangle you." Mo Xilou was taken aback, his brow furrowing in impatience. "So, will you kiss me or not?" Yue Jitong blinked her large, glistening eyes, finding his behavior perplexing, yet resolved to comply with his request. Whatever he instructed her to do, she would follow. Trembling, she reached out, grasping the collar of his shirt, closing her eyes, preparing to kiss him. Mo Xilou's expression darkened as he observed her face, his thoughts inscrutable. Yet, the anticipated sensation never arrived, for he raised a finger to press against her lips. Opening her eyes, she looked bewildered and innocent. Was he the one who said to kiss him? What was happening? Mo Xilou moved his finger upward, gently caressing the small mole just to the left of her left eye, suddenly chuckling. Yue Jitong, you truly do listen to me. He withdrew his hand, reclining back against the seat, his gaze turning cold and unfeeling as he declared, boring. Get out. Yue Jitong was utterly flabbergasted. What was going on? One moment, he urged her to kiss him, the next he forbade it. What madness! Gazing at his frigid profile and emotionless eyes, she suddenly understood. He was toying with her. Without uttering a word, she stormed out of the car, seething. Despite her indebtedness to him, no matter how he treated her now, it was to be expected. Yet, she was still infuriated. Having been played twice in succession, she felt both humiliated and angry. Without looking back, she entered the dormitory building. Meanwhile, Mo Xilou, observing her furious retreat, couldn't help but smirk, feeling inexplicably uplifted. At that moment, Shi Rue happened to arrive with a stack of books. Witnessing Mo Xilou's proximity to Yue Jitong, her jealousy barely contained. However, seeing him darken his expression and order her out of the car brought her some comfort as she bit her lip and indignantly strode into the hallway. Mo Xilou remained stationary for some time, then gripped the steering wheel tightly, driving out of the school and into the sparsely populated outskirts. Accelerating to the maximum on the winding roads, dust swirling around them. An hour later, he came to a halt, his body slumped over the steering wheel. It felt exhilarating. It seemed he had discovered the correct method to engage Yue Jitong. By playing with her emotions, she hadn't scolded him. She merely sulked. What would it take to see her in a fit of rage, to hear her chastise him vehemently? Mo Xilou began to wonder if he had a penchant for masochism. He simply couldn't endure her detached demeanor, indifferent to everything. He yearned to witness a broader spectrum of emotions from her, whether joy or anger. Such a Yue Jitong would appear more vibrant, more authentic. Night descended upon the girl's dormitory. Yue Jitong lay on her bed, her hands cradling her head, utterly oblivious to Mo Xilou's intentions. No matter how hard she pondered, she could not fathom that he was deliberately trying to provoke her. All she felt was his increasing absurdity. Was it possible that the pain she caused him in a past life had driven him to such unpredictability? Unable to unravel her thoughts, Yue Jitong let out a deep sigh. The others were all present in the dormitory. Zhang Yinyan was engrossed in a game with her newly found partner, passionately bantering with the opposing team. Su Qinghe listened to music while applying a face mask, occasionally taking calls to arrange company matters. Shui Man continued binge-watching her favorite drama. Upon hearing Yue Jitong's sigh, the three of them turned their concerned gazes towards her. What is wrong, Tong Tong? Are you still feeling unwell? Shui Man asked gently. No. Yue Jitong hesitated for a moment before deciding to share Mo Xilou's peculiar behavior with them, hoping they could help her analyze it. As soon as the topic of romance arose, the three became animated. Shui Man turned off her drama. Su Qinghe muted the music. And Zhang Yinyan requested Yang Zhou to hold on for a moment. Three pairs of eyes focused intently on her, listening with rapt attention, feeling slightly embarrassed under their scrutiny. Yue Jitong recounted Mo Xilou's actions during the past two encounters. What do you think? Does he really want you to kiss him? The question slipped out, and her face flushed. Su Qinghe suddenly burst into laughter, her amusement escalating until she was nearly doubled over on her chair. Ha ha! I never expected Mo Xilou to be so mischievous. He doesn't seem like the type at all. Zhang Yinyan interrupted her infectious laughter. Stop laughing. Jia. If you keep this up, Tong will want to find a hole to hide in. Only Shui Man, with a serious demeanor, assisted in analyzing the situation. Drawing from my decade-long experience in idol dramas, I surmise he must indeed be pondering over it. However, for reasons unknown, or perhaps due to some internal barriers, he finds himself compelled to reject you. In essence, it is a conflict of desire and reluctance. Su Qinghe stifled her laughter. Her approach was perpetually straightforward and unrefined. Regardless of his thoughts, the next time he behaves thus, seize the moment unexpectedly and kiss him directly. Observe his reaction. He cannot be allowed to toy with you repeatedly. It is time to turn the tables. Zhang Yinyan propped her chin on her hand. Having never experienced romance herself, She found it difficult to comprehend such behavior. In this instance, I stand with Sister He. Sometimes, overthinking is futile. One must act decisively. She then seamlessly shifted the topic back to Su Qinghe. By the way, Sister He, I noticed that Gu Yunqi has been persistently courting you. What's the situation between you two? Su Qinghe nonchalantly removed her facial mask and replied, He wishes to pursue me. Aren't you already in a relationship? We broke up. Oh. The conversation concluded. Su Qinghe's brief romantic escapades had long ceased to astonish them. Among their dormitory, Su Qinghe was the most seasoned in matters of the heart, having cycled through 7 boyfriends since their acquaintance. None of these relationships endured for long. Each individual harbored their own perspectives on love, and as friends, they refrained from casting judgment on one another's romantic choices. Whether one sought enduring affection or the thrill of the chase was entirely a personal decision. As the lights dimmed, Yue Jitong drew the curtains and resumed her activity on her phone, fervently adding titles to her virtual bookshelf, such as The Woman Who Pursues Men Through Layers of Silk, Mastering Love, How to Captivate a Man's Heart, The Best Life for the Woman Who Knows How to Flatter, and a deep dive into the male psyche. When in doubt, she believed one should read more. In addition to her literary endeavors, Yue Jitong crafted a fitness regimen for herself. Her physical condition was far from satisfactory, and she needed to cultivate a robust constitution to summon the energy required to pursue Mo Xilou. Henceforth, she resolved to jog each morning for half an hour to enhance her physical fitness. Chapter 15. A Desire to Kiss Her at First Sight. At 6 in the morning, dawn broke softly. Yue Jitong silenced her alarm and tossed, and turned in bed, struggling to rise. A yawn escaped her, and her slightly upturned eyes glistened with fatigue. She felt overwhelmingly drowsy. However, having established a running plan, she could not afford to fail on the very first day. Battling her sleepiness, she dressed. Late October brought a chill in the air. She donned a loose-fitting light blue sweatshirt paired with gray joggers. After casually tying her hair into a ponytail and splashing water on her face, she felt fully awake. She packed her bag, ensuring to include everything needed for her early class. After her run and breakfast, she could head directly to her lecture. Exiting shortly after 6, she found numerous students traversing the corridor, predominantly fourth-year students preparing for their postgraduate entrance exams. They trudged along, laden with backpacks, their faces weary and hurried. The morning breeze was refreshingly cool. Yue Jitong placed her backpack in a locker at the entrance of the track, performed a brief warm-up, and commenced her running task for the day. She began at a leisurely pace, employing the breathing techniques Mo Xilou had once taught her. As she moved forward at a slow and steady rhythm, her thoughts wandered to him. Her mind drifted back to high school. In her senior year, to equip herself with the stamina required for her demanding studies, Yue Jitong would dedicate half an hour each night after evening classes to jogging. The nights were late, and the track lights were turned off, enveloping her in darkness as she ran alone, a twinge of fear lingering in her heart. On the second night, Mo Xilou appeared on the track, accompanying her as she ran, engaging her in light-hearted conversation and instructing her on proper breathing techniques. At that time, she was aware of Mo Xilou's affection for her, yet she had repeatedly rebuffed him under the guise of focusing on her studies. The true reason remained known only to her. At times, she envied Mo Xilou for his courage to love and pursue love, while she, like a timid quail, dared only to steal glances, carefully ensuring she was not detected. Yet, she was discovered by Mo Xilou himself. Yue Jitong snapped back to reality, colliding with Mo Xilou, who was running towards her. Her thoughts faltered, recalling his indifferent word from the previous day. Just go down. They were still a short distance apart, and she pondered how to greet him without causing awkwardness. Today, Mo Xilou happened to wear a light blue hoodie, dark gray joggers, and white sneakers. With his long legs, he quickly closed the gap between them. Before she could formulate an opening line, he had already reached her. Then, Yue Jitong blinked, watching as he sprinted past her like the wind, failing to spare her even a glance, as if he were a stranger. She averted her gaze, looking down at the ground, a fleeting shadow of loneliness crossing her features as she continued at her snail's pace. Perhaps Mo Xilou did not wish to converse today. In that case, She would resume her run and seek a suitable moment to speak later. The two of them ran in opposite directions, and unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, Mo Xilou glanced back after a short distance, noticing her retreating at a snail's pace, showing no inclination to catch up with him. Frustration simmered within him. Could he not expect her to initiate conversation? Was it impossible for her to greet him? Did she not have the option to change her course to follow him? Was this what she termed affection? Deceitful. She had never treated Chunyin in such a manner. Mo Xilou's expression darkened as he suppressed the emotions swirling within his gaze, quickening his pace, swiftly darting across the track. 2 minutes later, Yue Jitong spotted Mo Xilou again, her eyes wide with astonishment. Was he truly running that fast? She had barely completed half a lap. Mo Xilou caught sight of her astonishment, his dark eyes glinting. Did she truly not wish to see him? Even upon seeing him, she remained silent? Would he once again be met with silence? Yue Jitong remained perplexed by his thoughts, observing his gloomy countenance. It seemed he was in a foul mood today. Perhaps it was best not to provoke him. Mo Xilou's temperament had indeed become rather unpredictable. She endeavored to diminish her presence, retracting her neck as she edged towards the inner track, intending to quietly pass him by. Noticing her subtle maneuver, Mo Xilou felt a surge of irritation. So, she chose to act as if he were invisible, did she? He would not allow that. Just as they were on the verge of brushing past one another, Mo Xilou stepped aside, entering her lane. Yue Jitong was caught off guard by a sudden change in direction and had no time to react, colliding directly into his embrace. Given his greater speed, the impact nearly sent her reeling backward. A firm hand grasped her lower back, pulling her back into balance. After stabilizing herself, she felt a sharp pain in her chest from the collision, tears welling in her eyes. She gasped for breath, her eyes and nose reddened, appearing quite pitiful. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly necessary to react so dramatically to a mere bump? He released her, taking a step back to distance himself. His gaze locked on her slightly parted lips as she struggled for breath, his throat tightening. What was that about? Mo Xilou retorted, shifting the blame back to her. Yue Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of incredulity. What nonsense was he spouting? Who had truly collided with whom? Summoning her courage, she challenged him. Were you not the one who failed to evade me? Mo Xilou was deliberately being unreasonable, asserting if we were heading in the same direction. How could you possibly collide with me? Yue Jitong gazed at him in shock, never having anticipated that Mo Xilou could exhibit such shamelessness. This ability to invert right and wrong left her utterly speechless. Her tongue faltered, rendering her incapable of retorting. She merely stared at him with wide eyes. To prevent you from crashing into me again, from this moment forth, you shall run behind me. In the same direction, he stated, a hint of mischief in his tone as he suppressed the slight upward curve of his lips upon witnessing her indignant expression. Yue Jitong pressed her lips together, too weary to argue, and silently adjusted her course to fall in step behind him, pondering what madness he was indulging in today. Mo Xilou resumed his run, noticing the slow footsteps trailing behind him. The corners of his mouth lifted subtly before he returned to his impassive demeanor, intentionally decelerating his pace. No longer sprinting with reckless abandon. After 3 more laps, noticing the lack of movement behind him, he turned to find Yue Jitong had not kept up, bent over with her hands resting on her knees. He jogged back to her. What's wrong? Yue Jitong lifted her gaze, her face flushed, tears glimmering in her eyes. I can't run anymore. Let us call a day here. Mo Xilou's attention was once again drawn to her slightly parted lips, his throat tightening. Why did he find himself uncontrollably yearning to kiss her, to grasp her neck and press his lips against hers, as if under some enchantment? He genuinely suspected that Yue Jitong had cast a spell on him. Struggling to restrain himself, Mo Xilou unleashed a wave of merciless mockery. TSK, you can't run anymore? Your body is far too feeble, utterly useless. His expression was one of playful disdain. Yue Jitong clenched her fists, feeling an impulse to strike him. Had Mo Xilou been possessed by another? How had she never realized how venomous his words could be? No, she had hardly spoken to him before. Not wishing to engage with him, she reminded herself that in this lifetime, she was indeed the one at fault. I'm going to eat. Are you coming? He fixated on her lips as they opened and closed, pondering for a few moments before responding nonchalantly. Chapter 16. Kissing her frenziedly. Yue Jitong secured her backpack and ventured ahead, her breath still uneven from their recent run, panting lightly. Mo Xilou, hands tucked into his pockets, leisurely trailed behind her, his gaze fixed on her swaying ponytail. In a moment of reverie, the graceful silhouette before him overlapped with the image of the girl in school uniform from his memory. During high school, he had followed her countless times, his eyes tracking the movement of her ponytail. High school. How many years ago was that? Though his body remained youthful, his heart had long since decayed. Yet, Yue Jitong, how had she changed so little? She remained as she once was, young, beautiful, with a captivating grace that seemed ethereal, capable of ensnaring hearts with a mere glance. Even now, passers-by, seniors and juniors alike, found themselves irresistibly drawn to steal an extra look at her. Why was he the only one whose heart had aged? Why was he the sole victim of emotional pain? Why was it only him? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Mo Xilou's expression darkened suddenly. He quickened his pace, swiftly overtaking Yue Jitong and moving ahead of her. He refused to remain merely a spectator of her back. Yue Jitong raised her eyes, observing the man who had hastily increased his stride. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, did she perceive anger emanating from his figure? Was he upset again? Her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Could it be that her walking had provoked him? Perhaps it was because he disliked others walking ahead of him. She silently noted to let him walk first in the future. From the recently traversed track to her classroom, they needed to cross a pebble-strewn path. The path was lined with maple trees, their vibrant autumn leaves, yellow, red, and orange, drifting gracefully down, carpeting the ground. Standing at the entrance, one could see the winding path, the fiery autumn foliage, wooden benches, the distinct branches of trees, the clear blue sky, and the classroom building at the end of the path. This was the unique beauty belonging to autumn, belonging to X University. Amidst this picturesque landscape, two figures strolled. Yue Jitong followed him closely, absently counting the pebbles beneath her feet. After a while, Mo Xilou's ears perked up, gauging her distance by the sound of her footsteps behind him. In the past, he had always watched her retreating figure. Now, he wished for her to take a good look at his back as well. Mo Xilou, somewhat petulantly, slowed his speed, allowing her to catch up. Unable to resist the urge, he glanced back, only to find the girl with her head down, kicking at the pebbles beneath her feet. She hadn't even looked at him. She was ignoring him. Indeed, her professed affection seemed to be a fade. When one truly loves another, their gaze would never waver as long as that person was present. How could he know? Because he was that person, back when Yue Jitong was near. His eyes had never strayed elsewhere. It was evident that Yue Jitong did not harbor such strong feelings for him. The calmness of his heart began to churn once more. Mo Xilou abruptly halted, turning his back to her. Yue Jitong, oblivious to his sudden stop, continued forward, colliding directly with his back. Her well-developed chest had met with his back once earlier that morning, causing her considerable pain. She hadn't expected to collide with him a second time within a mere hour. Stepping back, she couldn't suppress a pained gasp. Mo Xilou turned, his expression inscrutable as he regarded her, his lips pressed into a straight line. Yue Jitong inhaled deeply, finally recovering, casting him a resentful glance. Why did you stop so suddenly? Her eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, with a naturally alluring arch that seemed to draw one in. This glance instantly quelled Mo Xilou's anger and resentment. He focused on her glistening eyes and her delicate, flower-like lips, stepping closer to her. Yue Jitong blinket, tightening her grip on her backpack strap, feeling a shiver run through her at his gaze, instinctively taking a step back. Had she inadvertently angered him? In an instant, Mo Xilou halted just 10 centimeters away from her, suddenly reaching out to grasp her slender waist, concealed beneath her loose hoodie, and pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Yue Jitong was taken aback, her hands resting against his chest, meeting his wolf-like black eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously as she stammered, "What's wrong?" A gentle autumn breeze stirred, causing a yellow leaf to fall from a branch, drifting gracefully beside her ear. And Mo Xilou, with one arm around her waist, reached up with the other to pluck the leaf from her hair, his long fingers pinching its stem and blowing gently. The leaf spun in the air before landing on the ground. "What did you say?" He leaned closer to her ear, his voice deep and husky as he posed the question. Yue Jitong blinked innocently, feeling increasingly perplexed by Mo Xilou. His emotion seemed utterly unpredictable. She was at a loss as to what she had done to displease him. Gazing at his lips, her mind suddenly recalled Su Qing He's words. If you kiss him, he might not be angry anymore. This time, without him needing to prompt, she took the initiative. Yue Jitong, in a moment of impulsive fervor, unexpectedly rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his, her hands clutching his clothing tightly, trembling with nervous excitement. He exuded a subtle scent of soap mixed with a hint of mint, intertwined with a crisp, woody aroma. With her eyes closed and her lashes fluttering, she quivered, earnestly kissing him. Lacking experience in the art of kissing, she merely pecked at his lips in a haphazard manner. Mo Xilou, taken aback by this sudden act, felt his dark pupils dilate, a whirlpool of desire igniting within him, his lips tingling and his heart racing as if struck by a jolt of electricity. He stood rigid for a moment, momentarily stunned. Before snapping back to reality, he swiftly grasped the back of her head, pulling her waist towards him, retreating until their figures were obscured by the sturdy trunk of a tree. In that instant, his mind blanked, reason dissipating entirely as he fervently kissed her soft lips, as though something deep within him yearned to break free, itching to blossom. Her lips were sweet, reminiscent of lychee. Mo Xilou pried her lips apart, skillfully entwining with her, their mouths dancing together. After 20 minutes, he finally relinquished her, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder, his breath coming in rapid bursts upon her skin. Leaning against the tree, Yue Jitong felt slightly lightheaded, struggling to catch her breath, the haze in her eyes gradually clearing, leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She raised a hand to touch her lips, feeling a slight sting, wondering if they would swell. He had kissed her with such fervor. This was her first kiss, and perhaps his as well, given how long he had held her in that embrace. Lowering her head to compose herself, she glanced at the time. Realizing breakfast was now a lost cause, she gently nudged the figure still resting against her shoulder, whispering, "I have to go to class now." Mo Xilou lifted his head, releasing her, his demeanor returning to normal as he kindly adjusted her tousled collar, as if nothing had transpired. "Go ahead," he replied nonchalantly. "Goodbye." Yue Jitong straightened her clothes, bidding him a calm farewell, her hurried steps betraying her flustered emotions as she rushed off to class. Watching her retreating figure, Mo Xilou instinctively smiled. Yet the grin abruptly froze on his face, a hint of regret surfacing for having lost control moments before. During the early morning class, Yue Jitong sat absent-mindedly. When Zheng Yinyan poked her with a pen, whispering, "Tong, the teacher is calling for you," she snapped back to attention, her eyes fluttering as she quickly stood to answer a question. Thankfully, she managed to multitask, absorbing some of the lecture. As she sat down, she released a sigh of relief. Zheng Yinyan leaned closer, inquiring softly, "What's wrong with you today? You seem a bit off." Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Yue Jitong replied quietly, "It's nothing." In truth, her mind was consumed by the morning's kiss, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Just the memory of his lips on hers made her cheeks flush. Zheng Yinyan, noticing her crimson complexion, pressed further. "What did you do this morning? Your face is so red." Yue Jitong glanced around furtively, lowering her voice. "I went for a run, nothing else." Zheng Yinyan was skeptical. "Who did you run into while jogging?" Yue Jitong looked down, her voice barely above a whisper, and Mo Xilou. Zheng Yinyan clicked her tongue. "I knew it." "So what happened between you two?" "Nothing happened." "If nothing happened, why are you blushing so much? Did he kiss you?" Zheng Yinyan's intuition was uncanny, and Yue Jitong widened her eyes in slight surprise. "I was right, wasn't I?" Zheng Yinyan discreetly pulled out her phone, immediately sharing the news in their dorm group chat, her insatiable curiosity bubbling to the surface. "Yin, breaking news, Mo Dog couldn't resist making a move." Mo Dog was the nickname the dorm had given to Mo Xilou, as they collectively deemed him to be rather dog-like. The moment the message was sent, responses flooded in, revealing that everyone was idly passing time. What did Mo Dog do? Yen, he kissed Tong. Tong, where did he kiss you? Yue Jitong opened her phone, feeling a bit shy. Tong, no more gossip. Focus on class. I'll pay 50 cents for the juicy details. Man, I just woke up. What are you all talking about? Tong, man, don't you have class today? Man, no morning class, just in the afternoon. So what are you discussing? Tong, nothing, go back to sleep. Tong, Yin, hurry up and get to class. Let us discuss it in detail when we return to the dorm tonight. Yue Jitong spent the day in a daze, frequently checking her phone, yet no anticipated messages arrived. He had kissed her. Did that mean he still harbored feelings for her? Had he truly forgiven her? Did this imply they were back together? The entire day passed without a word from Mo Xilou. Did he have nothing to say to her? Unable to contain herself, she longed for a conversation. Thus she took the initiative to message him. Let us talk. I'm waiting for you by the ginkgo grove. At 9 in the evening. The sky had darkened, campus streetlights casting a dim, golden glow. Mo Xilou did not respond. Yet Yue Jitong patiently waited on a bench at the ginkgo grove entrance, intending to leave by 10 regardless of his arrival. The ginkgo grove, with its sparse lighting, was a favored rendezvous spot for couples. After half an hour, watching couples hand in hand enter and exit, she finally caught sight of Mo Xilou's figure. Chapter 17. Underground Lovers? The unequal treaty of the Mo family. Mo Xilou approached, clad in a black coat, hands tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely towards her, the streetlight behind him elongating his shadow. Yue Jitong sat on the bench, the evening breeze crisp. Even in her coat, she felt a chill as she hugged her arms, silently observing him. Occasionally, passers-by cast glances their way. Mo Xilou halted before her, his expression shrouded in ambiguity beneath the faint light. He gestured with his eyes for Yue Jitong to follow him into the ginkgo grove. Surprised, she stood and whispered, "Are we going in? There are couples in there." "So what?" Mo Xilou raised an eyebrow, retorting indifferently. Yue Jitong, lowering her gaze in silence, complied and followed him. She obediently trailed behind, maintaining a respectful distance, her eyes fixed ahead, too shy to glance around, as the sound around her made her heart race. With her head bowed, she felt embarrassed to look up. After walking for a while, Mo Xilou sat on a bench beside a ginkgo tree. Yue Jitong followed suit, settling beside him. In yet another corner devoid of streetlight, darkness enveloped them, and Yue Jitong could only discern his face by the moonlight and scattered starlight. Unable to gauge his expression, "What do you wish to discuss?" His cold, emotionless voice broke the silence. Yue Jitong bit her lip, her hands nervously twisting together as she hesitated to speak. "When you kiss me today, does that mean you still like me?" The air fell quiet for several seconds. Suddenly, his scoffing laughter echoed, laced with disdain. He leaned in closer, his finger lifting her delicate chin, bringing his face nearer to hers. Finally, she could see his expression clearly. A smirk danced upon his lips, his eyes filled with mockery. His tone was flippant as he caressed her cheek, his words cutting sharply. "Kissing you means I like you? You're so beautiful. Who wouldn't want to kiss you? When it's offered so readily, which man would refuse?" With that, he planted a playful kiss on her cheek, the teasing unmistakable. Even the most composed individuals would feel anger rise within them when subjected to such flagrant teasing. Yue Jitong's eyes widened, a deep breath escaping her lips as she stifled the impulse to slap him. Mo Xilou released her, clicking his tongue in mild annoyance as he leaned against the tree trunk, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "If you're unwilling, you may leave and keep your distance from me." The moonlight cast a serene, cold glow, a beam illuminating her profile and rendering her ethereal, her hair tinged with silver. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids, remaining silent for 10 seconds before suddenly declaring, "I am willing." Mo Xilou was taken aback, his lips pressing together as he straightened his posture. "I was merely jesting. You truly are willing?" "I am willing." She lifted her gaze to meet his, her tone resolute and her expression earnest. Mo Xilou's playful demeanor vanished, his eyes flickering with a deeper emotion. After a moment of silence, he broke into a smile, Since you wish to join in my games, I suppose it's permissible. He swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, cradling her head as he kissed her. Yue Jitong gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, passively surrendering to his fervent kiss. It wasn't until his hand slipped beneath the hem of her clothing, the icy sensation making her shiver, that she reacted. As his hand continued its ascent towards her chest, Yue Jitong's eyes widened in alarm, desperately pressing down on his wandering hand. No. Mo Xilou paused, releasing her and withdrawing his hand, a frown forming on his brow. Yue Jitong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nervously remarked, "We're still outside." Mo Xilou chuckled lightly, easing the tension. "Very well." He then let her go and stood up. "Very well? What does that mean?" Yue Jitong quickly grasped his sleeve. "What is our relationship now?" He turned to her, his gaze fixated on her flushed cheeks, his tone icy and unyielding. "We are merely playing. Do not take it too seriously. Alternatively, if you wish, you may be my secret lover." Yue Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief. He wanted her to be his clandestine affair? Was she so unworthy of exposure? Her astonished expression was almost adorably naive, prompting Mo Xilou to place a kiss on her cheek and whisper gently in her ear, "What's wrong? Aren't you willing? Didn't you say you liked me?" Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Fine. If being a secret lover is what it takes, then so be it. There will come a day when I can be more." Mo Xilou was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to genuinely agree. He promptly laid down a few ground rules. First, no one must know of our relationship. In public, others should think you are pursuing me. Second, you must constantly remember that this is merely a game. I have the right to be with anyone else, but you cannot. Until this arrangement concludes, you're only permitted to be with me. Third, you must always be available to fulfill the duties of a girlfriend. Yet I am not obligated to assume the responsibilities of a boyfriend. Yue Jitong, I'm granting you an opportunity to reconsider. These stipulations were more unequal than a lopsided treaty. Yue Jitong dubbed it the MO agreement. Upon reflection, she found the first two terms acceptable, a karmic retribution of sorts. As for the third, what obligations must I fulfill? She inquired. Mo Xilou pondered briefly before ambiguously stating, "At any moment, if I desire to be physically intimate with you, you cannot refuse." Yue Jitong hesitated, her eyes revealing inner turmoil. "If you cannot accept this, then keep your distance from me. Do not appear before me again." He turned to leave. Instantly, she grasped his arm. "I accept." Through gritted teeth, she acquiesced to the exceedingly inequitable MO agreement. With his back to her, Mo Xilou allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, but as he turned around, he suppressed it and resumed his nonchalant demeanor, adding, "Obligations also include attending to my daily needs and obeying my directives." "Very well." Yue Jitong clenched her teeth, conceding this point as well. Observing her frustrated expression as she bit her lip, Mo Xilou chuckled lightly. "Let us go. Take me back." "Huh?" Yue Jitong looked up. "Shouldn't you be the one to escort me? When is it customary for a girl to escort a boy? Get your identity straight." Mo Xilou pinched her cheek playfully. "Fine." At the foot of the boys' dormitory, the area was nearly deserted, a stark contrast to the bustling girls' dormitory, save for the peculiar couple that they were. "We're here. I'll take my leave now." Mo Xilou cleared his throat. "Did you forget something?" Yue Jitong blinked at him. He gestured to the side of his face. Understanding dawned on her. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching before tiptoeing and planting a quick kiss on his cheek, a fleeting touch. Afterward, she hurriedly scurried away. Mo Xilou remained rooted in place, only turning back after her figure had completely vanished, his mood considerably uplifted. With a smile gracing his lips, he entered the dormitory, where Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged knowing glances, each slinging an arm around his shoulder, teasingly inquiring, "Hey Mo, what has got you so cheerful? Share the good news with us. Let us celebrate." Mo Xilou immediately adopted a stern expression, swatting their hands away. "Get lost. Go do what you need to do." Fang Mingzhi shot a glance at Gu Yunqi, who again draped an arm over his shoulder, undeterred. "Come on. Mo, don't be stingy. Tell us what's up. Is it about Yue Jitong? I heard some gossip from Su Qingha." Mo Xilou's reticence confirmed their suspicions. He had previously sworn off any dealings with Yue Jitong. Yet here he was, not even a week later. Mo Xilou shot him a cool glance, his silence making Gu Yunqi uneasy. He took a step back, widening the space between them. If you want to speak, then don't scare me with your gaze. Mo Xilou headed off to take a shower. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi began to bicker behind him. You've lost, haven't you? I told you wouldn't last 3 days. No way. It's clearly been over a week, Gu Yunqi countered. In any case, it's your turn to clean the dorm. No, that doesn't count. We'll split the chores. Fang Mingzhi suddenly jumped up, challenging, fine, let us duel. Whoever loses cleans. What? You're attacking me unexpectedly. Gu Yunqi retaliated playfully. By the time Mo Xilou finished his shower, the two were still wrestling, their bodies entwined like a tangle of twine. Enough. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. At the sound of his command, they finally released each other, each conceding a little ground. In the girls' dormitory, Yue Jitong felt the weight of her predicament. She yearned to confide in her roommate, but recalling the first clause of the MO agreement forbidding her from disclosing their relationship extinguished the flame of her desire to share. Clutching a basket of dirty laundry, she headed to the laundry room. Just as she finished washing, balancing the basin, 2 girls collided with her. The force was too great. The basin slipped from her hands, and her freshly laundered clothes scattered across the floor. Chapter 18. It wasn't intentional. You won't hold it against us, will you? The 2 girls who had bumped into her stood nearby, cradling their own basin. We're truly sorry. We accidentally bumped into you. The short-haired girl apologized earnestly, her words dripping with feigned sincerity. The long-haired girl chimed in with a laugh. Sorry about that. We didn't mean to. You want to blame us, right? Look at us. We're holding things and can't help you pick it up. You'll have to gather them yourself. As Yue Jitong stared at her clothes scattered on the ground, now soiled again, a slight frown creased her brow, discomfort brewing inside her. Yet, both girls had offered apologies, leaving her reluctant to make a fuss. It's fine, she replied with a placid expression, bending down to begin collecting her clothes. However, the 2 girls stepped over her garments, trampling them as they passed. Yue Jitong's fingers paused, her delicate face growing slightly cold as she met the mocking gazes of the 2 girls, realizing that they might be deliberately provoking her. Had she ever offended them? These 2 were roommates of Shi Rue, standing firmly on the same side as her, and had long held a disdain for Yue Jitong. Today, they had seized the opportune moment to confront her. Pick it up. Yue Jitong stood up and said coldly. The long-haired girl took a step back, feigning innocence. I'm sorry, classmate. We were carrying things and didn't see our feet. It wasn't intentional. You can pick it up yourself. The short-haired girl chimed in. We're all classmates. You wouldn't be so petty as to fuss over something so trivial, would you? We've already apologized. Why are you still holding on to it? Their words flowed effortlessly, and many passing girls cast curious glances their way. With their few sentences, they placed Yue Jitong on the defensive, first asserting that it was unintentional, followed by a seemingly sincere apology, as if to suggest that if she pursued this matter, it would only reflect poorly on her character. After all, they were all adults. It wouldn't be wise to escalate matters over such a trivial incident. Yue Jitong, not particularly eloquent, moved her lips, feeling frustrated. She wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. The 2 girls continued to provoke her, confident that she would not pursue the matter further. If she were to make an issue out of such a triviality, they would surely turn her into a subject of ridicule on campus. With headlines like the computer science department's cold-faced girl is unforgiving. Taking a deep breath, Yue Jitong noticed that more and more eyes were drawn to her, some inquisitive, others eager for gossip. It felt as though she was being pricked by 1,000 needles, and she loathed the attention. The hairs on her body stood on end as she yearned to escape and evade their gazes. She bent down, intending to pick up the scattered items herself. Suddenly, a hand blocked her. Looking up, she saw Su Qinghe. With hands on her hips, Su Qinghe began to berate the 2 girls. Did your mothers teach you nothing about manners? You bump into someone's belongings and don't even bother to pick them up? A mere apology is not enough. I see you 2 are doing this purposefully. The 2 girls were taken aback, their faces flushing red as they hastily retorted. It was just an accident. Why are you being so aggressive? You don't need to use such harsh words. Su Qinghe was well aware of their true nature. They lived next door and were in the same department as her. She often saw Rue cozying up to Mo Xilou, a fact that was not a hidden secret in their department. Having witnessed Rue's numerous attempts to woo him, Su Qinghe was certain that the two girls were indeed being malicious. With a fiery temper, Su Qinghe could not tolerate her friends being bullied, not one to mince words. She snatched the basin from their hands and hurled it to the ground. Towels, toothbrushes, a mouthwash cup, and freshly washed lingerie scattered chaotically across the floor. Su Qinghe even stepped on 2 towels, a playful smile on her lips as she said, "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. You can pick it up yourselves." You. The two girls were infuriated, their smiles replaced by anger as they glared at Su Qinghe, only to be met with her fierce glare in return. The long-haired girl's eyes turned red with anger, wanting to say something, but was stopped by the short-haired girl. "Let go." Su Qinghe comes from a wealthy family. She is not someone to provoke. She is the head of the External Affairs Department and is rumored to be running for our Student Council President this semester. The two girls said nothing more, swallowing their indignation as they hurriedly gathered their belongings and left. Su Qinghe knelt down to help Yue Jitong pick up the scattered clothes, rewashing them afterward. Upon returning to the dormitory, after hanging up her clothes, Yue Jitong looked at Su Qinghe with sparkling eyes. It felt incredibly satisfying to see others in distress. If only she had Su Qinghe's audacity. As Su Qinghe was about to change into her pajamas, she glanced up to find Yue Jitong staring at her intently, causing her a moment of discomfort. "Don't look at me like that. I'm female and I like males." Shui Man and Zheng Yinyan approached with wide, curious eyes. "What happened? What happened?" Yue Jitong recounted the earlier incident, and Su Qinghe was met with 6 pairs of gleaming eyes. "Ah, it was just a trivial matter. Don't look at me like that. It's late, and you all are glaring like bulbs. It's quite frightening." Su Qinghe retrieved a face mask and began her nightly skincare routine. Zheng Yinyan exclaimed, "Sister, he is so fierce." Shui Man echoed, "Sister, he is fierce." Yue Jitong joined in, "Sister, he is fierce." Su Qinghe felt a bit bashful, the corners of her lips curving up as she felt quite pleased. All right, let us keep it low-key." Su Qinghe remarked, "I believe this whole affair is due to Mo Xilou's meddling. He is the one who attracted this trouble. Those two girls are his admirers' roommates." Yue Jitong was taken aback, realizing it was all because of Mo Xilou. So, one of the girls living next door was also interested in him? How is it that everyone knew, but she did not? Was her attention to Mo Xilou truly insufficient? Zheng Yinyan piped up, "I knew it. Our Jitong hardly talks to anyone. How could she have offended anyone? It's all because of Mo Go." Shui Man added, "The girl next door, Rue, is indeed in our year and often tries to get close to Mo Xilou." Shui Man, being in the same class as Mo Xilou, knew even more. Last year on Qixi Festival, Rue publicly gifted Mo Xilou a scarf she knitted herself, only to be rejected on the spot. Zheng Yinyan said, "Rejection was the right call. With Jitong here, how could Rue stand a chance? With her plain looks, she doesn't even measure up to a fraction of Jitong." Yue Jitong's eyes flickered. What had she been doing last Qixi Festival? She couldn't recall. It felt like ages ago. However, she silently noted the incident of the scarf. Throughout her life, Mo Xilou had gifted her countless presents, yet she seemed to have never reciprocated. Reflecting on this, her professed affection seemed to have only been superficial, lacking any real action, which might explain why he never truly believed her. Meanwhile, in the adjacent dormitory, the long-haired girl and the short-haired girl returned with disgruntled expressions. Slamming the basin down, they began to complain to Rue. Rue, you have no idea how outrageous Su Qinghe is. She is just flaunting her wealth to act so arrogantly. What else with all the anger? Rue, stretching on a yoga mat, was practicing. Although she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, she worked hard on her figure, and with the right makeup and attire, she could easily overshadow Yue Jitong. "We want to stand up for you, but that poker-faced girl suddenly intervened. You don't know how arrogant she is. It's baffling what she is so proud of." Rue paused, drawing her legs in. Sitting up, "You're talking about Su Qinghe?" "Yes, Rue. I heard she is running for our college as student council president this year. We're not keen on crossing her." The short-haired girl gritted her teeth as she washed her underwear. The long-haired girl, not knowing much about Su Qinghe, asked, "Is her family really that wealthy?" Sure, Rue, still practicing yoga, replied, "Yes, they're quite affluent. My dad tried to negotiate a partnership with her family and had to pull a few strings to get in touch." However, she paused, piquing the curiosity of the two girls. However, her father has quite a few mistresses, and there are rumors of several illegitimate children. Her mother isn't quite mentally stable. Upon hearing the news, the two individuals exchanged smirks of glee, evidently pondering who would inherit her family's wealth in the future. Sure, Rue's gaze flickered momentarily as her thoughts drifted to the upcoming basketball match next week. She mused about what to wear to catch Mo Xilou's attention. How could she possibly stand out in his eyes? How exquisite must she appear for him to spare her a glance? Despite her overt advances, why was Mo Xilou so reluctant to grant her an opportunity? She found herself bewildered by Yue Jitong's allure, which seemed to extend only to her looks. Sure, Rue simmered with indignation and envy. Meanwhile, Yue Jitong lay on her bed, searching for tutorials on knitting scarves. She yearned to create something special for him. Just before drifting off to sleep, she received a message from Mo Xilou. After such a lengthy silence, he had finally taken the initiative to reach out. The message was succinct. "Tomorrow at 7:40 a.m., please buy breakfast for me and deliver it to the dormitory entrance." She replied with a simple okay. It seemed she had now relegated herself to the role of errand runner, a consequence of her acquiescence to the Mo family's unequal agreement. Chapter 19. A fervent desire unfulfilled. An advancing fear, a retreating discomfort. Though Yue Jitong did not have an early class today, she rose early to procure breakfast for Mo Xilou, fitting in a half-hour run in the process. At 7:30 a.m., she stood at the foot of the boys' dormitory, clutching steaming buns and soy milk, awaiting his arrival. Clad in a simple black sports ensemble, complemented by white sneakers, and her hair casually tied in a ponytail, she appeared unremarkable. Most of her wardrobe consisted of muted shades, black, white, and gray, with a few purple pieces sprinkled in. Due to her social anxiety, she preferred to don modest, understated attire that wouldn't draw attention. Nevertheless, as she stood there, she undeniably radiated a captivating presence. The male students hurrying to their early classes were momentarily halted in their tracks, taken aback by the sight of such an ethereal beauty. Yue Jitong maintained a stoic expression, her soulful eyes seemingly encased in ice, exuding an aura of cold detachment. Freshmen, unfamiliar with her, contemplated approaching her for her contact information, but hesitated upon witnessing her frosty demeanor. The more they scrutinized her, the more uncomfortable she felt, her expression growing increasingly frigid. She furrowed her brow, glancing towards the entrance, where was Mo Xilou. Just then, he emerged from the building alongside Fang Mingzhe and Gu Yunqi. Yue Jitong's eyes lit up, the icy veneer in her gaze thawing as she waved discreetly at Mo Xilou without uttering a word. He approached her briskly, accepting the items from her hands. His expression was nonchalant, but as he sensed the lingering stares around them, he raised a hand to affectionately ruffle her hair, remarking, "Good girl. I must head to class now." Yue Jitong nodded in response. This scene left the surrounding boys momentarily dumbfounded, their eyes brimming with envy. Fang Mingzhe and Gu Yunqi exchanged astonished glances. "Old Fang, what just happened? Am I still dreaming?" Gu Yunqi exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes. Fang Mingzhe shook his head, sighing, "This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible." They hurried to catch up with Mo Xilou, each taking an arm and bombarding him with questions. "Hey, old Mo, when did you manage to win over Yue Jitong without telling us? That's quite inconsiderate." Mo Xilou shrugged them off, his expression slightly haughty. "I'm not with her. She's the one pursuing me, and I haven't agreed to anything." Fang Mingzhe and Gu Yunqi exchanged knowing glances, momentarily conceding to his reticence as they rushed off to their class. They unanimously felt that Mo Xilou had returned to his former self, resembling a human once more. In the initial days of the semester, he had behaved like an emotionless machine, as though he had transformed into a different person. Now, however, he exhibited warmth and humor. After delivering the breakfast, Yue Jitong intended to return to her dormitory for a while. She had no classes scheduled for the morning. Her lessons were concentrated in the afternoon and evening. Ascending to the 5th floor, she reached her dormitory door just as the neighboring door swung open. Shi Rui emerged, halting momentarily upon spotting Yue Jitong, her gaze appraising. Yue Jitong scrutinized her for a few seconds, recognizing her as the girl who had previously delivered water. Lacking interest in social interaction and sensing the hostility in Shi Rui's eyes, she ignored her and pushed the door open, retreating inside. There was a hint of evasion in her actions. She had always feared direct confrontation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated Yulan Xin's behavior for so many years. The mere thought of Yulan Xin made her hands itch. She would rarely resort to violence unless utterly provoked. Striking Yulan Xin had marked the first time in both her past and present life that she had unleashed her pent-up frustrations. Shi Rui examined her own attire for the day, a pale pink, doll-collar princess dress paired with white lace leggings, small leather shoes, and a side braid adorned with a shimmering hairpin. She had adopted a cute style for the day. On her way, she inquired of her 2 roommates. "Who do you think dresses better, me or Yue Jitong?" Her friends, ever supportive, quickly replied, "You, of course. Yue Jitong is just a country bumpkin, always wearing the most hideous outfits. What a waste of her pretty face." Hearing this, Shi Rui smiled, but her expression suddenly dimmed upon hearing the last remark. The thought of attending class in Mo Xilou's adjacent classroom brightened her mood once more. As class concluded, Mo Xilou strode out, only to be abruptly obstructed by a girl who dashed forward. He lifted his eyelids, casting a cool glance her way, his tone frigid. "Do you need something?" Shi Rui, nervous, bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly as she thrust a card into his arms before turning to flee. Gu Yinqi leaned in, a twinkle of gossip in his eyes. "Old Mo, what was that?" Mo Xilou frowned and unfolded the card. It read, "The first love letter to Mo Xilou." The bottom was filled with densely packed text. He had no interest in reading further and casually discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Gu Yinqi clicked his tongue. With so many words, that girl must have spent ages writing it. At least give a glance. Mo Xilou shot him a disinterested look. "If you want to read it, go retrieve it from the trash. It's meant for you. What if Yue Jitong wrote it? Would you care then?" Mo Xilou's footsteps faltered, his expression momentarily shifting before returning to its customary neutrality. Yue Jitong would never engage in such triviality. As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled a diary he had stumbled upon, which contained subtle accounts of her delicate feelings for others. Perhaps she simply wouldn't act in such a manner towards him. Mo Xilou's gaze turned frigid, the atmosphere around him suddenly heavy with disappointment, intermingled with an emotion he could not decipher. Gu Yinqi scratched the back of his head. What with old Mo's mood swings? He more perplexing than any of the girls he dated. For 3 consecutive days, Mo Xilou encountered Shi Rui in various locations, at the supermarket, outside the teaching building, and at the dormitory entrance. Each time, she would hurriedly slip a letter into his hands and dart away. The second love letter to Mo Xilou. The third love letter to Mo Xilou. Gu Yinqi snatched one from him, perusing it before exclaiming, "Hey, this girl can write pretty well. Here, take a look." "Throw it away," Mo Xilou coldly rejected. He checked his phone for 3 straight days. He had not reached out to Yue Jitong, and she hadn't sent him a single message. A bitter laugh escaped him. He felt an inexplicable restlessness and dissatisfaction brewing within. Gu Yinqi observed him and casually tossed the love letter into the trash bin. "What's the matter, my dear young master? Why the sudden change of heart?" He mused. "Never mind, let us go." Mo Xilou, perplexed by his own emotions, found himself unable to maintain composure. With Shi Rui's fervent pursuit as a stark contrast, he felt increasingly that Yue Jitong harbored a lesser affection for him. Mo Xilou's heart was in turmoil. He had sworn never to tread the same path again, vowing to keep his distance from Yue Jitong. Yet, her declaration of love stirred a flicker of hope within him, causing his once resolute heart to waver. Perhaps the wounds of his past life were too deep, leaving behind a lingering trauma that hindered him from believing she truly cared for him. Nonetheless, he secretly yearned for her affection to be genuine. Thus, he felt an urgent need for her to prove her love, to affirm that her feelings were indeed sincere. However, Yue Jitong was anything but proactive. She merely cast a line, igniting a glimmer of hope within him before disappearing again, showing no signs of genuine affection. Her behavior was as erratic as the weather. He hesitated to reach out to her, fearing that he might expose his vulnerabilities as he had in his previous life, offering her his heart only to suffer a humiliating defeat. If Yue Jitong truly did not harbor feelings for him, he would become a laughingstock once more. He yearned fiercely for her love while simultaneously fearing the pain it could bring. Torn between the desire to advance and the reluctance to retreat, he found himself in a state of torment, caught in a painful limbo. He longed for the clarity of her unambiguous love to provide him with a sense of security. Yet her emotions flowed like tepid water, slow and unassuming. He reveled in the sweetness she occasionally offered, all the while reminding himself to remain vigilant against sinking into despair. At times, he was lucid, while at others, he was muddled by doubt. He resented the situation and questioned whether Yue Jitong could truly distinguish between guilt and love. Mo Xilou endured a day of silent suffering, his mood so low that even Gu Yunxi dared not converse with him. Yet Yue Jitong remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. She was exhausted, her back aching from distributing flyers outside whenever she had a free moment. For hours on end, she stood, returning home each day utterly spent. Collapsing into bed, her finances were dwindling. The last time she dined out, her card was insufficient to cover even a single meal, leaving her reliant on Zheng Yinyan's generosity. Most college students shunned laborious part-time jobs like flyer distribution, and she, too, had little desire for it. The work-study positions at her school were all filled, leaving her without options. She joined a tutoring group, only to discover that it was run by intermediaries who required a 200 yuan information fee before providing customer contacts. With all her funds combined, she didn't even possess 100 yuan, let alone the 200 needed. Thus, she reluctantly resorted to distributing flyers. After all, she had to eat and sustain herself. Unbeknownst to the affluent Mo Xilou, she toiled for mere hundreds of yuan, struggling as a small fry in a world he hardly comprehended. As she ascended to the third floor, weary and ready to return to her dormitory, a message from Mo Xilou arrived. Mo Xilou, Ginkgo Grove. The same place as last time, waiting for you. Yue Jitong paused, recalling that she hadn't seen him for several days. She turned on her heels, dragging her fatigued body to meet him. Ginkgo Grove was as dark as ever. She stepped cautiously under the hazy moonlight, seeking the spot where they had last met. Mo Xilou sat on the same bench as before, the moonlight avoiding him, casting only a faint glow on the branches, leaving him shrouded in shadow, his gaze downcast. Yue Jitong sensed a hint of solitude emanating from him. She approached quietly, calling his name softly, Mo Xilou. Suddenly, he reached out, pulling her into his embrace. Stumbling, she fell into his arms, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Words failed him as a torrent of kisses fell upon her, enveloping her tightly as if he wished to meld her into himself. "Ah, be gentle, don't bite." Chapter 20. Is it possible that you sought me out because you miss me? Yue Jitong pushed against him, overwhelmed by the intensity of his kisses, gasping for air. Something felt off with Mo Xilou. Was he in a bad mood today? She could hardly breathe. Mo Xilou, let me catch my breath, she implored, pushing him back slightly, resting her head against him, feeling weightless and drained. Mo Xilou kept his eyes half lowered, silent for a long while, his hand on her waist tightening gradually. He yearned to ask her why she hadn't messaged him, why she hadn't sought him out. However, he was reluctant to appear like a spurned lover, which would strip him of his dignity, making him seem like a dog waiting for its master's affection, wagging its tail in hopes of approval. He clenched his fists, suppressing the flood of questions on the tip of his tongue, resulting in only a single utterance. Yue Jitong. She looked up, meeting his deep, dark eyes. What is it? He exuded a faint fragrance, reminiscent of chilled watermelon, sparkling water in the summer, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Yue Jitong inhaled gently. He must have worn perfume. It was the same scent he had in their past life, a subtle watermelon aroma that lingered throughout the seasons. It's nothing, Mo Xilou replied, his voice low and somewhat heavy, as if he were whispering. Yue Jitong, unable to decipher his thoughts, asked, "Then why did you seek me out?" And Mo Xilou lifted his gaze, his dark eyes sparkling, his fingers delicately tilting her chin upward. With a teasing smirk, he replied, of course. I sought you out because I have needs. I want to kiss you. Yue Jitong, did you forget our agreement? Surely. I'm not seeking you out because I miss you. He delivered his sharp words in a gentle, teasing tone, yet they pierced her heart, causing a pang of discomfort. Although it was the truth, it was difficult to hear. Yue Jitong released her grip around his neck, leaning back slightly, her eyes, once bright, dimming suddenly. A heavy feeling settled in her chest, igniting a desire to retaliate. So, he only sought her when he had needs? What exactly did he consider her to be? Fine. She owed him after all. She endured. Exhausted from the day, Yue Jitong's expression faded as she murmured, Have you satisfied your needs? Can I go now? Her eyelids felt heavy, begging for rest. Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, pressing his lips down. What is the rush? Don't you want to be with me? The last word rose slightly, tinged with a hint of grievance. Yue Jitong bit her lip. No, I'm just a bit tired. She was genuinely fatigued, yearning to lie down. Her health was already precarious, and the recent strain had pushed her to her limits. Meeting him had taken all she had left. Mo Xilou, seeing her listless demeanor, lost interest in teasing her. His expression darkened, as if he wished to merge with the night. Was being with him meant to be such a torment? He released her, his demeanor flat. If you're tired, then go back. Yue Jitong yawned, barely able to hold herself up as she stood, her legs wobbling. Mo Xilou reached out behind her, but then withdrew his hand. What did it matter to him? In the girls' dormitory, Xueman glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. Where's Tong Tong? Do you know where she has gone? She inquired while messaging Yue Jitong. Suqingha shook her head. I don't know. She seems quite busy lately. Zheng Yinyan poked her head out. And I surmised that Tong must be engaged in a part-time job. The last time we dined together, her meal card had insufficient funds. It seemed that Tong had recently fallen into financial straits. Xueman remarked, It appears she has had a falling out with her family. As the trio conversed, Yue Jitong pushed the door open, set down her belongings, and swiftly climbed onto her bed. It was such a delightful relief. She felt utterly exhausted. After a moment's contemplation, Xueman spoke up, Tong Tong, if you're in any difficulty, do not hesitate to confide in us. I have some extra funds that I can lend you. Zheng Yinyan added, Although my living allowance is modest, 2,000 a month, I can lend you 500 without issue. Zheng Yinyan came from a relatively ordinary background. Her parents operated a small shop, and she engaged in minor business ventures. Among the dormitory, the wealthiest was Suqingha, followed by Xueman, and then herself. Suqingha dismissed their offers, saying, You needn't trouble yourselves. Sister, he has sufficient funds. Feel free to ask if you're in need. Yue Jitong sat up, a touch moved, her large eyes shimmering like a serene lake. Thank you all. If I truly cannot afford a meal, I will surely let you know. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such wonderful roommates. In this second life, she realized that the greatest treasure she gained during her university years was the camaraderie of these sincere and lovely individuals. They hailed from all corners of the world, each possessing distinct personalities, yet they were bonded by their shared dormitory, embracing one another and offering care and support. Zheng Yinyan clicked her tongue. Tong, for heaven's sake, do not regard men with such eyes. So watery and pitiful. Even I, a woman, find it unbearable. The group shared a few laughs before extinguishing the lights to sleep. After earning 500 yuan from distributing flyers, Yue Jitong sought out a new part-time job at a milk tea shop near the school, offering 20 yuan an hour. She was preoccupied with her studies and the need to earn a living, having neglected to reach out to Mo Xilou, who likewise had not contacted her in quite some time. Since their last unpleasant encounter, it seemed an invisible barrier had emerged between them. Mo Xilou awaited her to initiate contact, while Yue Jitong anticipated him to reach out to her. She still felt somewhat perturbed by his words. It seemed he merely regarded her as a vessel for his desires. If she were to approach him, would it not imply that she was fully aware of what would transpire, yet chose to present herself willingly? Would this not render her seemingly cheap? Each harbored their own thoughts. Hello, I would like 2 cups of lemon tea. A customer entered to place an order. Certainly, please scan the code to place your order. As Yue Jitong operated the cash register, she glanced up and froze momentarily. The customer was Li Qian, and standing beside him was Xue Man. Xue Man shyly bit her lip, then flashed a smile. Hi, Tong Tong. Yue Jitong's expression suddenly darkened. Her heart skipped a beat. Having been so busy lately, she had not had the opportunity to notice the closeness between Xue Man and Li Qian. Her gaze swept over the two, with her limited romantic experience. She could not discern whether they were indeed a couple. Regardless, she felt compelled to separate them. Li Qian was not merely an unsuitable match. He was positively toxic, dangerous. In fact, the lemon tea was ready. Yue Jitong beckoned Xue Man aside and quietly inquired, Man, are you dating him? Xue Man's face flushed, and she quickly retorted, What nonsense! Li Qian just asked me for a small favor and insisted on treating me to a drink. Yue Jitong's eyes flickered. She was certain this was a meticulously crafted ploy by Li Qian. He was deliberately seeking an excuse to draw closer to Xue Man. Why else would he ask anyone for help? Man, I will be off work shortly. Could you wait for me a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Yue Jitong grasped her arm, blinking her eyes in a pleading manner. Xue Man glanced towards Li Qian, contemplated for a few seconds, and nodded in agreement. I'll go have a word with Li Qian. Yue Jitong was unaware of what Xue Man conveyed to Li Qian, but she noticed him casting a glance in her direction, his glasses obscuring his expression. Yet for a fleeting moment, Yue Jitong felt as if she had been targeted by a serpent. On the way back to the dormitory, Yue Jitong addressed the matter directly. Man, do you have feelings for Li Qian? Xue Man hesitated. Why the sudden inquiry? Yue Jitong examined the pebbles beneath her feet, her expression neutral, and did not pursue the topic further. Instead, she shifted the conversation. I recall you had a childhood friend in the School of Architecture. You mean Zhao Jin? Yes, that's the name. Yue Jitong remembered this name well. In her previous life, after Xue Man's demise, Zhao Jun had been consumed with rage. While rumors about Xue Man circulated, he steadfastly believed she was not the person they claimed her to be. In a bid for vengeance, he had severely beaten Li Qian, only to be taken to court and sentenced to 6 months, ultimately failing to graduate. Upon his release, Li Qian, having aligned himself with a wealthy woman, did not allow Zhao Jun to find solace. With only a high school diploma and a criminal record, Zhao Jun struggled to secure employment. The few ordinary jobs he managed to find were disrupted by Li Qian. In the end, he had no choice but to resort to scavenging for a living. What left a profound impression on Yue Jitong was that until her death, Zhao Jun remained unmarried, having gained notoriety through his scavenging efforts, using all his earnings to sponsor impoverished students in pursuit of their educational dreams, even earning recognition as a touching figure in China. She had seen him on television. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, pondering deeply, her mind made up. Compared to a scoundrel like Li Qian, Zhao Jun, her childhood companion, would be a far more suitable match for Xue Man. At the very least, Zhao Jun's character had been proven. Even if he could not bring happiness to Xue Man, he would not treat her poorly. Chapter 21. A kiss right here. Zhao Jun is my neighbor. His home is right next to mine. Why the sudden mention of him? Xue Man asked, puzzled. What is your relationship with Zhao Jun? It's quite good. My mother and his mother are close friends, so we often played together as children. However, as we grew older, those interactions dwindled. Yet, it is a pleasant coincidence that we ended up at the same university. Yue Jitong could not discern her true feelings about Zhao Jun, but it appeared that Xue Man held no interest in him present. Perhaps she should first gauge Zhao Jun's sentiments. Yue Jitong fabricated an excuse. I remember he studies architectural engineering, and I have a few professional questions to ask him. Could you share his contact information with me? Sure. Xue Man retrieved her phone, located Zhao Jun's WeChat, and quickly sent it to her. Yue Jitong clicked to add him as a friend, noting her as Xue Man's roommate. There was no immediate response, likely because he was in class. Yue Jitong set her phone aside, not in a rush for a response, and the conversation returned to Li Qian. Her expression remained neutral. Man. I don't particularly like Li Qian. Huh? Why? Xue Man's eyes widened in surprise. Yue Jitong fell silent for a few seconds. Without a reasonable explanation, she would appear irrational, citing a clash of energies that would hold little weight and yield no effect. After careful consideration, she narrowed her eyes to provide Li Qian with a dose of medicine. She had to resort to deceit. With a somber expression and furrowed brow, she stated, Li Qian looks at me in a peculiar way, which makes me uncomfortable. He stares at me intently whenever you aren't looking. Xue Man paused, frowning as well. I didn't realize he was that kind of person. While with her, Li Qian had always been courteous, gentle, and humble. Xue Man felt a tinge of disappointment. Yue Jitong, don't you think his gaze is rather peculiar? Is it? Next time, pay closer attention. Yue Jitong chose not to elaborate further. The task of tarnishing Li Qian's image in Xue Man's eyes would require a gradual approach. That evening, while studying in the library, Yue Jitong received a friend request from Zhao Zhen. He greeted her politely, replying, "Hello. I heard from Man that you have some inquiries for me." After pondering for a moment, Yue Jitong typed, "Yes, could we meet to discuss?" Her knowledge of Zhao Zhen was limited to fragments she had heard from others in her previous life. To truly understand what kind of person he was, a face-to-face meeting was essential. The other party showed that he was typing, but took quite some time to respond. Fearing he might misunderstand, Yue Jitong added, "It's about Xue Man. It's quite important." This time, he replied promptly, "Sure, when would you like to meet?" Yue Jitong, "Are you free now?" "I'm at the library." Zhao Zhen, "Coincidentally, I'm here too. Which floor are you on?" Yue Jitong, "Third floor, south area." Zhao Zhen, "I'll come find you." After putting down her phone, Yue Jitong utilized the wait time to organize some materials needed for class the following day. 5 minutes later, Zhao Zhen messaged her, "I'm at the south area. Which one are you?" Yue Jitong stood and waved by the window as Zhao Zhen approached. He paused momentarily upon seeing the girl standing by the window and quickly made his way to sit across from Yue Jitong. As he walked closer, she took the opportunity to scrutinize him. Zhao Zhen stood approximately 175 meters tall, with a pointed chin, fair skin, and rather ordinary yet harmonious features. His appearance was not striking, but exuded a certain comfort that was non-threatening. "Hello, I'm Yue Jitong, Xue Man's roommate." "Hi, nice to meet you." Sitting across from a beautiful girl for the first time made Zhao Zhen feel somewhat bashful. Yue Jitong got straight to the point. "Recently, someone has been pursuing Xue Man." Zhao Zhen was taken aback, a pang of bitterness coursing through him, leaving him perplexed about her intentions. "Zhao Zhen, you've been secretly in love with Xue Man. Haven't you?" Yue Jitong gazed directly into his eyes, candidly exposing the hidden sentiments he had long kept buried. Zhao Zhen's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing. How does she know? This was their first encounter, and even many of his classmates were oblivious to this truth. "Yes, it's true. I like Xue Man." He could not recall when this affection had taken root. He had always kept it tightly sealed within, too afraid to confess, fearing that Xue Man would distance herself from him, leaving him with no friendship to hold on to. Why hadn't he confessed? Because he understood Xue Man all too well and knew that he did not fit her ideal. Acknowledging that the probability of rejection was 99%, he dared not take the leap. "How did you know I liked Xue Man?" Zhao Zhen asked, a hint of panic in his voice, yet he did not deny it. Her certainty, her gaze as clear as water, seemed to penetrate through all facades, rendering denial futile. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids slightly and spoke softly. "You don't need to know how I know. What I must tell you is that if you truly like Xue Man, you must act swiftly." She lifted her gaze, earnestly meeting his eyes, otherwise, you may forever lose your chance. In her previous life, she had seen an interview with Zhao Zhen on television. The reporter had asked him, "If you could return to the past, what is the one thing you would do?" Zhao Zhen's answer had been, "I would tell her that I love her, without hesitation, wasting not a single moment of my life." Although Zhao Zhen had not returned to the past, Yue Jitong had. The library was enveloped in silence, and his breathing sounded particularly rapid in the stillness. Zhao Zhen's expression morphed into a complex mixture of emotions, a tinge of bitterness washing over him as he chuckled wryly. "But I am not the type Xue Man prefers. She wouldn't choose me. It doesn't matter. I will assist you." He looked up in surprise, still puzzled. "Why do you want to help me?" "Because the one pursuing Xue Man now is a scoundrel, and I do not wish for her to be hurt." Zhao Zhen's curiosity piqued further. "How can you be sure I'm a good person and won't harm her?" Yue Jitong's gaze flickered, her mind racing. Yet she could not concoct a satisfactory answer. She despised lying. A single lie required countless others to uphold it. especially since she was not adept at deceit. Deciding to sidestep his question, she said, "You're asking too many questions. Just tell me if you wish to pursue Shui Man." "Of course I do." Zhao Zhen's eyes sparkled. "Then listen to me. I will help you." Having reached a consensus, Zhao Zhen ceased his probing, and Yue Jitong exhaled in relief. Sitting at a small table by the window, which could barely accommodate 2 people, they were surrounded by a few students, though not many. Zhao Zhen sat opposite her, lowering his voice to avoid disturbing others studying, and they leaned in closer for ease of communication. To outsiders, they appeared as a pair of lovebirds whispering sweet nothings. 10 meters away, behind a bookshelf, Mo Xilou leaned against the shelf, quietly observing, clutching a book he intended to borrow. His fingers tightened around the edges of the book, his expression darkening. Yue Jitong seems to be enjoying a delightful conversation. He memorized the face of the boy sitting across from her. Mo Xilou pulled out his phone, opening a chat interface displaying messages from 5 days prior. A sardonic smile crept across his face, and his slender fingers lingered on the screen for a moment before typing. "What are you up to?" Yue Jitong's phone vibrated, and she picked it up, momentarily surprised. Her heart leaping. It seemed that every time Mo Xilou reached out to her, it was for something. Could it be he has another request? She glanced at the assignments scattered around her. There were still numerous tasks unfinished, and her schedule was already stretched thin due to her part-time job. If he called on her, how could she refuse? Yue Jitong replied, studying in the library. Mo Xilou, alone? She glanced at Zhao Zhen across from her, feeling an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over her. Quickly, she typed a single word. Yes. Mo Xilou cast her a fleeting glance from behind the bookshelf. "I'm also in the library." "Where are you?" "I'll come find you." Yue Jitong paused, raising her gaze to Zhao Zhen, informing him that she needed to study and suggesting he leave first. Once Zhao Zhen departed the floor, she relayed her location to Mo Xilou. She feared he might misconstrue her actions, which was why she had sent Zhao Zhen away. Little did she realize, Mo Xilou was on this very floor, watching Zhao Zhen exit. To him, her actions reeked of a desperate cover-up. Mo Xilou stowed his phone away, circling around to enter from another entrance, pretending he had just come from a different floor. Clad in a black windbreaker, he casually sat across from her, one hand tucked into his pants pocket, his long legs crossed nonchalantly against the chair. The memory of someone else having sat in his current position, so close to her, stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. "Yue Jitong." She looked up, her eyes shimmering softly, a few strands of hair cascading over her smooth forehead. She was so strikingly beautiful. Any man sitting this close to her would surely feel a flutter in his heart. Mo Xilou shifted her book aside and leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. "I've been thinking I miss you. I'm a bit jealous too." Words lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yet that damn pride reared its head. In a bid to preserve his dignity and the promises he had once made, no matter how fondly he regarded Yue Jitong, she remained a mere dog to him. His utterances were involuntarily altered to, "I wish to kiss you." It was as if by cloaking his desires under the guise of fulfilling a physical need, he would somehow gain the upper hand in this dynamic, rendering his initiative less embarrassing. It would provide him with a plausible and self-respecting rationale to draw closer to her. Yue Jitong blinked her large eyes, her lashes fluttering gently as she softly declined, "I still have so much homework left to finish." She was well aware that he sought her out for this very reason. However, she genuinely had no time to indulge him today. Mo Xilou gazed at her, his eyes seemingly enveloped in the inky darkness of the night outside, deep and somewhat affectionate. His voice, low and laced with seduction, beckoned, "Just a quick kiss at one tea take long." Yue Jitong comprehended his intent, a blush creeping up from the base of her ears. "Here?" she stammered. A playful smile flickered in Mo Xilou's eyes as he exhaled softly against her nose. "Then where would you prefer to go?" Chapter 22. 100 kisses, surely we could kiss for quite some time. Mo Xilou was positioned too close. The familiar scent of watermelon wafting from him, now mingled with a hint of the crispness of cedar. Yue Jitong's heart raced, instinctively desiring to retreat and create distance. Yet his hand suddenly gripped her chin, holding her delicate, fair face in his palm with gentle pressure. Only moments ago, She had been so near to another man, showing no inclination to withdraw. Now that he approached, she felt compelled to distance herself. Mo Xilou's gaze shifted, his hand firming as he leaned in to kiss her. Yue Jitong's eyes widened. Realization struck her that they were in a public space, where countless eyes might be watching. Her face flushed crimson as she instinctively reached to push him away, but he released her first. The kiss was brief, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. A fleeting taste of spontaneity. Yue Jitong touched her flushed cheeks, lifting her hand to fan herself, and shot him a furtive glare. That glance did not escape Mo Xilou's notice. He chuckled softly. "What's this? Feeling shy again?" He extended both hands, cupping her cheeks. The sensation beneath his fingers smooth and delicate. "Oh, don't squeeze me, it hurts." Her tender skin could hardly withstand the recklessness of his rough hands. After a couple of gentle pinches, he released her, but her pale complexion bore the marks of his fingers. TSK, girls truly are delicate. How could a mere pinch leave them red? Mo Xilou mused inwardly. Having dealt with him, Yue Jitong returned her attention to her homework, entirely oblivious to the fact that their fleeting kiss had already been captured on camera. Upon her return to the dormitory, Shui Man was in the midst of organizing her wardrobe. Spotting her, she exclaimed, "Tong Tong, you're finally back." "What's wrong?" Yue Jitong replied, somewhat perplexed by Shui Man's excitement. Zhang Yinyan pulled back the curtain of her bed, her hair a disheveled mess, eyes gleaming with gossip. "Tong, did you engage in some mischief tonight?" "Huh?" Yue Jitong was even more bewildered. She had spent the entire evening studying. What mischief could she possibly have been involved in? Did Zhang Yinyan mean her meeting with Zhao Zhen? But that was something she surely wouldn't know about. Without hesitation, Zhang Yinyan continued, "Tong, the photo of you kissing Mo Dog in the library has been posted on the campus wall, and people are dissing you. I'm not saying this, but you both are quite bold, aren't you? Kissing right in the library without even finding a secluded spot." Zhang Yinyan gave a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Yue Jitong's pupils constricted, the realization of being seen kissing Mo Xilou washing over her like a wave of embarrassment, her mood shifting to one of anxiety. She bit her lip, her fair skin flushed a rosy hue. Shui Man abandoned the clothes she had been sorting, pulling Yue Jitong down into a chair and showing her the campus wall post they had just seen. Yue Jitong took the phone, and a sharp, high-definition close-up photo filled her vision. His long fingers cradled her chin, leaning slightly over the desk to kiss her, his eyes brimming with affection. She stared in shock, her head tilted back, passively accepting his kiss, her hands balled into fists atop the books. The starlight outside fell perfectly between them, the backdrop a pitch-black night, with scattered lights from the buildings illuminating the darkness. This is far too clear. What kind of phone captured this? Yue Jitong pondered, her heart fluttering. This was the first time she beheld Mo Xilou kissing her from an outsider's perspective. The depth of emotion in his gaze made her heart skip a beat. She had thought that his kiss stemmed solely from physical desire. So, what was he thinking while kissing her? Yue Jitong returned the phone to Shui Man, still feeling a pang of shame. "I need to freshen up," she mumbled, making a hasty retreat. After washing up in a flurry, she climbed into her bed, drawing the curtains to enclose herself in her little world. She opened her phone again, searching for the post on the campus wall. Such things had never interested her before. But now, as she scrolled, she discovered an array of content, mostly complaints. For instance, today I found a label sticker in the scrambled eggs at the cafeteria, complete with a photo. Comments below included, "They probably didn't wash the vegetables and cut the label right in. Last time, I found a rubber band in my stir-fried celery. It must have been used to tie the celery. I once found a word printed on the mushrooms I was eating. My trypophobia is acting up. Who understands? What's this? Yesterday, I found a screw in my fried noodles. It left me speechless. Ha! The person above, the cafeteria chef, is probably looking for the screws from his pots today." Scrolling further down, she also found posts about seeking partners. Height 175 centimeters, weight 135 pounds. Ladies are welcome to flirt accompanied by a photo of a muscular back. The comments were rife with accusations of fishing for attention. Yue Jitong frowned as she continued scrolling, finally spotting that photo. Her finger inadvertently slipped further down, halting as her gaze landed on the name of the next post. The subsequent post was a confession directed at none other than Mo Xilou. The title read, Confessing to Mo Xilou on the 10th day, with a signature from Rue. Was that the girl from next door? Was her name Rue? Yue Jitong furrowed her brow, flipping over and scrolling back up to her own post, clicking into the comments. The comments section was a cacophony of voices. The library is for studying. Can couples please refrain from making out here? Exactly, it's quite bothersome. Ha. The single dogs are triggered. What do you mean by that? Do you often engage in such activities in the library? I think this photo is somewhat beautiful. What is the matter with that? They were sitting in such a secluded spot. It didn't seem to bother anyone. These two seem quite good-looking. Does anyone know them? So what if they're good-looking? Does that mean they can be devoid of manners? You bunch of face-value worshippers. What is wrong with being a face-value worshipper? Did I offend you? Are you perhaps unattractive? The conversation devolved into absurdity, with two factions hurling insults at each other, seizing upon any trivial remark to attack. Yue Jitong felt a twinge of embarrassment as she took a screenshot of the post and sent it to Mo Xilou. After a moment's thought, she sent him another message, her tone cautious. Perhaps we should be more mindful of our surroundings next time. It's easy to draw criticism. After a 5-minute wait, Mo Xilou replied, This photo is quite exquisite. He located the post, enlarged the photo, and saved it. Subsequently, he sent a copy to Yue Jitong. An idea sparked in Mo Xilou's mind, igniting a flicker of inspiration. After a while, Yue Jitong, upon viewing his message, fell into silence. Mo Xilou texted, Yue Jitong, if you kiss me in 100 different settings, we can erase our past entirely, and I shall forgive you. How does that sound? This was a notion he had just conceived, and he intended for Yue Jitong to take the initiative rather than perpetually waiting for him to approach her. Yue Jitong hesitated, her finger lingering on the screen for a few seconds before she responded with a simple okay. 100 kisses in exchange for an absolution of past grievances seemed rather advantageous, albeit challenging to execute across 100 distinct venues. She began tallying potential locations within the school. Upon receiving her reply, Mo Xilou's lips curled into a grin, his heart fluttering with anticipation. 100 kisses would certainly allow for an extended intimacy. Yet, with each kiss, he often felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and surrealism. In Shiru's dormitory, the photograph was also under scrutiny. Shiru stared at her phone, her face pale, particularly as her own comment lay beneath the photo, rendering her words a mere jest. Tears began to well in her eyes. Despite her earnest efforts and proactive stance, why did Mo Xilou refuse to accept her? For the first time in her life, her heart fluttered for a boy, only to face such a harsh rejection. The blow was profound. Her roommates, noticing her troubled demeanor, attempted to console her while disparaging Yue Jitong. Don't be disheartened, Shiru. A single photo means nothing. Mo Xilou hasn't even made an official announcement. Perhaps he's merely toying with her. Indeed, Mo Xilou must be playing around, eventually growing bored and discarding her. Shiru, however, found no solace in their words. Her eyes remained red-rimmed. Why wouldn't Mo Xilou engage with her? Even a fleeting moment with him would suffice. At least she would have had something to hold on to. She wiped her tears, unwilling to display her vulnerability to her roommates, and feigned nonchalance as she began practicing yoga. It's fine, you're right. Nothing's been officially declared. Men are fickle-hearted. She resolved not to give up, firmly believing she would wait for the day Mo Xilou's affections would shift. After all, men are merely drawn to novelty. Even Yue Jitong, despite her beauty, would eventually become tiresome. Shiru believed that opportunities favor those who are prepared. Throughout her life, she has tirelessly pursued her desires. She was disciplined, hard-working, extroverted, talented, academically accomplished, and hailing from a prestigious background. In what aspect was she inferior to Yue Jitong? A profound sense of imbalance plagued Shiru, and she refused to accept defeat. Chapter 23. A serendipitous encounter at the CAF. Yue Jitong had promised to assist Zhao Zhan. Thus she began to subtly inquire about Xuanman's preferences. One evening in the dormitory, she casually asked, Man, what type of boys do you like? Xuanman, engrossed in a short drama, removed her headphones, paused the screen on the male lead, and pointed at it with a beaming smile. I prefer someone like this. Yue Jitong moved a stool beside her and followed her gaze. The man on screen had deep-set eyes, a well-tailored suit, and long, straight legs, exuding an air of arrogance. Reflecting on Zhao Zhan's appearance, she suddenly comprehended why Zhao Zhan believed Xue Man would not find him appealing. The disparity was indeed considerable. Yue Jitong attempted to salvage the situation, stating, "But that's an actor. Such individuals are rare in real life. If you were to seek a partner, what character traits would you prefer?" Xue Man rested her chin on her hand, blinking thoughtfully before responding, "Actually, I'm not solely attracted to looks. I prefer boys with a dominant streak, those who are decisive and cool." Yue Jitong realized Xue Man favored the archetype of a domineering CEO. However, Li Qian hardly fit that mold. What was it about Li Qian that Xue Man had been drawn to in a past life? This perplexed her. Perhaps, after discerning Xue Man's inclinations, Li Qian had begun to feign a more assertive persona? Or maybe Xue Man's inherently gentle nature made her indecisive, leading her to favor someone who could make decisions on her behalf. Returning to her desk, Yue Jitong pulled out her phone and relayed her suspicions to Zhao Zhan, suggesting he take the initiative to ask Xue Man out. Zhao Zhan acknowledged her message, albeit hesitantly, still unsure of how to proceed. After offering her advice, Yue Jitong was preoccupied with her own responsibilities. In addition to her part-time job at the milk tea shop, she had secured a position at a print shop as well. Combined, her earnings could amount to 2,000 yuan a month, sufficient to sustain her lifestyle, and with a bit of thriftiness, she could save an additional 1,000 yuan. Days later, Zhao Zhan contacted her, expressing his desire to invite Xue Man out but uncertain of where to go, seeking her counsel. Yue Jitong once again began to subtly inquire, Man, do you have any places in mind that you would like to visit? What's up, Tao Tao? Are you eager to go out? Xue Man assumed Yue Jitong wanted to invite her out, but she replied, I can probably only accompany you next week. I have plans this weekend. Plans? Yue Jitong was taken aback. Had Zhao Zhan already spoken to Xue Man? That couldn't be right. If so, he would need to consult her. An ominous feeling settled in her chest. Sure enough, the next moment, Xue Man revealed, I've signed up for a volunteer activity to visit the children at the Sunshine Welfare Institute. It's worth 4 credits. Li Qian helped me secure a spot. Yue Jitong felt a jolt of alarm. She noted Xue Man's shift in how she referred to Li Qian. Once, she had always called him Xue Di, but now she simply addressed him as Li Qian, her tone familiar and intimate. Oh, Zhao Zhan, have you possibly fallen behind again? Yue Jitong's mind raced, struggling to find a suitable rationale to deter her. Moreover, they were required to earn 20 social practice credits each semester. This event would yield 4 credits, making it unnecessary for her to intervene. If she repeatedly obstructed Xue Man's interactions with Li Qian, it would undoubtedly seem peculiar. She couldn't simply declare, what kind of person is Li Qian? That approach would be futile. She lacked evidence and couldn't directly accuse him. Furthermore, Li Qian had never engaged in any behavior indicative of being supported by a wealthy woman, making it difficult to find fault with him. With a resigned sigh in her heart, Yue Jitong decided to inform Zhao Zhan of the situation. The crux of the matter lay with him, and she hoped he would step up. Zhao Zhan quickly replied, understood, thank you. On the other end of the line, Zhao Zhan's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding. He could no longer hesitate. Otherwise, Xue Man would truly fall for someone else. Coincidentally, a roommate secured a spot for the volunteer activity at the Welfare Institute that Sunday. Zhao Zhan offered to sign in for him, and the roommate gladly accepted, thrilled at the prospect of gaining 4 credits without wasting time. Zhao Zhan deftly provided his account information. Curious, the roommate inquired about Zhao Zhan's motives, but he deftly deflected with a few vague remarks. On the weekend, Yue Jitong awoke at 6:30, jogged for half an hour, reviewed vocabulary, and then headed to her part-time job at the CAF located at the school gates. Typically, she worked at the milk tea shop next door. During the weekend, I worked tirelessly at the coffee shop for 2 full days. The establishment opened its doors at 9 in the morning, paused for an hour at noon, and closed at 9 in the evening. Initially, the proprietor intended to hire 2 university students to cover the morning and afternoon shifts. However, Yue Jitong, eager to earn a bit more, volunteered to take on the entire day's responsibilities. With a remuneration of 20 yuan per hour, She could earn 220 yuan in a single day, totaling 440 yuan over the weekend. Moreover, the mornings were relatively quiet. As the clock approached 9, she unlocked the door to the coffee shop with her key. The space was modest, approximately 50 square meters, yet it exuded warmth and elegance. The walls were painted in a soft cream hue, adorned with several artistic depictions of the coffee-making process. The wooden tables and chairs were arranged neatly, each table graced with a small pot of vibrant greenery. In one corner stood a vintage bookshelf, brimming with various magazines and literature on coffee culture. The floor was laid with deep brown wooden planks, which creaked gently underfoot. As was her routine, Yue Jitong began by arranging the tables and chairs, wiping down surfaces, and ensuring the shop was immaculate. The interior remained empty until 10 o'clock, devoid of patrons. She prepared herself a cappuccino and settled at a small wooden round table by the window, where she took out a book to sketch and doodle. The weekend atmosphere was particularly subdued. Many university students were still tucked in their beds, while others had ventured out for Friday night dates, resulting in a noticeable lack of foot traffic on campus at this hour. This provided her with a rare opportunity to savor a moment of tranquility. However, this serene interlude was short-lived. Around 10:30, a group of 7 individuals strolled in from across the street, pushing open the door. An automated mechanical owl at the entrance chirped a welcoming greeting repeatedly for several moments before falling silent. Quickly, Yue Jitong stowed away her book, cleared her half-finished cappuccino, and hurried back to the cash register to attend to the customers. The group comprised both boys and girls, presumably just released from their school activities. Given the coffee shop's prime location directly across from the university, she inquired, "What would you like to drink?" As she activated the ordering machine, 3 girls among them ordered a matcha latte, a caramel macchiato, and an iced Americano. One girl in a blue checkered jacket turned to look back and softly asked, "Mo Xilou, we've placed our orders. What would you like to drink?" A boy beside her teased, "Oh, why are you only asking Mo Xilou? We're right here too. Why not ask us first?" The girl with the high ponytail lowered her head, slightly flushed, and explained softly, "Isn't Mo Xilou treating us? Of course, we should ask him first." Hearing the name Mo Xilou, Yue Jitong paused her actions at the ordering machine and glanced towards the center of the group. Indeed, the individual surrounded by several boys and girls was Mo Xilou. She did not recognize any of them, save for 2 of Mo Xilou's roommates, Gu Yunxi and Fang Mingjie, neither of whom were present today. Standing a head taller than those around him, Mo Xilou regarded her with an inquisitive gaze. A boy nudged him with his elbow, prompting, "Hey, Mo, the junior asked you what you wanted to drink." Mo Xilou averted his gaze, calmly replied, "You all order first, I'll decide last," and motioned for them to find a seat. The girl with the ponytail exhibited a flicker of disappointment as she completed her order and joined the other 2 girls in search of table. The remaining 3 boys finished their orders and departed, leaving only Mo Xilou at the cash register. Yue Jitong lifted her eyes to him, her tone formal as she inquired, "What would you like to drink?" Beyond this, no further pleasantries were exchanged, adhering to Mo Xilou's request to keep their relationship discreet in public. She maintained a cool demeanor, and Mo Xilou's voice was equally devoid of inflection as he stated, "A cup of black coffee." With that, he departed without uttering another word. Chapter 24. A kiss in the corner of the coffee shop. As Yue Jitong printed the order, she strained to listen to their conversation, discreetly observing the 7 individuals who had gathered around the same table, her gaze inevitably drawn to Mo Xilou. His presence seemed to act as a magnet, irresistibly capturing her attention, her eyes instinctively following him. This tendency, however, was one Yue Jitong was oblivious to. The girl in the blue checkered jacket had intentionally saved a seat next to her for Mo Xilou, enthusiastically waving at him. "Mo Xilou, over here. I saved this for you." The boy in the gray shirt chimed in with playful banter. "Oh, look at this, a special seat saved for Mo Xilou." The girl shot him a glare and elbowed him sharply. Feigning annoyance, "Zhang Jiaqing, are you a broken record?" The boy, identified as Zhang Jiaqing, clicked his tongue and whispered in her ear, "Lin Yueling, is it really wise to be so aggressive in front of your Mo Xilou?" Lin Yueling cast a glance at the approaching Mo Xilou, then discreetly stomped on Zhang Jiaqing's foot under the table, murmuring, "Shut up." Mo Xilou pretended not to notice their subtle exchanges as he pulled out a chair and sat down. It was evident to all that Lin Yueling harbored an interest in him, a fact he was certainly aware of, though he remained indifferent. Many girls were attracted to him. Among the seven, apart from himself and Wu Yuran, who were both sophomores, the other five were first-year students, directly under his and Wu Yuran's leadership. They had gathered today to train them on class management and event organization. As college students, they were adults with their own perspectives, not easily swayed by peers. Mo Xilou and Wu Yuran shared their experiences openly, and the five first-year students listened attentively. Lin Yueling's gaze was fixed on Mo Xilou, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Behind the cash register was a partition for coffee preparation, draped with a light yellow curtain and featuring a large glass window through which passers-by could witness the coffee-making process. Yue Jitong, pulling her gaze away, took the order slip and entered the coffee preparation area. Mo Xilou's position allowed him to see the cash register. As he spoke, his gaze drifted past the register and the glass window, landing on the figure of Yue Jitong, who was busy making coffee with her back to him. Yue Jitong first prepared the iced Americano and the matcha latte, carefully placing them on a tray before bringing them out. The matcha latte was particularly hot, and she gingerly set the cup down in the center of the table. Upon her arrival, the animated discussion among the group seemed to be abruptly paused, and they collectively fell silent. Wu Yuran took the iced Americano, while another girl claimed the matcha latte. Lin Yueling, who had ordered the caramel macchiato, was still awaiting her drink. She remained fixated on Mo Xilou, keenly observing that when the server girl approached, his gaze lingered on her for several seconds. Not only Mo Xilou, but several boys were captivated by the girl delivering the drinks. Lin Yueling, too, glanced at the delicate hands holding the tray and, following her gaze, was momentarily stunned by the beauty of the coffee-making girl. Just moments earlier, she had been shy from her friends' teasing and had hardly noticed the girl standing behind the cash register. It is no wonder that everyone is captivated by her. Even she cannot help but steal a few glances. Yue Jitong lowered her eyes, set her belongings down, and decisively turned to leave. Zhang Jiaqing's gaze lingered even after her figure vanished behind the curtain. Lin Yueqing, who had been teased throughout, finally seized her opportunity, mimicking Zhang Jiaqing's previous tone. "Oh dear, she has already disappeared, and yet you're still watching." Zhang Jiaqing snapped back to reality, propping his chin on his hand, mumbling softly, "That girl seems quite young. She should also be from our school, right? I wonder if she has a boyfriend." Lin Yueqing replied mercilessly, "With looks like that, she's surely not lacking suitors. She must have a boyfriend by now. Even if she doesn't, you probably wouldn't stand a chance." Though Zhang Jiaqing shared her sentiments, feeling that such beauty was beyond his reach and lacking the audacity to confess, Lin Yueqing's blunt remarks stung a bit. "What's wrong with me? What if she doesn't have a boyfriend? What if she actually likes someone like me?" Lin Yueqing waved her hand dismissively. All right. Go ahead and ask for her WeChat. Let us see if you can get it." Despite not having planned on pursuing anything, Zhang Jiaqing found himself stirred by Lin Yueqing's provocation. Mo Xilou squinted, his long fingers tapping lightly on the table, his gaze calm as he refrained from joining their conversation. Zhang Jiaqing inquired, "Mo, do you know that girl?" Wu Yuran furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with the girl. After a moment of contemplation, a name surfaced in her mind. She cast a discreet glance at Mo Xilou, but chose not to engage, merely shaking her head. It was not her style to meddle. However, she recalled an incident from her freshman year when she had witnessed Mo Xilou confessing to a girl from the computer science department, only to be coldly rejected, leaving him visibly dejected. Wu Yuran was taken aback. Their college heartthrob, the recipient of love letters from numerous girls, had been turned down? Another long-haired girl gazed at Yue Jitong's profile, feeling a sense of recognition but unable to place it. If she recalled more clearly, she would remember that the girl had featured in a post she had scrolled past, one of the subjects in a photograph shared online. Although a picture of Mo Xilou kissing Yue Jitong had previously been posted in the library, only their profiles were visible. Not everyone frequented the campus wall or scrutinized every post, so few could recognize them from just a side view. Zhang Jiaqing turned to Mo Xilou again, asking, "Do you know that girl?" "I don't," he replied tersely. As Yue Jitong emerged from the kitchen carrying a cappuccino and coconut milk coffee, she happened to overhear those three words. Lowering her gaze to the tray in her hands, her lips pressed together lightly, Zhang Jiaqing felt a pang of disappointment. Wasn't she from their school? If so, such a stunning girl surely couldn't be unknown to both seniors. As Yue Jitong bent down to set the two cups on the table, she sensed a gaze upon her but chose not to look at anyone, rising to leave. She was capable of preparing 2 cups at once and decided to make Mo Xilou's black coffee last. When she returned for the 3rd time to serve, Zhang Jiaqing finally mustered the courage to speak. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this CAF?" Yue Jitong paused, looking up to find Mo Xilou lounging against the back of a chair, arms crossed, observing her with an air of leisure. "No," she replied, shaking her head and softly uttering the word. Then she walked away. Zhang Jiaqing was taken aback. He had expected at least a response indicating she was a student working part-time here. Instead, she was rather reticent. Lin Yueqing let out a laugh. "You look like a fool." Zhang Jiaqing retorted, "How am I a fool? This is courage." Though he protested, internally he felt deflated. The girl was too aloof for him to have any hope. With only Mo Xilou's black coffee remaining, he suddenly stood up, hands in his pockets, long legs striding out from the middle of the chair. Everyone turned to watch him, and Lin Yueqing asked, "Mo, where are you going?" "I just remembered I forgot to tell her that the coffee should have milk and sugar." It was Wu Yuren's turn to share her insights. "You all should listen to her first." Mo Xilou strolled leisurely towards the door curtain, unhurried. The others resumed their focus on Wu Yuren. With her back to the window, Yue Jitong poured coffee beans into the grinder, turning the handle slowly and meticulously, her gaze intent as the beans transformed into a fine powder, releasing a rich aroma. After filling a cup, she turned around and was startled by the sight of clear eyes meeting hers. Yue Jitong jumped slightly, her hand trembling, nearly spilling the coffee. A quick glance outside revealed no one was paying attention, and she sighed in relief, recalling Mo Xilou's earlier claim of not knowing her. She suspected he wished to distance himself from her in front of others. Steadying the cup in her hand, she stated coolly, "This is the kitchen. Customers aren't allowed in here." Mo Xilou leaned casually against the wall, responding to her remark with a question. "Are you working part-time here?" "Yes," she replied softly, stepping closer to him and extending the coffee cup. "Since you're here, you can take it yourself." "Why?" he asked, not reaching for it, his gaze fixed on her clear eyes. Yue Jitong was taken aback. "What do you mean, why? Why are you working here part-time?" Yue Jitong suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. What else could it be but to earn money? Or is it to experience life? The next moment, Mo Xilou spoke again. "Is it to get a taste of what it's like to be a barista?" Yue Jitong bit her lip, her expression difficult to read, then nodded yes. If he chose to believe that, so be it. She was reluctant to lay bare her struggles before him. From her demeanor, Mo Xilou sensed that her words were not entirely truthful. Did she not wish to confide in him? Still holding the cup, her arm growing weary, she prompted again. "Here you go." Mo Xilou stood in a corner behind the curtain, where those outside could not see him through the glass. He took the coffee cup with his left hand while using his right to grasp Yue Jitong's hand, pulling her closer. Leaning slightly, a playful smile danced in his eyes. "I think we can unlock a new location today." Yue Jitong froze, instantly comprehending his implication, feeling a surge of nervousness as she glanced around. The air was thick with the rich aroma of coffee mingled with a hint of watermelon, wafting toward her nose. Chapter 25. Then let me sweeten things up a bit. Yue Jitong hurriedly pushed him away, cautious not to make too much of a scene, still feeling shy, her voice barely above a whisper. "Mo Xilou, stop it. There are people outside." He raised his left hand, taking a sip of the black coffee, his brows furrowing in complaint. "So bitter, Yue Jitong. You didn't add any sugar. You didn't say anything." The corners of Mo Xilou's lips curled upward, a glimmer of mirth dancing in his eyes. "Then let me indulge in a moment of sweetness," he said. Lowering his head, he swiftly pecked her lips, the rich flavor of coffee intertwining between them. After the kiss, he turned to leave. As he lifted the curtain, The smile on Mo Xilou's face faded, returning to a serene indifference, as if nothing had transpired. With his right hand cradling the coffee, he strolled back leisurely. Yue Jitong pressed her hand against her heart, which raced faster than ever before. Perhaps due to the surroundings, just the curtain's width away, all his classmates were present. The immense thrill and tension sent her pulse soaring. After a brief moment of composure behind the curtain, she took a deep breath and stepped back out, having prepared all the drinks they ordered. And with no other patrons arriving, Yue Jitong sat behind the cash register, picking up a book. As she read, she stole glances at Mo Xilou. Today, her emotions felt particularly restless. She struggled to concentrate. Was it the cacophony of the environment? When Mo Xilou returned with his coffee, only Lin Yueqing noticed that his drink contained no additives. What had he been doing inside? Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Yueqing immediately inquired, "Senior, why didn't you add milk or sugar?" Wu Yuran cast a quiet glance at the cup of coffee, remaining silent, his gaze laden with unspoken significance. Mo Xilou lightly smiled, his mood buoyant, fabricating a tale that he suddenly preferred the unadulterated essence of black coffee. Oh, Lin Yueqing thought, not pondering further. The group soon transitioned from serious discussions to casual banter. The topics varied and eclectic. They chatted about the best eateries and entertainment in X City, where to find affordable clothing, the curiosities and legends of X University, and shared stories from their hometowns. Mo Xilou relished traveling across the globe in 2 lifetimes. He had traversed much of China. Whenever someone mentioned their hometown, he could effortlessly engage in conversation. The others listened to him speak with fervor, their eyes glimmering with admiration. At this age, most of them were experiencing life away from home for the first time, venturing into university. Yet, Mo Xilou had explored so many places. His experiences rich and varied, seemingly well acquainted with the customs and traditions of different locales. Lin Yueqing's eyes sparkled brighter, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed at him intently. Behind the cash register, Yue Jitong found herself lost in thought, her book lingering on the same page, her mind unable to absorb a single word. She gently lifted her eyelids, peering through at Mo Xilou, who animatedly conversed by the window. In that moment, she glimpsed the boy from her youth, clad in a school uniform, surrounded by laughter and chatter during breaks. No matter where he was or when it was, Mo Xilou effortlessly became the focal point of any gathering, the center of attention, a natural leader. He captivated everyone's gaze. Perhaps it was the perfect sunlight of the day, or perhaps the absence of interruptions, but Yue Jitong's thoughts drifted far away, complex and tangled like a web of yarn. From childhood to adulthood, she had adhered to a life of compliance, abiding by the orphanage's rules, her mother's expectations, and the school's regulations. Her face bore an air of restlessness, yet her personality was its antithesis. She was the epitome of sincerity, adhering strictly to norms, cautious and reserved, never daring to step out of line, diligently obeying family, school, and societal expectations. Along with the moral and legal standards imposed upon her, she had always remembered the school rule against early romantic relationships. Thus, she found Mo Xilou's bold pursuit of her both astonishing and shameful. She longed for acknowledgement, yearned for validation, feared standing out, and dreaded the scrutinizing gazes of others. She never aspired to be the center of attention. She merely wished to blend into the crowd, to become one of the countless faceless individuals. Yet his pursuit drew countless eyes toward her, whispers and speculation swirling behind her back. Those discussions and glances weighed heavily upon her, like a mountain pressing down on her timid youth. Modesty, subtlety, restraint, silence, and dullness characterized the essence of her existence. In stark contrast, Mo Xilou embodied everything she was not: boldness, exuberance, freedom, spontaneity, and adventure composed the melody of his life. He radiated confidence and arrogance, indifferent to the opinions of others. Every choice stemming from his heart, unburdened by any constraints. Even if his decisions defied conventions, so what? He possessed the audacity to disregard all, supported by a safety net that allowed him to fervently pursue everything he believed in, persisting through 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. In 2 lifetimes, Yue Jitong had known Mo Xilou for over a decade. He understood her better than most, yet he had never fully grasped her essence. For instance, he always believed she had never harbored feelings for him, oblivious to the truth. She had simultaneously detested his flamboyant pride while being irresistibly drawn to him. She oscillated between hatred and longing, between indifference and sorrow. Her feelings for Mo Xilou had never been as simple as he presumed. The uncomplicated dichotomy of love and hate could no longer encapsulate the complexities of their shared years. All the entangled emotions she had struggled to comprehend gradually surfaced in her mind. In this new chapter of her life, she finally had the time and patience to delve into her innermost thoughts. The disdain she had felt in her youth was misdirected. She had never truly loathed Mo Xilou, but had instead harbored a deep-seated aversion to herself. Her concern for others' opinions, her fear of judgment, ultimately stemmed from her own insecurities, her cowardice and timidity. What she truly despised was the version of herself that remained silent, self-deprecating, and utterly lacking in courage. He shone like a brilliant sun, illuminating the darkest corners of her heart. She yearned to be like him, yet felt incapable of embodying such freedom and strength. In her childhood, Yue Jitong often grappled with feelings of inadequacy, questioning why her mother favored her siblings more. Was it because she had not done enough? Why was she the one left behind? When someone sought her friendship, her immediate instinct was to doubt her own worth, wondering if she had any value worthy of another's companionship. When pursued, she would ponder the motives behind such attention, questioning her own deservingness. A pervasive sense of unworthiness loomed over her. She often felt undeserving of her mother's love, believing she fell short. She felt unworthy of being a good friend, as she felt incapable of providing emotional value to others. She felt unworthy of being pursued, convinced she possessed no redeeming qualities. Even after marrying Mo Xilou, she believed his love was ephemeral, rendering her hesitant to accept it. She feared that he might only be enamored with her exterior, and upon uncovering the myriad cracks within her heart, his affection would dissipate. She dreaded the pain of experiencing love only to lose it. Thus, she tightly closed her heart, her cowardice compelling her to minimize risk. As long as she rejected this love, she would not be susceptible to his hurt. On the day Mo Xilou proposed divorce, an unexpected sense of relief washed over her, as if a stone had finally settled in her heart. Yet, that was swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of loss, sorrow, and regret. Regret? Why would she feel regret? She did not know. She chose to evade and ignore this feeling. After all, she often escaped from her problems and emotions, opting to hide instead of confronting them. She was like an ostrich, her cowardice and self-doubt woven throughout the fabric of her existence. As she neared the end of her life, a semblance of understanding dawned upon her regarding the source of her regrets. For she had, with utmost caution, rejected the one person who had ardently loved her in this lifetime. In her newfound existence, she still bore the weight of over 30 years of ingrained inferiority. And rebirth would not instantaneously alter her character. She remained herself, yet not the same as before. She would engage in self-reflection, endeavor to enact change, and attempt to draw closer. Transformation is not achieved overnight. She required time to gradually shed that layer of self-doubt and timidity, evolving into a renewed version of herself. The warm sun cast a gentle light, and Yue Jitong slightly squinted, raising a hand to shield her forehead as a flicker of hope ignited within her. This flame, unbeknownst to anyone, burned quietly in a hidden corner of her heart. Chapter 26, A Heartbeat Missed. At 11:30, several individuals, including Mo Xilou, stood up, preparing to embark on their lunch. Wu Yuran suggested, the nearby Sichuan-style noodle shop offers delightful dishes. Shall we dine there? Lin Yueqing nodded in agreement. Sounds great. I enjoy spicy food. Glancing at Mo Xilou, she inquired, What do you say, senior? I'm indifferent, Mo Xilou replied, his gaze lowered, somewhat distracted. Zhang Jiaqing scoffed. Turning to Lin Yueqing, I knew you would ask Senior Mo. Could you perhaps inquire about our preferences as well? Are we not human? Lin Yueqing shot him a glare, retorting, And what do you wish to eat then? Zhang Jiaqing scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. I'm fine with anything. Lin Yueqing rolled her eyes. Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing? Clearly, my answer aligns with Senior Mo.'s. Your attitude is like night and day. What is that supposed to mean? Do you have an issue? He challenged. Mo Xilou remained silent, quietly observing their banter. When Lin Yueqing caught his gaze, she fell silent, her face flushing as she lowered her head, contemplating whether she had been overly aggressive, hoping not to give Mo Xilou the impression that she was a sharp-tongued person. Wu Yuran interjected, All right, let us hurry up. I assume everyone is hungry. Yue Jitong watched them depart, noting that 2 other patrons remained in the establishment. As the last to leave, Mo Xilou unexpectedly turned back, their eyes locking in an unanticipated moment. He flashed a smile and winked at her before vanishing through the doorway. Yue Jitong was momentarily stunned, her heart skipping a beat. Her lunch hour spanned from 12 to 1, yet with customers still present. It was not particularly convenient for her to leave, and the 2 patrons showed no signs of departing either. After a moment's contemplation, she opened her phone and messaged Mo Xilou. Could you bring me some food? Thanks. This marked her first time proactively reaching out for his assistance. A tentative exploration of their relationship. She resembled a snail, gently extending her antennae, seeking to touch upon his world. If he were unwilling, she would promptly retract them and retreat into her shell. Surely he would see it. Would he feign ignorance? Fortunately, he replied swiftly, interrupting her musings. What would you like to eat? Mo Xilou was slightly taken aback. Yue Jitong had actually requested his help, unfamiliar with the changes in her mindset. He was genuinely surprised. He had always known her to possess a highly sensitive and proud disposition, never one to easily ask others for assistance. If she could manage something herself, she would not seek help. Yue Jitong replied, What are you eating? Mo Xilou responded, Noodles. Yue Jitong continued, Then could you please pack me a portion without spice? Mo Xilou a filmed, Alricht. While awaiting her lunch, she received a message from Zhao Zhen, Sister Tong. Li Qian is such a green tea bitch. I've never encountered a man so insidiously green tea. It drives me mad. I can't compete with him. Through the screen, Yue Jitong could almost visualize Zhao Zhen seething with frustration. His vehement condemnation piqued her curiosity. What happened? Zhao Zhen began to recount the humiliations he had endured throughout the morning. This volunteer event was organized by the school's youth association, allowing students from various colleges to register, with a total of 20 slots available. The organizer was Lu Meng, an officer within the youth association. Lu Meng had notified everyone in the group to assemble at the school gate at 8:30 in the morning to take the bus together. When Zhao Zhen arrived at the school gate, Li Qian and Shui Man were already present. This was his first encounter with the scoundrel Li Qian, as described by Yue Jitong, and he was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, he appeared quite respectable, seemingly polite and humble, emanating friendliness, completely inconspicuous as a man of dubious character. A dozen individuals were already gathered, with Shui Man standing closest to him, engaged in cheerful conversation, primarily listening to Li Qian speak. Zhao Zhen approached, feigning an accidental meeting. Man, what a coincidence. You also signed up for this event. Shui Man turned her head, her eyes lighting up. Oh, Zhao Zhen, what a coincidence. Li Qian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, a gentle smile gracing his face. Man, who is this? Oh, this is my high school classmate, Zhao Zhen. Li Qian offered him a friendly smile, and Zhao Zhen nodded in response, though a pang of bitterness stirred within him. In Shui Man's eyes, was he merely a high school classmate? Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Zhen added, not just a high school classmate. Man. We were also middle school classmates and elementary school classmates. Indeed, it seems we have quite the connection, having attended the same school since childhood. Shui Man smiled. Li Qian's gaze flickered, assessing Zhao Zhen with a scrutinizing eye. Zhao Zhen returned the look, his stare sharpening. Li Qian gleaned something from Zhao Zhen's demeanor, lowering his head to mask a fleeting displeasure in his eyes, then lifted his gaze once more, donning that same amiable facade. Clearly, Zhao Zhen was vying for his attention. Li Qian dismissed him with confidence, believing that a straightforward man like Zhao Zhen posed no threat to him. Zhao Zhen inexplicably perceived the disdain in Li Qian's eyes, a surge of anger igniting within him. Yue Jitong had been correct. Li Qian was indeed adept at masquerading, perpetually donning a fade. Now that everyone is here, let us board the bus, the organizer Lu Ming called as she accounted for the participants. Let us go. Xue Man was the first to step onto the bus. Li Qian, being closest to her, followed closely behind. Zhao Zhen immediately trailed after, squeezing in behind Li Qian. The front half of the bus featured single seats, while the back half offered double seats, with the last row accommodating multiple people. Xue Man boarded early, and with many seats still available, Li Qian promptly suggested, Man, let us sit in the back, it's more stable. Sure, Man, sit here. It's comfortable, he invited, selecting a central double seat. Zhao Zhen, trailing closely behind, hurriedly found another double seat, conveniently placing himself across the aisle from Li Qian, and he too extended an invitation. Man, sit over here, it's warmer. Caught in the aisle, Xue Man appeared conflicted, glancing left and right, unsure to whom she should decline. Li Qian, having long since understood Xue Man's character, swiftly facilitated her decision, tapping the seat beside him. Man, hurry and sit down. The people behind are waiting to pass. Indeed, upon hearing that she was blocking others, Xue Man promptly settled beside Li Qian. Disappointment flickered across Zhao Zhen's eyes. When he looked up, Li Qian flashed him a knowing smile, as if to say, You've lost. In this initial clash, Zhao Zhen was defeated. After disembarking, he, having learned from past experiences, closely followed Xue Man, mirroring her steps. Chapter 27. Do you wish to spend some time alone with me? Li Qian chuckled nonchalantly. Each time, Zhao Zhen and Xue Man reminisced about their amusing childhood tales. He effortlessly inserted himself into the conversation, deftly steering the topic elsewhere. Zhao Zhen remarked, Man, do you recall our middle school visit to donate supplies to the orphanage? Li Qian immediately interjected, Oh, Man, which middle school did you attend? Xue Man promptly replied, I was at. Zhao Zhen continued, Man, my mother called yesterday and inquired about you, saying it's been ages since she last saw you and invited you to our home during the next holiday. Li Qian's expression turned melancholic as he lamented, I haven't been home in quite a while. I truly miss it. Xue Man gently reassured him, It's all right. In just over a month, we'll have winter break. Zhao Zhen added, Man, do you remember our elementary school homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhou? She broke her leg. Let us visit her together during the break. Li Qian remarked, That's unfortunate news. By the way, Man, what do you usually do during the holidays? Xue Man replied, Oh, I watch dramas and hang out with friends. Zhao Zhen, feeling discontented, shot an irritated glance at the incessantly interrupting Li Qian, who returned a smug look. In this second clash, Zhao Zhen was defeated. Meanwhile, Xue Man remained blissfully unaware of the tension brewing between the two. With a gentle smile, she suggested, Let us play games with the little ones. Sounds good. Both Li Qian and Zhao Zhen chorused, exchanging a glare afterward. As Xue Man engaged with the child, Li Qian joined in, quickly eliciting laughter from the little ones. Zhao Zhen followed suit, yet for reasons unknown, the children seemed to prefer playing with Li Qian. One 6-year-old girl wanted to play house, insisting that Xue Man portray the mother and pointing at Li Qian to play the father. Xue Man glanced at Li Qian, her cheeks subtly flushing. Zhao Zhen, feeling disgruntled, crouched down and asked the child, Why don't you want me to play the father? The child stepped back a little, saying, You're too fierce, big brother. Li Qian is gentle and Man is pretty. They suit each other better. Zhao Zhen froze, incredulous, as he pointed at himself in disbelief. Where am I fierce? This was the first time anyone had ever called him fierce. He had always considered himself quite gentle in appearance. Where, he wondered, was Li Qian gentle? The child blinked and took another step back. See? You're fierce right now. I want to play with Li Qian. Zhao Zhen clenched his fists and turned away, letting out a huff. This child was clearly swayed by Li Qian. He had just heard him subtly guide the child into suggesting playing house, and even instructing her to designate him as the father. From Xue Man's perspective, Li Qian's lips curled into a smirk, his pride unabashed. In their third confrontation, Zhao Zhen faced defeat once more. Frustrated, he sat aside, unable to join in their play. Zhao Zhen sat beneath the slide, dejectedly messaging Yue Jitong to vent his frustrations. At the CAF, Yue Jitong stared at the dozens of messages Zhao Zhen had sent, falling into silence. Indeed, the man capable of juggling 4 relationships at once and charming both Xue Man and 3 wealthy women was no ordinary individual. Li Qian was involved with multiple affluent women simultaneously, 3 to be precise. What was most exasperating was that after his numerous romantic entanglements went awry, none of the 3 wealthy women held him accountable. Instead, they began to compete for his affection, showering him with money and resources and even investing in his projects, ultimately propelling an individual with little acting talent and mediocre looks to fame. This alone spoke volumes about his cunning nature. Zhao Zhen, being straightforward, was simply no match for the cunning Li Qian. However, his honesty was both a flaw and a virtue. After witnessing Li Qian's tactics, Zhao Zhen finally felt a sense of urgency. He double-tapped Yue Jitong's profile picture, prompting her attention. "Sister Tong, I require your assistance." Yue Jitong furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment, yet failing to devise a suitable plan. She meticulously typed a few words on the screen. "Next time, find an opportunity to invite Man out alone. Without Li Qian present, this matter must be addressed promptly." Li Qian was far too adept at controlling the situation and setting the tone. With him around, Zhao Zhen was rendered inconsequential. Furthermore, she sensed that Li Qian had already considered Xue Man as his own. Yue Jitong put away her phone and looked up, startled to find someone standing beside her. "When did you return? You made no sound at all." Mo Xilou placed the packaged meal on the counter and, pulling his gaze from her phone, replied casually, "Just arrived." "Whom were you messaging? You seem quite engrossed." He had caught a glimpse of her screen, where a contact named Zhao Zhen had sent her numerous messages. Although he couldn't discern the contents, it didn't prevent him from feeling a twinge of jealousy. In the past, when he sent her a flurry of messages, she rarely responded. Yet now, she was engaging earnestly with someone else. So much so that she hadn't even noticed his arrival. "Eat up," he said, pulling up a chair to sit beside her. Yue Jitong opened the box, and a rich aroma wafted towards her. The noodles were distinct, coated in enticing sauce, with succulent greens scattered throughout and thinly sliced mushrooms that burst with flavor upon biting. "Yue Jitong, do you have a part-time job next Friday night?" She nodded, "Yes, at the print shop." "How many part-time jobs do you have?" "3, print shop, milk tea shop, and CAF. Mo Xilou frowned. "Are you in need of money?" Yue Jitong paused, looking up at him, not responding but countering with a question. "Do you think I shouldn't be in need of money?" This time, he was taken aback. Indeed, Yue Jitong had fallen out with her family and lacked a source of income. It made sense why she was always elusive, as she was likely preoccupied with finding ways to earn money. Mo Xilou took out his phone and transferred her 10,000. Yue Jitong refused. "I can't accept your money." She felt no right to do so. The relationship was ambiguous at best. Why should she accept his money? Mo Xilou snatched her phone, helping her confirm the transaction. "Hey!" Yue Jitong was caught off guard, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "Don't worry, this money I sent a gift. Since you need a part-time job, why not work for me?" Yue Jitong remained silent, gazing at him. "I'll pay you for your time to accompany me. 1,000 a day. Next Friday night, let us go out together." Yue Jitong retrieved her phone, swallowing the last bite of noodles, and looked at him anxiously. What does this companionship entail? He paused, quickly understanding her gaze, and playfully tapped her forehead, chuckling. "What are you thinking? It's just us going out together. Did you think I meant something else?" "Oh." She lowered her head, trying to mask her embarrassment. Indeed, she had overthought it. With her head down, her hair fell, revealing her flushed earlobes. Mo Xilou's gaze deepened, and he leaned closer, whispering, "Or, do you wish to spend some time alone with me?" Chapter 28. "I would like a hot, iced Americano." Yue Jitong was taken aback, meeting his teasing gaze, and hurriedly waved her hands. "No, going out together is perfectly fine." Amused by her flustered reaction, he chuckled softly. Yue Jitong inquired, "Who else is coming?" "My roommate, your roommate," Mo Xilou replied succinctly. In truth, Gu Yunqi had wanted to invite Su Qinghe out, but when he couldn't manage it, he turned to Mo Xilou, asking him to invite Yue Jitong and bring Su Qinghe along. "Yue Jitong, I entrust you with a task. What? Mo Xilou recounted Gu Yunqi's commission. Yue Jitong hesitated for a few seconds, expressing her uncertainty. Why not give it a try? Mo Xilou suggested. After pondering for a moment, Yue Jitong concluded that it would be better to invite the others from the dormitory along if she were to approach Su Qinghe alone. Should they include Zhao Zhan as well? This could create an opportunity for him and Xue Man. She inquired, where shall we go? Anywhere will suffice. Gu Yunqi desires a romantic setting. Coincidentally, that was her intention as well. She vaguely recalled Su Qinghe mentioning that Gu Yunqi was pursuing her, leaving her curious about Su's feelings. However, Yue Jitong was more inclined to play matchmaker for Zhao Zhan and Xue Man. The situation with Xue Man weighed heavily on her heart. Until resolved, she was anxious, fearing a repeat of past mistakes that could lead to irreversible consequences. Suddenly, Mo Xilou asked, are the girls in your dormitory particularly adventurous? Huh? She looked at him, puzzled by the question. There's a horror escape room that just opened on Lushui Street. You might suggest it to see if they'd be interested. A horror escape room? What is that? It's a combination of a haunted house and an escape room. Oh, Yue Jitong nodded. I'll inquire when I get back. At that moment, she didn't even consider whether she herself would be brave enough. Having never experienced a haunted house, she had no inkling of the thrills it might hold. Mo Xilou had other commitments that afternoon and left after giving his instructions. Yue Jitong discarded her empty lunchbox, tidied up the area, and returned to her work. As the afternoon progressed, more customers arrived, leaving her little time to read. Occasionally, she would take out her phone to respond to a few messages. She had yet to inform Zhao Zhan about the outing next week, as she wasn't certain she could invite the others from the dormitory. At the Sun Welfare Institute, Xue Man enjoyed her time with the children immensely. As she departed in the afternoon, several of the little ones followed her reluctantly, promising that she would come back to visit them. After the volunteer activity concluded and they had clocked out, 20 university students boarded the bus together to return. The bus stop was conveniently located at the school gate, and upon disembarking, Zhao Zhan hurried directly to the CAF across the street. He was aware that Yue Jitong was working there at that moment. Inside the CAF, Yue Jitong wore an expression of exasperation as she watched a group of girls enter. Shi Rui and her two roommates had inadvertently wandered into the CAF and were taken aback to see Yue Jitong working there. Despite any personal grievances, Yue Jitong maintained her composure and greeted them, asking, what would you like to order? Shi Rui's long-haired roommate crossed her arms and, with a sudden inspiration, ordered, I'll have a hot, iced Americano. Yue Jitong raised her eyes, regarding her with a look of incredulity, and asked, can you guess why it's called an iced Americano? The girl scoffed, so what? Can't you make it? No, Yue Jitong replied curtly. The girl was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, then why are you working here? Yue Jitong ignored her, turning to Shi Rui. Would you like to order anything else? Shi Rui, seeing her rival, felt a surge of jealousy but managed to conceal it. Her voice was somewhat high-pitched as she graciously stated, I'll have 3 hot vanilla lattes. Let me treat you all today. Her roommates responded with flattery. Look at Shi Rui. The little rich girl. We won't be polite then. Shi Rui held her head high, proudly leading the way. Her impression of Yue Jitong grew worse, as she believed only those from less fortunate backgrounds would take on part-time jobs. The CAF's pricing was rather steep, with a vanilla latte costing 25 yuan. For a university student reliant on parental support, this was not a trivial amount, which contributed to the sparse clientele throughout the day. Yue Jitong paid no further attention to them, processed the order, and moved to the kitchen to begin her tasks. Making coffee was a surprisingly stress-relieving endeavor, and Yue Jitong found herself deeply focused, feeling a sense of accomplishment rather than fatigue. After preparing the 3 lattes, she exited to serve them, and this time, Shi Rui's roommate refrained from making any foolish remarks to embarrass her. Upon turning around, she spotted Zhao Zhan standing at the door. The moment Zhao Zhan saw her, his demeanor brightened with excitement. This matter felt like a secret shared between him and Yue Jitong, leaving him with no one to confide in. After enduring a morning of setbacks, Zhao Zhan was plagued by self-doubt. Sister Tong, do you think I'm really that inadequate? Observing his dejected expression, Yue Jitong sincerely reassured him. How could that be? Zhao Zhan, you are an exceptionally wonderful person. You even touched the hearts of many in your past life. How would you be anything less? Nowadays, it's rare to find someone as kind-hearted as you. Yue Jitong held Zhao Zhan in high regard, admiring his ability to flourish even in adversity. Shi Rui, noticing a boy speaking to Yue Jitong for an extended period, eavesdropped with keen interest, even discreetly recording audio on her phone. The conversation was fragmented and unclear, leading her to mistakenly assume Zhao Zhan was a suitor of Yue Jitong. Though she was loath to admit it, she had to acknowledge that Yue Jitong possessed a certain allure, the kind that could effortlessly captivate a man's attention. Shi Rui saved the recording, uncertain of its potential use, but naturally inclined to seize every opportunity that presented itself. She raised her phone, pretending to take a selfie with her coffee cup, capturing a clandestine photo of Yue Jitong and Zhao Zhan together. In the image, Yue Jitong appeared warm and inviting, her eyes seemingly aglow, while the boy opposite her scratched his head, shyly smiling. Zhao Zhan felt bashful under Yue Jitong's praise. Sister Tong, you don't need to comfort me. I know I'm not that great. Don't lose heart. Trust me, you are far better than Li Qian. After some comforting, Zhao Zhan's previously diminished confidence began to resurface, and he bid farewell to Yue Jitong. After he left, Shi Rui suddenly approached and firmly stood before Yue Jitong, her expression serious as she queried, Yue Jitong, what exactly is your relationship with Mo Xilou? The photograph of their kiss in the library was like a thorn embedded in Shi Rui's heart, causing her distress whenever it crossed her mind. Chapter 29. The Influence of Infatuation. Yet she did not believe that Yue Jitong was in a relationship with Mo Xilou. Based on her understanding of Mo Xilou, if he were to date, he would undoubtedly make a grand announcement on social media, proclaiming it to the world. It would never be a matter shrouded in ambiguity and silence. Mo Xilou was not the type to compromise the dignity of his girlfriend. He was known for his forthrightness. Shi Rui prided herself on her understanding of Mo Xilou, believing she still had a chance. But she was utterly perplexed about the nature of that photograph. Today, by chance, Shi Rui encountered Yue Jitong and decided to voice her confusion. Yue Jitong was taken aback and regarded the girl, who consistently bore her animosity, with an earnest expression. What does it matter to you? Shi Rui choked, raising her voice. I like Mo Xilou. I've liked him since the first day of freshman year. So what? Yue Jitong calmly retorted. Whatever I, Shi Rui, desire, I must possess. No man can refuse me. As she spoke, Shi Rui's expression grew increasingly frenzied. Yue Jitong found her utterly baffling. What is the significance of you telling me all this? I merely wish to convey to you that I shall undoubtedly pursue Mo Xilou, sooner or later. Do not become overly smug, nor presume that his affections will remain steadfastly with you. After uttering her words, Shi Rui had no intention of awaiting a response. With a haughty snort, she departed, flanked by her two companions. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids, momentarily bewildered, only to realize that she had just been declared a target of rivalry. She had thought such juvenile antics were the domain of middle schoolers. In truth, since her high school days, no one had dared to confront her with such demands to keep their distance from anyone. She chuckled softly, dismissing it as rather childish. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, she recalled Mo Xilou's request and extended invitations to a few of her dormmates. Zheng Yanyan was the first to exclaim with excitement. Tong, I'm in. She was an avid enthusiast of haunted houses and escape rooms, relishing in experiences that evoked a thrilling atmosphere. However, finding like-minded companions had proven to be a rarity. Schwem Man hesitated, expressing her trepidation. What if it's too frightening? I'm a bit apprehensive. Zheng Yanyan urged her. Fear not. It's not scary at all. They're all played by NPCs. I've been several times. I'll protect you. Persuaded, Schwem Man replied. Well then, I shall go too. Finally, Yue Jitong turned her gaze towards Su Qinghe, the pivotal figure amongst them, as the others were merely supplementary. After all, it was Gu Yunqi who was footing the bill. Su Qinghe shot her a glance, a smile dancing on her lips. Is it just us? Are there no others? Yue Jitong chuckled, opting for honesty. Indeed, you've seen through me, sister he. There's also Mo Xilou and his roommate. Su Qinghe instantly discerned the truth. She knew Yue Jitong well enough to understand that she would never choose to engage in such a frightful venue. Very well, Yue Jitong said, showing no intent to conceal her plans, as she playfully shook Su Qinghe's arm. So, Sister He, will you join us? Count me in. Su Qinghe, in good spirits, and with nothing else to occupy her time, acquiesced, particularly given Gu Yunqi's considerable efforts. Yue Jitong promptly messaged Mo Xilou, mission accomplished. Mo Xilou replied, well done. He then turned to inform Gu Yunqi. Fang Mingjie, overhearing their conversation, interjected, Old Gu, I've heard that Su Qinghe is a notorious heartbreaker. Mo Xilou regarded him with curiosity. What do you mean? He was not particularly familiar with Yue Jitong's roommates. Fang Mingjie began to gossip. Su Qinghe has cycled through at least 8 boyfriends in a year. Just inquire within her department to confirm. Gu Yunqi seemed unfazed. I know. She's indeed quite fickle. But I like her. To love someone is to embrace all their virtues and flaws. Fang Mingjie sighed in exasperation. Well, that's one more love-struck brain added to the mix. Previously, only Mo Xilou had been the lovesick one among them. And now it seemed that one affection had spread to 2. Fang Mingjie lamented, fearful of catching the same affliction. The week flew by in a blink, and soon it was Friday again. The weather grew increasingly frigid as December set in, with temperatures dropping further, compared to the snow-laden northern regions. The climate in X City remained relatively mild, wrapped in a gray-blue thick coat and wide-leg jeans that concealed her slender legs. Yue Jitong casually tied her hair into a bun. She never donned clothing that accentuated her figure. Once winter arrived, her attire consisted solely of oversized sweaters and loose trousers. The group had agreed to meet at the entrance of Dewdrop Street. Mo Xilou, along with Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingjie, drove over. Fang Mingjie had initially resisted the idea of accompanying these 2 lovesick individuals, but was ultimately dragged along by Gu Yunqi. Even as they boarded the car, he grumbled, why must you bring me along if you're just looking to woo girls? Oh, come on, old Fang, you're alone in the dorm anyway. Let's have some fun together. Yue Jitong and her 3 roommates opted for a taxi, calling for Zhao Zhan to join them. The 5 of them awaited a vehicle at the school gate. Zheng Yinyan and Su Qinghe were unfamiliar with Zhao Zhan, prompting Yue Jitong to pull them aside for a quiet explanation. Upon learning that Zhao Zhan was interested in Xue Man, the 2 exchanged glances of scrutiny. Zheng Yinyan noted, Tong, you seem to have a rather favorable impression of Zhao Zhan. She had never before witnessed Yue Jitong putting forth such effort to advocate for someone. Yue Jitong could not elaborate, simply stating that by coincidence, Zhao Zhan had been a tremendous help to her. In short, he was a good person. The 2 accepted her assessment, trusting her judgment, and resolved to lend a hand in bringing the 2 together. The 5 needed to take 2 taxis. So as they awaited their ride, Yue Jitong, Su Qinghe, and Zheng Yinyan seamlessly boarded the first vehicle, leaving the second for Xue Man and Zhao Zhan. In the car, Zhao Zhan and Xue Man sat in the back seat, which was quite compact, bringing them uncomfortably close. The atmosphere was tinged with silence. Zhao Zhan awkwardly shifted to the side, attempting to avoid crowding Xue Man, his mind racing for conversation topics, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Xue Man sat quietly with her hands resting on her knees, her gaze lowered, exuding a tranquil demeanor. Zhao Zhan felt a pang of frustration, suddenly recalling Li Qian. If he were here, what would he do? That green tea boy would surely seize the opportunity to engage closely with Xue Man. Should he emulate Li Qian? Yet, Zhao Zhan was at a loss for how to initiate a conversation with a girl. He felt rather tense, remembering Yue Jitong's words that Xue Man preferred assertive and domineering boys, and he began to consciously relax his posture. In his attempt to relax, his leg inadvertently brushed against Xue Man's. It was evident that the girl beside him stiffened momentarily before subtly shifting away. Zhao Zhan clenched his fingers and slowly spoke. Xue Man. Before he could finish his sentence, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, creating a jarring noise. Chapter 30. The beginning with Gu Yunqi being dragged away. Xue Man's body lurched forward, causing her to lean sideways. And Zhao Zhan instinctively reached out to pull her into his embrace. The driver rolled down the front window, angrily gesturing outside, scolding Are you trying to get killed? Arguing in the middle of the road? It turned out that outside the window, a couple appeared to be having a dispute. The car continued on its path. Shui Man pulled herself away from him, propping herself up with her hands on his legs, sitting upright with a flushed face, feeling embarrassed. Zhao Zhen withdrew his hand, still incredulous. Had he truly just embraced her? Was it that simple? His heart raced faster than the speed of the car. And no problem, he stammered. The group finally converged at the entrance of Dewdrop Street, and Mo Xilou led the way, guiding them into a narrow alley where only a handful of shops resided. And foot traffic was sparse, creating a secluded ambience. Gu Yunqi walked alongside Su Qinghe, chattering incessantly. That blue sign ahead is the place. I heard the owner is a college student who started this business on his own. Su Qinghe engaged with him sporadically. Fang Mingzhi trailed behind them, internally critiquing. It's like a queen and her entourage. He wagered that one day, Gu Yunqi would be left sobbing by Su Qinghe's antics. Upon entering the establishment, they were greeted by a young girl who informed them, there are a total of 10 themes. Please choose one. 1. The abandoned hospital, filled with the scent of disinfectant and blood, occasionally echoing with the cries of infants, and featuring a live actor portraying a deranged doctor wielding a surgical knife, pursuing players. Terror rating, 5 stars. 2. The haunted manor, where the dimly lit, ancient estate is haunted by the vengeful spirits of deceased maids. And eerie hands suddenly emerge from the walls to grasp at players' clothing. Terror rating, 5 stars. In the eerie corridors of the school at midnight, unsettling sounds emanate from the restroom, where the vengeful spirits of students wander through the classrooms and bloodstains mysteriously appear on the blackboard. Terror index, 5 stars. In the dense, fog-laden forest, one may encounter werewolves and enigmatic tree spirits when lost, while traps lie hidden beneath foot. Terror index, 3 stars. The deep sea abyss envelopes an environment reminiscent of the ocean's depths, where the alluring songs of sirens beckon and giant octopus tentacles may strike. Terror index, 3 stars. Within the damp and shadowy confines of a prison cell, fierce malevolent spirits are imprisoned, poised to break free and pounce upon unsuspecting players. Terror index, 4 stars. In the graveyard, amongst the towering tombstones, ethereal specters in white drift through the air, while skeletal claws occasionally emerge from the earth. Terror index, 4 stars. The ancient castle harbors the secrets of a vampire lineage, with bats flitting about, and vampires lurking, ready to reveal themselves at any moment. Terror index, 3 stars. In the dark subway carriage, mysterious shadows flicker, and the train's announcements emit ominous messages. Terror index, 4 stars. In a remote, backward mountain village, the haunting figure of a woman dangles from a tree, her identity shrouded in mystery. Terror index, 6 stars. After a lengthy discussion, the group of 8 remains divided, wavering between the themes of vengeful spirits in the ancient mansion, the fog-laden forest, the castle's mysteries, and the woman in the mountain village. Zheng Yinyan and Gu Yunqi advocate strongly for the last theme, citing its maximum terror index and thrill factor. Shui Man and Yue Jitong prefer the foggy forest, believing it to be less frightening. Ultimately, Zheng Yinyan persuades everyone, leading them to select the most challenging theme, the woman in the mountain village. Just hearing the name sends shivers down Yue Jitong's spine, as she and Shui Man are the types who cannot even bear to watch horror films. Once the theme is settled, the female attendant hands them a small flashlight, smiling as she reminds them not to assault the NPCs, wishing them a pleasant experience. Yue Jitong ponders who would actually strike an NPC. That would be exceedingly uncouth. The staff guides the 8 of them to the entrance, with Zheng Yinyan volunteering to lead the way into the pitch-black interior, where visibility is nearly non-existent. She switches on the flashlight, only to find its beam feeble, barely illuminating the surroundings. As the group enters, a damp scent mingles with the odor of decaying wood fills the air, while Fang Mingzhi, with his keen sense of smell, detects a hint of blood. The space is vast, far larger than Gu Yunqi had anticipated, who had expected a confined area. Instead, it is 5 times larger than he imagined, with grass underfoot and trees nearby, authentically simulating a rural landscape. The atmosphere is unnervingly sinister, causing Yue Jitong to instinctively draw closer to Mo Xilou. While several members remain stationary, Gu Yunqi continues to survey the area with the flashlight. Suddenly, two NPCs spring from the shadows, cackling as they drag Gu Yunqi away, leaving behind the chilling remark, "Ha, tonight we feast on a little lamb." Mo Xilou and the others, startled, quickly pursue them, only to find that the spot where Gu Yunqi vanished is a solid wall. Fang Mingzhi picks up the flashlight from the ground, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Ah, Gu, may you fare well." Xuan Man, frightened, shrinks back. Where did Gu Yunqi go? Is he in danger? Zhang Yinyin chuckles softly. "Don't worry, it's all just a game. We should see him again soon." A voice echoes in the air. "Want to rescue your friend? Prepare 5 million in cash." The two most adept players have already been captured, and now everyone turns their gaze to Zhang Yinyin. "This must be a clue. Let us split up and search for hidden money," Zhang Yinyin calmly analyzes. Xueman and Zhao Zhen scrape together 1 million from a wall. Fang Mingzhi discovers another million beneath a hoe. Su Qinghe finds 1 million in an old well. Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou extract 1 million from hollow in a tree. Yet the final million eludes them despite their exhaustive search. Eventually, Zhang Yinyin's attention is drawn to a small grave mound marked by a vertical wooden sign. Do you think it could be buried there? Yue Jitong, swallowing hard, pulls her back. "Yinyin, you're not suggesting we dig up a grave, are you?" Zhang Yinyin's eyes gleam with excitement. "It must be buried there." Yue Jitong gazes at her, concerned, as she kneels with a hoe to dig, hoping they one day unearth something dreadful. "Found it right here," Zhang Yinyin exclaims triumphantly, uncovering the final million with remarkable swiftness. Suddenly, a voice booms from above. "Bold thief! Who dares to rob my grave? Pay with your life." A ghostly figure in white drops from the tree, a noose around her neck. Yue Jitong stands beside the tree, taken by surprise as she locks eyes with the ghost's ghastly visage, her pale face, bleeding eyes, and elongated tongue prompting an instinctual scream. Chapter 31. Do you wish to take advantage of me? Everyone jumps at the sound, not startled by the ghost, but by Yue Jitong's scream, as they had never heard her raise her voice before. Mo Xilou swiftly pulls her behind him. "Don't be afraid. It's just an NPC." Yue Jitong clutches his shirt tightly, too terrified to look. The ghost, still hanging from the tree, tears away the bloodied noose from her neck. Her voice piercing as she declares, "You took my money, so one must stay behind to keep me company." With that, she lunges at them, extending her inky claws to grab hold. The 7 of them bolt in panic. Yue Jitong clings to Mo Xilou's garment, exclaiming, "What kind of game is this? I don't want to play anymore. It's too terrifying." Zhang Yinyin shouts as she runs, "Just give me the money, and I'll place it in that slot." As they dodge the ghost, they race toward the slot. Once the 5 million is placed, a wall slowly parts, revealing a new scene. The ghost halts her pursuit and returns to hanging from the tree, extending her long tongue and tilting her head to observe them. The group collapses onto the ground in the new scene, catching their breath after the frantic escape. Zhang Yinyin sheds her jacket, draping it over her shoulders, having been the one most frequently tailed by the ghost. Gu Yunqi sits on a dilapidated chair, waiting for them, waving cheerfully, "Hey, old friends." Su Qinghe, indignant, retorts, "We're exhausted, while you sit there so leisurely." Gu Yunqi counters, "What's 6-star horror? This isn't scary at all." Yue Jitong stares wide-eyed. "Is this not frightening? I'm terrified. Tonight I'll probably dream of that ghost's ghastly face." In the following scene, Xueman and Yue Jitong take on the role of the screamers. The NPCs in this escape room are indeed plentiful. When a hand protrudes from a wall to grasp Yue Jitong's arm, she screams and fiercely swats at it. Now she understands why the attendant warned against assaulting NPCs. Afterward, she apologizes softly, "I'm sorry." The hand on the wall trembles slightly before retracting. They arrive at the final segment. Before the 8 of them lie 4 passageways, only one of which is correct. Finding the right path will lead them out of the mountain village. Zhang Yinyin proposes that they pair up, forming 4 groups to traverse each passageway. Those who choose incorrectly will return to the entrance, while those who choose correctly will proceed directly out. The final groupings are Xueman and Zhao Zhen, Su Qinghe and Gu Yunqi, Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou, and Zheng Yinyan and Fang Mingzhi, with but a single flashlight in their possession. Uncertainty loomed as to whom it should be entrusted. Zheng Yinyan cast a glance at Gu Yunqi, who subtly gestured for her not to hand it over. How ridiculous! It was a rare occasion for the two of them to be alone. What need had they for a flashlight? She then turned her attention to Xuan Man's group, where Zhao Zhan exchanged a knowing look, also indicating his disinterest. Mo Xilou cleared his throat lightly, understanding the unspoken agreement. Zheng Yinyan decided that the flashlight would belong to them. She chose the first corridor, disappearing into its entrance alongside Fang Mingzhi. As they traversed the narrow passage, Zheng Yinyan expressed her thoughts, jesting that while everyone else was there for romance, they were the only ones there to play a game. Both were audacious individuals, unfazed by the specter that might suddenly appear. Fang Mingzhi pushed aside an NPC that had attempted to cause mischief, engaging Zheng Yinyan in gossip. As she kicked away a ghostly hand that emerged from the ground, she continued their conversation. In stark contrast to the serene banter in the first corridor, the atmosphere in the other three passages varied greatly. In the second corridor, Xuan Man and Zhao Zhan found themselves enveloped in darkness, the absence of a flashlight leaving them vulnerable to the flickering ghostly lights dancing upon the walls. While Xuan Man felt a tinge of fear, she was too shy to admit it, trailing behind Zhao Zhan. He, contemplating his words, extended his arm and said, "If you're frightened, you may hold on my arm." "No, thank you," Xuan Man replied, a hint of shyness in her voice, unwilling to take hold. As Zhao Zhan began to retract his arm, he suddenly changed his mind, grasping her wrist instead. "Then I shall hold on to you." Startled, Xuan Man felt the warmth radiating from his grip, despite the thick layers of clothing separating them. Her heart raced. Why did Zhao Zhan seem so different from before? A ghostly visage suddenly dropped from above, eliciting a shriek from Xuan Man as she squeezed her eyes shut and threw herself into Zhao Zhan's embrace. He cast a grateful glance at the hanging NPC, which had feigned terror in a bid to frighten her. This was more like it. The two in the first corridor had been far too composed. The male had delivered a punch, while the female had kicked it away, prompting a string of curses from the NPC as it retreated, seeking solace in the other corridors. After a brief moment of embrace, Xuan Man released him, the pitch-black atmosphere concealing her flushed cheeks. "I'm sorry, Zhao." Zhen recognized this as the perfect moment. The ambience was ripe for confession. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled her back into his embrace, declaring, "Xuan Man, I like you." In the third corridor, Su Qinghe looked disdainfully at the bouncing Gu Yunqi. "Ah, don't grab me," he exclaimed as the chilling touch of an NPC's icy tentacle sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to leap towards Su Qinghe. Just as he was about to reach her, she sidestepped. "Hey!" Gu Yunqi protested, evading the attacks. "Why do these NPCs only target me and not you?" He pondered aloud. Su Qinghe, arms crossed and strolling leisurely, replied, "Because you're easier to bully." Any NPC that dared to approach her was swiftly dispatched with a kick. "What is this sticky substance on the ground? It's disgusting," Gu Yunqi exclaimed, his fear of the unidentified matter outweighing that of the specters. As he turned to grasp Su Qinghe's hand, the anticipated touch eluded him. "Why are you wearing gloves?" he inquired. Su Qinghe scoffed, shaking off his hand. "To protect myself from people like you." "When did you start wearing gloves?" he asked, feigning heartbreak, dramatically lamenting. "Su Qinghe, how could you be so defensive of me?" She chose silence, her expression betraying no emotion. In the final corridor, Yue Jitong clung to Mo Xilou's sleeve. When an NPC attacked, she dodged, inadvertently brushing against his hand. In the dim blue light, Yue Jitong fixated on his hand, a sudden thought surfacing in her mind. They had never held hands before. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. Tentatively, she reached out to touch his hand again. Mo Xilou remained unresponsive. She prodded him once more, this time with more force. Finally, Mo Xilou halted, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his voice low and resonant in the confined space. "Yue Jitong, are you trying to take advantage of me?" "I'm not," she stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson from the teasing, relieved that the darkness concealed her embarrassment. A gust of wind, seemingly from the front, sent a shiver down her spine, mingling with the cold snowflakes that fell upon her face. Yue Jitong brushed away the chill, her fingers fidgeting. It must be artificial snow. This escape room is remarkably well designed. The sporadic illumination from the walls cast shadows of the two figures, swaying on the uneven ground, likely composed of stones. Yue Jitong's gaze lingered on his large, bony hand hanging at his side, igniting a small flame of desire within her. With a surge of courage, she extended her hand, fingers spread, and cautiously slipped her hand into his palm, her heart racing. As her icy fingertips met his warm palm, Mo Xilou froze, momentarily still, before firmly grasping the small hand that had reached out to him. How cold, how soft, how smooth. Had Yue Jitong taken the initiative to hold his hand? His feelings swirled, akin to milk candies steeped in coffee, sweet yet bittersweet. He instinctively tightened his grip until he heard her gasp. "Ah, Mo Xilou, don't squeeze so hard." It hurts. His eyelashes fluttered as he loosened his hold slightly, coughing to mask his unease. Yue Jitong, refrain from speaking like that. It may lead to misunderstandings. Huh? She gazed at his profile in confusion, wondering what he meant. "It's nothing," he replied, falling silent as they continued forward. His hand was warm, and soon her chilled fingers were enveloped in heat. This was far superior to a hand warmer. Yue Jitong mused, if only it could be winter forever, allowing him to warm her hands endlessly. Perhaps it was the darkness that obscured their expressions, emboldening her spirit. Suddenly, Yue Jitong grew bolder, lightly scratching his palm with her index finger. Mo Xilou, sensing a ticklish sensation, initially attributed it to her inadvertent movements. However, as the sensation persisted, he realized it was deliberate. He stopped abruptly, turning to face her, his voice deep. "Yue Jitong, is this fun?" Startled, she bit her lip and lowered her gaze, fearing she had crossed a line. Given his tone, would he be angry? She was at a loss for how to appease him. If Mo Xilou were upset, her only recourse would be to kiss him. That should suffice in placating him. She believed he rather enjoyed such gestures, and this could not merely be her imagination. It certainly was not. He simply enjoys kisses. Otherwise, he would not have proposed the bizarre notion of kissing in 100 different scenarios. Yue Jitong grasped his hand, exerting a bit of strength, and rose on tiptoe to plant a gentle kiss on his lips in the darkness. It was feather-light, akin to a seabird gliding over the ocean, inadvertently creating ripples upon the water's surface. Her lips departed swiftly, and she softly added, "That was the 6th one." The 6th scene, and it seemed there was still a long way to go until the 100th. Mo Xilou remained silent, seemingly frozen. Were it not for his grip on her hand tightening once more, Yue Jitong might have thought he had been rendered immobile. After a moment, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her effortlessly, his fingers grazing her delicate lips, and he chuckled softly. "Yue Jitong, it seems you have learned to misbehave." He caressed her face gently, his voice low and inquisitive. "Where did you learn that?" Her face was cradled in his palm, gradually absorbing the heat emanating from him. His eyes sparkled, his breath unsteady, and he exuded a delightful scent reminiscent of watermelon soda, mingled with a hint of tobacco. He leaned down, his face mere centimeters from hers. Yue Jitong felt a stir in her heart, her eyes reflecting emotions she could scarcely comprehend. At that moment, she yearned to kiss him. Intensely, not a fleeting peck, nor a kiss born of comfort or appeasement, but a kiss purely arising from physical desire. And so, she acted upon that impulse. Her confidence stemmed from the knowledge that Mo Xilou would never refuse her, for he had never turned away from her kisses. This certainty emboldened her, allowing her to indulge without fear of rejection, of awkwardness, or of having her pride shattered. She encircled his neck, this kiss imbued with sincerity, lingering and fervent. He paused for a moment, caught off guard, with no time to ponder, responding with ardor that surged forth. For the first time, he sensed a hint of passion emanating from Yue Jitong, a fragrance that acted as a potent catalyst, awakening all the emotions that had previously lingered in hesitation. With just a slight step closer, he found himself utterly undone. The moment Mo Xilou kissed her, a singular thought consumed him. He was finished. This time, it felt final. This kiss was unlike any other, imbued with profound significance. A singular fall into the abyss of love, named Yue Jitong, with each struggle rendering escape increasingly elusive, and every effort plunging him deeper. It might bring pain, sorrow, and wounds that bleed profusely once more. Yet he found himself unable to push her away, unable to reject even the slightest flicker of desire. Even if it were a sugary coating concealing a blade, sharp enough to pierce his throat, he would still swallow it whole. Because she was Yue Jitong. She was his youthful dream, the embodiment of his adolescence, the source of countless regrets and pains that haunted him during sleepless nights. She was a completeness he had sought his entire life. For there existed only one Yue Jitong in this world. No one could ever replace her. Never mind, he thought. This was a yearning born from the very essence of his soul, a desire that was exceedingly difficult to control. The NPC, having endured several punches from Su Qinghe, had just crawled from the third passage to the fourth when he was unexpectedly bombarded with a mouthful of dog food. This NPC, lauded as the most dedicated, had not even begun his shift, yet these two had already engaged in a kiss. This was quite disheartening for his sense of professional accomplishment. The NPC's eyes darted around, plotting to stir up some mischief. He beckoned a few colleagues to hastily crawl to the fourth passage, eager to put on a show for the couple. Yue Jitong, eyes closed and nestled in his embrace, felt dizzy from the kiss. In a daze, she pondered a question. How could his kissing skills be so exceptional? Had he practiced? When? With whom? And Mo Xilou noticed her drifting thoughts and playfully nipped her lip as a form of gentle reprimand. Not hard, but made her shudder, a curious sensation. Suddenly, a cacophony of ghostly laughter erupted, startling her into opening her eyes. Out of the corner of her vision, she spotted several emaciated hands extending from the wall. And not far off, a ghostly visage hung upside down. Chapter 33, Baby, Good Night. Her pupils dilated in shock, and amidst her fright, she remembered something. She and Mo Xilou were being observed by these NPCs while kissing. How utterly embarrassing. Was there any difference from kissing in public? No, no, no. Yue Jitong immediately reached to push away the person still kissing her. He released her, a puzzled expression crossing his face, his gravelly voice rich with magnetism. What is wrong, baby? He was so engrossed that he hadn't noticed anything amiss. Mo Xilou, there's a ghost. No, there are people watching us. So what if they are? Let them watch. With that, he placed a hand over her eyes, preventing her from seeing anyone else, and pulled her closer for another kiss. Yue Jitong found herself enveloped in darkness, yet her ears remained attuned to the ongoing laughter of the ghosts, who showed no sign of leaving. Being observed in such a manner was truly embarrassing. Yet, she found herself unable to push him away, only able to emit a soft hum of discontent. Fortunately, his hand, shielding her eyes, greatly alleviated her embarrassment and awkwardness. Nevertheless, Yue Jitong resolved never to return to this place again. She feared being recognized by these staff members, which would lead to utter social humiliation. The lighting was dim enough. They shouldn't be able to discern her features, she reassured herself silently. The NPCs continued their eerie laughter for a while, but upon witnessing the two lost in their kiss, they disregarded them entirely, as if they existed in a realm devoid of others. The collective thoughts of the NPCs synchronized. This fellow truly doesn't regard us as outsiders. The upside-down NPC muttered, "Damn, I'm impressed," before cursing under his breath and crawling away. The others followed suit, eager to leave, as they were a woeful bunch of single dogs themselves. One NPC inquired of another as they crawled, "Does tormenting couples count as work-related injury?" The other NPC replied solemnly, "How could it not?" Yue Jitong sensed the atmosphere growing quieter, as if the NPCs had all departed, leaving no one to witness her. Her rigid body finally relaxed, but in the next moment, tension surged once more, for she heard footsteps and voices. This time, they were not the sounds of crawling or ghostly wails, but the unmistakable sound of human footsteps and familiar voices. Zheng Yinyan, Fang Mingzhi, Gu Yunqi, Su Qinghe, Xue Man, Zhao Zhen. 6 people were approaching. Their 3 groups had selected all the wrong passages, and the path ahead had been sealed off, leaving them trapped. The 6 had no choice but to retrace their steps. And upon reaching the entrance, they found that only Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou had not returned from the fourth passage. Thus, they deduced that the fourth passage must be the true exit, surmising that Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong had already emerged and were waiting for them outside, leading them to step inside. Hearing the voices drawing nearer, Yue Jitong panicked and pushed Mo Xilou, but he was unyielding. In desperation, she pinched his arm with considerable force. He grunted in pain. Yue Jitong, feeling urgent, pinched him again. Zhang Yinyan and her group were far from like those NPCs. The NPCs were merely strangers, inconsequential figures whose paths would never cross again. However, the individuals surrounding her were those she would have to coexist with daily. If they were to witness her kissing Mo Xilou, it would lead to her utter social demise, leaving her wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole, as she would be too embarrassed to face anyone thereafter. Sensing her anxiety and urgency, Mo Xilou calmly released her just as the 6 individuals were about to turn the corner and encounter them, standing upright and creating distance between them. In the next moment, Yue Jitong's wide eyes were still fixed on Mo Xilou when she heard several astonished voices nearby. "Hey Tong, why are you still here?" "Yes, Tong. Why haven't you gone out yet?" Gu Yunqi shone his flashlight towards Mo Xilou, asking, "Old Mo, is this path incorrect? Are you two heading back?" 6 pairs of eyes scrutinized the duo, prompting Yue Jitong to lower her gaze. Unable to withstand their stares, she edged closer behind Mo Xilou. She feared that Gu Yunqi's flashlight would inadvertently illuminate her flushed, burning cheeks and the crumpled hem of her clothes. Clearing his throat, Mo Xilou, with an unflinching demeanor, fabricated a lie. "You haven't taken a wrong turn. This path is indeed the right one. We had already exited, but returned to find you, fearing you might be lost." This was, of course, a fabrication, as Mo Xilou himself was uncertain if this route would lead them out. Logically, it should not pose a problem. Since the other paths were incorrect, this one had to be right. The group easily accepted his explanation. Gu Yunqi approached, placing an arm around Mo Xilou, exclaiming, "Old Mo, you must have come back to find me, right? I'm so moved. You truly are a good brother and roommate." Having faced considerable setbacks with Su Qinghe, Gu Yunqi was now somewhat deranged, mixing his words and speaking incoherently. Fang Mingzhi tugged at his collar, pulling him back. "All right, old Gu, focus on your own path." Lacking any perceptiveness, he insistently intruded upon the pair. Fang Mingzhi keenly observed that Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong were standing at a considerable distance apart. Enough space for 2 Gu Yunqis to fit in between. What was this all about? Was it an attempt to avoid suspicion? Such deliberation made him seriously doubt that something had transpired between the two during their earlier solitude. With a sigh, he lamented the situation. They had agreed to remain single together, yet it appeared he alone was the genuine singleton. How pitiful he felt, soon to be subjected to an incessant barrage of romantic banter. He glanced at Zhang Yinyan, his eyes reflecting a shared sense of sympathy. Zhang Yinyan, perplexed by his peculiar stare, rubbed her arms in response to the non-existent goosebumps. As they continued walking, a sudden beam of light appeared ahead. It seemed the exit was near. The group quickened their pace in excitement. Once they emerged from the escape room, Zhang Yinyan suggested they buy desserts. The 4 girls ventured off together while the 4 boys waited on the sidelines. Among them, Zhang Yinyan had the most enjoyable experience in the escape room, fully immersed in the game while others were preoccupied with their thoughts. Later that evening, in the girls' dormitory 506, Xue Man was unusually distracted. Yue Jitong had secretly observed her several times. Her curiosity piqued about what had transpired in the final passage. Had Zhao Zhan confessed his feelings to her? Yue Jitong quickly dismissed the notion. It seemed too soon for such developments. She decided to take matters into her own hands and text Zhao Zhan about any progress. To her surprise, Zhao Zhan had indeed confessed to Xue Man, but she had not given him an immediate answer, merely stating she needed time to think. Yue Jitong was genuinely astonished. She had assumed Zhao Zhan would take longer to muster the courage, yet he had acted decisively when the moment called for it. Observing Xue Man's occasional blush and lowered gaze, it seemed this matter was nearing resolution. Before going to bed, Yue Jitong's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she found a voice message from Mo Xilou. She retrieved her Bluetooth earphones from beneath her pillow, and, as she clicked to play, his voice flowed into her ears, sending shivers through her body and warming her heart. He said, "Baby, good night." Chapter 34. Past Affairs, Unraveled Love and Hatred. Yue Jitong set her phone down, pulling the blanket over her head, concealing her flushed face. Her breaths were audible in the confined space of the bedding. After a moment, feeling stifled, she lowered the blanket to her collarbone, retrieved her phone, donned her earphones, and listened to the voice message again. The brief 2-second clip became a repeated comfort. She clicked it open over a dozen times. Finally, she solemnly typed "good night" on the screen. Her heart raced, and the blush on her face lingered. This endearing term felt refreshingly novel, an experience she had never encountered before. Most of the time, Mo Xilou simply addressed her by her full name. In a previous life, she had once heard him whisper wife in secret, believing she was sound asleep, allowing himself to murmur softly behind her. Yet, she had always been awake, fully aware of his every word. Each time he sneakily enveloped her in his embrace from behind, she feigned ignorance, relishing the sense of security it provided. However, given the rigid nature of their relationship, such emotions ought not to have arisen. She remained uncertain about how she and Mo Xilou had reached this juncture. Their relationship had begun as mere snow, but before it could melt, it was trampled into ice. Over time, they had walked upon this ice, making it harder until they grew accustomed to this frigid mode of interaction, neither attempting to shatter the ice. They feared that once broken, the warmth they imagined would not materialize, leaving only shards of ice to wound them both. Thus, it seemed wise to remain oblivious and muddle through the days. She too called Mo Xilou by his full name, maintaining that singular address throughout. In truth, she rarely called him, only doing so in necessary situations. As Yue Jitong closed her eyes, she suddenly recalled the early days when Bai had brought her to the Yue family, affectionately calling her Tong Tong, while addressing Yu Lanxin and Yu Fengxuan as precious. It dawned on her that even the manner of address indicated a degree of intimacy or distance. Regrettably, she had been too young at the time to comprehend or discern this. Feeling only a pang of bitterness she dared not voice or question. Having a mother was already a luxury. How could she dare to desire more? She felt unworthy. Yet now, someone affectionately called her baby. What she once thought to be a cloyingly sweet term, when uttered from his lips, resonated beautifully. It struck her heart like a rhythmic drumbeat, igniting the embers within her, planting seeds that would blossom in her heart. Yue Jitong tossed and turned, unable to sleep as the deliberately suppressed memories flashed before her eyes. A lingering question haunted her. Why had Mo Xilou suddenly sought a divorce in their previous life? They had pretended everything was fine. Why could they not have continued in that manner? Initially, she had assumed he had found someone else, developing new intentions, and thus had signed the divorce agreement without hesitation, sparing her any difficulty. However, at the moment he embraced her amidst the raging flames, Yue Jitong realized her assumptions had been misguided. So what was the true reason? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she drifted into a hazy sleep, murmuring his name in her dreams, sometimes smiling sweetly, other times furrowing her brow in distress. The night deepened, the stars sparse. Mo Xilou remained blissfully unaware of her sensitive, intricate, and tumultuous inner thoughts, oblivious to her doubts, and completely unaware of the impact a simple term of endearment could have on her. He had never imagined that she would repeatedly listen to a fleeting voice message he had casually sent. He was acutely aware of his current elation, enveloped in a bubble of bliss that evoked a potent jealousy in Gu Yunqi, who felt as if he had bitten into a sour lemon. With a pouting expression, he remarked, "Lao Mo, could you possibly tone down that nauseating scent of love emanating from you? It's tormenting us single souls." Mo Xilou lifted his eyelids to glance at him, unable to suppress the grin that tugged at the corners of his mouth, thoroughly enjoying the moment. "What did you say?" Gu Yunqi rolled his eyes and leaned closer, raising his voice to respond, "Nothing." Feng Mingzhi chuckled. "Lao Mo, Lao Gu says you should reign in that love-struck aroma." He asked, feeling envious. Gu Yunqi shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Hey, Lao Feng, that is not fair. We're both single, So how could I be jealous? Aren't you jealous? Fang Mingzhi scoffed. Jealous? Of you love-struck fools? Absolutely not. He then turned his gaze back to Mo Xilou, inquiring so loud. Mo, are you and Yue Jitong back together? Gu Yunqi also focused on him, placing his hand in a threatening manner against Mo Xilou's neck, demanding, spill the beans. When did this happen? Mo Xilou reclined against the chair, his long legs crossed casually, lazily pushing Gu Yunqi's hand aside, his eyelids half dropped as he nonchalantly denied. We're not together. Who said we were? And what do you mean by back together? We've never been together. Indeed, they had never been. Their relationship had been a muddled affair of a hasty marriage followed by an equally hasty divorce. In the past, she had never granted him the opportunity to pursue romance. And now, he refused her the same chance. Mo Xilou sometimes found himself bewildered, uncertain of what exactly they were entangled in. 2 lifetimes of entanglement seemed to yield no resolution. Deep down, he harbored apprehensions. Until the dust settled, he was unwilling to acknowledge their relationship. There remained significant underlying issues between him and Yue Jitong. The reason he had sought a divorce in the previous life was due to an accidental discovery of her diary. Yue Jitong had always possessed a remarkable writing style, and her subtle yet emotionally charged words struck him with double the impact. Her indifference had not shattered him, but her decade-long, deep-seated, unreciprocated love for another had utterly dismantled the last fortress of his heart. He had read through her diary in silence, then returned it without a word, never revealing this to anyone, nor letting Yue Jitong know, for he had invaded her privacy. Little did Mo Xilou realize that had he merely asked a single question at the time, he might have received a different answer. He tried to convince himself to act as though he had never seen it, to pretend not to know that for decades she had never let go of the person in her heart, that for decades she had never loved him. He thought to endure. As long as Yue Jitong remained by his side, it mattered little who resided in her heart. Mo Xilou attempted to persuade himself, but the more he pondered, the more it pained him. Each sleepless midnight, cigarette butts littered the ground. Every time he closed his eyes, every word from her diary would spring to life, swirling in his mind, taunting his self-deception. He wished to forget those words, yet having read them only once, they felt indelibly etched in his brain, impossible to erase. Mo Xilou could no longer ignore the anguish and torment within him. One particularly ordinary sleepless midnight, the words divorce surfaced in his mind, refusing to fade away. In the moment he resolutely decided to divorce, the insomnia that had plagued him for so long abruptly ceased. He fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps relinquishment was the best resolution. He and Yue Jitong should not be tied together in a never-ending struggle. The moment he proposed divorce, Yue Jitong's gaze remained calm, not uttering a single word, not even inquiring about the reason, merely responding with a simple okay. That day, they sat face to face discussing their divorce, their tone so casual it resembled a conversation about what to have for dinner. No, they had never engaged in such trivial discussions. Instead, they exchanged only the necessary phrases, often remaining silent. They efficiently completed the divorce proceedings. Mo Xilou felt an overwhelming bitterness in his heart, realizing she hadn't even asked why. Perhaps she had longed to leave, perhaps she had been eager for this opportunity. After the divorce, he moved out of the home they had shared for over a decade, residing in his office daily, attempting to numb himself with work. For a long time, he experienced regret. Alone in the office, he would reminisce about the days he would steal moments to embrace her from behind as she slept. Unfortunately, they were now divorced, and he no longer had the right to hold her in secret. Mo Xilou never truly moved on. He merely sought to drown himself in work, avoiding thoughts of her actions, or whether she might be with someone else. In a world devoid of her presence, he felt like a mere shell of a person, as if his soul had been siphoned away, leaving only a lifeless body to persist. Before the life-and-death crisis, he had plunged forward without hesitation to embrace her. He had never regretted it. He could not accept her complete disappearance. Yet, his heart ached, burdened with sorrow. He prayed to the heavens, wishing that if there were a next life, he would never encounter her again. If he did not fall in love with her, he would not endure this pain. The divine being heard his plea, but only partially. To his astonishment, he was granted a second chance. However, once again, events began to veer off course. Mo Xilou leaned back in his chair, the sound of Gu Yunqi's incessant chatter in his ears, but he remained oblivious, his thoughts adrift. Sweetness and bitterness intertwined within his heart. Was his encounter with Yue Jitong a calamity or a fate? Did he truly wish to plunge into this abyss once more? Gu Yunqi waved his finger in front of Mo Xilou's face for an eternity, then shouted in his ear, "Hey Lao, Mo, wake up." Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingzhi exchanged puzzled glances as they observed the myriad expressions flitting across Mo Xilou's face, smiling, frowning, and at times, lonesome, snapping back to reality. Mo Xilou met their curious gazes and inquired, "What's wrong? Lao Mo, what were you thinking about? I was pondering why you two haven't gone to sleep yet." "TCH, Gu Yunqi scoffed, I wouldn't believe you." "Enough gossip, go wash up and sleep," he instructed. Mo Xilou stretched his long legs and climbed back into his bed, unwilling to satisfy the curiosity of those below. This was a secret between him and Yue Jitong, their story that no one could comprehend. Fang Mingzhi prodded Gu Yunqi, asking, "So how are things progressing with Su Qinghe?" "Not at all." Upon mentioning her, Gu Yunqi sat down with a frown. "Do you think Su Qinghe dislikes me? She is so guarded around me that she even wears gloves. She claims she doesn't like physical contact with others, especially direct skin contact." "Wow, she is clearly playing games with you," Fang Mingzhi said, patting his shoulder with a hint of sympathy. "Considering Su Qinghe has dated so many boyfriends, she can't have avoided physical contact with all of them. Her reasoning is obviously just a ruse. Or she simply doesn't like you and is using it as an excuse to reject you. Lao Gu, I think you should give up. You and Su Qinghe likely have no future." "Oh, don't say that. I'm not listening. Gu Yunqi covered his ears, shaking his head, unwilling to confront reality. He even strained to concoct justifications for her behavior, insisting, "I don't care. Su Qinghe must have her reasons. Perhaps she has some psychological barriers that prevent her from engaging in physical contact with others. She would deceive me. Su Qinghe is always straightforward." He had already prepared ample reasons to defend her. Fang Mingzhi rolled his eyes. What more could he possibly say? It was best to mute himself. He sighed, resignedly murmuring, "Ah, you can never awaken someone who is feigning sleep." With that, he climbed back into his bed, love-struck and hopeless. "Hey, why is everyone going up?" Gu Yunqi glanced around, noticing he was the only one left on the floor, and quickly scrambled up to his own bed. Their dormitory housed 4 beds, yet only 3 individuals resided there. When they were assigned to this dorm, only the 3 of them remained. It was the last dormitory available. Thus it was not fully occupied. The space was ample, not at all cramped. 3 people fit perfectly. The unoccupied table was cluttered with various items. However, this bed was soon to welcome its occupant, a person whom Mo Xilou dreaded encountering the most. At this moment, Mo Xilou was blissfully unaware, sleeping quite soundly. In mid-December, the chill swept in, and leaves fell like whispers. In certain northern regions, snowflakes danced down, resembling salt and sugar, a delicate layer of white dressing the earth anew. X City, located further south, boasted a relatively mild climate. The bustling finals week had arrived, with the library teeming with students. Yue Jitong made it a point to arrive early each day to secure a spot. Ever since she had received 10,000 yuan from Mo Xilou, she had resigned from 2 part-time jobs, retaining only her position at the CAF, working 2 days on weekends to earn a modest living. She hadn't forgotten that her primary task was to study, as neglecting her education for part-time work was the height of foolishness. Although Mo Xilou claimed he was buying her time to spend with him, he rarely encroached upon her schedule. This was partly because he recognized her busyness, and partly due to his own commitments. Yue Jitong had no inkling of his activities, merely sensing his presence was absent. It seemed she hadn't seen him for quite some time. She wondered what Mo Xilou was up to. With a sudden impulse, she decided to message him, inquiring about his recent endeavors. The latter half of December was crammed with exams, prompting Yue Jitong to open the exam schedule shared in their group chat, itemizing her review plan. Her ambition was to secure the top position, which would yield a scholarship of at least 8,000. She had never envisioned that her academic pursuits would one day be motivated by the allure of scholarship. In her previous life, Yue Jitong had seldom encountered financial difficulties. Considering she had donated bone marrow to Yulanxin, her father-in-law had always been generous with pocket money, providing her with 5,000 yuan for living expenses each month. In comparison to other university students, this was an enviable sum. Later, upon marrying Mo Xilou, who managed the family business, he would allocate her 20,000 yuan for living expenses each month, coupled with her own income of no less than 10,000 yuan from her job. She rarely worried about finances. Thus far in this life, she had yet to achieve academic success, her wings unformed, and with her severed ties to the Yue family. She found herself devoid of financial support, reliant solely on her own efforts. With her head bowed in study, strands of hair fell loosely by her slender neck, accentuating its porcelain whiteness. The wind outside swayed the branches, and a few half-green, half-yellow leaves drifted languidly to the ground. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered her eyes from behind, their palms imbued with a touch of chill. Yue Jitong jumped slightly as a familiar voice, deep and magnetic, whispered in her ear, "Baby, have you missed me?" The fragrance of cedar wafted through the air, mingling with a hint of refreshing watermelon, underlined by a subtle scent of freesia. Yue Jitong possessed an acute sense of smell, having unconsciously cultivated the ability to identify individuals through their fragrances. No matter how Mo Xilou altered his scent, she could always discern it instantly. She grasped the large hands that obscured her vision, pulling them down to hold, and nodded gently, indicating that she had indeed missed him. Her expression was understated and nuanced. She found it difficult to utter the words, "I miss you," but her simple acknowledgement carried profound meaning. Mo Xilou, however, did not perceive it as mundane. Receiving such a response was, to him, a delightful surprise. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy, forever desiring more. His hands were cold, clearly having just returned from outside. Yue Jitong warmed them momentarily before asking, "How did you know I was here?" "Just a guess." He pulled up a chair and sat beside her, adding, "You often sit here." He was referring to her previous life. Habits are notoriously difficult to alter. Yue Jitong had once favored this particular spot by the window, and after years, she still instinctively chose it again. After the exams, "Shall we go skiing together? There's a ski resort here." Yue Jitong looked up in astonishment, wondering how a place that barely saw snow could host a ski resort. "Not here. We'll go elsewhere." "Oh." She averted her gaze, her long neck slightly bending as she softly murmured, "I don't want to go." Mo Xilou narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. "Why not?" She lifted her eyelids to meet his gaze, her eyes as clear as water, her red lips parting to utter two words, "No money." Traveling necessitated expenditure, airfare, accommodation, meals. All these costs amounted to a significant financial burden. Constantly reaching out for funds felt uncomfortable. Mo Xilou was taken aback, a multitude of speculations flashing through his mind. Yet he had never considered this possibility. "Didn't I give you 10,000 last time?" "Yue Jitong, how desperate are you for money?" Yue Jitong was momentarily speechless, quietly retorting, "I have tuition fees to pay, professional equipment to purchase, a new computer, courses to buy, and living expenses. With a winter break, the school won't allow us to stay. I'll have to rent a place." Another expense loomed. Funds must undoubtedly be allocated judiciously. After a brief silence, Mo Xilou said, "Then I'll treat you to some fun. You won't have to spend a dime." She hesitated for a few seconds, recalling a part-time opportunity she had recently discovered at a tech company, primarily developing gaming mini-programs. She found it quite intriguing. In her previous life, she had been a game development engineer. "I have a part-time job," Mo Xilou interrupted, taking a deep breath, lowering his voice slightly as he gritted his teeth. "I'm asking you to go out and have fun. Is that all right?" Yue Jitong blinked, pursing her lips, feeling a touch embarrassed. She replied slowly, "That might not be necessary." To plead with her seemed exaggerated. Mo Xilou wrapped an arm around her shoulders, raising an eyebrow, a casual smile dancing at the corners of his mouth as he leaned in to whisper in her ear. Then it settled. "Don't sneak away during the break." Her shoulders were slender, and he could feel the slight protrusion of her bones beneath his palm. His gaze swept over her delicate collarbone. and he reached up to tousle her hair gently, softly saying, "Study well, okay?" The last two words were spoken softly, their cadence lingering, unmistakably laced with affection. He called her okay, a term far sweeter than baby. Her fingers, gripping the pen, tightened slightly, her eyelashes fluttering in a flurry, her heart racing once more. Panic ensued. Yue Jitong endeavored to maintain a facade of calm, lowering her gaze to mask the tremor in her eyes, responding in a nonchalant tone. And Mo Xilou, fixated on the flush creeping into her ears and the rosy hue painting her cheek, suddenly breaking into a cheerful laugh, his lips curling into a smile brimming with warmth. It dawned on him that she was quite the actress, appearing composed while feeling shy within. In that fleeting moment, Mo Xilou yearned to forget everything, to meander through life in a blissful haze. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and upon glancing at it, the mirth in his eyes dimmed slightly. "I must go." He rose, paused for a moment, then bent down again, deliberately whispering in her ear, "Goodbye, my dear." Yue Jitong dared not lift her gaze, feeling a tingling warmth in her ears. Until his scent faded from her surroundings, her spirits remained elevated, as if truly charmed by a mere term of endearment. It dawned on her that when one finds themselves in the throes of love, they can indeed become rather peculiar. Previously, she could not comprehend why couples indulged in such whimsical appellations, nor how they could utter them so freely. Now, however, she found herself savoring this intimate sensation. She gently patted her flushed cheeks, allowing a subtle smile to grace her lips. As Mo Xilou exited the library, his demeanor immediately shifted to one of cold intensity, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the messages on his phone, emanating an aura of danger. The atmosphere around him transformed abruptly. Utilizing the foresight granted by his rebirth, he had preemptively acquired a plot of land intended for development into a coastal leisure resort for $5 million, just before it was snatched away by another buyer. Zifan Group had long been eyeing this property, engaging in discussions to negotiate the price down to $3 million. It seemed a deal was imminent. The seller, a young man named Wang Qi, was on the verge of relocating to the United States and was in urgent need of funds. Though he sensed that the other party aimed to exploit him, he felt powerless. To him, the land was essentially worthless, remote from the city, unsuitable for farming or commercial construction, and devoid of any property development prospects. Just as he wrestled with the decision to accept the exceedingly unreasonable offer, Mo Xilou swooped in, securing the land for $5 million outright. Upon receiving the funds, Wang Qi immediately flew to America, leaving Zifan Group scrambling to locate the new owner of the land, who turned out to be a student from X University. Yet, they did not perceive him as an ordinary student, for no typical student could possibly muster $5 million. In truth, since his rebirth, Mo Xilou had been diligently investing and amassing his own assets. The escape room they had previously visited together was owned by him, though Gu Yunqi and the others remained oblivious. Many moons later, when Gu Yunqi eventually discovered the truth, he chastised Mo Xilou for being so shrewd. Mo Xilou retorted, "Why should the fruits of my labor benefit others?" His acquisition of this land was not driven by any grand ambitions. Its distant location offered little beyond the potential for a tourist resort, much like in his past life. Establishing a resort would entail significant expenditures, initial construction costs, ongoing maintenance, and salaries for staff. Lacking sufficient capital for such an endeavor, he intended to act merely as an intermediary, profiting from the price differential. While Wang Qi was eager to cash out and emigrate, Mo Xilou remained unfazed, possessing ample time to negotiate with Zifan Group. Chapter 37. Provoking Lin Xijia. He was certain that Zifan Group would not relinquish this property easily. Should they choose to abandon it, he could develop it himself once his funds were adequate. In his previous life, the resort had flourished, quickly recouping its initial investment in just a year. The natural seaside scenery, flocks of seagulls descending in summer, and lush greenery provided an idyllic backdrop for gatherings with friends, leisurely boat rides, and the gentle sea breeze, a truly delightful experience. Water sports, such as surfing and windsurfing, offered exhilarating challenges, while serene beach strolls at sunset created an atmosphere of tranquility and romance. Amusement parks and water parks catered to children, fostering joy and laughter. In Zifeng Group's office, President Lin Xizhe seethed with anger as he listened to his subordinate's report. How could we have been outmaneuvered? Fool! Go negotiate with that individual. We must secure this land. The development plan and workforce are all prepared. Without the land, what can we accomplish? Yet, the assistant trembled as he conveyed the opposing party's demand of 15 million. Originally, they could have acquired the property for 3 million. But now the price had skyrocketed fivefold. I didn't expect them to be so audacious. Lin Xizhe scoffed, a grim smile forming on his lips. Prepare to set up a meeting. I shall confront this audacious young man personally. In the private room of lush waters and mountain, Mo Xilou lounged against the back of his chair, glancing at his wristwatch before letting it fall again. Closing his eyes and calmly awaiting his guests, his fingers drumming rhythmically. The door swung open, and he lazily lifted his eyelids to observe Lin Xizhe entering with his assistant. Before taking a seat, Mo Xilou's cool voice cut through the air. Mr. Lin, you are 10 minutes late. Lin Xizhe paused, sitting across from him, his brow furrowing slightly as he suppressed his displeasure. Adjusting his glasses, Lin Xizhe scrutinized the man before him, somewhat taken aback. The reports indicated that Mo Xilou was currently a sophomore in the finance department at X University, hailing from a prominent family in the capital, with ventures spanning the automotive, real estate, and semiconductor industries. He had anticipated encountering an arrogant young heir, an impulsive boy, deliberately arriving 10 minutes late. He had hoped to instill a sense of intimidation in this seemingly naive youth. Yet, Mo Xilou's calm demeanor surpassed his expectations. A faint smile danced at the corners of his mouth, his gaze icy and detached, exuding a relaxed yet commanding presence. It was as if he were an experienced negotiator, seasoned in the art of business dealings. At 30 years old, Lin Xizhe was a decade older than Mo Xilou. Initially, he regarded the latter as a mere child throwing a tantrum, but at this moment, he found himself reassessing. Mo Xilou smiled, lightly prodding him. I had presumed that someone of your stature, Mr. Lin, would be punctual. It seems I was mistaken. Lin Xizhe chose not to address the tardiness directly, eager to cut to the chase. Let us get straight to the point. What's your asking price? Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the calculating glimmer in his eyes. He leisurely poured tea for Lin Xizhe, saying, No need to rush. Let us enjoy a cup of tea and discuss this slowly. He poured himself a cup as well, sipping at a leisurely pace. Lin Xizhe frowned again, urging, enough with the pleasantries. Just tell me your price. I'm pressed for time. Mo Xilou lifted his gaze, regarding him with a measured calmness. The 30-year-old Lin Xizhe lacked the composure he would possess a decade hence. His impatience was palpable. Mr. Lin, it seems you are indeed in a hurry, yet you arrived 10 minutes late. I had assumed you were untroubled. Lin Xize's irritation mounted. 10 minutes is 10 minutes. Must you persist? He stated his offer bluntly. 8 million. Take it or leave it. Aware that Mo Xilou had purchased the land for 5 million. He recognized that flipping it would yield a quick profit of 3 million, an exceedingly favorable deal. Mo Xilou chuckled softly, 16 million. Lin Xizhe narrowed his eyes, displeasure flashing in his elongated gaze, while his assistant voiced his frustration. Wasn't he the previous offer 15 million? I've only ever seen prices drop in negotiations, never increase. Mo Xilou took a sip of his tea, then gestured to his exquisite watch. Because you were late by 10 minutes. That's 100,000 for each minute. His assistant was beside himself. Do you have any idea what it means to go against Zifeng Group? Lin Xizhe raised a hand, cutting him off, old Liu. We're leaving. He stood, clearly displeased. If you lack the sincerity to sell, then keep the land for yourself. Mo Xilou's expression remained unchanged as he stood to see them out. Mr. Lin, safe travels. Should you reconsider, feel free to reach out to me. Lin Xizhe departed, lingering outside the private room for a minute before leaving with a thoroughly somber expression. Mo Xilou, gazing intently at the clear tea in his cup, remained unhurried, confident that Lin would return. In his previous life, he had engaged with Lin Xizhe for nearly a decade, knowing him better than even his own mother. This man was obsessive, unwilling to easily abandon his plans. As anticipated, within 3 days, Lin sought him out once more. The venue remained the same, lush water pavilion. This time, Lin was punctual, yet Mo arrived 10 minutes late. Lin Xilou returned his previous remark, stating, "You are 10 minutes late." Unfazed, Mo took a seat, casually responding, "Ah, Mr. Lin, you arrived so early. I had assumed you would be late again, just as last time, which is why I delayed my departure a bit." He added, "I didn't mind your tardiness last time. Surely, you won't mind mine this time?" Lin's expression darkened, visibly irritated. 10 million. That is my bottom line. It cannot be higher. If you do not relent, I shall have no choice but to relinquish this land and seek alternatives. Deal. Mo produced the contract, ready for immediate signature. Lin Xilou paused, casting a glance at the agreeable figure across from him, his heart averse to the situation, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered. It seemed as if the other party was acutely aware of his limits, deftly treading upon them. This sensation was one he had not experienced in a long while. "Mr. Lin," Mo called, gesturing for him to examine the contract. Ultimately, Lin Xilou acquired the land for 10 million, and the negotiation proceeded swiftly, yet Mo felt no satisfaction. He was left with the lingering impression of having been taken advantage of. "Mr. Lin, let us connect on WeChat. You never know when another opportunity for collaboration might arise." Mo suggested with a smile, extending his phone. Lin Xilou had initially hesitated, but, for reasons unknown, begrudgingly added him, his expression still grim. At Zifan Group S office. Upon returning, Lin Xilou slammed the contract down onto the mahogany table, seething with frustration. It had been quite some time since anyone had managed to inflict such a significant loss upon him. Find out everything about Mo Xilou. Leave no detail unexamined. He was known for his propensity for retribution. This indignation could not go unaddressed. His assistant promptly provided the information, which Lin carefully scrutinized. The dossier was comprehensive, detailing every aspect of Mo's life from kindergarten to university. In the end, Lin circled a name. Every person has a vulnerability, and Mo Xilou's was glaringly apparent. Unrequited love, perhaps? How intriguing. Lin Xilou narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of insight flickering within them. Investigate this individual named Yue Jitong. Chapter 38. A mind at peace. Yue Jitong had unwittingly cost Lin Xilou 5 million, leaving Mo Xilou in high spirits. Lin, known for his vengeful nature, must surely be fuming over such a substantial loss. In truth, there was no necessity for Mo to provoke a formidable rival and irreparably offend Lin Xilou over 5 million. However, his approach towards Lin was not without purpose. In his previous life, when he had just taken over the company, he had been Na'vi, and it was during this vulnerable time that Lin had ensnared him, resulting in a loss of 5 million. Mo held grudges, much like Lin, and had spent the subsequent decade devising ways to retaliate, though he had never succeeded. Lin Xilou's vigilance was formidable. The two clashed for years, with Lin eventually branding him a mad dog, relentlessly pursuing him for a decade without success. Now, Reborn, a splendid opportunity to ensnare Lin lay before Mo, and he found himself unable to resist. At this stage, Lin was not yet as cunning. The further they progressed, the more formidable he would become. Thus, Mo seized this chance, unafraid of the potential enmity or retribution, for they were already adversaries. With 5 million secured, he could launch his next plan and invest in a new enterprise. Conversely, Yue Jitong, also Reborn, lacked such capabilities. Previously an ordinary programmer, she now found herself as an average university student. Aside from the wealth of experience she had acquired over the years, she had not fundamentally changed. Without wealth, connections, or foresight to predict lottery numbers, she was left with no choice but to earn an honest living. It became evident that exceptional individuals do not require rebirth. They possess undeniable dominion in this world regardless. Meanwhile, ordinary people, even when reborn, do not experience a qualitative leap in their lives. Yue Jitong chose to tread steadily, not one to relish tumult, nor did she perceive herself as particularly formidable due to her newfound foresight. She consistently viewed herself as a beautiful, average individual. In an era where appearance reigned supreme, she never contemplated leveraging her looks for gain. Whether in her past life or this one, she never believed that being attractive entitled her to anything. Her desires were minimal, showing little concern for material possessions or lavish living. She merely sought to maintain a modest standard of living. As an ordinary person, she was likely to pursue her former career as a game developer. But with her extensive experience, she would navigate her work with greater ease. Yue Jitong had grown accustomed to a life of simplicity. However, those with minimal material desires often harbor profound emotional needs. The final examinations stretched over a lengthy fortnight. By the conclusion of the last subject, the tail end of December had passed, ushering in the new year. On January 1st, students could be seen everywhere dragging luggage along their journey home. Yue Jitong and Zheng Yinyan had completed all their examinations, while Su Qinghe and Xue Man would finish a day later. The four friends decided to indulge in some leisure after their exams, planning to dine together before returning to their respective homes. In the girls' dormitory that evening, Zheng Yinyan unusually did not pull the curtains to lounge in bed playing games. Instead, she excitedly packed her suitcase, exclaiming, "Where shall we go tomorrow?" Su Qing, whose home was local and required no packing, leisurely observed her busy friends and suggested shopping, dining, KTV, or perhaps a bar. Zheng Yinyan nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds good. Where shall we shop? How about Jiangshui Street? There are plenty of snacks there. I'm fine with anything." Su Qinghe replied casually, turning to the remaining two. "What about you, Tong Tong and Man Man? Where do you wish to go?" Yue Jitong was easygoing. She would follow wherever they led, casually responding, "I'm fine with anything." Xue Man remained silent, lost in thought with a vacant gaze. Yue Jitong nudged her. "Man Man, what about you?" "Huh? What?" Xue Man snapped back to reality, looking up at her with a dazed expression. Zheng Yinyan ceased her packing and turned to her. "Man Man, what's wrong? You seem out of it." Su Qinghe inquired, "Is the exam stress getting to you?" Xue Man lowered her head, her gaze flickering. "No, it's not related to studying." "Oh, Zheng," Yinyan elongated her tone, cleverly deducing the underlying issue. "Is it something to do with feelings?" Xue Man blushed and nodded. The group quickly abandoned their packing, surrounding Xue Man. "What is going on? Share with us." Xue Man began to voice her troubles. In essence, the narrative revolves around a young woman caught in the affections of two suitors, uncertain of whom to choose. Following a heartfelt confession from Zhao Zhan in a private chamber, he graciously grants her time to ponder her decision. 2 days later, Li Qian also professes his feelings for her. This predicament is unprecedented for Xue Man, who finds herself expressing the need for contemplation to both gentlemen. Recently, both Li Qian and Zhao Zhan have frequently sought her company, showering her with attention, which leaves her heart in a state of turmoil. Zheng Yinyan, somewhat perplexed, inquires whom she favors, suggesting that she should simply choose the one she likes. Xue Man furrows her brow, feeling a twinge of guilt, and hesitantly admits that if she were to say she liked both, would they consider her unprincipled? Zheng Yinyan retorts, "But you can only select one." Su Qinghe chuckles lightly, proposing that there is no rule against having both suitors coexist peacefully. Should they agree, she could embrace them both. Zheng Yinyan and Xue Man remain speechless at this unconventional suggestion, while Su Qinghe continues, acknowledging that her idea might clash with traditional views. Yet as long as all parties consent, what harm could it bring? Zheng Yinyan, however, finds Su Qinghe's logic rather far-fetched, and Yue Jitong shares her skepticism, asserting that romance inherently involves two individuals. How could it ever accommodate three? For someone like her, who has high emotional needs, a partner's unwavering devotion is essential for fulfillment. Moreover, with Li Qian's notorious reputation as a heartbreaker, she strongly advises Xue Man against him. "Man Man, you should choose Zhao Zhan. At least you have a solid foundation." Having grown up together and understanding each other's families, she insists. Yue Jitong further cautions, questioning how well Xue Man truly knows Li Qian, who might be concealing his true self behind a facade. Chapter 39. She looks familiar. While they remain unaware, Yue Jitong knows that Li Qian's demeanor is but a charade. He meticulously analyzes the personality traits and preferences of his targets, crafting tailored strategies for each. He deliberately conceals his true self to align with his interests, and once his quarry is ensnared, he reveals his authentic nature. Zhang Yinyan reflects on both suitors, objectively stating that she finds Zhao Zhan rather appealing, confessing she never particularly liked Li Qian from the outset. Nevertheless, she reassures Xue Man that the decision ultimately lies with her, regardless of others' opinions. Su Qinghe chimes in, suggesting that if she feels overwhelmed, she might as well choose one. And should she find the choice unsatisfactory, she is free to change her mind. Ultimately, it is permissible to complicate others' lives, but not one's own. Yue Jitong fuels the persuasion further, asserting that childhood friends are the best choice. Zhaozhen genuinely cares for you, while Li Qian may be disingenuous. Zhaozhen's affections are sincere. Su Qinghe glances at Yue Jitong, bemused, and teasingly remarks, "Tong, did Zhaozhen offer you something? You seem to be advocating for him from the start." Yue Jitong pauses, half-jokingly recounting a dream where Xue Man chose Li Qian, only for him to betray her, leaving Xue Man in tears, drowning them all in sorrow. Initially, the others listen intently, but the tale becomes increasingly absurd. Su Qinghe bursts into laughter, questioning the truth of the story. Xue Man, taking it seriously, apologizes for her fictional tears that supposedly drown them. Yue Jitong maintains a straight face, humorously insisting that this is precisely why she cannot choose Li Qian, who would ultimately hurt her, thus reinforcing her recommendation for Zhao Zhan. Zhang Yinyan, eager to avoid a fate of being drowned by Xue Man's tears, advises her to select Zhao Zhan. Su Qinghe, recognizing the jest but acknowledging the stance, supports the notion that Li Qian is not a good person, urging Xue Man to swiftly dismiss him. Through this collective persuasion, Xue Man's thoughts shift toward Zhao Zhan. Initially, she had felt a slight inclination towards Li Qian, sensing a deeper understanding from him, but her concern for Zhao Zhan's feelings kept her indecisive. After much deliberation and external influence, she resolves to clarify her feelings to Li Qian and accept Zhao Zhan's pursuit. Yue Jitong breathes a subtle sigh of relief. With this decision, Xue Man experiences a newfound lightness in her heart. Having oscillated between the two, she had felt guilty, perceiving herself as somewhat unprincipled for enjoying the affections of both. That night, lying in bed, she messages Zhao Zhan to convey her acceptance of his advances, and after considerable thought, crafts a polite message to Li Qian, gently declining his affections while expressing gratitude for his interest. Zhao Zhan, upon receiving her message, leaps from his bed in exhilaration, performing 50 push-ups in jubilation, much to the chagrin of his roommates. Meanwhile, Li Qian, taken aback by her message, feels a dark cloud settle over him, realizing he cannot allow his prey to escape. It seems he must set his plan B into motion. "Xue Man, you force my hand," he thinks, as he watches her profile picture in the inky darkness, akin to a cold serpent lying in wait. The three roommates, Yue Jitong, Su Qinghe, and Zhang Yinyan, stroll through Jiangshui Street, indulging in culinary delights from one end to the other. They venture into a claw machine store, where, for a single coin, one attempt awaits. Su Qinghe, with a grand flourish, splurges 500 yuan on 800 coins. After an hour of fun, they amass a collection of plush toys, which they set aside before heading to the mall for shopping. Encouraged by Su Qinghe, Yue Jitong tries on a white knit dress, a style she has never considered before. The form-fitting garment accentuates her curves, rendering her figure strikingly alluring. Zhang Yinyan, taken aback by her beauty, exclaims, "Jitong, I never realized your figure was so stunning. This dress is perfect for you. You must keep it." Gazing at her reflection, Yue Jitong feels a twinge of discomfort tugging at the neckline, feeling it exposes too much shoulder. "Oh, that's the style. Don't pull it up. The off-shoulder look is what makes it appealing." Zhang Yinyan praises enthusiastically. "Really?" she questions, while Su Qinghe and Xue Man nod in agreement. Su Qinghe remarks, "Jitong, your usual attire is too modest. This style suits you much better. Don't worry about others' opinions. Fashion is about freedom, or what you like." Flattered by their compliments, Yue Jitong gazes into the mirror and, on a whim, decides to purchase the dress. Afterward, Zhang Yinyan suggests she should acquire a necklace to complement the look, as her neck appears bare. Thus, Yue Jitong selects a necklace adorned with a blue star pendant. Xueman then suggests they find a pair of shoes to match the dress, noting that Yue Jitong only owns sneakers and lacks any dress shoes. Thus, Yue Jitong was once again ushered into a shoe store, where she purchased a pair of brown-heeled leather shoes. Su Qinghe remarked that a particular long coat complemented the skirt beautifully, prompting Yue Jitong to inexplicably acquire a light yellow woolen overcoat. Xueman selected a perfectly weighted legging for her, while Zheng Yinyin chose a white knitted scarf. As she regained her composure, burdened with numerous shopping bags, Yue Jitong blinked in disbelief, astonished that she had amassed such a plethora of items for merely one skirt. Consequently, she resolved not to indulge in trial fittings so readily in the future. It was simply too extravagant. She felt as though she had acquired a collection of superfluous belongings. She still possessed an array of clothing, albeit all in a casual style. She had never donned anything so elegantly feminine. Fortunately, Su Qinghe had driven, allowing them to stow their purchases in her car. As night fell, Su Qinghe inquired if anyone wished to experience a bar. Yue Jitong, Xueman, and Zheng Yinyin had never visited such an establishment and were somewhat intrigued. Thus, Su Qinghe led her 3 roommates to a bar she frequented, named Gentle Breeze Bar. The lighting was soft, and the ambience romantic, devoid of the cacophony the trio had anticipated. In the center of the stage, a guitarist serenaded the crowd with soothing folk melodies. Zheng Yinyin eagerly surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed, "Hijia, I thought you would take us to one of those places where people dance in a frenzy. That SA disco, if you wish to go. I can certainly take you there," Su Qinghe replied. Zheng Yinyin shook her head. "No, this is just fine." Su Qinghe ordered a few low-alcohol, delightful cocktails for the group. After a while, Yue Jitong felt the need to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly collided with a drunken man, who blocked her path and leered, "Hey there, beauty. Come have a drink with me." Yue Jitong frowned, bewildered at encountering such individuals even in a quiet bar. This was precisely the reason she had always been reluctant to frequent such places. However, amidst the ebb and flow of patrons, she felt relatively undeterred. Just as she contemplated how to evade the man, he persisted, attempting to grab her. At that moment, a hand seized the man by the collar, pulling him aside. "Miss, are you all right?" Yue Jitong looked up to see a man clad in a perfectly tailored suit, his nose adorned with silver-rimmed glasses. His light brown eyes were sharp, and his chiseled jawline exuded an air of assertiveness and maturity. "Thank you," she murmured, averting her gaze. It was a mere trifle. Lin Xija offered no further comment and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, his eyes glimmered and the corners of his lips curled slightly. "So this is Yue Jitong. She is even more striking in person than in photographs, undeniably possessing a memorable visage. Yet, why does she seem somewhat familiar?" As Lin Xija walked away, he pondered why he could not recall where he had seen her before, ultimately dismissing it from his mind, concluding that perhaps all beauties bore a resemblance. Nonetheless, he could not deny that Yue Jitong possessed a unique aura that lingered in memory long after the initial encounter. Thus, he surmised he had never actually met her. Otherwise, she would have left a lasting impression. A trap was being meticulously laid, and Lin Xija was in no hurry. He relished watching his prey gradually ensnared in its clutches. Struggling in vain, this evening marked a flawless beginning. Yue Jitong frowned and hurried back, resolving to avoid solitary excursions to prevent any further incidents. The group decided to return after a night of revelry around 9 o'clock. Exhausted from the day's activities, the 4 of them ascended to the 5th floor, unloading their burdens on the floor and collapsing into chairs, gasping for breath. After 2 months of running, Yue Jitong's stamina had significantly improved. Had it been before, she would have lacked the strength to carry such loads upstairs. The following day, after bidding farewell to Xueman, Zheng Yinyin, and Su Qinghe, Yue Jitong opened her computer and contacted an online gaming company, intending to sell her developed minigames. As a game developer, she had previously created several hit minigames and randomly selected 2 to replicate perfectly. After sending them off, she began searching for rental accommodations. The dormitory could be occupied only until January 10th, and with classes resuming at the end of February, she pondered where she would reside during that month. Hadn't Mo Xilou mentioned going on a trip? Why'd she receive no updates? Perusing short-term rental listings, she found nothing suitable, her brow furrowing in frustration. After 2 days of waiting, Mo Xilou, having completed arrangements for his newly acquired property, messaged Yue Jitong, "Pack your things, we're leaving." She hastily stuffed her essential clothing and toiletries into her suitcase and dragged it downstairs. Mo Xilou awaited her beneath a tree, its leaves fully shed, leaving only bare brown branches that exuded the desolation of winter. Clad in a sleek black cashmere coat that impeccably accentuated his tall, slender figure, he wore a white turtleneck that hugged the soft wool against his neck. Strands of hair fell casually across his forehead, lending him an air of aloofness. Leaning against the car, he appeared lost in thought, but upon hearing her footsteps, he raised his head and straightened up, approaching Yue Jitong to take her small pink suitcase and place in the trunk. "Let us go to the airport." In the first-class cabin of the airplane, Yue Jitong sat beside him, belatedly asking in a soft voice, "Where are we going?" And Mo Xilou turned to her, chuckling lightly as he pinched her cheek with a mischievous grin. "You only ask where we are going after boarding the plane? Aren't you afraid I might sell you?" Yue Jitong pouted and mumbled, "You wouldn't dare." What did you say?" he inquired, not catching her words, releasing her cheek to ask again. Yue Jitong rubbed her reddened face, leaned closer to him, and with a glint of cunning in her eyes, whispered, "I said you wouldn't dare sell me." And Mo Xilou wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace, playfully brushing his fingers against her nose, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. "So confident, are we?" She nestled against him, gazing up at his jawline, blinking as she asked, "So where exactly are we going?" And Mo Xilou shifted his gaze outside the airplane window, observing the layers of clouds as he replied, "To see the snow." Yue Jitong appeared perplexed, having heard no reports of snowfall anywhere. "Where's there snow?" "Northeast." "Is it snowing there?" "It will be soon." "Oh, are you a weather forecaster now?" "Just because you say it will snow doesn't mean it will." "What if it doesn't?" "Yue Jitong, would you like to make a bet?" "A bet on what?" Yue Jitong glanced at the clear sky and took out her phone to check the weather forecast for Harbin, which indicated clear weather for the upcoming week. She was skeptical about the snowfall, and Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, a bright light flickering in his eyes before he smirked and leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, "If you lose, you must call me husband." The person in his embrace stiffened momentarily. Yue Jitong's eyes flickered, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she bit her lip and asked, "What if I win?" "If you win, you'll call me wife." He deliberately paused before the last two words, separating them from the preceding sentence, as though he had whispered wife directly into her ear. "That's unfair. It seems you hold all the advantages here." Yue Jitong complained, but her heart raced with excitement at the long-forgotten title, stirring feelings within her. "Then what do you desire?" Mo Xilou's gaze was intently fixed on the small mole on her charming lower eyelid, and he softly inquired. I think Yue Jitong blinked twice, her left hand resting on her right, fingers tightly intertwined, revealing a hint of anxiety. Mo Xilou saw through her hesitation, but could not fathom what was troubling her or what thoughts occupied her mind. After a brief moment of doubt, she finally voiced her desire in a whisper, "I would like to become official." He paused, momentarily bewildered by her meaning. "So, when can that underground relationship be made public?" Yue Jitong cautiously observed him, unsure if her request was excessive. Mo Xilou scrutinized her for several seconds. The dark whirlpool in his eyes swirled several times, a teasing smile creeping into his gaze as he deliberately elongated his tone. "Oh, Yue Jitong, so you wish to be my legitimate girlfriend?" She nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. "All right, I agree. If you win against me, I'll grant you that status." Her large eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, her demeanor slightly buoyant, though not overtly so. He could keenly perceive her shifts in emotion. Mo Xilou's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Was she that delighted? Because of him, the airplane landed. At a 5-star hotel, Mo Xilou secured a business suite. Approximately 60 square meters, it boasted 2 rooms, complete with every amenity and a tatami by the window, overlooking not a bustling cityscape but a vast expanse of snow. The hotel he selected was adjacent to a tourist attraction, a mere 5-minute walk away. The two rooms were adjacent, and he and Yue Jitong each chose one. Yue Jitong settled her luggage and took out disposable sheets and a duvet for travel, laying them out meticulously. After a moment's thought, she retrieved another set and went next door to prepare one for Mo Xilou as well. He stood by the doorframe, his dark eyes fixated on her busy figure. All set. As Yue Jitong turned around, she suddenly locked eyes with his profound gaze, her vision flitting about nervously. It felt more hygienic this way. Sharing a room led her mind to wander into disarray, creating an odd atmosphere. She lowered her head, intending to slip past him. He blocked the doorway, leaving only a narrow gap through which to pass. Yue Jitong extended her delicate fingers, pushing against his arm politely. "Please let me through." Mo Xilou grasped her hand, stepping closer and pinning her against the doorframe, her back pressing uncomfortably against it. His figure loomed closer, enveloping her in a rich scent of mint, combined with the room's inherent jasmine fragrance, intoxicating her senses. In truth, there was no need for two rooms. One would suffice, as that large bed could easily accommodate two people, could it not? Chapter 41. Would you like to experience it? She blinked, a flush creeping from her neck upward, coloring her cheeks and rendering her exceedingly alluring. Mo Xilou tightened his grip on her wrist, his throat bobbing slightly. "One room is too small. Perhaps we should stick to two," she stammered, extracting her wrist from his grasp, her heart racing, nerves threatening to leap from her throat. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind. Did he intend? Surely he wouldn't. It felt rather sudden. Could she refuse? Would he be angry? Would it hurt? Was this really happening? Suddenly, Mo Xilou distanced himself, leaning back against the doorframe, a playful chuckle escaping him, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "I was merely teasing you. What are you afraid of?" He observed her tension, confusion, and reluctance, including the slight tremor of her body. In this lifetime, he would not force her. He would wait for her to willingly consent. Realizing the jest in his eyes, Yue Jitong exhaled in relief. It was merely a joke, and she almost confessed. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze to conceal the melancholy within. It seemed she genuinely resisted that matter. Did the shadows of their past still linger? Had he truly left her with a negative impression? That night, Mo Xilou had been partially aware, fully cognizant of his actions, yet unable to restrain himself. Perhaps it was selfishness that led him to succumb to his body's primal desires. He was uncertain how much Yue Jitong remembered of that night, but her consciousness must have been hazy. In truth, Yue Jitong retained no recollection. She only knew that upon waking, her entire body ached severely, utterly devoid of any details regarding their encounter. It was precisely this lack of memory that left her feeling shattered. Anyone waking to such a realization would find it impossible to accept calmly. Reflecting upon the events of the past, Mo Xilou's eyes fell, his expression dimmed. Yue Jitong, unaware of his thoughts, felt her heart racing. "I will take my leave first." She exited his room, her steps hurried as she returned to her own. The following morning, Yue Jitong awoke and stepped out of her room. Mo Xilou was already dressed, sitting by the bay window. As she approached, she found him eagerly gazing outside. When she turned to look, he directed his gaze back at her, excitement lacing his voice. "Yue Jitong, it's snowing." Her eyes widened in surprise as she glanced out the window, observing delicate snowflakes drifting gently, settling briefly on the sill before melting away. Clearly, it had just begun to fall. "It's really snowing?" Yue Jitong still found it hard to believe. She opened the window, extending her hand to catch a few flakes, retracting it only when her palm was filled. A few flakes remained intact. She lifted her hand to her eyes, observing the intricate shapes of each flake. The cold wind blew through the window, bringing a chill to the room. She closed the window, her fingertips still tinged with the snow's icy touch. Glancing at the man quietly watching the snowfall, Yue Jitong suddenly felt mischievous. She slipped her icy fingers inside his collar, pressing them against his neck. "Is it cold?" Mo Xilou withdrew slightly, startled by the sudden chill, swiftly turning his head to meet her gaze, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. Yue Jitong was taken aback by his predatory stare, retracting her hand and attempting to step back, creating distance between them. Before she could retreat, a pair of strong arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer. She tumbled into his embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck to steady herself and prevent falling. "Yue Jitong, you lost. What should you call me?" His reminder jolted her memory of their wager on the plane. She hadn't anticipated losing so swiftly. It was only the second day. How could it be snowing already? Wait a minute, the weather forecast from yesterday didn't predict this. Cursed weather report, utterly unreliable. "Yue Jitong, are you daydreaming?" Mo Xilou pinched her waist, neither too hard nor too soft, eliciting a ticklish sensation that made her want to scratch. Yet she felt too bashful. Coming back to her senses, she understood she had lost and should accept her fate gracefully. However, her mouth opened and closed, the two words swirling on her tongue, refusing to escape her lips. Mo Xilou watched her struggle in silence. The atmosphere tensed for 5 long minutes, yet she remained voiceless. "Yue Jitong, have you suddenly lost your voice?" She swallowed hard, avoiding his gaze, pondering if she could negotiate for a moment to prepare herself before saying it. Mo Xilou extended his hand, lifting her chin, a hint of malicious mirth glimmering in his eyes as he gazed into her glistening eyes. His voice, slightly hoarse, carried an air of nonchalance. "What is there to prepare for? It's not as if I intend for you to share my bed." Yue Jitong's eyes darted about, avoiding his gaze, and she murmured, "It's just, I've never called anyone that before. I can't bring myself to." The simple phrase lingered on her tongue, yet it eluded her. The mere thought of it made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Mo Xilou paused, his expression flickering with an enigmatic emotion before he released her. "Very well, I shall grant you a moment to gather your thoughts. But do remember not to keep me waiting too long." He playfully flicked her nose, adding, "Don't delay too much." Mo Xilou felt as though he had bestowed upon her the patience and tolerance of not just one lifetime, but 2. "Shall we go out to see the snow?" she suggested, nodding as she rose from his embrace, her gaze filled with anticipation as she turned to the window. "It's the first snowfall of the year. Let us go," he replied, leading her into a world of ice and snow. Towering ice sculptures stood majestically, each uniquely shaped and breathtakingly beautiful. They resembled grand palaces, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Like serpentine dragons, they twisted and turned, their claws poised menacingly. Quaint pavilions and ancient structures exuded a timeless charm. As the sunlight bathed the ice sculptures, they shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The light refracted and reflected through layers of ice, intertwining in a dreamlike spectacle. "Mo Xilou, it's freezing," Yue Jitong exclaimed, stamping her feet, feeling the numbness creep into her legs as her breath formed clouds of white in the frigid air. With each exhale, her warmth seemed to condense into droplets in the atmosphere. The stark contrast to the warmth of summer left her regretting her inadequate attire. The new clothes she had bought in the mall remained unworn, and in this weather, she feared she might freeze to death. Had she known, she would have purchased a down jacket, thermal pants, and insulated boots. Despite her shivering, Mo Xilou appeared utterly unfazed, dressed even lighter than she was. Confused, she looked at him and asked, "Aren't you cold?" He lifted his eyelids, casting a knowing glance her way, and replied with a hint of mischief, "I'm full of warmth." After a brief pause, he stretched his arms wide, inviting her into his embrace. "Yue Jitong, would you like to feel it?" Chapter 42, A Single Strike to My Heart. He faced her, arms open wide, his dark eyes reflecting sparkles of light akin to a rainbow refracted through ice, all captured within his gaze. Yue Jitong stared at him, her eyes misting over with emotion, and in an instant, the fragile barrier of ice within her heart shattered, revealing a glimmering light. She hesitated for merely 2 seconds before launching herself into his arms, her slender arms wrapping tightly around his waist as she buried her head against his chest, pressing her ear against his heart. Her cheek brushed against his pristine sweater. Through the layers of fabric, she felt the warmth of his embrace enveloping her. He tightened his hold, cocooning her within his black cashmere coat, shielding her from the biting cold and the swirling snow. Neither spoke. They remained in silence, her ear attuned to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats, resonating like a drum, punctuating the stillness around them. Time seemed to stand still, the world quiet, and all she could hear was the steady cadence of his heart. In that moment, her hollow chest felt as though it had been filled, the missing piece of her heart slowly regrowing. An inexplicable sadness enveloped her, and a single tear slipped down her cheek, vanishing into the folds of his white garment. "You're crying?" Mo Xilou glanced down, noticing her reddened nose and glistening eyes. Yue Jitong touched her face, hastily wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, I don't even know why." She looked up, her words faltering in surprise. "Then why are you crying?" Mo Xilou paused, suddenly aware of a chill on his face. He raised his hand to wipe it away, finding a glistening droplet on his fingertip, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Is this my tear?" Had he truly cried? No, it couldn't be. What reason did he have to weep? Had he been infected by Yue Jitong's emotions? How peculiar. Unbeknownst to him, he had shed tears without realizing it. A first for him. A heaviness settled in his heart, a discomfort he could not articulate, and he found himself searching for a means of release. Yue Jitong reached out to brush away her own tears, then stood on tiptoe to wipe the moisture from his face, her expression earnest as she asked, "Mo Xilou, on such a cold day, why must we embrace and weep in the snow? Will people not think us foolish?" She had sensed the curious and probing gazes of passing tourists, some regarding them as if they were spectacle. Mo Xilou was amused by her serious demeanor, unable to pinpoint what had struck his funny bone. He chuckled softly, the weight in his heart yearning for an outlet. Suddenly, he grasped her hand, raising an eyebrow. "Yue Jitong, let us indulge in something thrilling." "Huh?" Before she could process his words, he had already dashed a few meters ahead, pulling her along. "Hey, Mo Xilou, slow down. The ground is slippery." He propelled her through the snow, seemingly possessed by a wild energy. As she shouted, he only quickened his pace. The biting wind seeped into her clothes, chilling her to the bone, yet her heart raced with fervor, radiating warmth throughout her body. In mere moments, the snowflakes transformed from a light sprinkle to a flurry, cascading from the sky, blanketing the world in a pristine white. Yue Jitong had no time to admire the beauty. She lowered her head, using one hand to shield her face from prying eyes. They must have appeared utterly mad to onlookers, their antics drawing a staggering 90% of curious glances. Who in their right mind would run through the snow on such a wintry day? "Mo Xilou," she began, but before she could finish, her foot slipped on a patch of compacted ice, and they both fell. In that moment, Mo Xilou reacted swiftly, cushioning her fall beneath him. Thankfully, the snow was deep, and their layers of clothing softened the impact, resulting in nothing more than a few crunching sounds as they landed. They left a dent in the thick layer of snow. Yue Jitong released him, pressing her hands on his stomach as she struggled to rise. Snowflakes clung to her pants, and she bent down to brush herself off, asking quietly, "Are we not running anymore?" In response, he only chuckled lazily. As she stood, she realized he remained sprawled in the snow, showing no intention of getting up. Concern creased her brow. "What's wrong? Did you hurt yourself?" "No, I'm fine." He shook his head. "Then why aren't you getting up? The ground is cold. You'll catch a cold." He blinked, allowing the snowflakes to drift into his eyes, his gaze sparkling. "I have no strength left. I need a kiss from you to get up." "Stop fooling around. Get up." She tugged at him, but he remained stubborn. He held her hand, playfully refusing to budge. Yue Jitong glanced around nervously, noting they had strayed far from the crowd. Surely no one would see them now. She half knelt in the snow, leaning down to peck his lips softly. In the next moment, his arms encircled her waist, and in a whirl, she found herself pinned beneath him in the snow. A chilling kiss brushed against her lips, lingering for a few seconds before he sprung up, pulling her to her feet. Yue Jitong had barely brushed off the snow from her clothes when they were once again covered in flakes. She shook off the snow, casting him an exasperated glance. Mo Xilou chuckled softly, choosing not to brush the snow off his own body, but instead lifting his hand to gently sweep away the glistening snowflakes from her hair. "Yue Jitong, would you care to engage in a snowball fight?" "No," she replied without a moment's hesitation. "Why not? I know I can't win against you. I would only be on the receiving end." "Not necessarily. I don't care. I want to play." As he spoke, he crouched down, scooped up a handful of snow, molded it into a ball, and declared, "Let the games begin." With that, he took aim at her collar and threw it. "Hey, that's a sneak attack." Yue Jitong exclaimed, unable to evade in time, as the snowball hit her at the waist, bursting into a flurry of sparkling flakes. How is that a sneak attack? I clearly warned you. If you can't dodge that, you're simply clumsy. After being hit 3 times in quick succession, Yue Jitong realized he was serious. While dodging, she formed her own snowball, attempting to retaliate. TSK, Yue Jitong, I'll give you 3 chances, he said, ceasing his offensive and merely evading. All 3 of her snowballs missed their target entirely. I'm done. You're too formidable. I can't compete with you. Don't be disheartened. Next time, you will surely hit me. Yue Jitong pressed her lips together, crafting one final snowball and throwing it at him. This time, he stood still, facing the approaching projectile. The snowball struck him squarely in the chest, scattering into a cloud of white, gently cascading to the ground. See? Did I not hit the mark? He said, a hint of pride in his voice. You let me hit you on purpose. Yue Jitong stepped closer, brushing the snowflakes off his chest. He grasped her hand, his gaze intense as he murmured, but your single strike has pierced my heart. That was you intentionally colliding with me. Indeed, it was my intent. She looked up, her heart racing. His eyes sparkled with mirth, and the cold winter breeze carried whispers of affection. Chapter 43. I have experienced everything you designed. With a sudden impulse, she stood on her toes and placed a gentle kiss near his lips, lowering her gaze and speaking softly. Mo Xilou, have you had your fill of play? It is time for us to return. Let's go. He took her hand, tucking it into his coat pocket, striding back with an air of confidence, indifferent to the gazes of onlookers. After a day of frolicking in the snow, both of their clothes were thoroughly soaked. As soon as Yue Jitong entered the house, she quickly shed her cold, damp coat. Mo Xilou, hurry and change. Be careful not to catch a cold. He casually tossed his black cashmere coat at the entrance. I will run a bath. Yue Jitong assumed he intended to bathe, so she returned to her room to change clothes. Upon re-emerging, she found him still clad in his wet garments. Aren't you going to bathe? I prepared it for you. You should go first. After a brief pause, he added, you are more susceptible to colds than I am. Then I shall go first. Yue Jitong accepted his offer and entered the bathroom. The bathtub was adorned with a disposable mat, decorated with a scattering of petals, roses, jasmine, tulips, and mint. The fragrant aroma of flowers filled the air. She disrobed, allowing the warm water to envelop her, gradually dispelling the chill from her pores. The coldness clinging to her from the snow melted away in the soothing heat. After soaking for 15 minutes, she felt delightfully warm. Wrapping a towel around her hair, she wiped the floor dry and called for Mo Xilou to join her for a bath. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom as Yue Jitong dried her hair, seated cross-legged on the sofa in her nightgown. Droplets of water from her hair trickled down her slender neck into her collar. She opened her suitcase, retrieving her laptop, drawing tablet, and stylus, preparing to design character images for her game. With several modeling software and code editors open across 4 or 5 windows, the stylus hovered just above the screen. Pausing momentarily as she pulled out her phone to browse through her meticulously organized reference images. Those in computer science often exhibit a compulsive tendency even when collecting materials, categorizing folders by anime-style eyes, clothing folds, and references. As the pen tip touched the surface, her delicate fingers moved with fluidity, gracefully outlining the character's form. Though she was a self-taught artist, her journey began after she started working. Initially, she had no drawing skills, but as the art team's designs for game characters diverged from her vision, she resolved to self-learn art design to bring her envisioned characters to life. Focused on her drawing, a Tang Dynasty beauty emerged from the depths of code under her skilled hand. With a plump face adorned with gold leaf flowers between her brows and a tiny mole hidden beneath, her hair was styled in a bun with loose strands tinted mint green, reminiscent of early spring willow buds entwined in dark locks. The golden hairpin crowned with flowing tassels swayed with each angle, a result of her meticulous adjustments to the physics engine parameters. Beneath the crimson satin lay a hidden pattern, and the sheer overlay was the most challenging aspect. She first applied 3 translucent layers of smoky purple, then used a light gold brush to outline the glow of lanterns from Chang'an's night market. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Her waist began to ache, and she stretched, catching sight of someone standing nearby. "Hey, when did you come out?" "I came out early. I've been standing here for quite a while." "You were too engrossed." Mo Xilou stood beside her, arms crossed, gazing at the not-yet perfect character on her screen. His lips parted slightly, and he uttered two words, "Shangshi." Yue Jitong looked up, surprise filling her eyes. "How did you know I was drawing characters from Shangshi?" Shangshi is a mobile game set against the backdrop of the Tang Dynasty. Scheduled for release 7 years later. She was one of the game's designers and developers, having drawn a significant portion of the character designs herself. The remaining characters were crafted by the art team, but she often found them lacking, believing they could be better. Furthermore, this mobile game was designed specifically for a female audience. Did Mo Xilou have an interest in such games in her past life? In response to her curious gaze, Mo Xilou remained silent for 10 seconds before casually mentioning, "I have played every game you participated in designing." Yue Jitong was even more astonished. "You played Shangshi?" She had assumed such ancient-themed, farming, and dressing-up romance games were exclusively for girls. He reached out and gently tapped her forehead, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Is that what matters?" The emphasis is on the first 6 words. As she contemplated the first 6 words of his previous statement, realization dawned upon her. Slowly, she replied, "But those are games for little girls." "Quite interesting," he remarked, his assessment of the game reduced to those 5 words. While the game was indeed exquisitely crafted, it was not to his taste. He preferred games that offered excitement and competition. He recalled the day Shangshi launched, holding his phone in the office, immersed in the romantic visuals of blooming peach blossoms. His assistant, accidentally catching a glimpse of the screen, was left speechless, staring at him in disbelief. "Mr. Mo, you enjoy such games?" He cast a disinterested glance at the assistant. "I don't enjoy them. This is a game made by my wife." The assistant promptly fell silent, understanding the situation. Yue Jitong saved her artwork, carefully putting away her tools. These were her means of livelihood. "Are you planning to launch the game ahead of schedule?" "Yes. But you can't manage such a large game alone. You'll need a team. I plan to develop part of it and then collaborate with a game company." The conversation took a serious turn, and Yue Jitong suddenly realized they had never discussed each other's work before. She possessed only a vague understanding of his daily endeavors, often left in the dark about his activities or the specific tasks at hand. Consequently, she naively presumed he felt the same. Little did she know, he had experienced every game she had meticulously designed. Mo Xilou once again shattered Yue Jitong's perceptions. A tumult of emotions surged within her, some joy, some bitterness, and a tinge of shame. After conversing for a while, their stomachs grumbling in unison, they began to deliberate on where to dine. Ultimately, they settled on a nearby mall, conveniently close and easily accessible, allowing them to enjoy a meal and perhaps do some shopping afterward. Although Mo Xilou professed to feel warm, he knew that lingering in the cold for a few more days would test even the sturdiest of bodies. He dutifully donned a down jacket. Yue Jitong also purchased 2 thick garments and a pair of thermal pants. Her slender legs did not appear bulky in the padded trousers. In this heavy snowfall, warmth was essential. The weather forecast hinted a continued snow for the next couple of days, with no indication of when it might cease. Mo Xilou planned to indulge in gaming for another 2 days before embarking on his journey. As night descended and the city lights flickered on, the two returned to their hotel, each retreating to their respective rooms. Around 11 o'clock, with a sudden thud, all the lights extinguished. Yue Jitong ventured out, guided by her computer's glow, perplexed by the abrupt darkness. Mo Xilou happened to emerge from his bedroom at that moment, realizing there had been a power outage. Chapter 44. Sleep in my room. What caused the sudden blackout? Yue Jitong furrowed her brow, hastily returning to save all her work on the computer and unplug the charger. After a long night of effort, losing her progress would be devastating. Realizing the power was out, Mo Xilou picked up the hotel phone to contact the front desk. But after several long beeps, he found the line busy. The front desk was overwhelmed with calls from guests clamoring for answers regarding the outage. After 5 minutes, he finally reached someone. "I apologize, sir. Due to the heavy snowstorm tonight, there's been a malfunction at the nearby power station, resulting in several lines being severed. Our staff is currently working to restore power. When will it be restored? I'm afraid we do not have that information. The staff is urgently addressing the situation. All right. Thank you. Mo Xilou hung up, glanced at Yue Jitong's ajar door, and approached to inform her that it seemed unlikely power would be restored tonight, suggesting she should go to sleep. She had already nestled under the covers in bed, murmuring, "Yes, sleep well. Please close the door behind you. Thank you." Of course. He gently shut the door and returned to his own room. After a few minutes of lying in bed, Yue Jitong felt a pang of thirst. Perhaps the dinner had been too salty, for she found herself yearning for water throughout the night. There was none in her room, but the living area boasted an automatic water dispenser, purified and ready for drinking. Reluctantly, she pulled the covers off and ventured out for water. The absence of light made it cumbersome. She fumbled to open the door, and the darkness in the living room was alleviated only by a sliver of moonlight streaming through the window, allowing her to discern a little. She found a cup and filled it, taking a sip. After a moment's thought, she filled another cup, intending to place it on her bedside table to avoid another trip later. The 300-milliliter glass was filled to the brim, and she carefully made her way back to her room. The room, cloaked in heavy curtains, was much darker than the living area. As she stepped onto the plush carpet, she inadvertently tripped, stumbling forward. She instinctively gasped, and the cup slipped from her grasp, its destination unknown. The next moment found her seated on the soft carpet, frowning as she gingerly touched her bruised knee, cursing her misfortune. Mo Xilou, still awake in his bed, was startled by her sudden cry. He swiftly rose and approached her door, knocking lightly. "Yue Jitong, are you all right?" Her voice came through the door. "I just tripped. May I come in?" "Yes." He turned the doorknob, entering to find her on the floor. "Where did you fall?" "My knee, it hurts a bit, but it's not too serious." "Come, sit down." Mo Xilou helped her to the edge of the bed. "Where's your phone?" "Turn on the flashlight." "I don't know where I put it." She searched for a while, but it remained elusive. She had forgotten where she placed it, which was why she had ventured out in the dark. After a night of neglecting her phone, she couldn't recall where she had stowed it. Instead, her fingers brushed against a damp surface. "Why is there so much water? My bed seems wet." "Wet?" Mo Xilou felt around her sheets, and his fingers encountered a round object in the center of the bed. He brought it closer to his eyes, realizing it was a cup. "How'd a cup end up on your bed?" I filled a cup of water and then tripped. It must have flown onto the bed." Mo Xilou chuckled heartily. "How clumsy of you to send a cup flying onto the bed." "Stop laughing," Yue Jitong pouted, feeling the dampness all around her. "How am I supposed to sleep like this?" She began to regret her decision to fetch the water. Mo Xilou's laughter faded. In the darkness, he blinked twice, his throat subtly shifting as he spoke calmly. "Since everything is wet, it seems impossible to sleep here. How about you sleep in my room?" Yue Jitong paused, her brow furrowing in thought. "What about you?" "There's enough space for two in my bed." Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, leaning closer to her, whispering enticingly in her ear, "Would you like to join me?" His breath brushed against her cheek, warm and inviting. In the obscurity, she could not discern his expression, only catching the faint floral scent that lingered on him. Yue Jitong's long, curled lashes fluttered slightly, her hand at her side clenching and unclenching as she remained silent for 3 seconds, biting her lips softly before giving a faint hum. He caught that sound, the corners of his mouth lifting as he took her hand, then let us go. He guided her slowly toward his room. Upon reaching the doorway, Yue Jitong suddenly had a thought. "Wait, should I grab my blanket?" Mo Xilou paused. "I'll fetch it." He approached her bed, feigning a search before turning to her. "Your blanket is wet too. Perhaps it's best not to take it." "What? Then what will I cover myself with?" "You can use mine." "And what about you?" "I'll use it too." "Well, all right then." Mo Xilou clapped his hands, a hint of pride gracing his features. Yue Jitong's blanket lay quietly on the opposite edge of the bed, untouched by any moisture. After closing the door, the small space echoed with their breaths, each sound distinctly audible. "Which side do you want to sleep on?" Yue Jitong asked, standing by the bed. "I was originally sleeping in the middle. You can choose which side you prefer." "Oh, traditionally, men sleep on the left and women on the right, so I'll take the right side." She felt her way along the edge of the bed, lifted the covers, and lay down. The bedding carried a faint floral scent. He must have just showered, mixed with a uniquely masculine aroma that wafted toward her. Yue Jitong turned to her side, placing her hand over her heart as it raced, her face warming. She tightly shut her eyes, willing herself to fall asleep quickly. The other half of the bed soon sank as he lifted the covers and settled down beside her. She turned her back to him, yet could sense the proximity between them, as if they were intimately close. Gazing at the expansive bed, she mused that if two people were to lie upon it, it would seem to shrink instantaneously. He lay supine, his hands cradling his head, staring at the shadowy ceiling. After a few minutes in this position, he rolled over to face Yue Jitong, but she only offered him her back. In the darkness, he could discern her slender silhouette and delicate shoulders. And Mo Xilou disliked observing her back, for he had gazed at that very sight countless times during sleepless midnights. Quietly, he would watch her from behind. Wishing to avert his gaze, he turned onto his other side, opting to face away from her. After lying there for a few minutes, an uncomfortable restlessness plagued him, as he could not find a suitable position. Chapter 45. The Night That Ignited Emotions. Strangely, while he had been comfortably alone moments before, he now felt utterly uneasy, unable to settle into a restful pose. Thus, Mo Xilou turned back to look at her silhouette once more. The tangled emotions of countless restless midnights surged within him, tightening his chest with discomfort. Enough of this, he thought, and turned away to face the wall. Yue Jitong listened as he tossed and turned incessantly for 20 minutes, unable to contain herself any longer. Mo Xilou, are you unable to sleep? She inquired. He paused, flipping back to face her, his voice muffled. Yes, I can't sleep. He had anticipated her to turn and ask him why, or perhaps engage him in conversation. Instead, she replied, then could you be quiet for a moment? I want to sleep. The expression on Mo Xilou's face stiffened, and a wave of indignation surged within him, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Are you able to sleep? If you hadn't turned over, I would have been asleep long ago. Mo Xilou felt a lump in his throat, vexed. Yue Jitong, do you even realize there's a man lying beside you? Yue Jitong found his words peculiar. Of course, she was aware. Why did he sound slightly irate? Well, she contemplated before continuing, if you truly can't sleep, then feel free to keep turning. She assumed he was upset because she had just complained about his movements disturbing her. For reasons unknown, a fire ignited within Mo Xilou. Yue Jitong, are you so at ease with me? Well, she hesitated for a moment. You've lain beside me before. Mo Xilou was taken aback. When have I ever lain beside you? She fell silent for a minute, lost in thought, and just as he believed he would receive no answer, she leisurely responded. In our past life, didn't you often sneak into my bed at midnight? Mo Xilou was astonished, his voice rising slightly. You knew? I know, she replied unhurriedly, her tone calm. It was as if something had jolted his heart, leaving him momentarily bewildered. She knew. She was aware. Yue Jitong could not comprehend why he reacted so strongly. After a prolonged silence, Mo Xilou composed himself and spoke again. Yue Jitong, can't you just turn around and talk to me? Must you leave me with your back? Oh, she obediently turned to face him. In truth, it was nothing significant. She merely felt a bit shy about speaking face to face while lying in bed. Even their breaths would mingle in close proximity. She turned around, yet the man across from her remained silent. This silence lingered for what felt like an eternity, though it was merely 2 minutes. In the enveloping darkness of the night, those 2 minutes felt exceptionally prolonged. They listened to each other's breathing, neither willing to disrupt the tranquility. Ultimately, it was Mo Xilou who shattered the stillness. Uncertain of his thoughts, he spoke with a markedly calmer tone, his voice slightly hoarse. Yue Jitong, why do you pretend not to know? You engage in this clandestine act precisely to keep me unaware, so I feigned sleep. He pressed his lips together, feeling a dryness in his throat. Then why didn't you scold me at that time? Why didn't you push me away? Why would I push you away? Yue Jitong questioned, perplexed. Aren't you my husband? Mo Xilou was taken aback, gripping her shoulders tightly. What did you just say? I said, aren't you my husband? Her voice dropped to a whisper. Suddenly realizing she had inadvertently uttered those 2 words, her face flushed with embarrassment. Thus, Mo Xilou gazed at her, his eyes searching hers in the dark. Were you just calling me husband? I was merely stating a fact. Furthermore, I find comfort in your embrace while sleeping, so I pretended not to know. Since childhood, she had struggled with sleep, In the orphanage, she often awoke startled, and even after being adopted, she frequently felt uneasy. She was a light sleeper, plagued by insomnia and nightmares, waking in the dead of night. However, she discovered an unprecedented sense of safety when he held her from behind, akin to a baby nestled in its mother's womb. Consequently, she refrained from exposing him, feigning ignorance of his nighttime visits. Yue Jitong opened her mouth, then closed it again, uncertain of what to ask. After a struggle of thoughts, she sighed, "I want to sleep now." "Oh, then sleep. I desire a good night kiss." "No." She rejected him, and he felt a twinge of anger. "Why not?" "Afraid you might want more than just one kiss. What if kissing leads to something else?" And Mo Xilou suddenly grasped her shoulders firmly, diminishing the space between them, his breath warm against her ear, his tone low and haunting. "What if I desire more?" She lowered her head, her forehead nearly touching his chest, her lashes trembling uncontrollably. After a moment of hesitation, Yue Jitong clutched the edge of her nightgown, nervously asking, "Will it hurt?" That night in their past life, she spoke haltingly, yet he understood what she was inquiring about. "Yue Jitong, that night, do you truly have no recollection at all?" "None." "It will," he replied with a single word, addressing her earlier question. "Ah," she said, bewildered, raising her head. "It hurt." He added, uttering two more words. "Ah." Her confusion deepened, observing her innocent expression of ignorance, and Mo Xilou felt a surge of irritation. There were some things he had bottled up for far too long, and at that moment, he felt compelled to release them. "Yue Jitong, do you know that on that night, your nails left over 20 marks on my back? I was in pain for 3 days, unable to lie flat, only able to sleep on my side." Yue Jitong's eyes widened in shock. "Yue Jitong, you also bit 3 spots on my shoulder, 2 on the left, 1 on the right, leaving faint scars that lingered for a long time." Her face flushed, and images began to flash in her mind, filling her with embarrassment. "You also left several bruises on my arm. Those bruises took a week to fade." She buried her face in her hands, whispering, "Stop talking." Yet he had not finished. Even more shameful revelations lay ahead. Once was not enough. You frowned, complaining it was too quick, insisting on a second, third, fourth, and 5th time. "Ah, please stop." She could no longer bear to listen. "You have inflicted harm upon my body, and while that alone is grievous, what stings the most is your subsequent dismissal. The very next day, you awaken, don your trousers, and refuse to acknowledge me. With a glare steeped in resentment, you weep incessantly, shifting the blame entirely onto me, as if I were the most malevolent being in existence, as if I had committed some unforgivable sin, as if I were destined for hell. The more I speak, the more my anger swells." Mo Xilou struggles to suppress his emotions, yet his tone betrays his fury. "Yue Jitong, you have not only harmed my body, but have also inflicted mental anguish upon me." Yue Jitong gazes at him, momentarily stunned by his words. Her heart is jolted, yet his reproach ignites a spark of anger within her. She retorts loudly, "Then why did you not refuse me? Why did you choose to sleep with me?" "Mo Xilou, you could have pushed me away or taken me to the hospital." His voice rises, laced with agitation, "and yet you continue to blame me? You still harbor resentment over this matter, do you not? Yue Jitong, you undressed before me, entwined yourself around me, clung to my neck as you kissed me, your eyes filled with a pitiful plea for my help. How was I to refuse?" His anger intensifies as he grips her chin, his chest heaving, heart racing, teeth clenched. "I damn well love you to the point of desperation. How could I possibly refuse? Have you forgotten that in the end, it all falls upon me as the sole culprit?" Chapter 46, Touch Me, No. Yue Jitong stares at him, quietly absorbing his impassioned accusations, her heart a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions: shock, sorrow, bitterness, shame, indignation, helplessness. A myriad of complex feelings intertwine and tangle within her, akin to a tangled mass, suffocating her heart. Any words seem utterly powerless at this moment, as the tempest of her emotions remains unexpressed. "Mo Xilou, I'm sorry." After a prolonged silence, all that escapes her lips is a single apology. He gradually calms, closing his eyes briefly, his voice thick with emotion. "Yue Jitong, I have always been able to embrace you only from behind." After a brief pause, he continues with difficulty, Yue Jitong. Do you realize that you're turning away is something I've waited for a lifetime? I'm sorry. You need not apologize. It is my fault, all my fault. Loving you is my greatest mistake. His lips part, each word dripping with the sorrow that has crystallized within him, each syllable a searing drop that pierces her heart. He turns away, presenting his back to her, choosing to grapple with his emotions alone. Yue Jitong lowers her gaze, then lifts her eyes to trace the outline of his back, committing it to memory. For a fleeting moment, she senses the depth of his sorrow. The profound loneliness emanating from him is so intense that it stings her nose. She reaches out, gently poking his broad, sturdy back, softly asking, "Can you turn around?" "No. Please turn around." "No. Just turn around." "No." Yue Jitong bites her lip, falling silent, resolutely continuing to prod him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Her fingers begin to numb. At last he speaks, Yue Jitong. Her eyes flicker with hope. He says, "Could you possibly change your position?" Prodding the same spot is rather painful. She hesitates, stubbornly refusing to change her position, instead quickening her pokes to his shoulder. And Mo Xilou, unable to contain himself, turns around, indignantly questioning Yue Jitong. "What do you want me to turn around for?" As he pivots, a soft figure presses against him, slender arms wrapping tightly around his waist. She buries her head against his chest, her whole being pressed against him. "Yue Jitong, what are you doing?" And Mo Xilou's body stiffens, his breath quickening. She remains silent, simply clinging to him. After a few minutes, he feels the thin fabric of her nightgown becoming damp against his chest. Moments later, the dampness spreads further. "Yue Jitong, why are you crying? Shouldn't I be the one crying?" He furrows his brow, his gaze calming, his tone steady. "You." Her silent tears morph into soft sobs, saturating his nightgown. "What are you crying about?" His heart feels as if it has been suddenly squeezed tightly, causing a painful ache. "Ooh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." He inhales deeply. "What I desire is not your apology." "I'm sorry." He leans back slightly, placing a hand on her shoulder, meeting her eyes, frowning. His tone firm. "Yue Jitong, do not utter apologies. I do not require them. Do you understand?" He truly does not wish to hear her say sorry, for it only deepens his own anguish. You are so fierce." She wipes her tears and collapses back into his embrace, her quiet sobs escalating into full-blown cries. Her tears thoroughly soak his shirt, and Mo Xilou finds himself at a loss. "Stop crying." She remains silent, tears continuing to flow. "Yue Jitong, please cease your crying." She transitions from wailing to soft sobs, then to silent tears. "Yue Jitong, I'm sorry, I don't wish to cry, but I cannot control my tears. They simply fall. What should I do?" He sighs, ultimately lowering his head, relenting, and wraps his arms around her frail shoulders. Holding her tightly, leaning close to her ear, he whispers gently, "I apologize. I should not have spoken to you that way. I should not have lost my temper. It is my fault, my folly, my desire for you. Your resentment towards me is justified. You are not at fault. Please do not cry." She shakes her head, tears streaming down her face, choking out, "It is not your fault. It is my fault. I'm sorry. Enough. Who is right or wrong is no longer significant. The past is the past. Let it be. From now on, let's not speak of it, shall we?" His heart aches deeply. He gently wipes away her tears. Yue Jitong feels an overwhelming sadness, unable to articulate why, simply longing to cry, feeling utterly despondent. "Do not cry, please." His tone softens further, cradling her, soothing her gently. Silence envelopes the room. Outside, snowflakes fall silently, encasing the earth in ice. Yet within, warmth prevails as two hearts gradually ignite with affection. She calms, her turbulent emotions settling into tranquility. At last, she ceases her tears. And Mo Xilou breathes a sigh of relief. "Yue Jitong, could you perhaps release me? You have soaked my shirt with your tears." Her face flushes with embarrassment as she reluctantly loosens her grip. "Do you want to change into something else?" "I have only this one. There are no others." "What then?" "I can simply remove it," he states, shedding his shirt and tossing onto the bedside, then reclines back into the covers, bare-chested, facing her. "Why aren't you embracing me anymore?" Yue Jitong blinks, her eyes glistening, feeling shy to act. "You." You are completely undressed, and you still want me to hold you? He chuckles softly, pulling her into his embrace, pressing her head against his chest, holding her tightly. Her face rests against his skin, and she cautiously wraps her arms around his waist. The heat, radiating from him, nearly scorches her. Her cheeks flush with warmth, her hands resting at his waist, hesitant to move. He gently caresses her hair, tucking it aside, the tips brushing against his chest, tickling him. Yue Jitong, it is time to sleep. If you do not close your eyes soon, dawn will break. She murmured softly in response. After a minute, he added, Yue Jitong, when you cry, it is truly difficult to console you. With her eyes closed, she reached out and brushed against his waist. Then do not provoke me to tears. He chuckled softly. I shall not tease you anymore. Keep your hands in place and refrain from wandering. In the dead of night, he was indeed acting irrationally, provoking her to tears. I did not touch you. It was merely an accidental brush, she explained quietly. It was just when I withdrew my hand that it grazed your waist. Well, a little touch is inconsequential. Feel free to touch wherever you wish. He suddenly changed his tone. I do not wish to touch anywhere. She obediently wrapped her arms around his waist, placing her hands properly and remaining still. Why not touch my abdomen and see how well I've trained my abs? I do not want to. Just a little touch. I refuse. He seized her hand, forcibly placing it on his abdomen, inhaling deeply to accentuate his physique. The sensation beneath her fingers made her cheeks flush. Mo Xilou, are you still awake? If you coax me a little, I will sleep. Chapter 47. Are you tempting me so early in the morning? She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with moisture, and planted a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips, whispering, Good night, husband. Having said that, she immediately buried her face in his embrace. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his lips, his heart melting into a puddle. He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, his tone exceedingly tender. Good night, wife. After an eternity, everything felt as though it had just fallen back into place. The ice of winter will eventually thaw, and the cold waters shall have their moments of boiling. A dreamless night passed, and she slept until noon. Yue Jitong awoke, rubbing her sore eyes, only to brush against something with her arm. Her previously squinted eyes widened in an instant as she recognized the face mere inches away. The memories of last night surged back, his every accusation still echoing in her ears, especially vivid. She quietly gazed at his sleeping visage, reaching out to sweep aside the stray hair from his forehead, revealing his deep-set brows and eyes. Her fingers glided gently over his brow, tracing down the bridge of his prominent nose, brushing across his lips, and finally outlining his jawline again and again. Suddenly, her hand was captured. He opened his eyes abruptly, his gaze bright and devoid of the haze of slumber. Have you been awake for long? She blinked softly, her voice sweet and melodic. Her eyes rimmed with red from last night's tears, their innocence shimmering. The beauty mark resting on her lower eyelid danced before his eyes, both simple and alluring. Mo Xilou swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Yue Jitong, are you teasing me this early in the morning? No, not at all. She hastily lowered her eyes, concealing the light within, attempting to retract her hand from his grasp, but finding it immovable. Look at me. Obediently, she lifted her gaze, meeting his, her clear eyes reflecting his image. Mo Xilou's chest rose and fell as his heart raced. He adored this look in her eyes, as if she saw only him. Mo Xilou felt a tinge of greed. Initially, he merely sought her affection, but now he yearned for her exclusive devotion. He desired for her heart and gaze to be filled solely with him, leaving no room for anyone else. His gaze deepened, those dark eyes resembling a vortex. Threatening to pull her in, tentatively, she asked, Mo Xilou, shall we get up? I am hungry. He tousled her hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Let us eat. The lines disrupted by last night's storm had been repaired, and electricity had returned in the morning. The snow had fallen all night, still swirling like shredded cotton. Descending from the sky, they chose not to venture outside, opting instead to dine in the hotel restaurant. The establishment was sparsely populated, and they found a table with a view of the snowy landscape. Nestled in the western wing of the hotel, the restaurant boasted a grand arc of floor-to-ceiling windows. revealing a forest of pine trees blanketed in snow. A server brought forth a bowl of matsutake chicken soup, lifting the lid to release the distinctive earthy aroma of the mushrooms mingling with the richness of the chicken. They also ordered pan-seared truffle steak, steamed chicken, and butterfly pastry. The butterfly pastry, served in a crystal dish, resembled layers of blooming snow mountain lilies. Yue Jitong ordered a cup of ginger milk pudding. As her porcelain spoon lightly tapped it, the milk skin quivered and cracked open. She scooped a spoonful into her mouth, the spiciness of the ginger enveloping the sweetness of the milk. After finishing a cup, warmth flooded through her, and a light sheen of sweat formed on her nose. He inquired, "Do you wish to play in the snow?" She vehemently shook her head. "The snow is too heavy. There is no one outside." "Then what shall we do this afternoon?" "Stay indoors." After a pause, she added, "Draw. Are you in a hurry?" "Not particularly, but I am idle, and it would be better to finish sooner." Consequently, they returned to their room after a hearty meal. Just as Yue Jitong intended to head to her own room, Mo Xilou grasped her hand, his eyelids half-dropped, his tone casual. "Bring your computer and come to my room to draw. After a whole night, the bed should be dry by now." She glanced at him. He leaned closer, softly coaxing, "Be good, listen to me." "Oh." She withdrew her hand and hurried off to gather her belongings, cradling her equipment as she returned to his room. Mo Xilou neatly arranged the blankets and found her a soft pillow, selecting a spot near the power outlet. "Sit here," he said, patting the bed. "All right." She obediently settled into the position he prepared, opening her laptop to refine the character designs she had not completed the previous day. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she placed the computer on her lap, her expression serious and focused. After adjusting the colors for 5 minutes, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she met a pair of burning eyes. "Mo Xilou, do you have nothing to do?" Mo Xilou lazily leaned back, his hands supporting his head. "I do not wish to do anything today. I only want to watch you. Find something to do. If you stare at me like that, I will lose my focus." He shook his head in refusal. "You draw. I promise I will not make a sound or disturb you." "Oh." She averted her gaze, redirecting her attention to her work. Today, she had casually tied her hair in a low ponytail, the hair tie a bit loose, leaving some strands to fall around her ears. After a while, Mo Xilou watched her, reaching out to grasp a strand of her hair, playing with it in his hand. Then, he accidentally tugged a strand loose. She inhaled sharply, turning her face toward him with a puzzled expression. "Mo Xilou, what are you doing?" He, feeling guilty, released her hair, discreetly discarding the strand he had unintentionally pulled. "I heard that girls are very particular about their hair." "I was not doing anything. Your hair is loose. Would you like me to help you tie it up?" "Huh? Is it loose?" She paused. "Wait, can you tie hair?" "Of course," he replied, reaching for her hair tie and pulling it down. "Do not move. I will help you." Her hair was long, cascading almost at her waist, thick and dark. Mo Xilou carefully gathered her hair, securing it with the hair tie. Then, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Just like that, her back transitioned from the pillow to his chest. She set aside her computer to look at him, her eyes filled with questions. "Continue drawing. Do not mind me. Just treat me as your pillow," he said. "Oh." She hesitated, but eventually leaned against him, resuming her work. He remained quiet for a while, his hand at her waist beginning to move, caressing her gently back and forth. Her fingers danced teasingly along his waist. Yue Jitong looked up at him, her eyes wide with surprise, recalling the earlier promise of no interruptions. Mo Xilou lowered his eyelids, burying his head in the crook of her neck, softly exhaling, "I haven't disturbed you. You can continue your drawing." His lips brushed lightly against the tip of her ear, his warm breath cascading over the side of her face, enveloped by the fragrance of cedar that clung to him. Yue Jitong blinked, inhaled deeply, saved her work, and decisively shut down her computer, casting it aside. Noticing her stillness, Mo Xilou lifted his head from her shoulder and inquired, "What is wrong?" "I'm not drawing anymore." She turned to face him, her clear gaze shimmering with a hint of warmth. Chapter 48, A Quiet Embrace. Yue Jitong crossed her arms, regarding him with a cool yet exquisite smile, her eyes curving with delight. "Mo Xilou, do you wish to play with me?" Her eyes were captivating, and when she smiled, they sparkled enticingly, especially since she was not typically one to smile. When she did, it was utterly mesmerizing, and Mo Xilou rarely witnessed such a smile on her face. And for a moment, he was rendered speechless. She faced him, playfully waving her hand before his eyes. He grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace, gently tousling her hair. "Why have you stopped drawing?" he asked, feigning ignorance. She wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning against him, her ear pressed against his chest, listening to the rhythmic thump of his heartbeat. The two remained in each other's arms, engaging in light conversation. Outside, the snowfall diminished, and the once blurry white world gradually came into focus. His broad chest offered her a profound sense of security, and Yue Jitong closed her eyes, relishing this moment of tranquility. They shed their sharp edges, seeking warmth in each other's embrace. She cherished this sensation, feeling like a sweet couple. It was a scene she had once fantasized about, a warmth and sweetness of love she had longed for. Yet, in the past, neither had attempted to break the stalemate. Perhaps because neither knew how to shatter such a situation. Past was an irksome term, for their history was far from beautiful. Those issues could not be resolved with a mere sentence or two. The chasm between their hearts often spanned mountains, the hardest to bridge. Suddenly, the ring of a phone shattered the serene atmosphere. "Yue Jitong, it seems to be your phone." The ringtone was a classic, timeless English song. Mo Xilou did not know its name, but he could hum a few lines. Could you please grab it for me?" She opened her eyes, still holding on to him, showing no intention of letting go. Her attachment to his embrace was unexpectedly strong. Her brow furrowed slightly, expressing her annoyance at the interruption. The phone lay within her reach, yet she insisted he retrieve it. Without questioning her motives, Mo Xilou extended his arm, cradling her, and reached for the phone from her side. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted an unfamiliar number before handing it back to her. "Here, I don't recognize the number. Please answer it for me." She remained nestled against him, lazily leaning on his shoulder. Mo Xilou hesitated, taken aback by the unusual request, but he accepted it and answered, his voice low. "Hello?" The caller hesitated for a few seconds before tentatively asking, "Is this Tong Tong?" Mo Xilou turned to her. Yue Jitong's gaze was cast downward, her lips sealed, though she had already discerned the caller's identity. "May I ask who this is?" He continued. "I'm sorry. I wanted to confirm if this is Yue Jitong's number." "Yes." "May I know the reason for your call?" The caller paused again. "Who are you?" "I'm her boyfriend. Could you please let her take the call?" Mo Xilou glanced at Yue Jitong, who waved her hand dismissively, and he understood immediately. "She is currently unavailable. Please share your message with me. Then I'll call back when she is free." The caller offered no explanation and ended the call. Mo Xilou set the phone down, puzzled as he looked at her. Yue Jitong appeared weary as she began to explain. "It was Uncle Yue calling. He probably wants me to come home." Uncle Yue had always treated her kindly, often ensuring she received the same gifts as Yulanxin. Perhaps it was because she knew there was no true connection between her and Uncle Yue. So she felt no expectations. Any kindness from him was enough to satisfy her. But Baiyu was her mother, and her expectations of Baiyu far exceeded those for anyone else. Yet, even then, all she sought was fair treatment from Baiyu, a request that Baiyu could not fulfill. A person's gaze reveals the truth. There was no place for her in Baiyu's eyes, despite being her daughter. Sometimes, she felt that Baiyu treated her worse than Uncle Yue. Whenever she had conflicts with Yulanxin, Baiyu always sided with her, never asking questions or offering her a chance to defend herself. Uncle Yue, however, was different. He listened to the full story and would insist that Yulanxin apologize. After the incident where she slapped Yulanxin multiple times, Baiyu, Yu Fengxuan, and Yue Jitong had all called her to question and condemn her. Only Uncle Yue had refrained from doing so. After a brief silence, the phone chimed again, and Mo Xilou helped her unlock it, revealing a text message. It was from Yue Feng. "Tong Tong, I don't know what happened between you and Lanxin, but it's been a while. You should be over it by now. We are family. Let us talk things out. Don't hold grudges. Remember to come home for the holidays. Your mother is waiting for your return." Yue Jitong paused, her gaze dropping, a hint of melancholy washing over her. Outsiders might not understand, but Mo Xilou was aware of the true reason behind her estrangement from the Yue family. "So, will you return?" She shook her head. "I want to go back, because it was not her home, nor was there anyone genuinely welcoming her there." "Do you hate them?" "I hate Yulanxin, The others I merely dislike, but I don't harbor any ill will towards Uncle Yue. Do you regret returning to the Yue family? Yue Jitong shook her head again. I don't regret it. At least in the Yue family, I was assured of food. They treated her indifferently, but they provided her with sustenance, shelter from the storm, and a room of her own. It was definitely preferable to staying in an orphanage. Mo Xilou was taken aback, surprised. Did you not have enough to eat before? Before I turned 11, in the orphanage I had to fight for food. But I could never win, so I often went hungry. I had never had a full meal before returning to the Yue family with Bai Yu. It was the first time Mo Xilou heard her recount her childhood experiences, and his heart tightened inexplicably as he held her close. Yue Jitong leaned silently against him. Perhaps his embrace was too warm, and in that moment, she felt an urge to confide. I'm actually quite curious about who my father is. When I first returned to the Yue family, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between the household staff. They mentioned that Uncle Yue initially had no idea Bai Yu had given birth to a daughter. For 10 years, Bai Yu had never revealed a hint of it. It was only when Yu Lanxin was in dire need that Bai Yu risked everything to confess to Yu Feng. At that time, Yu Feng was eager to save the child and did not hold her deceit against her. Later, when Yu Lanxin recovered, Yu Feng accepted the suddenly appeared daughter out of gratitude and decided to raise me. I once endeavored to uncover information about my biological father. Yet every time I broached the subject, Bai Yu's countenance darkened, and she reproached me, insisting that my father had passed away. Nevertheless, I harbored an unwavering belief that her words were mere fabrications. Surely, my father must still be alive. Yue Jitong had always sensed that Bai Yu was concealing something, initially believing that Bai Yu loathed that man and thus refrained from mentioning him. However, upon reflection, she now perceived that Bai Yu seemed to be harboring a fear of sorts. Chapter 49. How clingy you are? Mo Xilou listened in silence, occasionally patting her back to provide comfort. Unbeknownst to her, Yue Jitong spoke at length, so much so that he began to feel the need to visit the restroom. Yet she clung to him like a pitiable little rabbit, her eyes rimmed with red, lashes trembling with unease, curled up tightly in his embrace. He gently pinched her ear, negotiating, "Darling, could you possibly let go of me for just a moment?" No. She shook her head defiantly, refusing to release her grip. "Nature calls," he reminded her, stroking her head. "Be good. I shall return momentarily." "No, I refuse to let you go." Yue Jitong blinked, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her large eyes as she leaned closer, threatening. "Who told you to prevent me from drawing? Since you insisted on playing with me, you must hold me this afternoon. I shall never release you." Mo Xilou gritted his teeth. "Is it not permissible for me to visit the restroom?" "No, I wish to stay with you." She pouted, nuzzling her head against him. In truth, she simply yearned to be a little unreasonable, as there was little else to occupy her time. She relished the sight of his helpless expression. "Very well," he conceded, a resigned smile escaping his lips. After a while, Mo Xilou could no longer contain himself, his face etched with discomfort as he pleaded, "Darling, may I please be excused for just a minute?" "No, Mo Xilou, I do not wish to be apart from you for a single second." She clung tighter, constricting him to the point of breathlessness. With a determined clench of his jaw, he declared, "In that case, I shall simply carry you with me." She gasped as he effortlessly swept her up, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. If she desired to act spoiled, he would indulge her whims, truly carrying her to the restroom door. "Wait, Yue Jitong, are you really going to accompany me inside?" "Let me down. I will wait for you at the door," she protested, for she possessed no such peculiar inclination. The sound of rushing water echoed from within the restroom, and Mo Xilou soon emerged. The moment the door swung open, she flung herself in his arms, clutching his waist with fervor, denying him even a moment to breathe. "Mo Xilou, I missed you so much," she cooed, her voice soft and exaggerated. This maneuver rendered his cheeks slightly flushed. He lowered his gaze to her dark tresses, arching an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. "After just a minute apart, you miss me?" "A minute apart feels like an eternity," Yue Jitong replied. "Mo Xilou, I wish to drink water." "Then go ahead." "But you're holding me. How can I get there? This way we cannot move at all." "I do not care. You will need to figure it out yourself." We agreed that I would hold you. Mo Xilou, resigned, began to shuffle forward, with her clinging to him. exerting no effort of her own, her entire weight resting upon him. Wherever he moved, she followed, steadfastly embracing his waist. Drinking a glass of water took nearly 20 minutes. He had to first maneuver from the restroom door to the table to grab a cup, and then from the table to the water dispenser across the room. Mo Xilou had never imagined that quenching his thirst could require such exertion. Was this what Gu Yunxi often referred to as a sweet burden? After finishing one glass, she expressed a desire for another, but reconsidered, pondering the potential inconvenience of needing another restroom visit. He did not forget to inquire of the person in his arms. Yue Jitong, would you like some water? Yes, please, she replied, lifting her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she awaited his offering. Reluctantly, he fetched another glass of water, carefully bringing it to her lips. She tilted her head, taking a sip, all the while maintaining her resolute grip on him. Mo Xilou had initially thought her claim of wanting to be held all afternoon was a jest, yet turned out to be genuine. From 3 in the afternoon until 6, for a full 3 hours, aside from her restroom breaks, she had not loosened her hold. This was the first time Mo Xilou had witnessed Yue Jitong's determination. He could not ascertain the fatigue in her arms, but his waist was undeniably weary from the continuous strain. When he finally managed to return to the room, she suggested, "Let's go to the window and gaze at the snow." Very well. Thus, he trudged with her, still wrapped around his waist, to the window. After a while, she declared, "Mo Xilou, I wish to sit on the sofa for a moment. Is that all right?" She then said, "Mo Xilou, I want to drink water. Mo Xilou, I want to wash my hands. Mo Xilou, I want ice cream. Mo Xilou." Mo Xilou remarked, "Yue Jitong, you are quite clingy. Do you like that?" She looked up at him, her gaze clear and vibrant, her delicate face pale yet adorable, her cheeks slightly puffed out. "I do," he replied, his throat tightening as he could not resist poking her cheek with his finger, then lowering his eyelids, pleading in a pitiful tone, "If only you could let go for a moment, allowing me to stretch a bit, I would like it even more. Holding you like this all afternoon is rather exhausting." What does it feel like to be held by a girlfriend for an entire afternoon? An experience Mo Xilou had never encountered in this life or the last. It was surprisingly refreshing, as he had never seen Yue Jitong cling to him in such a manner. How delightful! Even in his complaints, his lips curled upward, concealing a heart brimming with joy. Finally, Yue Jitong, in a moment of mercy, released him, as she too felt a tad weary from maintaining the same position, her arms beginning to tingle. They both stretched their wrists and ankles, and Mo Xilou yawned, turning his torso side to side. "Yue Jitong, why do you seem so strange today?" "Strange how?" "It's peculiar that you have been holding on to me." Yue Jitong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, gazing at him with her calm, undulating eyes. "Did you not say that you always observe my silhouette? Then from now on, I shall embrace you from the front, allowing you to hold me for all eternity, if you wish." Meeting her earnest, crystalline gaze, Mo Xilou felt a stirring within him, inexplicably moved by her words, almost brought to tears. "Yue Jitong, Mo Xilou, your embrace is truly warm. I cherish it." He was taken aback. This was the first time Yue Jitong had so openly expressed her feelings. She claimed to enjoy his embrace. Rounded off, that equated to her liking him, did it not? Was this a confession? "Mo Xilou, I am hungry," she said, playfully tugging at his fingers. "Let's go eat." Yue Jitong thought to herself. Today had been rather mundane. Aside from meals, it seemed they had done nothing else. Yet it had also been a delightful day. Being with him made even idleness enjoyable. She previously could not comprehend why young couples would spend an entire day doing nothing but clinging to each other. Now, she found herself beginning to understand. This feeling was simply too wonderful. She was unaware that some special switch had been flipped within her, making her feel an irresistible attraction to his embrace. After an entire afternoon of holding, why did she still desire to cling to him? "Mo Xilou, I think I might be a little addicted to you." Chapter 50. Returning to the capital. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching out with his right hand to brush her forehead. Today, her declarations of affection were irresistibly sweet. She swatted his hand away and met his gaze. Although he remained silent, it was as if she could read his thoughts. "What's wrong? I'm not running a fever," she teased before diving back into his embrace, tilting her head up to smile and ask Mo Xilou, "Would you like me to hold you while you sleep tonight?" His heart raced wildly, a flush creeping from his ears to his neck. How astonishing. He never imagined a day would come when he would be so playfully teased by Yue Jitong. Of course, he replied eagerly, longing for such companionship. "Just kidding." She winked, releasing him and dashing back to her room. "Good night, Mo Xilou," as he felt the sudden emptiness in his arms. Mo Xilou experienced a twinge of disappointment, gazing at her room with a slight smile tugging at his lips. What a little trickster she was. "Good night, Yue Jitong." Due to the heavy snowfall, they lingered in the northeast for 5 days. Only when the snow ceased and began to melt did they embark on their journey back to the capital. Months had passed, and upon returning to the city, Yue Jitong felt a wave of nostalgia. The last time she departed from his place, she had just delivered several stinging slaps to Yulan Xin. Her heart brimming with anger and disappointment. She thought she would never set foot on this land again. The capital was warmer than the northeast, with the sun shining in recent days, heralding a rise in temperature. With the lunar month drawing to a close, the spring festival was imminent. Although she had no desire to return, she accompanied Mo Xilou on his visit home. However, she had no intention of going back to the Yue family. After their fallout, she had severed ties with them, deeming a return unnecessary. Even if Yue Feng summoned her back, she would not comply. Or rather, even if Bai Yu personally came to fetch her, she would remain steadfast in her decision to stay away. Yet, she was certain Bai Yu would never come for her. If she did, it would be to vent her frustrations on someone else. Throughout her life, Bai Yu had never chosen her. Yue Jitong shook her head, trying to cast aside these thoughts, yet she found it impossible to suppress the feelings. The disappointment was genuine, and the sorrow was real. But she was indeed her mother, a fact that weighed heavily on her heart. Who could truly deny a longing for maternal love? She simply could not attain it, and thus had to persuade herself to relinquish that desire, feigning indifference to mask her pain. In this way, she could trick herself into believing she didn't care. This was her greatest talent, the art of self-deception. Yue Jitong suggested staying at a hotel, but Mo Xilou insisted otherwise. Following him, she meandered through the towering edifices until they arrived at the quaint Hua community, tucked away from the bustling city. In summer, the community bloomed vibrantly with myriad flowers. In winter, it appeared somewhat desolate. Mo Xilou mentioned he owned a spacious flat in District 3, a birthday gift he received when he turned 18. After some winding, they paused before the entrance, where he entered his fingerprint, unlocking the door. "Yue Jitong, give me your hand." She extended her hand, and he recorded her fingerprint as well, assuring her that whenever she returned to the capital, she could stay here. He sensed the loneliness she exuded upon returning, a poignant reminder of her lack of belonging. The apartment was on the 15th floor, approximately 150 square meters, with a single unit per floor. Since acquiring it, he had never taken residence there. The furnishings were complete and equipped with all the necessary amenities, allowing Yue Jitong to move in seamlessly. There were 3 bedrooms, and Mo Xilou led her to the master bedroom, which boasted the best lighting. It was midday, and the sunlight poured into the room with fervor. "Darling, are you satisfied with your new abode?" Yue Jitong nodded in agreement. "If you need anything or dissatisfied in any way, do let me know." "This is already quite wonderful," she replied, content with simply having a place to stay. The sun's warm rays spilled over the bed, and from the window, one could gaze upon the distant frozen lake. In summer, the lake would ripple with the presence of lotus flowers, while golden koi swam gracefully within. If it snowed in winter, one might find someone brewing tea and savoring the snow in a pavilion at the lake center, engaging in cozy conversation by the hearth. After ensuring Yue Jitong was settled, Mo Xilou temporarily departed, fully aware of the obligations that awaited him. The Mo family was large, and with the new year approaching, he needed to return home for social engagements. In her previous life, he began bringing her to the ancestral home the year after their marriage. Though their relationship had been strained at that time, the necessary courtesies were still to be observed. Mo Xilou's parents treated her kindly, and she refrained from channeling her animosity toward them. He had a younger brother and sister. In her past life, she had shared a close bond with his sister Mo Xilou, who adored her, while Mo Beiting was less fond of her. The reasons for Mo Beiting's disdain were not lost on her. As she recalled these two, her brow furrowed slightly, her expression growing complex. Yue Jitong genuinely believed that the Mo family held an alarming obstinacy when it came to matters of the heart. Once they had made a determination, it became immutable. Whereas most would reconsider after hitting a wall, Mo family members would persist even if it meant bleeding profusely. The imagery of bloodshed was not an exaggeration. For them, even the prospect of self-destruction would not deter them. Mo Beiting had a childhood friend named Qi Tang, who in turn had a childhood friend named Su Wei. To be precise, the three of them had grown up together. Mo Beiting harbored feelings for Qi Tang, but after Qi Tang was involved in a fatal incident, Mo Beiting took the blame, ultimately serving 5 years in prison due to the Mo family's influence. During Mo Beiting's second year behind bars, Qi Tang married Su Wei. In the third year of Mo Beiting's incarceration, Qi Tang gave birth to a daughter. In the first year after Mo Beiting's release, Su Wei met with an accident and died, leaving Qi Tang to raise their 3-year-old daughter alone. The year Mo Beiting established his company, Qi Tang married him, bringing her 6-year-old daughter along. As for Mo Xilou, she fell for a struggling actor at the age of 18, pouring money and resources into his career for 3 years, elevating him to the status of a second-tier celebrity. However, after just 2 years, the actor became arrogant, and various scandals began to surface, exposing his unsavory behavior. Mo Xilou repeatedly implored her brother to suppress the rumors, even knowing the actor's character was questionable. Nevertheless, she secretly married him. Following their clandestine union, Missouri Xilou became increasingly reclusive, only appearing occasionally, her demeanor marked by sorrow and distress. Ultimately, it was revealed that she had been a victim of domestic abuse. When Mo Xilou brandished a knife, ready to confront the abuser, Mo Xilou shockingly knelt before him, pleading for him to refrain from acting. She insisted that her husband did not mean to harm her. He merely lost control, and after each incident, he would be filled with remorse and self-loathing. Mo Xilou, at a loss for words, gazed at his sister, ultimately lowering the weapon and discreetly sending someone to teach the abuser a lesson. Chapter 51. I Miss You. Under Mo Xilou's threats and intimidation, the abuser had significantly reformed his behavior. Reflecting on Mo Xilou and Mo Beiting, Yue Jitong felt that Mo Xilou might soon be overwhelmed. Perhaps, in this life, someone would intervene, altering their fates. Yet there was also the possibility that nothing would change. Mo Xilou was still young, only 16, and had yet to encounter that man. As long as she could prevent their meeting, she was confident that Mo Xilou had the means to do so. Silently orchestrating the disappearance of an individual from the entertainment industry is not a formidable task. However, dealing with Mo Beiting proves to be quite a challenge. At the tender age of 18, he has likely harbored feelings for Qi Tang for quite some time. Convincing him to change his affections would undoubtedly be a Herculean endeavor. The bond forged through childhood companionship and nurtured over a decade of shared experiences is unlikely to be swayed by mere words from others. Such matters are best left for Mo Xilou to ponder. The Mo family is notably large. Mo Xilou's father is the third eldest, with an older sister, 2 brothers, and a younger sister. His mother ranks as the 5th among her siblings, having 4 older brothers. Altogether, Mo Xilou has more than 20 cousins and siblings in his generation. With numerous aunts, uncles, and a plethora of chaotic relatives, family gatherings during the new year resemble grand social events. For Yue Jitong, who struggles with social anxiety, these occasions feel utterly overwhelming. Upon her first visit to his home, the sheer number of people prompted an overwhelming urge to flee. Fortunately, she managed to restrain herself. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, it was imperative to maintain decorum in front of their elders. Yet, her social skills were woefully lacking, leaving her with no choice but to sit stiffly beside Mo Xilou's mother, quietly playing the role of a decorative object. No matter what questions others posed, she responded with curt answers, refraining from initiating conversation and instead keeping her gaze lowered. One overly inquisitive relative incessantly bombarded her with questions, causing her considerable discomfort. When asked how she met our little she replied, classmates. When inquired about how they became a couple, she answered, living together. The question of who pursued whom was met with her simple response. When asked about when they would have children, she replied, when we do. The relative fell silent, visibly embarrassed. Yue Jitong braced herself for the inevitable reprimands that would follow this gathering. Indeed, it was not long before whispers circulated, accusing her of feigning superiority and disrespecting her elders. During the second New Year celebration, she remained the quiet, lovely ornament beside Mo's mother. By this time, the family had begun to understand her temperament, and no one approached her to engage in conversation. Instead, some openly critiqued her presence in front of her, subtly mocking her humble origins. Mo's mother, displeased by such remarks, defended her. Regardless of what others said, she feigned ignorance, allowing the words to pass through one ear and out the other. Eventually, those who found it tedious ceased their commentary. As the years went by, the relatives grew accustomed to her demeanor, and no one criticized her or discussed her any longer. Perhaps they had simply found new topics of conversation. Each year, she sat beside Mo's mother, taking on the role of a watermark, finding a certain comfort in her solitude. This year, however, Yue Jitong relished the quietude of spending the new year alone, assuring herself that it was perfectly fine, if only she could dismiss the twinge of disappointment. The room was warm, and after taking a nap, she awoke to the darkness of night. With nothing in the refrigerator, she contemplated whether to venture out for groceries, but the thought of going alone dissuaded her. Suddenly, thoughts of him flooded her mind. She retrieved her phone and sent Mo Xilou a message. I miss you. His reply came swiftly. What's wrong, baby? Yue Jitong responded, no one is here to eat with me. Mo Xilou replied, I'll come over later to keep you company. She countered, no need, you're busy. I'll order takeout. Mo Xilou insisted, just eat first. After her meal, Yue Jitong opened her computer, having just completed the creation of a character in a popular game, and decided to use the next few days to develop a second one. When one is idle, it is essential to find something to occupy the mind to avoid spiraling into overthinking. Once she engaged in her work, time flew by. Meanwhile, Mo Xilou was experiencing a severe headache. He had returned home for the holidays, where Mo Biting and Mo Nanxiang awaited him. Along with a group of boys and girls aged 17 or 18, friends of Mo Biting and Mo Nanxiang. They were absorbed in some game. Upon his arrival, Mo Nanxiang leapt from the sofa and rushed to embrace him, bubbling over with excitement. Big brother, you're back. Why did you take so long? Brother Fang Mingjie said you were already on break, claiming you were kidnapped by a fairy, and that's why you didn't come home. Is that true? If you didn't return soon, I was planning to rescue you. So which fairy took you away? Such nonsense. Fang Mingjie is just talking rubbish. Don't listen to him. Mo Xilou deflected, avoiding the topic. Mo Nanxiang, with her curious eyes wide open, persisted, come on, big brother, just tell us who it is. Go play your game. Mo Xilou replied, dismissively. What a stingy person. Mo Nanxiang murmured under her breath. Mo Biting also greeted him and invited him to join their game. Big brother, do you want to play with us? Surrounded by a circle of boys and girls near the coffee table, Mo Xilou scanned the familiar faces, most of whom were regular companions of Mo Biting. Qi Tang and Su Wei were among them. The refusal was on the tip of his tongue, but for reasons unknown, he abruptly changed his mind. All right, what are you playing? Mo Nanxiang's excitement reignited as she pulled him along, explaining, Big brother, we're pulling blocks from tower. Whoever knocks it over has to answer questions posed by the first, third, and fifth people from the left. A childish and frivolous game. Yet the group was thoroughly engaged. Big brother, sit here, she urged, guiding him to a seat beside her. The others instinctively shifted aside to make room. On one side of Mo Xilou sat Mo Nanxiang, while on the other was Qi Duo, Qi Tang's cousin. Qi Duo, the same age as Qi Tang, but born a few months earlier, cast a furtive glance at Mo Xilou, her cheeks gradually warming and her gaze flickering with nervousness. She secretly harbored feelings for Mo Nanxiang's brother, yet had confided in no one but her cousin. She overheard the earlier conversation between Mo Nanxiang and Mo Xilou and felt a pang of disappointment. Did Mo Xilou already have a girlfriend? Surely not. Unaware of the inner turmoil of the girl beside him, Mo Xilou's attention was primarily focused on Tang. She felt as though he was observing her with an air of discontent. With a slight frown, she wondered if she had offended him in some way. Chapter 52. Direct Confrontation. The rules of the game were exceedingly simple. Players took turns extracting blocks from a wooden tower. If the tower fell after a player's turn, they would have to respond to questions from the first, third, and fifth individuals to their left. Mo Xilou spun the pointer, and it landed perfectly on Tang. With a playful grin, he said, "Tang, you're up first this round." Mo Xilou scrutinized his brother's eyes, contemplating the conclusion that Mo Xilou's affection for Tang was glaringly apparent. So much so that even a fool could discern his feelings. Did Tang not notice? Observing her closely, he realized she was utterly oblivious to Mo Xilou's gaze, her attention fixed elsewhere. With a cheerful laugh, Tang boldly made her selection. Confident that she wouldn't topple the tower, she casually removed a block. The game continued, and with 10 participants, the tower remained standing after one round. Thus commenced the second round. It was now Tang's turn, and unfortunately for her, the tower toppled after she drew. Oh, it fell. Tang, you've lost. All right, go ahead and ask, she replied with an air of nonchalance, unfazed by the prospect of questions from the others. The assembled company were astute individuals, aware of the boundaries of inquiry, leaving her untroubled by the potential for difficult questions. However, she had overlooked one person. The individual seated immediately to her left posed the first question. "Is there someone you have feelings for here?" "Yes," she answered with remarkable decisiveness. Mo Xilou noticed that when she affirmed her feelings, his younger brother's eyes sparkled momentarily. Surely, this foolish lad could not be assuming that Tang was referring to him? How naive. The third person inquired if that person resided in the left half or the right half of the table. "Left," she replied. Coincidentally, Su Wei and Mo Xilou were both positioned on the left. Upon hearing this, Mo Xilou observed that his brother's eyes glimmered even more brightly, nearly rivaling the chandelier's brilliance above. He could wager that if Tang were to declare her affections for him, Mo Xilou would sprout a tail and wag it joyously. It was abundantly clear that the object of her affections was Su Wei. How foolish. As fate would have it, Mo Xilou was the fifth person to pose a question to Tang. With a slight raise of his brow and a chilling glimmer in his dark gaze, he resolved to shatter his brother's illusions without leaving any room for hope. He asked Tang, "If Mo Xilou were to confess his feelings for you, would you accept?" The moment the question left his lips, a collective silence enveloped the table as everyone instinctively recognized the bluntness of the inquiry. Most questions had been vague, and no one had anticipated such a direct approach from Mo Xilou. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, his expression a blend of confusion and anxious anticipation as he gazed at Tang, his face flushing crimson. He was bewildered both by his elder brother's audacity in asking such a question and by his curiosity about her response. The entire table awaited her reply. Tang hesitated for a moment, but did not linger too long, providing her answer with the same straightforwardness. She was still young and wished to avoid discussions of romance. Upon hearing her response, Mo Xilou felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet simultaneously, he experienced a sense of relief. He chuckled awkwardly. Tang is right, brother. Your timing for such questions is a bit premature. We should focus on our studies for now. Mo Xilou had no intention of letting the matter slip by easily and pressed on. What if, 5 years from now, he were to confess? Would you accept? Tang glanced at Mo Xilou, then at Mo Xilou, sensing an unusual hostility emanating from him, one that seemed rather intense and perplexing. Mo Xilou, flustered, interjected, "Brother, this is already your second question. Surely that's enough." He truly could not fathom his brother's bizarre fixation today. Mo Xilou's brow furrowed, his expression turned icy, his eyes glinting with sharpness as he tore through the final veil of pretense. "Let me be frank, Tang. Mo Xilou harbors feelings for you. Do you reciprocate? Please tell him directly, so he may find closure." "Brother, what are you saying?" Mo Xilou exclaimed, panic rising within him as he wondered how his brother had come to this knowledge and dared to voice it in front of so many. Did he have no shame? Jitong, being exceptionally astute, locked eyes with Mo Xilou and discerned from his stern demeanor that she must provide a definitive answer today. Otherwise, he would not allow the matter to rest. Lowering her gaze, her thoughts raced as she swiftly reached her decision. I do not have feelings for Mo biting. Her response was resolute. Jitong did not look at Mo biting, instead focusing on the card she had drawn from the tower. Today had not been fortuitous. She would need to investigate why Mo Xilou had taken such a stance against her. Upon hearing her reply, Mo biting froze, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a dagger, a sudden pang of pain coursing through him. Everyone turned to look at him, and he felt overwhelmed. Unable to remain any longer, he turned and stormed out. Mo Xilou stood as well, exuding an air of authority as he scanned the room, casting a casual glance at Jitong before stating, "You all may continue playing." The group exchanged glances, uncertain if the game could proceed. "Perhaps we should end it here today," Chi Duo suggested, breaking the tension. Several others agreed. "Yes, Nanshuang. Let us call it a day. We'll reconvene another time." "All right. Let us arrange for next time," Mo Nanshuang said, her brows slightly furrowed as she saw the others off. She found her brother's behavior today to be rather peculiar. Upon returning to her room, she found her two brothers embroiled in an argument. Mo Biting's neck was flushed red, clearly incensed by Mo Xilou's provocations. He sat on the sofa, his chest heaving with agitation. "Brother, why must you press Jitong with such questions?" Mo Xilou lounged across from him, leaning back lazily, responding indifferently. "Naturally, it is to prompt you to confront reality sooner rather than later, preventing you from deluding yourself." He understood his family all too well. If there were even the slightest hint of ambiguity in the words or actions of the other party, they would strain themselves to justify their fantasies. He intended to have Jitong state her feelings plainly in front of everyone, ensuring Mo Biting heard it clearly, leaving him no room for false hope. Mo Biting was fuming, feeling utterly aggrieved. "Brother, if you continue this way, future encounters will be immensely awkward." "Then let there be no future encounters," Mo Xilou replied, his expression darkening. What is so appealing about Jitong? In the previous life, Mo Biting was sentenced to life imprisonment. To save him, the Mo family had to plead and negotiate extensively, ultimately securing a plea deal that reduced the sentence to 5 years. Otherwise, he would have languished in prison for eternity, sacrificing his youth and life. The very thought of it infuriated Mo Xilou, causing his tone to turn harsh. Mo Nanshuang stepped into the room, closing the door behind her, leaving the three siblings alone. "Brother, what is troubling you today? Do you have an issue with Jitong?" Chapter 53. Would you like to watch the fireworks? Mo Xilou ignored her, letting out a disdainful snort as he turned to Mo Biting. "Jitong never liked you. It's better to endure the pain now than to prolong it. Stop deceiving yourself." Mo Biting, among the trio who had grown up together, was the only one oblivious to the mutual affections that had long been exchanged between the other two, leaving him in the dark, a mere jester in this scenario. The trio was too crowded, and he was the superfluous one. Mo Xilou's words were blunt yet piercing. Mo Biting felt as though daggers had been thrust into his heart, breaking down his defenses completely. His eyes welled with tears, his voice trembling as he suddenly shouted, "I know Jitong likes Yue, so what? As long as she doesn't say it out loud, I can pretend I don't know forever. And that gives me hope. Brother, why do you have to strip away my last shred of hope?" Mo Xilou was taken aback, his anger transforming into surprise. He had assumed Mo Biting was entirely unaware, but it turned out he knew everything and simply chose to deceive himself. "What is the point of this charade?" Mo Biting. "Jitong doesn't like you now, nor will she in the future. Can't you have some self-respect? Why cling to someone who is already taken?" Mo Biting stared at him, disbelief etched across his face. "Brother, your words are truly harsh today. And what about you? Aren't you the same? Fully aware that others don't favor you, yet you still pursue? What is so appealing about Yue Jitong? Haven't you been chasing her for ages?" Were this conversation to take place under ordinary circumstances, Mo Biting would never dare to utter such words to Mo Xilou. as he would be intimidated by the inherent bloodline pressure from his elder brother, fearing for his very life. However, today he was overwhelmed by a surge of anger, leading him to speak without restraint. After all, it was his brother who had instigated the bullying. This left Mo Xilou momentarily speechless as he opened his mouth to argue, only to comically realize that Mo Biting had a valid point. Indeed, was he not guilty of the same transgression? Knowing full well that Yue Jitong did not harbor affections for him, he still sought to keep her close. In essence, he and Mo Biting were not so different after all. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt. Yet no, there was a distinction to be made, for Yue Jitong was not like Qi Tang. With a stern expression, Mo Xilou declared, "We are not the same. This is a different matter altogether." Mo Biting, unwilling to concede, retorted, "In what way are we different? Why is it that you can pursue your own happiness while I cannot?" Mo Xilou found himself at a loss for words. If there were to be blame, it lay with him for failing to set a commendable example for his younger siblings. After a moment of silence, he resolved to approach the matter differently. To genuinely love someone means to wish for their happiness. He should allow Qi Tang to be with the one she loves, refraining from disturbing or disrupting their bond. "Step aside and let them be," he urged. "I understand." Mo Biting replied earnestly, "I never intended to disrupt them. If Qi Tang truly loves Su Wei, I can bless their union and pretend to be oblivious, continuing to harbor my silent affections for her." His tone turned sorrowful as he added, "But, brother, you have ruined everything. I can no longer pretend to be unaware." Mo Xilou was infuriated. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the essence of Fang Mingzhi's sentiments when he had urged him to pursue Gu Yunxi in the dormitory. He suddenly understood the weight of Fang Mingzhi's admonition, branding them as love-struck fools. It seemed that fate's boomerang had taken a turn, ultimately striking him instead. Mo Biting, can you not possess a modicum of dignity? "I care not. I simply love Qi Tang." Mo Biting, resolute, declared, "I refuse to listen." Mo Biting, "I won't listen. I won't listen." Mo Nanshuang, upon overhearing their quarrel, attempted to interject, "Elder brother, second brother, perhaps you both should calm down for a moment. Elder brother, Sister Qi Tang is actually quite wonderful. Do you perhaps harbor some misunderstanding?" As soon as she spoke, Mo Xilou's fury did not dissipate. Rather, it flared even more, while Mo Nanshuang inadvertently diverted half of his ire onto herself. "What nonsense, Mo Nanshuang! Do you think everyone is as naive and sweet as you? Do you believe what others say without question? You think they regard you as a true friend, when in reality, they simply seek to exploit you, and you foolishly take every word to heart. If you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should read more, instead of endlessly chasing after those trivial celebrities, leaving your mind empty and vulnerable to being deceived." Mo Nanshuang was taken aback by the barrage of words, her mouth agape in disbelief, eyes wide with indignation as she retorted, "What? Elder brother, have you lost your mind? What have I done to deserve this? You return only to say such things to me." "Humph." With a huff, she turned on her heel, intending to seek out their mother to complain. Mo Xilou had not intended to berate her today, yet he could not restrain himself. He had long wished to voice these sentiments. However, she was indeed pitiable. As her brother, he ought to advocate for her rather than simply criticize, exacerbating her plight. Furthermore, the events had already transpired, and reprimanding her now would serve no purpose. After holding his tongue for so long, he finally expressed all he had wished to say. Mo Xilou exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Montauk Biting, however, was far from pleased. He huffed in annoyance and departed, seeking to complain to their mother. 5 minutes later, Mo Xilou received a message from their mother, instructing him to come downstairs. When he descended, he found Mo Biting and Mo Nanshuang flanking their mother, whispering conspiratorially, clearly plotting against him. "Xiaoxi, come here," their mother, Lu Jiuyue, beckoned. As he approached, he overheard the grievances of his younger siblings. Mo Biting exclaimed, "Mom, I think my brother is suffering from some kind of trauma over Yue Jitong. He can't win her affections, so he returns to torment us instead." Mo Nanshuang nodded vigorously in agreement. "It must be so. Unable to bully Yue Jitong, he resorts to picking on us." Lu Jiuyue turned to Mo Xilou. "Is that true, Xiaoxi?" Of course it was not, but Mo Xilou felt that explaining himself would be futile, so he simply changed the subject. Mom, I believe Nanshuang is growing up. Perhaps you should consider finding her a suitable partner, ideally someone a few years her senior, who is more mature. Mo Nanshuang looked utterly incredulous. Brother, I'm only 16. Are you in such a hurry to marry me off? Is our family lacking a meal because of me? Mo Xilou raised an eyebrow and shot her a sidelong glance. With your mindset and temperament, would it be better to have someone guide and teach you? This was the best solution he could devise after careful thought. Nanshuang was too easily deceived, oblivious to the harsh realities of society and incapable of discerning character. Thus, finding a reliable person to watch over her and educate her seemed the wisest course of action. Furthermore, if she were engaged, it might curtail her infatuation with those insignificant celebrities. A twofold solution. The responsibility of finding such a person could rest with their mother. As for Mo Biting, he would simply have to be left to his own devices. If he was determined to crash against the wall of Qitang, there was nothing he could do to stop him. He would have to learn for himself, just as he had with Yue Jitong. Unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, the Mo siblings were embroiled in a tempestuous dispute that even implicated her. She was rather pleased as she gazed upon the design of her second gaming character, feeling she had surpassed her previous efforts. Having reached out to several gaming tech companies online, she received a response today from Fan Technology Company, which expressed keen interest in her design proposal and wished to discuss it further. Coincidentally, Fan Technology Company was located in Xia City, while she currently found herself in Jing City. Thus, she would have to wait until her return to address it. Before she knew it, it was New Year's Eve. Mo Xilou finally managed to carve out some time to visit her. After several days apart, she felt a twinge of melancholy as she grasped his sleeve, asking, "Will you be home to celebrate the New Year?" Mo Xilou paused, stroking her head. "Do you wish for me to stay with you?" Yue Jitong, gripping his sleeve tightly, replied, "It's all right. You can go home for the New Year. Don't worry about me. I can manage on my own." She looked up at him, her eyes clear and hopeful. Mo Xilou chuckled, feigning ignorance. "Since you are so understanding, I suppose I shall return home for the New Year then." "Oh." She released her hold on him, and then he truly departed. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yue Jitong's eyes, leaving her feeling somewhat desolate as she watched his retreating figure. Determined to distract herself, she opened her computer and resolved to continue working, believing that immersing herself in her tasks would lighten her mood. Around 6 o'clock that evening, she received a message from him, asking, "Yue Jitong, do you wish to see the fireworks?" Chapter 54. Congratulations on your confirmation. Yue Jitong stared at her phone screen, momentarily frozen, before abruptly rising to gaze out the window. The night was deepening, and countless lights twinkled below. The atmosphere was serene, yet her bright eyes gradually dimmed. What was she thinking? Fireworks were prohibited here. Why was Mo Xilou inquiring about them? It was New Year's Eve. He should be at home. She unlocked her phone, hesitating with her fingers poised over the screen for a long moment before typing a single word. "Want." She did not send it, opting instead to delete it. After contemplating for a moment, she finally typed a few more words. "I want to watch them with you." And then she deleted that as well. Uncertain of his convenience, according to the customs of the Mo family, everyone should gather at the ancestral home for an all-night vigil this evening. Could he possibly leave? Would it be inappropriate? At such a moment, he ought to be at home, surrounded by family. Yue Jitong sighed, sank into the sofa, and cast her phone aside, curling up in the plush embrace of the couch, her eyelids drooping, arms wrapped around her legs. She offered no reply. The room felt vast, echoing with her solitude. An empty expanse, cold and desolate. "It's all right, Yue Jitong, you can get accustomed to this." She buried her head between her knees, murmuring softly to herself. In the stillness, only her breathing could be heard. Since marrying Mo Xilou, she should have been with the Mo family at this time of year, encircled by a multitude of relatives. Even if she did not know them well and seldom spoke, yet she could still feel the vibrant atmosphere. It had been an eternity since she had spent New Year's Eve in solitary confinement. Strangely, she found herself yearning for the boisterous aunts and gossiping relatives. Habit is indeed a formidable force, yet being alone felt even more daunting. Her phone chimed again, and she lifted her head to check. It was Mo Xilou. He had sent a gentle nudge. After a moment's contemplation, she double-tapped his profile picture in response. 2 minutes later, he sent 6 ellipses. She couldn't fathom why he would send such an ambiguous message. Before she could inquire, his voice call came through, deep and resonant, as if it were a ripple emerging from the depths of night. Yue Jitong, get dressed and come downstairs. The command was clear and succinct. Obediently, she complied, donning her clothes in 5 minutes and descending the stairs, where she spotted his car parked below. As she opened the door and settled inside, a glimmer of anticipation lit her eyes. What brings you here? She inquired. He turned slightly, bowing his head to fasten her seatbelt, leisurely responding. I'm taking you to see the fireworks. How did you know I wanted to go? She asked. I saw that the chat box indicated you were typing for quite some time, yet you didn't send a single message. At that moment, Mo Xilou guessed she must have been in a quandary. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, concealing the glistening light in her eyes, her lips curving upward in a subtle smile that hinted at both joy and confusion. But isn't it prohibited to set off fireworks here? Not here, but in other places it is permissible. Mo Xilou pressed the accelerator, and the sleek black Bentley surged forward, merging seamlessly with the night. After approximately 3 hours of driving, he brought the vehicle to a halt. Yue Jitong, let us get out. We've arrived. Where are we? She asked, bewildered, surveying her surroundings. Z City. What are we doing here? To see the fireworks. Are they allowed here? Theoretically, it is not permitted. Mo Xilou paused before adding, but they might be less strict here. Just wait and see. Someone will start soon. Both of them had not eaten, their stomachs growling with hunger. In the late hours of the night, Yue Jitong assumed no restaurants would be open, but as they wandered down the street, they stumbled upon a noodle shop, its lights aglow, and a bright red lantern hanging at the entrance for good luck. The proprietor, hailing from Sichuan, had left his hometown to work, remaining unmarried and unencumbered. One person eating well means no worries for the entire family. The fare for traveling home was exorbitant, so he aimed to save money to marry. Nowadays, no girl would marry without a house, the owner remarked. Mo Xilou exchanged a few words with him, ordered 2 bowls of noodles, one for himself and one for Yue Jitong. After their meal, they lingered in the shop for a while until the clock struck 11:30, when the faint sounds of fireworks began to punctuate the night air. He bid farewell to the owner and led her outside. As the night descended, the first burst of golden-red fireworks suddenly tore through the darkness. Fire comets, trailing like tails, shot skyward, exploding in a resplendent display, showering a rain of glass-like fragments from the heavens. Fireworks erupted from all directions, their origins elusive. Gradually, a character for happiness began to form in the sky. Later, someone set off fireworks shaped like the character for fortune, a symbol of auspiciousness. Mo Xilou drove into the open fields, taking her hand and standing quietly beneath the canopy of night. Yue Jitong, which character do you like? I find the auspicious fireworks quite beautiful. Do you know which character is my favorite? Mo Xilou gazed at the starry sky, the vibrant fireworks reflected in his eyes, illuminating them momentarily. Which one? She asked, admiring the rare spectacle of colors in the sky, engaging in casual conversation. Mo Xilou turned to look at her, his voice imbued with a minty freshness, caressed by the night breeze as it brushed past her ear. From childhood to now, my favorite characters are Yue Jitong. They're the 3 most beautiful characters I have ever heard. As she turned to him, she fell into the depths of his inky eyes, so boundless they eclipsed the night. At the moment the fireworks cascaded from the sky, it felt as if sparks ignited within her heart, consuming her entirely. As the clock struck midnight, he cradled her face, the fragments of light reflected in his gaze. Yue Jitong, don't blink. The upcoming fireworks are all for you. With a whoosh, a cascade of luminous points shot toward the night sky simultaneously, the horizon erupting with streams of golden arrows, accompanied by a whistling sound as they soared into the heavens. Above, 7 colored clouds blossomed suddenly, with crimson cores resembling a soaring phoenix, while oranges and golds intertwined to form rolling, scaly feathers and hues of azure blue, and violet flowed like the Milky Way amidst the cloud patterns. As the luminous trail swayed, it seemed as though celestial beings brushed past, trailing tails of peacock feathers in a gradient of colors, painting the dark sky into a vibrant, enamel-like dome. Yue Jitong, look here. At the height of the fireworks display, Mo Xilou took out his phone, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and snapped a selfie. Yue Jitong clutched his sleeve, a sudden thought crossing her mind as she rose onto her toes and pressed a kiss to the corner of his lips. As the fireworks waned, tranquility returned to the night sky. She remained immersed in the brilliance and awe of the fireworks, her heartbeat still echoing with the remnants of splendor. Mo Xilou bent down to edit a post for his social media, sharing the recently captured photo with the caption, "The fireworks are beautiful, but my girlfriend is even more so." He called her name, then held up his phone to show her the post, his eyes glimmering with mirth, his voice tender as it danced through her ears. "Congratulations, you've officially become my girlfriend. In the 55th chapter, I truly like you." Yue Jitong stared at him, her eyes sparkling, suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, her voice soft and sweet as it emerged from his arms. "I'm so cold. Hug me, boyfriend." He held her close, gently stroking her hair. "You should post the same thing as me." "How do I do that?" she asked, tilting her wind-kissed face toward him, her eyes shining brightly. 2 minutes later, Mo Xilou was astonished that in this day and age, someone could be unfamiliar with posting on social media. He took her phone, opened her account, and found it devoid of any content. Her social media felt like mere decoration to her. "Yue Jitong, have you just learned to use a smartphone?" She felt a bit embarrassed. "I never post. I just occasionally look at what others share." After a brief pause, she added, "Mainly because I don't have much to share." She didn't understand why everyone felt the need to showcase their lives to others, but indeed, she had little to display. Day after day, it was a monotonous repeat. Mo Xilou chuckled as he operated her phone, uploading the image with a thoughtful caption. "The fireworks are beautiful, and my boyfriend is handsome." Yue Jitong gazed at the meticulously crafted text, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment as she witnessed his slender fingers click send. She hesitated, asking, "Must we officially announce this image? What's wrong? Is it unflattering?" He inquired. She shook her head, her brows furrowing slightly. "It looks nice, but what? I'm kissing you. Do we need everyone to see?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper. She was fine with it, but there were far too many people in his circle of friends. Virtually all of them would be privy to it. "So what if you kiss me? Why fear others seeing?" She found herself at a loss for words, simply overwhelmed by an acute sense of shame. Observing her mortification, Mo Xilou chuckled warmly, embracing her. "Your circle is yours alone. There's no need to concern yourself with others' opinions. If they don't wish to see, they can choose to mute you. What you wish to share is your prerogative. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Is that so?" She paused, contemplating his words, which seemed to carry a certain wisdom. "Yue Jitong, don't overly concern yourself with others' feelings. Remember, your own feelings matter most. I don't want you to prioritize anyone above yourself." Mo Xilou's words struck a chord within her, as if a jar of honey had been overturned in her heart, seeping its sweetness into her very being. She looked up, suddenly recalling something, and asked, "I remember I lost." "What?" He responded, puzzled. "On the plane, we bet on whether it would snow. You said if I won, you'd make me official, but I lost." She regarded him earnestly, implying that since she had lost, how could there be any talk of becoming official? Mo Xilou's gaze held hers, his expression solemn and his eyes deep, like the brightest star in the night sky. "Yue Jitong, in my eyes, you will always be a winner." She blinked, her heart racing. The flowers that had just begun to bloom in her heart started to unfurl, and the flickering flames of affection threatened to engulf her. Is this what it feels like to be unconditionally cherished? Mo Xilou, I truly, deeply like you. After enjoying the fireworks, the two drove back to the capital, arriving home by 4 in the morning. Exhausted, Yue Jitong collapsed into bed, her eyelids heavy with sleep. As the warm sun crept through the window, a beam of light illuminated her face, prompting her to slowly open her vibrant eyes. Upon checking her phone, she noted the time. It was already 11 in the morning. Feeling somewhat parched, she noticed an empty cup on the bedside table and slipped on her slippers, preparing to fetch some water from the living room. Mo Xilou was seated on the couch, glancing her way. "Yue Jitong, still rubbing the sleep from her eyes, froze. You're still here? Why would Ti be? If you don't go back, won't your mother scold you? He lounged on the sofa, his red sweater accentuating his vibrant demeanor, a playful smile gracing his lips. You haven't married me yet, and you're already calling her mom? She bit her lip, fidgeting with the hem of her sleepwear, and murmured, I'm sorry, I'm just used to it. It's all right. I mentioned I'd pursue my wife, and she'd be delighted if I stayed away. The original words of Lu Jie echoed in his mind. If you can't win your wife, don't come back and embarrass yourself. Mo Xilou patted the space beside him, signaling her to come and sit. She adjusted her sleepwear, shyly walking over to sit beside him, gazing at him attentively. Happy New Year. Here, that's your New Year gift. Open it and see if you like it. Mo Xilou produced a small, crimson box from behind him and presented it to her. She pressed a button on the box, causing the lid to spring open. Inside lay a golden ring, elegantly cradling a square red gemstone, surrounded by intricate designs. Mo Xilou took her hand in his, placing the ring in his palm before sliding it onto her finger. The fit was perfect, as if it had been tailor-made for her. Yue Jitong lifted her hand, gently rotating her slender wrist to admire the ring's details, her fingertips gliding over the smooth surface of the gemstone and the delicate patterns. I really like it, she whispered. The ruby on the ring sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, enhancing the pallor of her fingers. Mo Xilou, Happy New Year. May you always be happy. Yue Jitong's birthday fell on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the date on which the orphanage director had found her, marking both her abandonment and the day she was brought into the world. She had once inquired about her birthday from Bai Yu, and she remembered how Bai Yu had thought for a long time before finally telling her it was the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. In that moment, Yue Jitong felt a profound realization. Her mother had abandoned her on the very day she was born. She rarely celebrated her birthday. In the orphanage, the director had thrown her a 10th birthday party. After returning home, Bai Yu had never celebrated her birthday again. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, Mo Xilou had sneaked out to find her. Why use the term sneak? Because Mo Nangshuang had claimed he was hiding a beauty at home and insisted on accompanying him to meet his future sister-in-law. Wherever he went, she insisted on following. In Mo Xilou's social circle, everyone had seen their posts. Lu Jie was the most delighted, urging him to bring his daughter-in-law home soon and even requesting Yue Jitong's WeChat. Mo, biting, filled with indignation, questioned why his brother had succeeded while his own romantic pursuits were fraught with difficulty. This only solidified his determination to continue pursuing Qi Tang. Look, in the end, perseverance yields everything. Mo Xilou paid no mind to his thoughts, dismissing them as trivial. Some paths must be walked alone. If he couldn't let go of Qi Tang, then let him pursue her. However, he would never allow them the opportunity to shift blame onto him again. Yue Jitong had planned to celebrate her own birthday, but Mo Xilou asked her what birthday wish she had. She pondered for a moment and made a heartfelt request. Could you, for just one day, be my guardian? Can you treat me like a child today and take me out to play? Chapter 56, The Carousel. Yue Jitong expressed her desire to be a child for a day, and Mo Xilou readily agreed. Just give me an hour to prepare. He then began brainstorming how to celebrate a child's birthday, even posting a question beneath a video by a parenting blogger who frequently shared their child's experiences. Where should I take a child for a birthday? Soon, a mother replied. How old is your child? He thought for a moment and responded. 20. Mother replied. Sorry to bother you, but I think you might be on the wrong track. Early in the morning, he found himself inexplicably inundated with relationship advice. Mo Xilou browsed other videos by the blogger, discovering one featuring a child's 5th birthday celebration. The blogger took their child to several places throughout the day: amusement parks, toy stores, cake shops, craft workshops, snack shops, and gifted a massive teddy bear as a birthday present. Having never taken a child out before, Mo Xilou decided to follow the plan. He searched for nearby amusement parks, intending to take Yue Jitong there first, then out for lunch, followed by shopping at the mall, visiting toy stores, doing crafts, buying clothes, and finally gifting her in the evening. Mo Xilou was incredibly efficient, quickly arranging a full day's itinerary. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the amusement park was bustling, filled with children running and jumping, their excited laughter ringing in the air. Yue Jitong, would you like to try the roller coaster? He took her hand, gazing up at the twisting tracks that clung to the mountainside, the sound of screams echoing around them. Yue Jitong shook her head vigorously. Too frightened to try. What about the swinging pendulum? Just then, a group of customers disembarked from the ride, their faces pale, some even looking nauseated. Yue Jitong continued to shake her head, adamantly refusing. What about bungee jumping? I'm too afraid. And the glass bridge? That frightens me. And Mo Xilou, feeling somewhat helpless, asked. Then what would you like to do? Yue Jitong surveyed her surroundings before pointing to the carousel. That one. Very well, he replied, purchasing a ticket. Yue Jitong gently poked his arm, whispering, You should have bought two. You're one short. You can ride it, I won't. The carousel appeared rather diminutive, clearly designed for children, and he wondered if it would be appropriate for someone of his size to ride. Yue Jitong tugged at his shirt, her large eyes glimmering with a hint of yearning. Please accompany me. After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to her gaze. All right then. He bought another ticket. Yue Jitong's spirits lifted as she took his hand and walked forward, her steps light and joyous. She chose a pink pony to ride, while Mo Xilou opted for the white pony behind her. The carousel was filled with children, and they were the only two adults among the riders. Mo Xilou stood out even more, being the only male on this particular ride. A nearby child even inquired, Big brother, you won't break the horse, will you? The child seemed overly concerned for his age, prompting an inward chuckle from Mo Xilou as he assured, I won't. As the machine whirred to life and began to spin, the world around Yue Jitong blurred, the scenery becoming a mosaic that was hard to decipher. In this moment, she felt a genuine sense of childhood innocence. At 9 years old, she had visited an amusement park with the director and her peers, where they enjoyed free rides on the carousel. However, due to overwhelming crowds, when it was her turn to ride, a malfunction occurred, and she was unable to partake. She still vividly recalled the overwhelming disappointment of that day, stifling her sadness with the thought that when she grew up and earned her own money, she would return to ride. Yet, as time passed, she grew up and became financially stable, but she was no longer a child. She had visited amusement parks and enjoyed watching children play, but she had never indulged herself. As the carousel began to slow, the world around her gradually came into focus. The 9-year-old Yue Jitong had climbed on her wooden steed, while her 20-year-old self dismounted. Mo Xilou followed suit, sensing an inexplicable sadness in her demeanor. He grasped her hand, stating, Let's go ride the roller coaster. As he spoke, he pulled her along, giving her no chance to refuse. However, Yue Jitong extricated herself from her melancholy. No, I can't do it. She was genuinely terrified, fearing she might be flung from the ride at any moment. It's all right. I'm right here with you. I'll hold on tight. So there's nothing to fear. By the time he had finished speaking, he had already purchased 2 tickets. Mo Xilou turned to her, his expression earnest. Yue Jitong, be a bit bolder. Try something you fear and see if it truly is that terrifying. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, persuaded. Mo Xilou selected a 2-person seat. Yue Jitong, hold on to me tightly. Don't be afraid. I won't let go. Okay, she replied, clutching his arm tightly, their fingers interwoven. When she turned to see his reassuring gaze, her fear began to dissipate. The machine emitted a low hum as the roller coaster slowly advanced, the mountain breeze rushing past her face. After rounding a bend, the ride suddenly accelerated. Her heart raced in tandem, a tumultuous rhythm. The sounds of screams filled her ears. Yue Jitong gripped his hand tightly, trembling, unsure whether it was from the cold or her fear. Amidst the howling wind and cacophony of shrieks, his voice cut through the chaos, reaching her ear. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Those 4 light words were whisked away by the wind the moment they left his lips. Yet, her heart felt a genuine tranquility. As her fear receded, she began to embrace the ruggedness of the mountains, the chill of the wind, and the exhilarating sensations brought on by the swift, undulating track. Upon disembarking from the roller coaster, Yue Jitong released his hand, noticing her palms were slick with sweat and her legs felt unsteady. Mo Xilou, let's sit over there for a while. Mo Xilou helped her to a long wooden bench. Yue Jitong, how do you feel? Still scared? She panted, patting her chest. Not anymore. Then let's try the other attractions as well. Huh? Yue Jitong was forcibly pulled by Mo Xilou, and they experienced every thrilling and mild ride throughout the park, even bungee jumping. She hesitated, backing away in fear, but ultimately, he embraced her and jumped. Yue Jitong buried her face in his chest, keeping her eyes tightly shut until they were safely back on solid ground. All right, you can open your eyes now. As she felt the ground beneath her feet, she slowly opened her eyes, shooting him an accusing glare. I said I didn't want to ride, yet you insisted. You scared me half to death. Mo Xilou chuckled lightly. With me around, what is there to fear? If we were to meet our end, I would meet it alongside you. The casual remark caught them both off guard, and after a brief silence, he smiled, taking her hand. You must be tired. Let's go eat. Chapter 57. I hope you rebel. Mo Xilou took her to Haidaleo, where he had even ordered a 2-layer strawberry mousse cake. The large, vibrant strawberries glistened with droplets of water, clearly freshly picked. As the staff wheeled the cake to their table, they began to sing the birthday song, drawing the attention of nearby diners who craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Yue Jitong quietly lowered her head, shrinking back slightly. She felt mortified. Who truly enjoys celebrating their birthday this way? Mo Xilou lit the candles and urged her to make a wish. She lifted her head, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and, after 10 seconds, blew out the candles in one breath. He inquired about her wish, to which she blinked and replied, "That's a secret." Her wish was for him to always be happy. The cake was too large for the two of them to finish, so Mo Xilou sliced it into smaller pieces and shared it with the other patrons nearby. For the first time, Yue Jitong received numerous birthday wishes from strangers, filling her heart with a sweetness that surpassed even the strawberry jam hidden within the cake layers. After leaving the restaurant, they stumbled upon a boutique on the lower level, filled with delightful trinkets that any girl would adore. Mo Xilou grabbed a small basket at the entrance and followed her, observing what she fancied. Yue Jitong wandered around aimlessly, unsure of what to purchase, glancing at various items until she paused in front of a row of squeeze toys. Curiously, she reached out to squeeze one. To her delight, she found herself squeezing every single one of the differently shaped toys, as if she had suddenly discovered her favorite playthings. The shelves were lined with a variety of squeezable toys, strawberries, eggs, bread, and adorable little animals. For each toy she squeezed, Mo Xilou placed one into the basket. When she finished squeezing and turned around, she was astonished to see that his basket was nearly full. With wide eyes, she stared at him in disbelief. How did you fit them all in there? Since you like them, I figured I'd buy them all. No need for that, she protested. I have only 2 hands. I can't possibly play with so many. Just let me squeeze them here. As she spoke, she reached into the basket to retrieve the cute little toys, attempting to hang them back up. If you buy them, you can't just return them. He carried the basket to the other side, not allowing her to reach it. What else do you fancy? I'll purchase it all. She lowered her head and softly replied, No need to buy so much. I'm not really a child anymore. Who says only children can play? Mo Xilou extended his hand to gently stroke her head, his tone exceedingly tender. A genuine child passing by would be envious to tears. The little boy hurried over to his mother, tugging at her hand. Mom, look at that big brother who bought so much. Can you buy everything for me too? The woman glanced down at her child, extending a palm. You want everything? Then what about this? Do you want it? Under his mother's dangerous gaze, the child quickly shook his head, his survival instincts kicking in. Yue Jitong wandered past the toy section, her gaze lingering on a small rabbit plush. The pink and white bunny, with its long ears drooping down and 2 pristine rabbit teeth peeking out, was dressed in a fluffy princess gown. How adorable! She longed to possess one. Mo Xilou immediately grasped her unspoken desire, swiftly retrieving the rabbit and placing it in her arms. As Yue Jitong caressed the soft toy, her mood elevated, her lips curving into a perpetual smile. When she was happy, she enjoyed biting her lips in a silent laugh. Mo Xilou observed her, contemplating that he had never seen her laugh heartily. He presumed he might never have the opportunity to witness such a sight. She was as serene as water. Even her smiles were quiet, her teeth seldom revealed. Eventually, he did see her smile broadly and heard her wail with abandon, though at that time, his emotions were complex. After perusing the accessory store, Yue Jitong mentioned feeling a bit fatigued, prompting Mo Xilou to swiftly amend their itinerary. He took out his phone and purchased 2 movie tickets. Let us go watch a film. It'll be a nice chance to rest. What movie? An animated one. Is it good? It should be. I haven't seen it, but it's quite popular. We're both adults. Are we really watching an animated film? What age is appropriate for animated films? Anyone can enjoy them. He had bought the tickets on a whim, and the good seats were already taken, leaving only those at the edge of the front row. Fortunately, it was a 3D film, so the viewing experience wouldn't be significantly affected by the seating choice. It was Yue Jitong's first time watching a movie in a cinema, and she found it quite novel. The animation was different from what she had imagined. She thought it would cater solely to children. Yet the theater was packed with people of all ages. The laughter of a child in the back row was particularly delightful, a giggle that would twist and turn, causing unending amusement. The film's humor rated a solid 90, but the child's laughter was off the charts at 900. Upon exiting the cinema, Mo Xilou remarked, "This animated film was perfectly suited for you." Yue Jitong, puzzled, responded him. He continued, "You ought to learn from this rebellious spirit. I hope you want to be so well-behaved and can embrace a bit of rebellion." Yue Jitong lowered her eyes, uncertain if she comprehended the film. With only the phrase, "The little lord is a demon, so what?" echoing in her mind. What would her rebellious self look like? She didn't know. She had never rebelled. In the end, Mo Xilou took her home along with a plethora of toys, presenting her with one last birthday gift. "Yue Jitong, your birthday present is hidden in this house. You should find it." "What is it?" "You'll know once you discover it." Intrigued, she began to search. Her curiosity piqued. He had hidden it in a conspicuous spot, right beneath her pillow, and it took her mere minutes to uncover it. A box slightly larger than a ring box. Yue Jitong cautiously opened it, with Mo Xilou standing beside her, quietly observing. Inside was a jade rui crafted from pure gold, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. It felt heavy in her palm. She had no idea how many grams it weighed. The small tag beneath the box displayed a price. 520,000. He had once perused her diary and knew of her fondness for gold items. There was no particular reason for the gift, nor was it due to its value. Her diary had stated, "I like ornaments made of gold. They are pure. Gold is untainted, pure, and radiant." Yue Jitong looked up at him. Mo Xilou thought she might decline, but she surprised him with her response. "On my 20th birthday, you seem to have gifted me a jade rui made of gold. It's quite similar to this." He gazed at her, astonished. "You open my gift?" Yue Jitong looked at him quizzically. "When you gift me something, aren't I supposed to open it?" He lowered his eyelids, unable to articulate his emotions. He had always assumed she casually set the box aside, never bothering to open it or valuing his gifts. "Then why have I never seen you open one? Who opens a gift in front of someone?" She chuckled, placing the jade rui back and covering the box. Mo Xilou stood there, momentarily stunned. So, she had been secretly opening them all along. Chapter 58. A new member? Mo Xilou suddenly grasped her shoulders, leaning down to gaze deeply into her watery eyes. "Yue Jitong, do you still owe me something?" "Huh?" She blinked in confusion, not grasping the context. "Do you remember the 100 kisses?" Upon his reminder, her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her eyes. Contemplating for a moment before raising her head to meet his gaze, her tone tinged with negotiation. "Can I bend the rules a bit?" He remained silent, raising an eyebrow, and softly murmured an affirmative. Yue Jitong stood on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, her bright eyes fixed on him, shimmering with radiant light. "Can I kiss you 100 times right now?" Without waiting for his response, she pressed her lips gently against his. Once, twice, thrice, like a dragonfly skimming the water, touching and retreating. Her kisses resembled a chick pecking for grains, igniting an insatiable yearning within him, his dark eyes gradually clouding with tenderness. For what felt like the umpteenth time, he suddenly held her head, not allowing her to pull away, deepening the kiss. She murmured drowsily, "Mo Xilou. Does this count as settling my debt?" Don't speak." He embraced her tightly, his warmth enveloping her. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, the stars twinkled brightly, casting 2 silhouettes closely intertwined against the glass. Winter break passed in the blink of an eye, and by the end of February, it was time to return to school. Before Mo Xilou even reached the dormitory, he was bombarded with messages in the group chat. In the dormitory group chat, Gu Yunqi sent a voice message, his tone brimming with excitement. Our trio is about to end. A new member is moving in this semester. Lao Fong, Lao Mo, hurry up and tidy your things. Fong Mingzhi bombarded with 3 questions. What new member? Where did he come from? What does he do? Gu Yunqi replied, it seems he's an exchange student, majoring in engineering. Coincidentally, he is from Jing City. Maybe you and Lao Mo know him. Fong Mingzhi asked, what's his name? Gu Yunqi responded, oh, I actually forgot to ask. I just arrived, and he went out to buy something. You'll find out when you get here. Anyway, he's a handsome guy. Gu Yunqi continued, where's Lao Mo? Why isn't he saying anything? Fong Mingzhi quipped, he is probably busy with his romance. Gu Yunqi exclaimed, ugh, how infuriating. I can't believe he is dating before me. When will I find someone too? Fong Mingzhi retorted, you're so noisy. Are you sure Su Qinghe would like a chatterbox like you? I doubt it. Gu Yunqi replied, shut up, shut up, shut up. It's so annoying. Fong Mingzhi sent an emoji depicting a zipper on a mouth. Gu Yunqi inquired, should we add the new member to our dormitory group? Fong Mingzhi replied, you can ask Lao Mo, or we can discuss it when we get there. Gu Yunqi humorously referred to Lao Mo, but received no response. He continued, is Lao Mo off in the mountains courting someone? Has his phone lost signal? Mo Xilou was listening to their voice messages, indifferent to whether their dormitory housed 3 or 4 individuals. However, in his previous life, their dormitory had always consisted of 3 members until graduation, with no 4th member ever joining. Hence, he pondered where the alteration lay. Was it the butterfly effect? Furrowing his brow, he found himself unable to comprehend, eventually dismissing the thought, reasoning that having an additional person wouldn't matter much. At that moment, he did not concern himself with the matter. He typed a response in the group. I've seen the messages, and I'll return tomorrow. Feel free to add him to the group. When Yue Jitong returned, she brought only a single suitcase, whereas her departure from school had been laden with numerous bags. She placed the little rabbit that Mo Xilou had gifted her on her dormitory bed, ensuring it would be in her sight daily. After a holiday apart, the 4 of them in room 506 were excited to reunite, joyfully sharing tales of their winter break, with a conversation largely centered around romantic endeavors. Zheng Yinyan, Xuanman, and Su Qinghe encircled Yue Jitong, urging her to recount the happenings of her holiday and how her relationship had blossomed. She felt shy, stumbling over her words, providing only brief glimpses into her experiences. Xuanman and Zhao Zhen had also solidified their relationship, even meeting each other's parents at a remarkably swift pace, as their families were already acquainted and supportive of the union. Zheng Yinyan mentioned that Yang Zhou, a junior with whom she had gamed throughout the semester, was interested in her, yet she merely wished to maintain their gaming camaraderie, eschewing romance. Su Qinghe spoke of a new boyfriend, asserting that she could never accept Gu Yunqi. Yet Gu Yunqi remained persistent, claiming he could wait for her to break up, as she frequently changed partners every few days. Yue Jitong displayed the little trinkets Mo Xilou had gifted her on the table, her lips curving into a smile, clearly in high spirits. Zheng Yinyan playfully draped an arm over her shoulder, jesting, Jitong, it seems the pink bubbles surrounding you are ascending. Xuanman produced local delicacies from her home, a gift from Zhao Zhen. Enjoy these, she offered. Zheng Yinyan remarked, one after another, everyone is in a relationship. Am I the only singleton left in our dorm? Yue Jitong encouraged her, then you should find someone too. Zheng Yinyan shook her head. No thanks, relationships are too troublesome. Once you're in one, gaming loses its charm. I prefer the freedom to do as I please. Su Qinghe interjected, as long as you don't care about the other person, you remain forever free. It's not about being in a relationship or not. It's about choosing to be loyal to oneself or to someone else. After a while of chatting, the 4 planned to go out for a meal. In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere in their room, the ambience in the boys' dormitory was rather peculiar. Mo Xilou was the last to arrive, and upon reaching the door, he heard Gu Yunqi's animated voice engaging with someone. He pushed the door open to see Fong Mingzhi tidying up while conversing with the others. Gu Yunqi stood by his bed, appearing quite cheerful as he chatted with the new member, who was making his bed across from Mo Xilou. Upon noticing Mo Xilou's entrance, Gu Yunqi's eyes brightened. Hey, Lao Mo, you're finally here. He then turned to the newcomer, exclaiming, Lao Chu, our dormitory's last member has arrived. Let me introduce you. Lao Chu. The surname Chu sent a jolt through Mo Xilou's heart, causing it to sink. The individual arranging his bed turned around, leaping down with a bright smile, his eyes sparkling with warmth. Hello, I'm Chunyan, he said, extending his hand. Chunyan, how could it be him? Just when Mo Xilou was trying to avoid the very situation he dreaded. Staring at the hand extended towards him, he froze momentarily, lowering his gaze to conceal the tumultuous emotions swirling beneath. He shook Chunyan's hand and replied softly, Hello, I'm Mo Xilou. Chapter 59, Be Kind to Her. Chunyan withdrew his hand, a gentle smile still gracing his features, his voice pure and refreshing, like the spring breeze of March, unfurling over thawed rivers, unhurried and soothing. I know you, Mo Xilou. Fong Mingzhi settled into a chair, crossing his legs and adjusting his tousled hair as he interjected, Lao Mo. Lao Chu is from the same high school as us. It's quite a coincidence. Mo Xilou cast his gaze downward, discreetly wiping the hand that had just shaken Chunyan's on the edge of his pants. He was well aware of their shared high school background. The memories from his past life and this one intertwined confusingly. But did he and Chunyan truly know each other in this life? The details were hazy. He raised his eyes, his expression indifferent, regarding Chunyan's perpetually gentle countenance, silently cursing him for his insincerity. In his previous life, he had married Yue Jitong, while Chunyan had wed Yulan Xin. Yue Jitong had maintained cordial relations with the Yue family, visiting during festivals. Each time they met, Chunyan would refer to him as brother-in-law, but he had never reciprocated with brother-in-law for Chunyan. Except on rare occasions when he wanted to taunt him with a sarcastic remark, he would say, Looks like brother-in-law is quite capable, regardless of how evident his animosity was. Chunyan remained unfazed, always responding with a smile. What brother-in-law says makes sense. With a temperament as gentle as spring water, Chunyan effortlessly diffused each confrontation with subtlety. His affectionate address of brother-in-law felt oddly intimate. Mo Xilou would often internally berate Chunyan for his insincerity. Yet he could not deny that Chunyan was exceptionally polite, seemingly incapable of anger, and no one who had interacted with him had ever spoken ill of him. Objectively, Chunyan was nearly perfect, a perfection that irked Mo Xilou. Mo Xilou despised him, for he felt threatened by him. In comparison to Chunyan, he was impetuous, immature, quick to anger, with his emotions always written across his face. Never able to feign kindness to those he disliked. He could not approach others with the same serenity that Chunyan did. Was there a single girl who wouldn't wish to marry a man as clean-cut and considerate as him? If he were a woman, he might very well choose Chunyan. But he was not a woman. He was Chunyan's rival. No matter how admirable Chunyan might be, Mo Xilou would persist in his disdain. Even if Chunyan did nothing wrong, he would still harbor resentment, simply because he stood there effortlessly drawing her attention. He felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy towards him. What was it like to share a living space with someone one utterly despised? He was about to find out. A heavy weight pressed upon his chest, as though an iron block had settled there. Lao Mo, what are you daydreaming about? Gu Yunqi waved his hand in front of Mo Xilou's eyes. Recalling events from his previous life, Mo Xilou had momentarily lost his train of thought, failing to catch what they were discussing, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Fong Mingzhi, noticing Mo Xilou's distraction, reiterated Chunyan's words, his gaze meaningful. Lao Mo. Lao Chu just mentioned that he and Yue Jitong are good friends. Mo Xilou furrowed his brow again, redirecting his focus to Chunyan. Chunyan smiled softly, his eyes radiating warmth. I saw the post Tong Tong shared on her moments. She seldom updates her social media, and yet the sole post is a formal announcement. I never anticipated that her boyfriend would be my roommate. Tong Tong is a remarkable girl. Treat her kindly. Tong Tong? That name sounds so intimate. This phrase, uttered in Mo Xilou's ear, struck an unexpected chord, eliciting a moment of discomfort. In that instant, the lives of Chunyan in this lifetime and the previous one began to intertwine. In his past life, on the day he married Yue Jitong. Chun Yin found him in the makeup room, where they were alone. Chun Yin, much like now, gazed at him with calm intensity, seriously advising Mo Xilou, "Since you have chosen her, treat her well. She is a sensitive and delicate girl, deserving of patience and respect. If one day your affections wane, do not harm her. Let her go gently." At that time, he was emotionally unbalanced and harbored a disdain for Chun Yin, despite knowing the truth in his words. He could not suppress his irritation and retorted. He looked at Chun Yin, whose earnest expression ignited a sarcastic smirk on his lips, uttering words that were both infuriating and defiant. "Chun Yin, who do you think you are to tell me this? Yue Jitong is my wife now. I will treat her as I please, and you have no say in the matter. If I choose to hurt her, what can you do?" After delivering those words, Chun Yin frowned, about to respond, when Yue Jitong entered the room. He was uncertain how much she had overheard, yet he vividly recalled the profound disappointment reflected in her eyes, a palpable sense of fracture emanating from her. A pang of guilt struck him, and he suddenly wished to slap himself. She must have heard everything. "Old Mo, what's wrong with you? You've been lost in thought while we've been talking." Fang Mingzhi called out to him multiple times. Today, old Mo seemed peculiar, ever since he encountered Chun Yin. His mind had wandered several times in just a few minutes. Mo Xilou endeavored to suppress the haunting memories, redirecting his focus to the present. He regarded Chun Yin's light-colored pupils, his expression grave as he asserted, "Tong Tong is my girlfriend, and I will treat her better than anyone else." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "I won't allow anyone the opportunity to take her away from me." The implication in his final statement was unmistakable. Chun Yin's expression remained unchanged, still exuding a gentle warmth as he replied, "Then I shall rest easy." "Rest easy? What assurance do you think I require from you?" Montag flew inwardly scoffed, feeling a lingering dissatisfaction. Just seeing him irked him. Hearing him speak was even more irksome. Chun Yin retrieved 3 boxes from his bag, distributing them to his 3 roommates as a gesture of goodwill, asking for their kindness in return. Mo Xilou glanced at the box he received, noticing the Sony logo on the packaging. It was the latest Sony WH-1000XM5 Bluetooth headphones. Gu Yunqi playfully draped an arm around his neck, exclaiming, "You're too kind." Mo Xilou maintained a stoic expression, neither rejecting the gift nor expressing gratitude. He merely set the box aside. He sought to disregard Chun Yin as much as possible, striving to avoid engaging with him. Fang Mingzhi observed Mo Xilou's downcast demeanor, his sense of perplexity intensifying. As night fell and silence enveloped the room, Chun Yin, untroubled by unfamiliar surroundings, quickly drifted into slumber. In stark contrast, Mo Xilou, situated directly across from him, tossed and turned, unable to find peace. Chun Yin's presence seemed to trigger a switch within him, unleashing a torrent of repressed memories that surged forth like rushing waters. He recalled the day he was rummaging through Yue Jitong's room and accidentally knocked a notebook off the shelf. By some compulsion, he opened it, discovering it was her diary. Despite knowing it was wrong to invade her privacy, he could not resist the temptation. The diary commenced when she was 12, shortly after returning to the Yue family. Though her writing was hasty, it was evident that from the age of 12 to 16, Chun Yin was her sole companion. Chapter 60 merely chronicled the serendipitous awakening of her affections for him. Mo Xilou closed his eyes, his hands cradling his head. As his thoughts meandered back to their 17th year, he recalled the moment they first met. He had advanced a year in school, and that year, both he and she were 17. He was in his senior year, while she was in her junior year. On the first day of the new semester, he felt no trepidation. After gaming all night with friends, he arrived at school the next day with dark circles under his eyes, laughing and joking. He and a few friends strolled through the campus, discussing racing, basketball, and video games. The senior building was secluded, situated deep within the school grounds. One had to pass through an artificial lake, beside which stood a large stone sundial, and not far off, an ancient osmanthus tree, rumored to be over a century old. In September, the air was fragrant with osmanthus blooms. The yellow flowers adorned the branches, interspersed with verdant leaves, and as the wind blew, delicate petals drifted downwards. Someone called out, "Look, there's a beauty standing beneath that tree." He heard but scoffed, having no intention of looking over. What beauty? He had no interest. Throughout his life, he had never been drawn to girls, particularly disliking interactions with them. Before turning 17, his world revolved around thrilling games, flashy motorcycles, spirited sports, swimming, surfing, skateboarding, and rock climbing. When he was 7, a teacher insisted he pair up with a little girl for play. Reluctantly, he complied, but ended up making her cry within seconds, her loose tooth falling out as a result. She cried for 3 days straight. At that moment, he thought, girls really do cry easily. How bothersome. He resolved to keep his distance from all girls except his sister. At 12, when relatives visited and brought a little girl who insisted on playing games with him, he found her utterly inept, losing at everything. Unable to tolerate her incompetence, he scolded her harshly, and she left in tears, vowing never to return. Afterward, his mother reprimanded him, demanding an apology, which he stubbornly refused, resulting in a punishment of missing dinner. He remained unfazed, believing he could withstand hunger for one meal, embracing his obstinacy. At 15, while riding his motorcycle, a friend brought his sister along, who found his bike cool. When she climbed on without his notice, he promptly kicked her off, severing their friendship. For no one could touch his beloved motorcycle. Mo Xilou had always been a steadfast, unyielding individual with diverse interests, yet he had never opened his heart to love. However, that day, in one fleeting moment, he had scoffed at the notion of beauty with derision, only to have his friends turn him around to face the century-old osmanthus tree, where his smile froze in shock. Beneath the golden blossoms stood a girl, a gentle breeze caressing her oversized school uniform, outlining her delicate frame, a heavy suitcase at her feet, her expression lost and helpless. As he gazed in her direction, she fortuitously looked up and met his eyes. Among the throngs of students, her gaze singularly found him. In that instant, their eyes locked, and he beheld her exquisite eyes, glistening with unshed tears, reminiscent of the delicate mist of Jiangnan, tender and poignant, as if a single blink might release her tears. She held his gaze for but a second before flitting her eyes away, her lashes casting shadows over her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Golden blossoms drift from the osmanthus tree, their fragrance wafting delicately to his nostrils. She stands there, seamlessly integrated with the picturesque scenery. In that fleeting moment, he is rooted to the spot, the smirk on his face vanishing entirely. He gazes at her, entranced, forgetting to blink, as time itself seems to freeze, leaving only his heart to thrum wildly. Mo Xilou would dare to swear that even when racing at 300 kilometers per hour, his heartbeat had never been this rapid. The term love at first sight might be deemed trivial, yet truly falling for someone can indeed transpire in but a heartbeat. That day, the boy who had always kept his distance from girls, under the astonished eyes of his friends, found himself inexplicably drawn forward, asking her classmate, "I am Mo Xilou from class 32 of the 3rd year. May I offer you my assistance?" She merely lifted her gaze slightly, took a step back, shook her head, her expression revealing a sense of detachment, her voice devoid of warmth. "No, thank you." Rejected, Mo Xilou found himself at a loss for words. Forcing a smile as he continued, "May I inquire your name?" She lowered her eyes, not sparing him another glance, her demeanor indifferent, her voice lacking any warmth. "No." After being turned down twice, a sense of defeat began to creep into his heart, urging him to retreat. Yet the fervor in his chest would not allow him to take a single step back. He stood beneath the tree, quietly observing her, racking his brain for something to say. "Tong Tong." Someone called her name, a boy's voice. The girl before him suddenly raised her head, her previously frosty expression brightening, her brows arching in delight, her lips curving into a gentle smile, the sorrow in her eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by a shimmering brilliance. She waved her hand, her once indifferent voice now imbued with warmth. "Chunyin, I have been waiting for you." The boy named Chunyin rushed over, beaming, taking her luggage in hand. "Come on, I'll escort you to the dormitory." They departed side by side, leaving him standing alone beneath the osmanthus tree, repeating her name, Tong Tong. Was that her name? How he longed to uncover her full name. He stood gazing in the direction she had left for quite some time. The school swimming pool had been constructed with funds donated by his family. Thus, inquiring about a person was not a daunting task for him. First, he ruled out the seniors. Among the first and second-year girls, there were 78 names that included Tong, though he had no idea which Tong it was. Her beauty was simply too captivating to overlook. Consequently, he effortlessly uncovered her identity and learned her name, Yue Jitong. What a coincidence! Both were in the 12th class. Yue Jitong. The three characters Yue Jitong. How melodious they sounded. Lying on the narrow wooden bed in the dormitory, he tossed and turned, those three characters echoing in his mind. For the first time in his life, thoughts of romance began to stir within him. His friends, having caught wind of this development, teased him for finally awakening to love. In truth, Mo Xilou himself could not discern whether he was merely at the age of first love or if that fleeting moment of seeing her had unlocked something within him. He could not comprehend the transformation within him. In class, on the basketball court, during meals, she occupied his thoughts, even invading his dreams. The fervent beating of his heart became unbearable, prompting him to rush to the entrance of Class 22 to catch a glimpse of her. Chapter 61. Youthful Memories. He had always lived life on his own terms, rebellious and unrestrained, never concealing his preferences, relishing in doing as he pleased. That day, he happened to share a physical education class with her. She sat alone in a corner, quietly engrossed in her chemistry book. A breeze lifted the stray strands of hair from her forehead, her gentle demeanor radiating warmth. The sky blue and the air crisp, a serene moment in time. He adjusted his uniform collar, zipped it up, let his sleeves fall, and approached her, sitting down beside her. He candidly stated, Yue Jitong, I am Mo Xilou from Class 32 of the 3rd year. I like you. Yet, she seemed utterly oblivious to his direct confession, merely extending her hand to pick up a fallen leaf, tucking it between the pages of her book as a bookmark, before closing it, rising without sparing him a glance, and walking away. Hey, he was taken aback for a few seconds, not anticipating such a dismissive response. A sense of frustration welled within him. Could she not at least acknowledge him? The next day, he positioned himself at her classroom door, asking a fellow student to call out for Yue Jitong. The messenger approached, tapping her shoulder. She turned, furrowing her brow, as if he were invisible, then turned back. She had no intention of acknowledging him again. Very well, another dismissal, is it? Mo Xilou gritted his teeth, leaning against the doorframe, cupping his hands to form a makeshift megaphone, and shouted loudly into the classroom, Yue Jitong, I am Mo Xilou from Class 32 of the 3rd year. I like you. He repeated it 3 times until the entire classroom fell silent, all eyes darting between the two of them. From that moment on, everyone on the 2nd floor knew that a senior from Class 32 was pursuing Yue Jitong, quite ostentatiously and without restraint, even disregarding the teachers. Finally, she emerged, her face flushed, pulling him into a secluded corner, her head bowed, speaking rapidly. No matter who you are, I do not like you. Do not come to our class anymore. I need to study. Having said this, she attempted to leave, but he shifted his stance, blocking her path. At that moment, he stood at 183 meters tall, while she was only 163 meters, petite and barely reaching his chest. He slightly bent down, leaning closer to her, a casual smile playing at his lips. I'm Mo Xilou. Remember that, Yue Jitong. I like you, Yue Jitong. She stepped back in a fluster, her cheeks turning crimson, resembling a startled rabbit, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. I could never like you. I must go study now. She sidestepped him, her steps quickening as she fled in panic. Subsequently, he made a habit of lingering at her classroom door, frequently bringing her various small gifts, which she consistently rejected, prompting him to stealthily leave them on her desk. Each day, he made it a point to remind her that Mo Xilou liked Yue Jitong, hoping she would remember his name. After turning 17, Mo Xilou's world revolved solely around pursuing Yue Jitong. Games lost their charm, competitions became dull, and racing no longer held allure. His thoughts were consumed by just that one person. Those around him remarked that he was going mad, and he couldn't help but agree. Perhaps he truly had lost his mind. How could anyone exert such a magnetic pull over him? Mo Xilou believed that Yue Jitong was his destined partner. No one else in this world could ensnare his heart with a mere glance, causing his pulse to race uncontrollably. He adored her, utterly unwilling to let go. To attend the same university as her, he chose to forego his acceptance into a prestigious institution, opting instead to retake his final year. Utilizing his family's connections, he successfully enrolled in the same school as Yue Jitong once more. Her academic prowess inspired him to double his efforts. During his second attempt at the college entrance examination, he performed even better, finally achieving his dream of becoming her university classmate. Once in college, free from the constraints of school rules, he pursued her with even greater fervor and enthusiasm. He meticulously planned a confession, yet she turned him down. Being publicly rejected was a humiliating experience. Yet relinquishing her felt like a fate worse than death. She remained perpetually aloof, as though no matter what he did, he could not reach her heart. Until that fateful night, their destinies became irrevocably intertwined. She resembled a rose blooming amidst thorns, captivatingly beautiful from afar, yet capable of drawing blood when held too closely. For over a decade, they remained ensnared in a tumultuous bond, enduring until death. Mo Xilou opened his eyes to the oppressive darkness of the ceiling, accompanied by the steady breaths of his slumbering roommates. Everyone was asleep. He closed his eyes once more, attempting to count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. As he counted, he recalled her diary. Alas, they had met too late. Prior to his acquaintance with her, Chunyin occupied the majority of her diary's pages, an irreplaceable presence in that chapter of her life. No one plays with me. Why doesn't anyone like to play with me? I envy my sister for having so many friends. I wish someone could play with me. I'm so happy. Finally, someone is willing to be my friend. He said his name is Chunyin. Chunyin is truly wonderful. He shared the last piece of cookie with me. But my sister doesn't seem too happy. She doesn't allow Chunyin to play with me. I'm so glad he is still my friend, which means he didn't listen to my sister. At 12 or 13, Yue Jitong felt isolated and alone. During her most ostracized and lonely moments, Chunyin extended a hand, pulling her from the shadows. Today is my sister's birthday. Everyone loves her so much. I'm so envious. When will it be my birthday, so I can have cake, go to the amusement park, and receive many gifts? Today is my birthday. It seems no one remembers. Never mind. I received my first birthday gift. He is truly wonderful. I declare, he will forever be my best friend. How boring. Every day is the same. What is the meaning of life? Still, no one wants to be my friend. Never mind. Having Chunyin is enough. Why is he so good? The first time I saw him hit someone, he was so cool. At 15, Yue Jitong's body began to develop. Merely stretching her arms, the contours of her figure became apparent, prompting the boys beside her to utter lewd remarks. She lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, when suddenly, a thick English dictionary flew from behind and struck the impudent boy in the back. The boy turned in a fury, and Chunyin kicked away a chair as he approached, towering over the other boy. His usually gentle demeanor darkened, eyes narrowing as he picked up the fallen dictionary from the table, his voice icy. Do you need me to teach you how to speak? The boy shrank back, sealing his lips, too intimidated to utter a word. Chunyin patted his face, apologizing. Reluctantly, the boy approached her to say he was sorry. In that moment, she gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with light. Later, she penned a passage in her diary. Perhaps I am still fortunate. I am so happy to know him. I vow that Chunyin will always be my very best friend. Chapter 62, Ambiguous Diaries. At 16, Yue Jitong's diary took on a newfound elegance. Unlike her previous hasty scrawls, her handwriting became graceful, her expressions more poetic. He seems like a gentle breeze, softly caressing my youth, embellishing my desolate and tedious days. He resembles a tranquil spring, perpetually warm and nurturing the willow branches. This passage undoubtedly describes Chunyin. Mo Xilou opened his eyes, turned over, irritably scratched his head, and closed his eyes once more. In summary, her diary's references to Chunyin were extravagant in praise. However, her references to him were difficult to articulate. Beginning at 17, their lives intersected, and he appeared in her diary. When Yue Jitong wrote, she seldom mentioned names. favoring pronouns like he, she, and you. Sometimes he discerned whom these pronouns referred to, while at other times he found it perplexing. In her diary, she mentioned his name only once, yet several phrases evidently pointed to him. For instance, someone suddenly declared their affection for me. How strange. I don't even know him. I'm truly astonished. How can someone be so brazen as to profess their love for me in public? Now everyone is looking at me. How annoying. Why is it so difficult to lead a peaceful life? ISNT early romance prohibited at school? Why is no one managing him? I told the teacher, but she tactfully declined to intervene as though she feared addressing it. Never mind, perhaps he is merely a fleeting fascination. He'll give up in a few days. How terrifying. Someone jumped from a building. Today, as health check, Sue seems to be pregnant. They say she is suicidal because she was dumped. Why can men be so heartless, taking what they want without cherishing it? Time passes so slowly. I'm exhausted from studying. My desk is cluttered with snacks and odd trinkets. When did he slip those in? How many people has he bribed in our class? Ah, young master. When will this game end? Young master, aren't you tired of playing yet? Must you possess me to win? Why, out of all people, must someone like you, who has everything, fixate on someone like me, who has nothing? My heart is singular. I cannot give it to you. He must be preparing for college entrance exams, right? After the exams, he will leave, and then he will surely forget me. Will this game finally come to an end? What is going on? Why must he repeat a year? Why can't he just leave me alone? We are not from the same world, young master. Does eternal love truly exist in this world? I don't believe it. This is merely a fleeting novelty masked as affection. Do you wish to win? But I shall not let you possess me. What little I have cannot be further lost. She recorded her thoughts intermittently until the most emotionally charged entry emerged. Why? Why did this happen? You finally got what you wanted. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Mo Xilou, I loathe you. I loathe you. I loathe you. I curse you to never find happiness. This was the first and only time his name appeared so clearly and explicitly in her diary. Regrettably, the mention of his name served only as the vessel for her curse. She wrote those lines with such fervor that her pen nearly pierced the paper, revealing the depth of her animosity. My mother wants me to marry him, claiming our family is facing bankruptcy. Marrying him could revive the company. Fine. I'll marry. I'll be obedient. Why? I feel so unwilling. I agreed to the marriage. My mother is delighted. They are all pleased. As if everyone is happy. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Am I even someone of significance? No one cares about my feelings. Can I choose? Do I have a right to choose? I have always been forced to accept others' decisions. When has it ever been different? Never mind, Yue Jitong, submit to fate. Marrying anyone is the same. At least this will help my family. Nothing else matters. Whatever, living is inherently dull. On the wedding night, he didn't touch me. Quite good. On the wedding night, Mo Xilou pushed open the door, witnessing the fleeting terror and disgust in her eyes. His heart pierced with pain. He forced a bitter smile, his voice hoarse from too much drink. Yue Jitong, do you truly hate me this much? She was breathtaking that day, the crimson wedding gown accentuating her fair complexion exquisitely. Quietly seated upon the bed, her brows and eyes exuded an air of icy indifference. And she did not respond to him. Yue Jitong, what must I do for you to cease your hatred towards me? To forgive me? Upon hearing these words, she suddenly lifted her head, her gaze remarkably serene as she uttered words devoid of warmth. I want you to die. Those 4 brief words pierced his heart like a dagger, each one a slow torment. She actually wished for his demise. Mo Xilou felt a pain so profound it rendered him breathless, and he turned away, murmuring, Rest assured, I shall not sleep here tonight. I will never again. He vowed to respect her, cherish her, care for her, and accompany her until she resolved her inner turmoil and was willing to accept him. As he departed, a flicker of regret flashed across her eyes the moment the door closed. Had her words been too severe? In truth, she did not genuinely desire his death. It was merely the pent-up resentment within her that had no outlet. He married me to serve as mere decor? How splendid. There's nothing memorable. Merely the monotony of day-to-day existence. His family is overwhelmingly large. I'm perplexed by the relationships, so I choose silence. Is it guilt? Amends? How can one atone? Is it even possible? Yet your love feels like a burden. They are to be wed. Congratulations, Chunyin. May you find happiness. We are destined to be strangers in this lifetime. In that moment, Mo Xilou felt a deep sorrow. Why was it that his every interaction was laced with venom, while Chunyin received only heartfelt blessings? So be it. This is quite sufficient. No need for change. Your love is a weight upon me. Perhaps it is best to let it go. After all these years, I remain unchanged, and we have long foreseen this conclusion. Time seems to smooth all edges, rendering love and hate to mere trivialities. I suppose he is doing well. I still lack ambition, forever entangled in my emotions, unable to distinguish love from hate. I think, perhaps, I still harbor some affection for him. Yet our relationship does not permit such thoughts. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. This tranquil existence is quite agreeable. What would he think if he knew? Would he find it strange? Shouldn't one muster the courage to be brave for oneself? If I were to disrupt the current state, could a new life be forged? But we've been misaligned for far too many years. This was merely an excerpt. As Mo Xilou perused her diary, his heart ached increasingly. It dawned upon him that his love had always felt like a burden to her, a weight she could not bear. After a decade of devoted care and companionship, she still cherished Chunyin, still pined for him. What did it mean to break and rebuild? Did she wish to divorce and pursue her own love? After much internal conflict, Mo Xilou ultimately chose to set her free. He quietly returned the diary, feigning ignorance of its contents. After the divorce, her diary would contain new entries, but alas, he would never see them. Today, he is to divorce me. Why does this evoke such sorrow? I should feel liberated instead. Have we truly reached this juncture? So, there truly is no everlasting love in this world. After over a decade, he must be weary. Yet, the sadness lingers, not only sadness but also a sense of longing. After all, we lived together for 10 years. Such feelings are only natural. It's quite nice. I won't have to visit his family during the holidays anymore. But alas, it seems I genuinely miss him. No, rather, I miss him deeply. Chapter 63. Good morning, old Mo. That night, Mo Xilou tossed and turned. The moment he closed his eyes, the memories and the words from her diary began to dance in his mind. Like musical notes, they played a sorrowful symphony upon the strings of his consciousness. At 5 in the morning, after a night of relentless thoughts, he finally succumbed to sleep. Why hasn't old Mo awakened yet? Today there were no classes. Yue Jitong had already completed his morning run and returned after breakfast, finding Mo Xilou still lying in bed, which struck him as odd. Fang Mingzhi changed his attire, discarding his sweat-soaked shirt into the basin, intending to wash it. Why don't you go wake him up? Is he unwell? Their dormitory maintained a commendable routine of early to bed and early to rise, consistently exercising each morning, with few indulging in late slumber. This habit surpassed 99% of dormitories. The new member, Chunyin, was also an early riser, his biological clock awakening him without the need for an alarm. Yue Jitong invited Chunyin to join him for a run, simultaneously familiarizing him with the campus. As the three conversed, Mo Xilou finally opened his eyes, rubbing his weary orbs, reaching for his phone to squint at the time, the screen's brightness stinging his eyes. 8:20 in the morning. He had only slept for a little over 3 hours. He sat up, bleary-eyed, dressing himself, unwilling to return to sleep. He belonged to the rare breed of individuals who found it exceedingly difficult to doze off once awakened. Continuing to sleep would only exacerbate his discomfort. It would be far more beneficial to catch up on rest later. Old Mo, what were you up to last night? You look utterly exhausted, Yue Jitong inquired, lacing his shoes with curiosity. I didn't sleep well, Mo Xilou replied, his voice hoarse as he closed his eyes while pulling a shirt over his head. The temperature in Summer City was a stark contrast to that of Jing City. He had departed from there wearing a down jacket, but here, a sweatshirt sufficed. He donned his pants and leaped from the bed. The ladder beside the bed was merely decorative for the residents of their dormitory, as the beds were quite low. For the tall individuals among them, jumping down was far quicker. Upon turning, he was met with the clean, fresh face of Chunyin, momentarily rendering him speechless. Chunyin greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Old Mo, out of politeness, he returned the greeting. Good morning. Internally, He mused that Chu Nian was indeed quite familiar. Though he was reluctant to engage, he could not appear petty. Within just a day, this person had seamlessly integrated, getting along splendidly with Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi. Did Yue Jitong know that Chu Nian had come here? And Mo Xilou pondered, sending her a message. Shall we have lunch together? Yue Jitong, currently attending a lecture in a large classroom of over 100 students, found the English class rather lackluster, with few paying attention. She felt somewhat disinterested. Her phone, resting in her bag, lit up. Glancing at it, she replied with a simple okay. She then opened her email to check for a message from the management staff of Zifan Technology Company inquiring about a suitable time for a detailed discussion. After reviewing her class schedule, she arranged to meet them the following afternoon at 3, though they had yet to respond. Yue Jitong set her phone aside, forcing herself to focus. In truth, her English was commendable. She had previously been dispatched to the United States for a year, and her spoken language was quite fluent. That morning, she had only this one class, finishing at 10 o'clock. Upon returning to her dormitory, she organized her wardrobe, neatly hanging the white knitted dress and light yellow coat inside. They were the outfits she had purchased with a few friends before the holiday, never having worn them. The current weather was just right. Su Qinghe and Xue Man were both in the dormitory that morning, seeing her staring blankly at the clothes for an extended period. Su Qinghe inquired, "You haven't worn that dress yet, have you?" Yue Jitong nodded. Su Qinghe, assuming she felt shy about wearing it out, encouraged her. Clothes are meant to be worn. Keeping them in the closet is as good as not buying them at all. Or whatever you like. Don't overthink it or fear others' opinions. Yue Jitong nodded slightly, offering an explanation that the northern climate was excessively frigid, preventing her from wearing her new attire. Xue Man inquired, "By the way, Tong, where did you spend your winter vacation?" Mo Xilou has a residence, and I stayed there for the holiday. Did your mother not urge you to return home for the new year? No, she replied, shaking her head, her expression darkening. However, my stepfather did call me, but I had no desire to go back. Xue Man found her mother's actions somewhat excessive, yet felt it inappropriate to voice her opinions, considering the generational gap. Su Qinghe, unrestrained by such considerations, remarked, "Is your mother truly your biological mother? Why does she seem so indifferent towards you? How does she treat your younger siblings?" Yue Jitong fell silent for a few seconds. She is very kind to them. That suggests she isn't inherently unloving or indifferent to her children. Perhaps she just does not love you. Su Qinghe has stated bluntly, striking a painful chord within Yue Jitong's heart. Yet, she could not deny the truth in Su Qinghe's words. The truth she had long evaded and refused to confront were laid bare before her. With a sigh of resignation, she sank into her chair, casting her clothes onto the table. You are right. She simply does not love me. I do not understand why, if she does not love me. She chose to give birth to me. Despite her bravado, her heart remained tender and affected. This is not your fault. It is her failing as a mother. To give life without nurturing is inherently wrong, Xue Man asserted. Human emotions are complex, yet there is no love or hate without reason. I sense there may be underlying reasons you are unaware of, perhaps related to your biological father. Yue Jitong shared that sentiment. Xue Man sought to divert the conversation. Tong, why not wear this new outfit today? It will surely look splendid. She picked up the clothes and held them against Yue Jitong's form. All right. Yue Jitong shed her unchanging oversized sweatshirt and wide jeans, donning the fresh ensemble. Xue Man suggested she let her hair down. Tong, I believe you can forego tying your hair up. It looks lovely cascading behind you. Your hair is straight, smooth, and so long. Su Qinghe added, actually, you might consider curling it or dyeing it a different color, occasionally changing your hairstyle. Maybe when the opportunity arises, Yue Jitong replied, disinterested in the hassle of styling. She adorned herself with an off-shoulder knitted dress, a coat, and dainty leather shoes, allowing her hair to flow freely. Xue Man opened her makeup box, retrieving a diamond-studded star hairpin to secure it by her ear, exclaiming, how beautiful. Finally, she placed a beret atop her head. Tong, it seems you are still missing a bag. Su Qinghe opened the wardrobe and produced a small white fluffy handbag. Use this. Yue Jitong took it, peering inside and attempting to fit her phone, only to fail. What can such a small bag hold? It cannot fit anything. It is merely for decoration. Very well. She conceded, albeit perplexed, but accepted it, stuffing a pack of tissues and a set of keys inside. Her final act of defiance. Xue Man scrutinized her from various angles. Sensing something was amiss. Tong Tong, allow me to apply a light makeup for you. Is that necessary? I am merely going out for lunch. There is no need for such formality. Oh, come now, sit down. It will be quick. It is rare for you to look so lovely today. Xue Man pulled her to sit at her table. All right then. Yue Jitong acquiesced, allowing her to work her magic. With Yue Jitong's naturally beautiful features, the makeup application was swift, and Xue Man eagerly posed with her for photographs. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Assuming it was Mo Xilou, she opened it only to be met with a fleeting surprise. It was Chunyan. Chapter 64. How sour. It had been a long time since they last communicated. Last time was during the New Year when they exchanged wishes for the holiday. Chunyan messaged, Tong Tong, I am coming to X University as an exchange student this year. Would you like to treat me to a meal? Staring at the message, Yue Jitong felt a wave of astonishment. Chunyan as an exchange student here? Such a scenario had never occurred in her past life. But then again, she recalled that during this time in her previous life, Chunyan's mother was likely trying to matchmake him with Yulanxin. Perhaps he had remained in the capital or transferred to a nearby school as an exchange student. Having grown up alongside Chunyan, he held significant importance in her life. Out of both sentiment and obligation, she felt compelled to extend him a warm welcome. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Of course, I will treat you to a meal. Chunyan responded, Then let us meet today. Are you free soon? Yue Jitong replied, I have plans shortly. Chunyan inquired, A boyfriend? Yue Jitong retorted, How did you know? Chunyan replied, You are not aware? Your boyfriend and I share a dormitory. Yue Jitong responded, What a coincidence. Chunyan continued, It is indeed a coincidence. Would you like to join us for a meal? Yue Jitong replied, Let me check with him. She exited the chat with Chunyan and reached out to Mo Xilou. Chunyan is in your dorm? Should we invite him to lunch today? Mo Xilou replied, What do you think? Yue Jitong pondered the idea of dining together, reasoning that it was nothing out of the ordinary. They were all quite familiar with one another, having known each other for over a decade in their previous lives, sharing countless meals together. Furthermore, considering that Chunyan had just arrived, it was only fitting for them to treat him. She replied, Let us invite him then. Mo Xilou responded, All right. Yue Jitong arranged the meeting at a restaurant near the school. With no pressing matters, she prepared herself and headed there first, messaging Chunyan and Mo Xilou to inform them of the location. Chunyan had just finished some errands outside and quickly made his way to the restaurant upon receiving her message, arriving even before Mo Xilou. Thus, when Mo Xilou arrived, he found the two seated by the window, engaged in soft laughter and conversation. His smile was gentle, and she appeared radiant, her eyes sparkling with joy. He perceptibly noted the transformation in Yue Jitong today. Her attire was distinct from her usual style, her hair styled differently, and she seemed to have applied makeup. Was it for the occasion of meeting Chunyan? It must be. Typically, when she was with him, she dressed so plainly. Yet upon meeting Chunyan, she appeared so exquisite. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the pang of disappointment that blossomed within him, as if he had fallen into a cauldron of jealousy, bubbling with sourness. How significant was Chunyan in her heart? Was he still that important? Or was it possible that she had never truly forgotten him? Mo Xilou took a deep breath, steeling himself mentally, and after a moment, finally approached, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. Yue Jitong smiled and waved at him. He settled beside her, while Chunyan took the seat opposite them, directly across from Yue Jitong. Mo Xilou's gaze fell to the table, his expression neutral as he listened to the carefree banter between the two. He yearned to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Their relationship was steeped in shared memories that he had not been a part of. During those years, he had been absent from her life. It was Chunyan who had remained by her side. Mo Xilou's eyes lingered on the menu, thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind. What exactly was Yue Jitong's relationship with Chunyan? As this question surfaced, the phrase childhood sweethearts flashed through his mind. Yes, they were indeed childhood sweethearts. How bitter that realization felt. Why had he not been reborn to the age of 12? If only he had, he would have rushed to find Yue Jitong first. Standing by her side, protecting her, becoming her sole companion. In that case, what concerns does Chunyin have? Alas, the waiter, Mo Xilou, suddenly called out to the service staff at the counter, "Add another sour fish soup, please." Certainly. Mo Xilou felt as though he resembled this dish, sour and superfluous. The dishes arrived promptly, and he scooped a spoonful of soup, taking a sip that tightened his brows. It was excessively sour. It nearly made him wince. In truth, he had a limited tolerance for sour flavors. He consumed his meal in a state of gloomy silence. "I'm full," he announced, setting down his chopsticks first. "I'm off to the restroom. You two continue your conversation." "All right." Yue Jitong raised her gaze to him, noting that he had hardly eaten anything today. The food on the table remained largely untouched, save for the fish. Yet, she recalled that Mo Xilou was not particularly fond of fish. This fish was quite tangy. Chunyin, on the other hand, had devoured a considerable amount, his appetite robust. After lunch, the trio made their way back to school together. Chunyin departed ahead, expressing his gratitude for her hospitality and leaving space for the two of them. Finally, Yue Jitong had the opportunity to inquire, "What is wrong? Are you unhappy?" "Not all." He kept his head lowered, hands shoved in his pockets, kicking a pebble at his feet. The stone plopped into the lake, creating a ripple with a soft splash. "Why do I feel like you're in a gloomy mood?" "I'm not," he continued to deny, though his somber expression betrayed his true feelings. "Hey, Senior Mo, what a coincidence." A cheerful female voice chimed from the side. Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong turned in unison. It was a couple strolling hand in hand, looking quite familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Jitong recalled the girl from the coffee shop who had been rather enthusiastic towards Mo Xilou. Her surname was Lin. The boy beside her was also present that day, seemingly in a playful argument with her. Lin Yueqing, holding Zhang Jiaqing's hand, approached to greet Mo Xilou, offering her best wishes as she had seen his social media post. Their conversation was brief before they took their leave. Yue Jitong averted her gaze, turning to him. "Wasn't that girl interested in you?" Mo Xilou stood beneath a tree, the afternoon sunlight filtering lazily through the branches and casting a dappled glow upon him. He lowered his eyes and retorted, "Who said she liked me?" "Back at the coffee shop, she was quite attentive to you. Her gaze lingered on you." Yue Jitong adjusted her hat, stepping closer to him. Mo Xilou raised his hand to shield himself from the sunlight, casually remarking, "She's just a young girl. Today she likes this, tomorrow she likes that. Their affections are the most fleeting." He glanced at her, sunlight slipping through his fingers, illuminating his brow and his not-so-joyous eyes. "What do you think?" Yue Jitong paused, pondering deeply before nodding. That does seem to be the case. She had indeed witnessed many girls change their affections swiftly. For instance, Su Qinghe had managed to switch boyfriends 8 times in a single semester. Upon hearing her response, Mo Xilou completely blocked the stray beam of light that had reached his eye, his expression darkening further. "Yue Jitong, will you also change your affections? Is it possible to like 2 people simultaneously? Do you still harbor feelings for Chunyin while you like me? Are you still pining for him?" Chapter 65. Unattractive and Unwearable. Yue Jitong sensed that Mo Xilou was in a rather poor mood today, particularly sullen. When she had inquired about the reason, he had been reluctant to share. After she answered his question, he fell silent. The afternoon sun was warm, and the breeze was gentle. A soft wind brushed against her cheek, bringing with it a delicate tickle, while the leaves overhead rustled softly, swaying in the light. Yue Jitong glanced at the time. There was still a class later in the afternoon, beginning at 3 o'clock, so it was still early. She wished to linger with him a bit longer. Gently curling her finger around his, softly inviting, "Shall we stroll along the lake?" "All right." He lifted his eyelids to glance at her, then lowered his gaze again as they walked side by side along the pebbled path, though he did not take her hand. Yue Jitong looked at her empty palm, momentarily taken aback, before catching a glimpse of his frost-laden expression. Biting her lip, she ultimately grasped his hand. He did not halt his stride. He merely shifted his eyes, glancing at her from the corner of his gaze before looking straight ahead. His demeanor softened slightly, yet he still did not hold her hand, allowing her to lead instead. Yue Jitong could feel the hand she held in hers offering no response, no reciprocal grip, only passively allowing her to hold on. It was as though his attitude towards her had suddenly grown cold, as if the warmth that had once existed had dissipated. Previously, he had been the one to take her hand, always gripping it tightly. Sometimes he was unaware, unconsciously tightening his hold, leaving her fingers flushed, with imprints on her fair skin. The lakeside was adorned with lush greenery, the azure sky reflecting clearly upon the lake's surface, while the sunlight cast a golden shimmer across the water. It was midday, and the flow of students was sparse, far fewer than in the evening. During the day, it was rare for anyone to date here, as any activity would be laid bare under the glaring sunlight. After walking for a while, he remained silent. Yue Jitong shook his arm gently, tentatively asking, "Did you notice anything different about me today?" He paused momentarily, lowering his eyelids slightly, his voice deep and subdued. No. Mo Xilou was engulfed in a haze of disappointment, his entire being wrapped in feelings of regret, sadness, and unease. He appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, a storm raged, a knot of frustration lodged in his chest. Yue Jitong's brightness dimmed slightly, a fleeting flicker of disappointment crossing her face. She lifted her gaze again, shaking his hand, her tone adopting a hint of playfulness. Then take a closer look. They reached a distinctive large stone, where Mo Xilou halted, turning to face her, his eyes seemingly filled with the lake's water, calm and undisturbed. "I've looked. I didn't notice anything." Her hopeful expression waned, and she sensed that his displeasure might be related to her, given the particularly cold tone he had just used. So, was he upset because of her? What had she done to annoy him? "Mo Xilou, are you angry with me?" Though she didn't know why, she felt compelled to ask. He returned his gaze to the front, his tone flat. "No." Yue Jitong pouted, thinking to herself, "Clearly you are." After several consecutive denials, her certainty grew that he was indeed upset with her. What on earth had she done to provoke him? He was unwilling to share. Yue Jitong released his hand, halting in place. "Didn't you notice that I dressed differently today? The clothes and my hairstyle?" She had made her hints quite evident. Mo Xilou faced her, scanning her from head to toe, finally taking note of her attire. A necklace adorned her long neck, its pendant glimmering brilliantly, dazzling in the light's refracted glow. Much like her, radiant and captivating. "So you dressed up so elaborately for Chunyan?" "Emichim." He nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed different from her usual attire. So, what was she expecting him to say? Yue Jitong stared at him, waiting for further elaboration, only for him to fall silent once more. Not hearing the response she longed for, she directly asked, "Do I look good like this?" "Not particularly," he replied, his words contradicting his heart, avoiding her gaze. The succinctness of those 3 words extinguished the flicker of joy within her that yearned to be shared, leaving her suddenly disinterested and tinged with a hint of grievance. Everyone had claimed it was beautiful. She lowered her head, murmuring softly, imitating him as she kicked at the stones beneath her feet. A smooth pebble was unfortunate enough to be struck, soaring away with a whoosh, tracing an elegant arc in the air before plummeting into the water, startling the resting waterfowl. The little birds fluttered their wings and flew off into the distance. Mo Xilou, with his hands tucked into his pockets, turned and walked ahead without waiting for her or taking her hand. She gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a heaviness in her heart. In such an open and tranquil landscape, she felt inexplicably breathless. She followed him at a leisurely pace, and as her foot encountered a colorful little stone, she aimed for Mo Xilou's calf and kicked it forward. The vibrant stone soared into the air and, to her delight, struck its target. Mo Xilou felt a brief sting in his leg, but it faded almost instantly. He glanced down to find the culprit had just fallen at his feet. Raising his gaze, he caught a glimpse of her lips curled in a subtle smirk, a flicker of pride shining in her eyes. In a moment he hesitated. She quickened her pace to catch up, persistently asking once more, "Is it really not beautiful?" This time, he refrained from an immediate reply, studying her for 2 seconds with the same indifferent expression. "Really? Not beautiful?" Yue Jitong inhaled sharply, her cheeks puffing up in disbelief. She widened her eyes. "But everyone else says it's beautiful." All she sought was his praise. Was that too much to ask? Did he truly think it unappealing? Or was he merely saying so out of spite? Mo Xilou, lowering his gaze, retorted, "Who is everyone?" "My roommate, of course." "Oh, right. Chunyan remarked it was beautiful too. She regretted mentioning the last part. It rekindled the jealousy he had just managed to suppress, swelling within him from a trickle to a torrent, saturating every cell with its intensity. I just think it's not beautiful. His tone was firm, tinged with a hint of coldness, his voice involuntarily rising several decibels. If you think it's beautiful, you should go to them. Yue Jitong was taken aback, wounded by his attitude. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes, a mix of sadness, grievance, and a touch of anger causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. Suddenly, she lifted her hand, removed her jacket, folded it neatly, and threw it heavily into his arms, raising her voice slightly in a childlike tantrum. If it's not beautiful, then I want to wear it. After tossing it, she turned on her heel and walked away briskly, the sound of her heels clattering against the stones echoing behind her. Instinctively, Mo Xilou reached out to catch the jacket she had thrown, the fragrance wafting from it enveloping him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Chapter 66. Now I want to bite you. Is she angry? Mo Xilou blinked twice, hastening to catch up with her. Only upon getting closer did he truly notice the dress she wore beneath. Earlier, while they had dined together, his mind had wandered, leaving him oblivious to the details of her attire. Now, trailing behind her, his gaze fell upon her slender waist and her curvaceous hips, darkening. As she walked forward in anger, her waist swayed enticingly, amplifying her allure. They had reached the main road, and passing boys instinctively directed their gazes toward her, their admiration unmasked. Mo Xilou gritted his teeth. At that moment, his jealousy and possessiveness surged to a peak. He draped her jacket over one arm and quickened his pace, closing the distance in just a few strides. Yue Jitong, he called, but she ignored him. He directly opened the jacket and draped it over her shoulders, shielding her alluring figure from prying eyes. She raised her arms, attempting to discard the garment, yet she failed, for he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, squatting down to encircle her calves with one arm, lifting her effortlessly and striding towards the shelter of a nearby rock formation. At that moment, his sole thought was to conceal her. No one was allowed to look. He was nearly consumed by jealousy. "Put me down," Yue Jitong exclaimed, her feet dangling, pressing her hands against his shoulders, her body swaying slightly. In front of the rock formation lay a path, and behind it a lake. Jagged stones blocked the sunlight on one side, while the sea breeze brought a hint of dampness, the grass beneath their feet glistening with moisture that refused to evaporate. "Mo Xilou, let me down." He carried her behind the stones and set her down, pressing his finger gently against her painted, rosy lips, whispering, "Shh, don't make a sound." She closed her mouth, silencing herself, pulling his hand down. Turning her head away, she refused to look at him, her radiant face taut. Seeing her sulking expression, Mo Xilou's mood remarkably improved. Indeed, sadness and anger do not vanish. They merely transfer. His irritation had now shifted toward her. A slight smile graced his lips as the frost on his face melted under the sunlight, and he felt playful. Lowering his head, he grasped her chin, forcibly turning her face toward him. "Yue Jitong, if I say that dress underneath is also unappealing, will you take it off now?" She, fuming, swatted his hand away, glaring up at him, her already large eyes appearing even more pronounced. Today, she had accentuated her eyes with eyeliner, the tails arcing upward like little hooks, seemingly ensnaring his heart at first glance. Her eyelids shimmered with glittering eyeshadow, enhancing her delicate features. The shoulders of her dress, which she had deliberately adjusted earlier, revealing her skin, were now pulled down slightly. Suddenly, Yue Jitong raised her hands and tugged down at the shoulders, exposing her fair, rounded shoulders to his gaze. The delicate collarbone adorned with a glimmering pendant, the fabric pulled taut, hinting at the alluring curves of her chest. She glared at him, her long, silky hair cascading to her waist, swaying gently in the breeze as she met his eyes, asking each word deliberately, "What about now? Is it beautiful?" Mo Xilou instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on her face, lingering on the corners of her eyes, which were reddened from her anger, and the glistening tears pooling in her eyes. Struggling to speak, he finally uttered, "Now, I want to bite you." Not merely beautiful, she was utterly stunning. She was beautiful, and he felt as though he might perish from the allure, utterly captivated. He acknowledged his lack of resolve, unable to withstand her charm, not even a little. With one hand gripping her waist, he lifted her, leaning down to kiss her lips, releasing her only when she was on the verge of breathlessness. She gasped, collapsing into his arms, wrapping her hands around his neck, looking up to ask, "Am I beautiful today?" He hesitated. Was this question truly that significant? She seemed to care immensely. Noticing his silence, Yue Jitong pinched him at the waist, threatening with a fierce glare, "If you say it's not beautiful again, don't you dare kiss me again." He let out a chuckle, surrendering as he embraced her, burying his head at her shoulder. "You're beautiful. So beautiful that I want to hide you away, so only I can see you." She let out a soft hum, receiving the answer she desired, her previously tense expression relaxing. In truth, she greatly valued his opinion, for when she had purchased the dress, she had envisioned his admiration and astonishment. Yue Jitong gently pushed him away, teasing, "What's with you today? You're acting so strange." Mo Xilou lifted his gaze, widening his eyes in astonishment, then slightly squinting. Gritting his teeth, "Yue Jitong, what did you just say? You claim I am losing my mind? How audacious of you to say that." Yue Jitong momentarily froze, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes blinking in surprise. Oh no, how did she let her true thoughts slip out? Yet it was indeed a fact. She dropped her hand, her gaze drifting to the side, her confidence wavering. "Well, if you're not losing your mind, then why treat me this way?" Mo Xilou, teeth clenched, grasped her chin, leaning down to meet her eyes. "Yue Jitong, repeat that I'm losing my mind." The final word dripped with menace. Yue Jitong recoiled, her neck retracting, her eyes lowered in guilt as she altered her approach, playfully inquiring, "Then what exactly is making you angry?" He released her, posing an unrelated question. "Why did you suddenly change your style today?" Huh? She raised her eyes in confusion. Does changing styles really require a reason? Observing her innocent demeanor, Mo Xilou felt his teeth clench once more. It need not require a reason, yet you chose today of all days to do so. When did you purchase this attire? Before the holidays. Then why didn't you wear it during the break? Yue Jitong glanced at him. It's freezing in the capital. Aren't you worried I'll turn into a popsicle? Mo Xilou was momentarily speechless, realizing she had a point. So why today of all days? Yue Jitong found it perplexing. Why can't I wear something different today? Don't need to pick an auspicious day for a change of clothes? Suddenly, she became aware of a troubling thought. Why was Mo Xilou fixated on her clothing? Could it be that he was displeased with her choice of attire? Do you truly dislike how I dress? If that's the case, just say so, and I'll change back. Why are you angry? I want to wear it again, all right? She tugged at his arm, playfully swaying. Look, if you say you don't like it, I'll take it off right away. Mo Xilou closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Was he truly upset over her clothing? No, that couldn't be the sole reason. There was indeed a degree of irritation tied to her outfit. Never mind. He couldn't articulate it clearly. It's not about the clothes. I simply don't want others to see you like this. Then what are you actually angry about? She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, silenced for a few moments before speaking slowly, because of Chunyan. Chapter 67. He was on the brink of collapse. Yue Jitong paused, gazing at his downcast eyes in confusion. What is wrong with him? Mo Xilou crossed his arms over his chest, leaning against the large stone behind him. His lips parted, releasing 5 words, "I don't like him." Huh? She blinked. Somewhat bewildered, why not? Why should there be a reason? He has not currency. Not everyone is obliged to like him. However, after a moment of hesitation, recalling certain scenes, she expressed doubt, "But weren't you two on good terms before?" Mo Xilou halted, lifting his eyes to meet hers. When exactly were we on good terms? Did she perceive a cordiality between him and Chunyan? Yue Jitong softly explained, "Every time you met, you would play chess with him for a long time. I saw you both sitting there, chatting and laughing, appearing quite happy." She was perplexed. "If you don't like him, why do you keep playing chess with him?" Mo Xilou was momentarily at a loss for words. That smile of his was merely a mocking one, a sardonic grin. To others, it seemed like he and Chunyan had a splendid relationship. He played chess with Chunyan because their skills were evenly matched, each winning occasionally. Yet every final game ended with Chun Yin's victory. Thus, he was always left feeling unsatisfied. A fiercely competitive individual who had to reclaim his lost victory at their next meeting. He simply wanted to win. Furthermore, he sought to flaunt his recent achievements over the Chu family during their games, recalling the times of childish competition and subtle rivalry with Chun Yin. A myriad of emotions crossed Mo Xilou's face. So much time had passed, and the unspoken tension between him and Chun Yin was too complex to explain to her. In any case, I dislike your interactions with him. Mo Xilou grasped her face with one hand, his tone affectionate. Yue Jitong, are you listening? Can't we at least have a meal together? She furrowed her brows slightly, her expression conflicted. Did I say it's not allowed? Can't I invite you along? No. Yue Jitong frowned, whispering, but he's a very good friend of mine. Since childhood, he has treated me the best. Chun Yin is more significant to me than family. Mo Xilou lowered his head, drawing closer to her face, the faint fragrance that was uniquely hers enveloping him. He stared into her exceptionally beautiful eyes, the shadows of the rock formation casting a dim light over them. Yue Jitong, which is more important, a friend or a boyfriend? The underlying implication, is Chun Yin more important than I am? Yue Jitong blinked, clearing her throat softly. Both are quite important. These individuals are all integral parts of her life. Mo Xilou clenched his fist, the urge to bite her rising again. Unable to restrain himself, he posed the question he had been avoiding. Do you still have feelings for him? Who? They were clearly not on the same wavelength. Yue Jitong, are you feigning ignorance? Mo Xilou inhaled deeply, gripping her waist and pulling her closer, raising an eyebrow teasingly. I'm asking you, do you still have feelings for Chun Yin? Yue Jitong did not respond immediately, merely gazing up into his eyes. His heart sank further. Silence meant lingering affection. Yue Jitong, you're quite something. You want to even tell a little lie to deceive me? In truth, her silence stemmed from the strangeness of his question. She was uncertain why he would inquire in such a manner. Mo Xilou, don't you know who I like? I've said it countless times. How could he still pose such a question? It dawned on her that his unusual behavior today stemmed from jealousy. Why was he so prone to jealousy? She and Chun Yin were merely friends, devoid of any other intentions. Why did he think otherwise? Was she not allowed to have friends? Yue Jitong, I just wish to know if you still have feelings for him. Mo Xilou's eyes swirled with a tempest of darkness, all driven by obsession. At that moment, she remained unaware of the gravity of the question. Her forthcoming answer would soon become the final straw that broke the camel's back. I like him, she began, but before she could finish her thought with, so, why should I still be with you? He interrupted her, his expression darkening, his face clouded with a storm of emotions. So you still can't let go of him, Yue Jitong. Why did you toy with me? Is it amusing? His disappointment was palpable as he dropped his hands. A lonely glint in his eyes, quickly replaced by anger. Yue Jitong, if you cannot offer me pure affection, then do not provoke me. I am human. I too can feel pain. She opened her mouth, yet the latter part of her sentence became lodged in her throat, rendering her momentarily voiceless. Yue Jitong, I cannot accept someone who is indecisive, nor can I tolerate your fickleness. He turned in anger and walked away, his heart aching intensely. Each word she spoke felt like a blade, carving deep into his heart. She momentarily failed to register the situation. How had she become indecisive? Had he misunderstood her once more? Mo Xilou moved with great haste, her feet quickening into a run as she pursued him. The gravel beneath her feet was too loose, causing her to nearly slip and fall. With an anxious tone, she called out to his retreating figure, "Wait for me." Yet he did not pause, irritation brewing within him. After a few moments, he felt a pang of regret, questioning whether he had acted too impulsively. As he suppressed the ache in his heart, he began to rationalize his emotions. By the time Yue Jitong caught up to him, he had managed to soothe himself. Perhaps she did harbor feelings for him as well. His previous desire had been for Yue Jitong to share a fragment of her affections for others with him. Just a sliver would suffice. Hadn't she already accomplished that? It was his own greed that led him to wish for more. Mo Xilou, breathless, caught up to him and grasped his hand. Don't leave. Let me finish what I was saying. But before she could utter her complete thought, he erupted in anger. He turned to face her, his eyes landing on her flushed cheeks, a result of her hurried breaths. Suddenly, he pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. It doesn't matter, Yue Jitong. As long as you like me and wish to stay by my side, that is enough. Yue Jitong was bewildered by his fluctuating demeanor. Had he suddenly ceased to be angry? Yet his words felt peculiar. Yue Jitong, do you truly like me? Mo Xilou inquired, his voice close to her ear. Of course. I do. Then, that is sufficient. Nevertheless, Yue Jitong still felt an oddity in the air, pondering over his thoughts. Yue Jitong, do you genuinely have feelings for me? Despite his attempts to convince himself, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction and posed the question once more. Absolutely. Can you prove it? How can I prove it? I have no idea. Mo Xilou felt his mind swirling in confusion, his entire being teetering on the brink of madness. Possessive by nature, he struggled to restrain himself while being ready to crumble at any moment. Chapter 68. Only you. Mo Xilou, I like you. I don't believe you. But I truly do. I refuse to believe it. Yue Jitong inhaled deeply, exasperated, and demanded, What do you want from me? I've already confessed my feelings. Mo Xilou, with reddening eyes, ultimately succumbed to his stubbornness and raised his voice, feeling wronged. But you also like others. I do not like anyone else. I only like you. You like Chunyan. I do not. You still have feelings for him. I do not. You are deceiving me. You do like him. Yue Jitong felt exasperated, wondering why he refused to believe her words. How could she prove her sincerity? Mo Xilou, I do not like Chunyan or anyone else. I only like you. Just you. Is that enough? She, too, fell on the verge of collapse, nearly shouting her declaration. He paused, the tension in his forehead easing slightly as he fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly assessing the truth behind her words. Yue Jitong, could you repeat that? Repeat what? That very sentence. Which one? She felt as if he were driving her to madness. The penultimate sentence. As she frantically recalled her previous words, she finally ventured. I only like you? Yes, that one. Say it again. I only like you. Repeat it 10 times. Yue Jitong. Mo Xilou, you're truly insufferable. She approached him, taking his hand with a hint of pleading. Can we please stop this? He lowered his gaze to her. Yue Jitong, do you only like me? Meeting his skeptical stare, she sighed, realizing he might still doubt her sincerity. In a moment of exasperation, she quipped, Should I just cut my heart out and show you? He was momentarily taken aback, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over him, inexplicably stinging his eyes, hair falling across his brow. His gaze reflected forlornness, giving him an air of vulnerability. In that moment, her heart ached for him. How deeply insecure could he be? She wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her ear against his heart, and earnestly reiterated, Mo Xilou, I do not like Chunyan. I only said half of what I wanted to express before you interrupted me. I like you, only you, and I truly, deeply care for you. Please don't be angry anymore, all right? Her voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a spring breeze that gradually dispelled his inner turmoil, calming his restless spirit. He returned her embrace, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder, his eyes slightly damp, his voice muffled. Yue Jitong, you are the entirety of my love, the essence of my life. Hence, I wish to hold the same place in your heart. I am aware of my own greed, my selfishness, and my unreasonable demands. Yet I long for all of your love, yearning to be your one and only. Sweetheart, I'm sorry. She pressed against his warm chest, feeling the fervent rhythm of his heart. Her own began to mirror his fervor, as if a unique connection had sparked between them. Suddenly, clarity washed over her. In that moment, everyone else faded into the background. None mattered as much as he did. What she desired most was him. You are the most important person to me. No one else holds significance. If you prefer, I do not interact with others. I shall abide by your wishes. I will do anything you ask. Please do not be sad or upset anymore, all right? Yue Jitong gently comforted him, softly patting his back. The moment those words left her lips, his mood transformed inexplicably. Mo Xilou was easily swayed by her tender coaxing. No one could resist the gentle persuasion of the girl they adored, whether her words were genuine or not. He lifted his gaze, cradling her face in his hands, and pressed a soft kiss upon her smooth forehead. Are you no longer angry? Yue Jitong looked up at him, her voice tender. He smiled, gently brushing his finger against her nose. You've soothed my anger. Her eyes sparkled with delight. a sweet smile gracing her lips as she playfully declared, "Mo Xilou, I only like you." He leaned down, lost in the depths of her shimmering gaze. As the gray mist clouding his heart began to dissipate, his heartstrings gently tugged as he whispered, "I understand." She wrapped her arms around his waist, reiterating, "I only like you." Then she playfully tugged at his ear, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear, "I only like you." He tilted his head in compliance, the tug on his ear causing him slight discomfort, and he inhaled sharply. "You just had me say it 10 times. Now I'm asking you to say it 100 times. All right, you lower your head, and I'll say it to you." "No, I fear you might pull my ear off. I want tea." She reached for his ear, but he evaded her by standing on tiptoe. "Yue Jitong, you're quite short," he teased. Yue Jitong gritted her teeth. "It's merely that you are too tall." She had grown 3 centimeters last semester, likely due to improved nutrition. Now, she stood at 168 centimeters, 172 centimeters with shoes, yet still couldn't reach him, always having to look up and stand on her toes to kiss him. Sometimes, after a kiss, her neck would ache. "Mo Xilou, don't stand on tiptoe. You can manage it, so why can't I?" She grasped one of his arms with both hands, pulling down with all her might, but her strength was no match for his. With resolute determination, she abandoned any hesitation and, clinging to his shoulders, leapt onto him, her legs wrapping around his waist with a firm grip. The hem of her skirt slid down to her thighs, but fortunately, her coat was long enough to provide coverage. Instinctively, he reached out to support her. Fearful she might fall, she had indeed secured her hold. At last, she had turned to his ear, exclaiming in excitement, her other hand draping around his neck. When she leaned down, she found him gazing up at her, his eyes swirling with a dark vortex. This perspective was so novel. Now it was he who was looking up at her. Was this the sensation he experienced each time he looked down at her? She reached up to brush aside the stray hair from his forehead, revealing his pronounced brow bone. His lips were thin, and today his kiss bore a hint of mint. The fragrance emanating from him was also pure mint, refreshing and crisp. Yue Jitong fixated on his lips, suddenly comprehending why he would often lower his gaze, staring at her in silence for several seconds before suddenly kissing her. She gently caressed his face with one hand and leaned in to plant a kiss on him. It was a fleeting touch, and she withdrew immediately. He blinked, his throat working as he spoke in a husky voice, asking for another kiss. Chapter 69. Bowing and bending for her, breaking his pride. She shook her head, laughing lightly, playfully tugging at his ear, teasing him by inching closer and then pulling away. Refusing to kiss him. "Just one more kiss," he implored, his eyes filled with tenderness akin to a clear, pristine lake, tinged with a faint yearning. A blend of purity and desire, with a hint of red lingering at the corners. If he were to lower his head, she would raise hers. At that moment, he would have already pressed his lips to hers. Yet, currently, he held her aloft with both hands, bearing her weight while she maintained the upper hand, leaving him helpless to bring her closer, only able to watch her with a mixture of amusement and frustration. Yue Jitong used both hands to pinch his face, stretching it outwards before releasing, then grasping his chin with one hand, squinting as she inspected him from left to right. And Mo Xilou was utterly perplexed by her antics. "Yue Jitong, what on earth are you doing?" he asked, tilting his head as she turned his face this way and that, allowing her to manipulate his features. Indeed, holding his head back did cause his neck to ache. He thought to himself that in the future, he would lower himself a bit more during their kisses. He realized that in his lifetime, he would only ever bow and bend for her. The love etched into his very bones compelled him to relinquish his pride. Yet, he would only ever set aside his dignity for her alone. Beneath his calm exterior lay a madness and resolve fueled by love. "I'm just trying to understand how you feel on a daily basis," she explained earnestly, releasing her grip and ruffling his hair affectionately. "Are your arms tired? Do you want to put me down? You let me kiss you again, and then I'll let you down. Then you can hold me," she replied, giving his head a playful pat, her eyes glinting with mischief as she tousled his hair into a disheveled mess, stifling her laughter. "Ha ha." Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou squinted at each other, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eyes as she giggled, her delicate collarbone swaying enticingly before him. Suddenly, He leaned in and bit down on her collarbone, just to the left. Her laughter was abruptly silenced, a sharp yet pleasurable sting coursing through her, akin to an electric current racing through her limbs, reaching her very core. "Stop biting me, it hurts." Yue Jitong trembled in his embrace. He released her, satisfaction evident in his gaze as he admired the mark he had left, a strikingly vivid hue against her fair skin, impossible to overlook. How can anyone miss that? Yue Jitong gingerly touched the spot where he had bitten her, wincing as her brow furrowed. "Why on earth did you suddenly bite me?" He set her down, first smoothing his own hair, then bending to tidy the creases in her clothing, his gaze lingering on the bright mark with a cheerful demeanor. "Just leaving you a little reminder so that every time you look in the mirror, you think of me. Especially for that certain someone, Chu." At that moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket, and Yue Jitong pulled it out to glance at the screen. It was an alarm reminding her of her upcoming class. And Mo Xilou also caught sight of her screen. "Aren't you supposed to be going to class?" His eyes reflected a tinge of reluctance, wishing to spend just a little longer with her. Why does it feel like we can never have enough time together, as if we could gaze at each other endlessly? Yue Jitong shared that sentiment. She turned off the alarm, suddenly feeling disinclined to attend class, experiencing for the first time the urge to skip. Classes were indeed so dull. She yearned for romance. She could empathize with the saying about kings disregarding morning court sessions. Truly, beauty could lead one astray. It was no wonder history held tales of rulers enchanted by beauty, even forsaking their kingdoms for it. Thank goodness she and T impulsively agreed to be with him during high school. Otherwise, she might not have even made it to university. Falling in love would have left her no room to study, her thoughts consumed with romantic notions. Hand-holding could be addictive, as could embracing and kissing. She wasn't particularly clever, unable to juggle both love and study seamlessly. There were indeed those who could manage to love and still excel academically, and she envied them. As for her, being neither exceptionally bright nor foolish, she had to focus entirely on her studies to keep pace with others. Yue Jitong clasped his hand, blinking up at him. "I don't want to go. What should I do?" And Mo Xilou gazed at her in surprise. "Are you someone who skips class?" "Not really," she replied, shaking her head, then quickly nodding, but skipping once in a while isn't out of the question. She had already covered all the material in these courses. Some classes were indeed rather lackluster, lacking practical application, purely theoretical, dry and unengaging, hardly beneficial, making attendance feel redundant. The teachers often seemed to be going through the motions, sometimes even forgetting their own lectures. She was baffled as to why some useless courses were included, seemingly just to accumulate credits. They were entirely superficial, providing no real assistance. Moreover, some courses had instructors ill-suited for the subject matter. For example, the teacher for the career planning course had never actually experienced employment, while the one teaching mental health had mild depression themselves. Sometimes attending class felt like a waste of time, but skipping felt like squandering the hard-earned effort of 3 years of high school, striving for the university she had finally entered. And Mo Xilou tightened his grip on her hand, pulling her closer, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes sparkling with intent. "Yue Jitong, if you don't want to go to class, then we wish to do." She hesitated for a moment, her gaze lingering on his overly handsome face adorned with that playful grin, and whispered, "I want to be with you. And Mo Xilou, I want to tell you something." Seeing her suddenly adopt a serious demeanor made his heart race. "What is it? Could you please not grip my hand so tightly?" She lifted their joined hands to show him, murmuring in complaint, "It hurts too much." It was truly unbearable. She could no longer tolerate it. He paused, releasing her grip, and indeed, he noticed the imprints of his fingers on her delicate skin, disbelief flooding his features. Did I really use that much force? He had felt nothing. "Yes," Yue Jitong nodded. "You're about to crush my bones." Of course, that was slightly exaggerated. "I'll be more mindful next time," he promised, cradling her hand in his, examining each finger, marveling at how delicate they were, as if they were made of spun sugar. The ring he had given her rested on her left hand's index finger, the ruby gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. He carefully held her hand in his palm, asking, "Is this pressure okay?" "Yes, it's perfect. What other styles of rings do you fancy? I shall gift you one next time." And Mo Xilou mused to himself. Such beautiful hands would complement any ring. I desire a pink diamond, one that sparkles immensely. Very well, he replied readily, committing it to memory. Are you truly not attending class? What do you think? After a brief moment of contemplation, an ingenious idea flashed in Mo Xilou's mind. How about I accompany you to class? Chapter 70. Accompanying her to class. You will join me? She looked at him in astonishment. You won't find it tedious, will you? Not at all. Being beside, you could never be dull. Thus it was decided. Let us attend class together. Which classroom are you in? He took her hand and led her outside. Within 5 minutes, they exited Fengjing Lake, and the number of students on the main road gradually increased. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the trees, casting mottled patterns upon the ground. A large group of students approached from the direction of the dormitories, chattering excitedly as they hurried to various lecture halls, each pursuing different courses of study. The shaded thoroughfare brimmed with youthful exuberance and carefree laughter. Years hence, they would set forth from this very place, venturing into the myriad corners of society, donning diverse professional garb, shedding their youthful essence, and transforming into mature adults. Occasionally, amidst the frenetic rhythm of life, one might nostalgically recall the days of cycling with a backpack filled with youthful ambition. The azure skies, the crystalline lake, the throngs of students on the shaded paths, and the neatly lined shared bicycles beneath the teaching buildings, all would become increasingly vivid and lively as they emerged from the faded memories. Time may blur these images, and the years may consume the naive recklessness of youth, but the stubborn edges of one's character shall eventually be smoothed over, and the clamor of youth will forever linger in this land. A notification chimed on the phone. It was a message from Yue Jitong. Tong, I'm heading to class. Would you like me to save you a seat? Yue Jitong glanced at the person beside her, contemplated for a moment, and replied, No need, Yin Yin. Today I wish to sit at the back. What is the matter? Why the sudden desire to sit at the back? He is accompanying me to class. Yin Yin quipped, prioritizing romance over friendship. Yue Jitong bit her lip, feeling somewhat bashful, a twinge of guilt within her. They often attended classes together, and now she was abandoning her friend for her boyfriend. It seemed rather inconsiderate. Would Yin be upset? Yue Jitong lowered her gaze to her phone, pondering what to say to make amends. Another message from Yin Yin arrived. In that case, could you have your boyfriend sign me in? I'll take care of it. Thanks. Accompanied by a winking emoji. Yue Jitong responded, Okay, no worries. She turned off her phone, exhaling in relief. The weight on her conscience lifted. They arrived quite early, with Yue Jitong leading him to a seat in the second-to-last row against the wall, adjacent to the aisle. In a large class of 50, the instructor would only take attendance and did not recognize anyone, allowing many students who paid to sign in for others. There was no concern about being discovered, for the professor would not mind whether the attendance was by the actual student, nor would he care if each student was genuinely engaged in a lecture. In university life, one is solely responsible for oneself. No longer would there be anyone to admonish one to study diligently, nor would there be anyone lamenting the waste of time. The bird that has flown from its cage has attained the freedom it longed for, yet such freedom comes at its own cost. The fleeting joys of the present often obscure one's vision, while squandered time will only demand recompense years later. Mo Xilou sat in the aisle seat, with Yue Jitong beside him. The desk was long, capable of accommodating 8 individuals. They occupied 2 corner spots, while 4 boys took the seats 2 away from Yue Jitong. She cast a sidelong glance and recognized that all 4 were from her class. This lecture combined 2 classes. The boy closest to Yue Jitong wore glasses and had a rather earnest appearance. He was reluctant to sit in this position, but there were few vacancies behind. None of the 4 wanted to sit at the innermost seat. After some pushing and shoving, the shortest among them was finally pushed in. The bespectacled boy felt somewhat disheartened, as he truly disliked sitting next to a couple, not wishing to be inundated with their romantic displays. Clearly, his companions shared the same sentiment. A group of singles could hardly bear to witness others flaunting their affection. Simultaneously envious and resentful, their hearts ached, longing to be in a relationship themselves. Yet, they were also curiously intrigued. They wondered what would be like to date a frozen beauty like Yue Jitong. Would it be unbearably awkward to interact with someone so reticent? She, with her ethereal demeanor, resembled a lone lotus standing in the heart of a lake, too pure to be trifled with. Today, she appeared exceptionally beautiful, her fashion impeccable, and with her stunning looks, she effortlessly attracted the attention of those nearby, their gazes lingering on her cascading hair. As class had yet to commence, the four boys seated next to her began messaging in their dorm group chat. Who said only girls were gossipers? Boys could be just as nosy. Unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, she withdrew her sidelong glance, paying little heed to them. Though they shared a class, were now in the second semester of their sophomore year, and her class comprised only about 30 students, she could not recall their names. For those who did not pique her interest, she was unwilling to expend any effort on retaining trivial information. The four boys beside her continued typing on their phones while stealing glances at Yue Jitong. One of them, bold enough, turned to gaze directly at her. After a fleeting moment, he quickly averted his gaze. This caught the attention of Mo Xilou, who, with a serious countenance, suddenly felt displeased and shot a warning glare at the boy. The boy, startled, immediately withdrew his gaze, fearing further scrutiny, yet his fingers danced swiftly across the screen. A. Yue Jitong's boyfriend seems quite intimidating. B. That guy a wealthy heir from Jing City. Just take a moment to appreciate. ATSK. It seems that all beautiful women ultimately gravitate towards the affluent. B. If I were wealthy, I'd gladly spend on her too. A. But really, what woman wouldn't be at his beck and call? Can she truly keep him interested? D. I doubt it. I wonder if the heir considers men. I can be quite charming too, and I'm not half bad looking. A. B. C. You should just be quiet. C. I believe she must be different in private. A. B. D. What do you mean? C. I think I just saw a red mark on her collarbone. You should ponder that. A. I envy her boyfriend so much. He must be blissfully happy. D. Haha, I just want to be her boyfriend's boyfriend. A. You truly are desperate. C. Well, they're holding hands under the table. I can't take it anymore. I need to switch seats. Who wants to trade with me? I cannot endure this dog food. D. Shall I switch with you? I wonder if the heir would notice me. C. You are indeed out of your mind. C. Well, he has got his hand on her waist now. A. It must be quite a hardship for you to sit beside them. D. Had I known, I would have gone too. B. You best keep your mouth shut. Not only does the young master dine lavishly, but even if he were starving, he wouldn't spare you a glance. The four of them were engaged in a lively chat within the group. Mo Xilou felt a strange sensation, as if a man's gaze was fixed upon him. He couldn't discern whether it was merely his imagination. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and playfully pinched her gently, prompting her to lift her eyes and cast a shy glare in his direction, lowering her voice to admonish him not to act recklessly. Chapter 71. How I Long to Devour You. He withdrew his hand, letting out a soft chuckle near her ear, his lips brushing lightly against her rounded earlobe. His voice barely a whisper. My dear, what fragrance are you wearing? It is utterly enchanting. She slightly turned her head, shooting him a glare, her fair complexion tinged with a delicate blush, her ear, where he had grazed, reddening as if it were about to bleed. I'm not using anything, she retorted. I don't believe you. He embraced her tighter, leaning into her shoulder to inhale deeply. Do tell me, what scent is it? Really, I'm using nothing. I'm not like you, who douses yourself in perfume every day. She cast a furtive glance around, relieved to find no one was paying attention to them. However, unbeknownst to her, a few individuals nearby were discreetly observing. So it's your natural scent, then? It is truly delightful, he remarked, tightening his grip around her waist, whispering playfully in her ear, My dear, how I long to devour you. You are insufferable, you lecher, she retorted, on the verge of losing her composure, pushing him away with a gentle nudge. A low, amused chuckle escaped his throat as he tousled her hair. All right, I won't tease you any longer. If I continue, you might just ripen into perfection. Just after he finished speaking, he leaned closer to her ear and asked, Why is your face so warm? She lifted her eyelids, meeting his teasing gaze and triumphant smile, and irritably pinched him at his side. Keep your distance. I'm feeling quite hot. Her soft, feeble grasp on his waist lacked any real strength, merely tickling him. He seized her hand, encasing it within his own, and exclaimed, Your hands are so soft. She bit her lip, her face that had just begun to cool down once again flushed with warmth. trying to withdraw her hand, but unable to do so. "Let go." "Sure," he replied, yet in reality, he held her even tighter. "Do you know that every time I see you bite your lip, I feel an overwhelming urge to take a bite myself?" She immediately ceased her lip biting, her gaze flitting nervously, feeling immensely guilty. "Stop saying such nonsense." He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and in a hushed tone, seductively coaxed, "Yue Jitong, dare you steal a kiss here?" His words startled her into sitting up straight, her body stiffening for a moment before she quickly refused, her beautiful eyes brimming with pleading. "No, don't be ridiculous. Please, not here. There are so many people. They're all my classmates. I must maintain some dignity." Anxiously glancing around, she feared he might lean in for a kiss at any moment. Observing her guilty demeanor, Mo Xilou chuckled softly. "Fear not, I merely jest." She exhaled in relief. However, the next moment, a warm, soft pair of lips brushed against her cheek in a fleeting kiss. Her eyes widened, her heart racing, and her face turned a vibrant crimson. He had kissed her. She turned her head, and he wore a triumphant smile, reminiscent of a mischievous rogue who had stolen her heart. Yue Jitong, with her heart in turmoil, glanced anxiously at the podium, stealing glances around her to see if anyone had noticed. Her heart raced with anxiety, fearing she might die from embarrassment. No, she resolved never to bring him to class again. "You smell so delightful," he teased. "Mo Xilou, you've gone too far. I haven't had my fill yet. Do you believe I strangle you? Then you'd better put some effort into it, all right?" Unable to argue, unable to fight back, and lacking in strength, Yue Jitong chose silence. Meanwhile, a boy sitting 2 seats away from her, maintaining a calm demeanor, was messaging in their dorm group chat. "See? Brothers, I can't take it anymore. This dog food is suffocating me. Who can understand my plight? Who? No. I must find love. I must find a girl. Brother, care for a glance at me? See? Shut your mouth. I want a real girl. Hey, buddy, you're suffering. Just 30 more minutes until class ends. Hang in there. See? 30 minutes left? I've decided to focus on studying." After sending the message, he genuinely began to pay attention to the lecture. Once his focus shifted to the podium, he ceased to notice anyone else. When class finally ended, Yue Jitong let out a sigh of relief. At long last, the class that had made her heart race had concluded. She had never found a lecture so exhilarating, her heart rate escalating dramatically throughout. As class concluded, "Where shall we go now, my dear?" he inquired, taking her hand as they exited. "Perhaps we could dine out and then return to the library to study?" "Sounds splendid." Just as they approached the school gate, they unexpectedly collided with Rue, who had just entered the campus. Yue Jitong shot her a glance, while Mo Xilou remained entirely oblivious, his eyes glued to his charming girlfriend, unwilling to divert his gaze for even a second. The tenderness in his eyes pierced Rue's heart, causing her to momentarily freeze, her complexion paling. Just as they were about to pass each other, she boldly stepped in front of them, mustering her courage to gaze directly at Mo Xilou. "I have a question for you. May we converse privately?" Taken aback by the sudden interruption, Mo Xilou frowned, displeased at the girl blocking his path. "What is it?" Rue glanced at Yue Jitong, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Can we speak alone?" Mo Xilou was about to decline, but Yue Jitong tugged at his sleeve, smiling. "I'll wait for you at the entrance." After saying this, she walked ahead to a position where she could see them, but could not hear their conversation. Mo Xilou watched her retreating figure, lowering his gaze, feeling somewhat displeased. Was she truly so magnanimous? Why didn't she exhibit any jealousy? Did she not care enough? He furrowed his brow in frustration, turning his attention back to Rue. "You may speak. Mo Xilou, can you tell me where I fell short? What do I lack compared to Yue Jitong? Why can't you like me even a little?" Her voice trembled, her eyes reddened, fists clenched so tightly that her nails sank in her palms, drawing blood, yet she felt no pain. No matter how painful her hands were, it paled in comparison to her heartache. Because she genuinely liked Mo Xilou. She yearned for his gentleness and attention. Mo Xilou observed the girl before him, on the verge of tears, and recalled the countless love letters she had sent him. Her tenacity was reminiscent of his own youthful, unrequited affections. While many girls pursued him, most like Lin Yue Jitong, would quickly lose interest upon realizing there was no hope, turning to someone else without hesitation. However, there were few like Shi Rui, who had persistently pursued him for over a year, unwavering in her resolve, perhaps reminded of his own unfulfilled youthful desires. Mo Xilou relaxed his brow, intending to speak earnestly with her. She is beautiful. Shi Rui was taken aback. Was this truly the reason he favored Yue Jitong? How superficial. Yet, she could not help but think, aside from not being as attractive as her, she excelled in every other aspect. She still felt a twinge of defiance. Mo Xilou regarded her with a serious expression. But I simply adore her face. Chapter 72. You are mine. Shi Rui was momentarily speechless. She never anticipated that Mo Xilou could be so shallow. Yet, she remained unwilling to concede. Did she truly lack any flaws? She was indeed beautiful, but beyond her looks. She had nothing extraordinary to offer. Moreover, time inevitably bestows its mark upon all, and she cannot possibly preserve this visage eternally. Mo Xilou furrowed his brow. She is imperfect, yet that is inconsequential, for it is not perfection that captivates me. As long as she remains Yue Jitong, that suffices. Shi Rui. This is the first instance he has uttered her name, his demeanor notably solemn. I am passionately enamored with Yue Jitong to the brink of madness. I would willingly sacrifice my life for her, and in this lifetime, I could never harbor affection for another. Do not squander your time with me. You are splendid and deserve to seek out a boy who will cherish you. Can you comprehend that? She stood rooted in place, gazing at him intently, rendered momentarily speechless. Her heart shaken. It dawned upon her that his feelings for Yue Jitong ran deeper than she could have imagined. Suddenly, she felt a sense of release. Shi Rui blinked away the tears pooling in her eyes and gently smiled. I understand now. Thank you, Mo Xilou. Farewell. She turned and walked away. The sun descended at an angle, heralding the grand commencement of an unrequited love, which quietly faded into the mundane glow of the sunset. Shi Rui felt no regret. She had been courageous and exerted her utmost effort, yielding a resolution. Fortunately, it was not too disheartening. This chapter must come to a close. Mo Xilou raised his gaze to the figure standing at the school gate. She was bathed in the hues of the orange sky, smiling warmly at him. Why did she not harbor a tinge of jealousy? He furrowed his brow and walked towards her in silence. Are you finished? She inquired casually, linking her arm with his. Yes, Mo Xilou nodded, falling into a brief silence before he could not restrain himself any longer. Don't you have anything you wish to ask? Yue Jitong blinked, looking up at him. What should I inquire about? Aren't you curious about what we just discussed? Well, what'd you both talk about? Observing her seemingly indifferent expression, he suddenly felt disinclined to speak further. In truth, it was nothing of great significance. Oh, she did not press for more questions, nor did she seem inclined to delve deeper. Mo Xilou felt a brief pang in his heart. She truly did not exhibit even a hint of jealousy, nor did she care about his interactions with other girls, nor did she seem concerned about him at all. What troubles you? Yue Jitong noticed his sudden silence. Nothing much, he replied, forcing a smile to dispel the fleeting discomfort, wrapping his arm around her waist and guiding her forward. His vehicle was parked a short distance from the school, and they arrived at a nearby shopping mall in 20 minutes. Yue Jitong was not fond of spicy food, so they bypassed Sichuan restaurants and all establishments featuring fiery dishes, ultimately settling into a northern-style Chinese eatery. With their dishes served, they sat side by side on a plush sofa, their backs cushioned by soft pillows. Yue Jitong ladled him a bowl of soup, and just as Mo Xilou took a sip, his phone rang. He picked it up and opened it. It was a video call from Mo Xilou. He answered and propped the phone beside a glass cup filled with a beverage. As he sipped the soup, he watched the video. Mo Xilou, brimming with excitement, delivered her news with the first sentence that left him utterly flabbergasted. Brother, Mom is pregnant. Mo Xilou nearly spewed out the soup, struggling to swallow it down, rubbing his ears in disbelief. What did you say? Mo Xilou, satisfied by his astonished expression, repeated. I said Mom is pregnant. We're having a little brother or sister. Mo Xilou turned to share a stunned glance with Yue Jitong, each reflecting shock in their eyes. How did this unexpected news about his mother's pregnancy come about? Mo Nanshuang chattered on incessantly. Brother, Mom said we already have Xiao Shi, Xiao Bei, and Xiao Nan, and now we are adding Xiao Dong. She plans to name the new baby Dongfeng. Do you think it sounds nice? Dongfeng? Mo Dongfeng? If this yet-to-be-born sibling were to learn of such a name, would they even wish to come into the world? Mo Xilou managed a strained smile, chuckling awkwardly. I think it's rather premature to be discussing names. Please tell Mom that we should think it over a bit more. Perhaps come up with a few alternatives. What if it's a girl? Dongfeng doesn't quite sound appealing, does it? Hey, brother, you make a valid point. I too think it sounds a bit off. The siblings continued their light-hearted banter. Yue Jitong, with her eyes lowered, consumed her meal while her mind grappled with the astonishing news. The sudden emergence of this little sibling truly caught her off guard. However, upon reflection, she considered that her mother-in-law, Lu Jue, was only 40 this year, which classifies her as an older mother, yet women of this age still have children with relative frequency. In some ordinary families, as people reach middle age and feel their older children have become somewhat unmanageable, they may whimsically decide to have another child. Suddenly, Mo Nanshuang spotted a delicate, fair hand in the video. Brother, who are you dining with? Who is that beside you? Is it your sister-in-law? Turn the camera so I can see. Mo Xilou glanced at Yue Jitong, who nodded in affirmation. Thus, he shifted the camera towards her. Wow, sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Even more so than in the photos. My brother is truly fortunate. I find myself envious of him. I want to cuddle with my lovely sister-in-law. Mo Nanshuang's tone was exaggerated, her eyes sparkling. Yue Jitong smiled shyly. You're quite adorable as well. I like you very much, little sister. Just as in her past life, Mo Nanshuang spared no effort in complimenting her upon their first meeting, making Yue Jitong feel somewhat bashful. In her previous life at the Mo household, her relationship with Mo Nanshuang had been the closest. Mo Nanshuang's innocent charm radiated from within, unlike those who feigned cuteness. She possessed a natural, naive purity. Brother, remember to share your sister-in-law's WeChat with me later. By the way, when are you coming back? Next time, be sure to bring your sister-in-law along so we can all go out together. I want to cuddle with my beautiful sister-in-law. Mo Xilou firmly rejected her, Mo Nanshuang. You chatter too much. I'll send you your WeChat later, but as for cuddling, that's only for me. Brother, how can you be so stingy? Such a miser. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, beautiful sister-in-law. Remember to add me on WeChat. Yue Jitong smiled at her. All right, goodbye, little sister. As the screen went dark, Mo Xilou felt an immediate sense of quietness envelop him. Yue Jitong nudged his arm. Share your sister's WeChat with me. What is the rush? Let us finish our meal first, he replied. Share it now, she urged. No. He set down his chopsticks, drawing her into his embrace, whispering in her ear. Why do I feel like you two are the ones reciprocating affections? Yue Jitong playfully punched his chest with her fist. Why are you jealous of everyone, even your sister? Have you transformed into a jealous pot? He pinched her cheek, chuckling softly. You're spot on. I am indeed jealous of everyone. After saying this, he planted a kiss on her cheek. No one is permitted to cuddle with you. You are mine. Chapter 73. Why must one recklessly crash into the hard wall? Mo Xilou finds himself envious even of Mo Nanshuang. In his previous life, he was unable to even touch Yue Jitong, while Mo Nanshuang could. Each time he witnessed his sister affectionately holding his wife's hand, sometimes leaning against her shoulder while using her phone, or the two of them frequently watching movies and shopping together, jealousy consumed him. To whom was this wife truly given? Each time he saw his wife feeding grapes to his sister, he would secretly curse the grapes to be sour, wishing they would be sour enough to cause a toothache. Indeed, he was that childish. Naturally, Yue Jitong remained unaware of the extent of his childish jealousy. She simply enjoyed spending time with Mo Nanshuang, finding her endearing. It is indeed unfortunate that after Mo Nanshuang's marriage, the two rarely ventured out together for shopping. That once naive and innocent girl has been weathered by the trials of time. As she became lost in thought, Mo Xilou playfully pinched her waist, asking, What are you thinking about? Nothing much, she replied. Feed me a piece of orange. He had long wished to experience the sensation of being fed fruit by his beloved wife. Yue Jitong glanced at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and delicately offered him a piece of orange. Here you go. He remained silent, not opening his mouth to eat, but simply gazed at her intently. Why aren't you eating? She asked, puzzled. No chopsticks. Huh? She set down the chopsticks and tentatively inquired, should I just use my hands? Is that really appropriate? Perhaps I should wash my hands first? Mo Xilou chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing, a smile gracing his lips as he brushed his fingers over her tender lips. His voice low and husky. I didn't mean for you to use your hands. I want you to feed me with your mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise as she blinked, appearing adorably dazed. Spending a day with him could make her blush 100 times. How could this person's demands grow increasingly excessive, seemingly indifferent to the presence of others around them? Yue Jitong's initial reaction was not to refuse, but rather to instinctively glance around, assessing the environment and the number of patrons nearby. They were seated in a small nook surrounded by a long sofa, adjacent to an open aisle, with people occupying the sofas in front and behind, their backs turned to one another, rendering them unable to see each other, only hearing snippets of conversation. Stop looking. No one is watching, he said, gently pressing down on her head that was scanning the surroundings, ruffling her hair. He grasped her chin, directing her gaze towards him, his eyes burning with intensity under the glare of the overhead lights. Leaning closer to her ear, he deliberately lowered his voice. Hurry up, my dear. My dear? How many endearments could he utter? Each one sent her heart racing. Just the term my dear left her dizzy. Her thoughts muddled as she absent-mindedly picked up a piece of apple, gently biting into its edge, lifting her head to offer it to him. She even forgot that he had requested an orange. She grasped the collar of his sweatshirt tightly, inching closer. As the piece of apple came into proximity, Mo Xilou lowered his eyelids and swiftly leaned down to take a bite. He had anticipated she would refuse, yet to his astonishment, she complied. The apple was small, and he easily bit into it, chewing just a couple of times before swallowing a whole, then pushing her back against the sofa, kissing her fervently. His kiss was passionate, causing her to involuntarily whimper, only to hurriedly stifle the sound. She was anxious about being overheard by the patrons nearby, the proximity igniting her nerves, heightening her heart rate. After 2 minutes of kissing, her sense of shame overpowered her, and she could no longer hold back her hands, pushing him away. That's enough, right? He chuckled softly, releasing her while lightly brushing his fingers over her moist lips, then pinching her face and pulling it outward slightly, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. Yue Jitong, can't you have a thicker skin? Why do you blush so easily, turning as red as a tomato, your lips burning hot to the touch? She swatted his hand away and shot him an irritated glare, mumbling under her breath, who could have skin as thick as yours? TSK, if my skin weren't thicker, how could I keep bumping into a wall as solid as you for so long? He leaned back against the sofa, relaxing his body, teasing her in a casual tone. Who told you to keep bumping into me? You could always choose to take a detour. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze to their knees pressed together, murmuring softly. Her voice was barely audible, yet in the quiet dining atmosphere, each word was crystal clear to his ears. Mo Xilou lifted his eyelids, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, his brows arching slightly as he spoke in the most cowardly manner. What if I end up bloodied from running into that wall? Would you feel a twinge of sympathy for me? She cast him a sidelong glance before lowering her eyelids again, her gaze drifting as she lightly poked her leg with her fingertip. Why didn't you take a different path? Why must you insist on passing through this solid wall? She never truly understood what it was that Mo Xilou found appealing about her. He lacked a sense of security. Did she possess any? In this relationship, she too experienced the pangs of insecurity. She couldn't bear to imagine what life would be like if his love were to vanish one day. It would be akin to a death sentence for her. In truth, she loved him more than he realized. She had continuously shattered her own restraints, transcending her limits to accompany him in his descent. Countless times she had become lost in his tender embrace, only to feel a wave of panic upon regaining her senses. Who could guarantee that one's heart would remain unchanged forever? The deeper she sank, the more she cared, the more she loved, the greater her fear of loss became. Yue Jitong was an extremely sensitive person, often pondering whether his previous obsession stemmed from never having received love, leading to his stubbornness and fervor. Now that he possessed her love, how long would the novelty last? She obeyed him wholeheartedly, striving to fulfill all his desires. Yet would he eventually find it uninteresting? Would he feel that everything was too easy, lacking in challenge and excitement? Would he grow weary of her in a few years? He was someone who thrived on challenges and stimulation. As she grew older, if someone more beautiful than her appeared, would he waver? This question remained unanswerable, for she had yet to experience aging. At 30, she bore little distinction from her 20-year-old self. Perhaps it was because she had never given birth. At 30, she still retained the visage of youth, with few traces of time etched upon her. If someone were to ask her when she loved Mo Xilou the most, she would undoubtedly respond right now. Her dependence on him had reached its zenith, willing to disregard everything to accompany him in experiencing the bittersweetness of love. She was even prepared to forsake her once cherished dignity and pride, ignoring the opinions and judgments of others to indulge in reckless abandon with him.